At the beginning of our story, on the planet of Draenor, orcs and Draenei at the time, they lived in relative peace. They would occasionally trade with each other, but overall they didn't interact much and they left each other alone. Where the orcs were born on Draenor, the Draenei were not. They came from a planet called Argus, they were running away from the Legion, and one day they were forced to make a crash landing on the planet. The Draenei were on the run from Kil'jaeden and the Burning Legion as they had refused to join Team Sargeras, and Kil'jaeden was pissed. He felt betrayed by his longtime friend and co-leader Velen the Prophet, and he had sworn that he would hunt them down even if it took him 1,000 years. Each time that Kil'jaeden and the Legion came close to the Draenei, Velen would be warned, and his people, with the help of the Naru, they would escape in time, leaving the Legion with empty hands. It's unknown what happened to the planets that the Draenei evacuated, but now on Draenor, they're stuck, they can't get away. The Naru K'ur, the one that rescued them in the first place, with the dimensional ship called Genedar, he'd fallen ill, which caused the crash landing in the first place, and this meant that they could no longer flee. Kil'jaeden did not know this, of course, and when he was told that the Draenei were found again, he decided that a change of tactics was required. Instead of sending the full might of the Legion and see the Draenei flee once again, he decided to deceive and corrupt the native race of orcs and use them to do his dirty work. His first victim, the one who he chose to make first contact with, was the orcish shaman Ner'zhul. Shamans played a very important role within the orcish culture, and Ner'zhul was the elder shaman. The orcs respected him, he was the chieftain of the Shadowmoon clan, and the closest thing that the orcs came to an overall leader. The shamans have a deep connection to the elements of the land, and sometimes they were actually able to make contact with the spirits of the deceased. Rokan, Ner'zhul's deceased mate, would sometimes appear in his visions, giving no words of wisdom, yet she would fill his heart with tenderness and opening him afresh to the needs of his people each time her spirit brushed his. Ner'zhul missed her rough laughter and a warmth beside him at night, but he was content with the way it was. As he made himself a potion, chanting softly over it, getting ready for one of these visions, he wondered if she would visit him tonight. The ritual did nothing to actually cause a vision for Ner'zhul, that was entirely up to the ancestors' will, but deep in Ner'zhul's heart, he longed to see his mate and his wish was granted. In his vision, he stood next to Rokan, standing on a mountaintop, observing the sunrise, and Ner'zhul's heart lifted. Rokan turned to her mate, smiling, and for the first time since he had exhaled her final breath as a living being, she spoke to him. "You have led our people well," she said, "but the time has come to deepen the old ways, take them further, for the good of all." The way that Rokan spoke with such authority alarmed Ner'zhul at first. Rokan had not been a chieftain, nor did she ever hold a position of power in life that would give her such authority. Annoyed at his lack of faith, Ner'zhul pushed the doubt away. He was not a spirit, so there was much that he did not understand about the spirit world. And why wouldn't Rokan speak for the ancestors? Understand that the ancestors were worshipped and respected by the shamans and the orcs, and Ner'zhul listened with great care as Rokan gave him a warning. She told him that the Draenei were a great threat to the orcs, a blight upon the world, and that they needed to be eliminated. Had Ner'zhul in that moment listened to his gut, he might have realized that the words were false. This vision was not Rokan feeding him information, they were actually the words of Kil'jaeden the Deceiver, using the orcs their faith and trust to place the orcs against the Draenei. He told Ner'zhul that the world would be theirs, and that Ner'zhul would lead all of them. The first step in the plan was to unite the orcish clans and form the Hordes. The image of Rokan had been good enough to convince Ner'zhul, but convincing the other chieftains, that would be a little bit more difficult. The orcish clans, they didn't really wage outright war with each other, but some of them loved fighting a little bit too much, and they were not on friendly terms with other clans. A message was sent to all the chieftains to gather and listen to the dire warning Ner'zhul had received from the ancestors. At the foot of their sacred mountain they gathered, the mountain that they called Oshugan, but which was really the crash ship of the Draenei, with the Naru K'ur still trapped inside. Ner'zhul told them that their enemy was the Draenei, and naturally, most of the orcs, they couldn't believe that this was true. Especially the chieftain of the Frostwolf clan, Durotan, he could not believe that the Draenei would want to cause them harm. They had saved his and Orcam Doomhammer's life when they were just little orcish boys, yet the ancestors, they do not lie. Even Drekvar, the shaman of the Frostwolf clan, he confirmed to Durotan that it was true, that Mother Kesher herself had confirmed it, and Mother Kesher, she was the elder shaman of the Frostwolf clan before she passed away. Another fake vision of Kil'jaeden, but if there was anyone that Durotan trusted, it was the wise old orc Kesher. How easy it was to plant the seed of doubt, and that was all it took. Ner'zhul informed them that he did not ask them to directly go to war at this very moment. Instead, all he asked of them was to prepare. To discuss what the right course of action would be, to come together not as different clans, but as the same people. They were all orcs, wanting safe homes for their young, success in the hunt, mates who would love them, and honor amongst the ancestors. Despite his doubts, even Ner'zhul agreed that the Frostwolf clan would prepare for war, start training, and the orcs took their first step towards eradicating the Draenei. Over time, the image of Rokan told Ner'zhul that there were other beings besides the ancestors and the elements that the living didn't know about. Ner'zhul desperately wanted to know what these beings were, but Rokan told him that he still drew breath and he wasn't ready to meet them yet. Ner'zhul pleaded to know that they needed their aid if they were to protect the future generations from the Draenei's insidious plots, but what he didn't mention was that he, deep down inside, he started to enjoy being the center of attention from every single orc in every single clan. He did not outright say that he had begun to desire the promised power and that his motives deep down were selfish, but he knew it himself, he felt deep inside. Rokan looked at him and said that perhaps he was right and it was time to meet them. She had also advised Ner'zhul to take a certain amount of herbs brewed to precise strength to keep his mind and spirit open to the visions. That was the explanation that they gave him, but it's most likely that this brew was designed to make Ner'zhul more vulnerable to their manipulations. As Ner'zhul took the bait and desired to see these beings that he had no knowledge of, Kil'jaeden stepped away from using the image of Rokan and he showed his true self to the orc. Ner'zhul was sad that his mate no longer appeared to him, but he quickly dismissed the feeling. Surely this being was far superior to even the shade of his beloved mate. And despite Kil'jaeden looking so very much like the Draenei, Ner'zhul drank in his words and he followed his orders. Orcs attacked Draenei with great ferocity and minimal casualties, since the Draenei, they simply didn't expect to be attacked out of nowhere. But their leader did not sit still. Velen the Prophet wanted to know what was going on with the orcs, why did they suddenly attack out of nowhere? And he sent a letter to Ner'zhul, asking him to join him in a holy pilgrimage to enter the heart of the mountain, the place both races found sacred, and ask wisdom of beings much wiser than them as to how they could heal the rifts. Kil'jaeden and Ner'zhul's apprentice Gul'dan, they were present when Ner'zhul received this message, and they were quickly on the offensive, but the word struck Ner'zhul and he did not immediately agree. He was not so eager to attack those who came unarmed and with the promise of trying to work together towards peace. They are not grun to kill unarmed foes, but despite that, he could not go against Kil'jaeden and Gul'dan, and he would not allow the Draenei to defile their sacred place. At Gul'dan's suggestion, he ordered Ner'zhul of the Frostwolf clan to capture Velen and his people that joined him, so that Ner'zhul could speak with the prophets. Like I said, Ner'zhul was once saved by the Draenei, and he did not agree with the path that the orcs were placed on, yet he couldn't refuse the order to capture Velen. Refusing to go along with all of this would mean almost certain exile, and this would endanger his clan, so he did what he was told, and he rode out to capture Velen. During their conversation, Velen tried to explain to Ner'zhul why he wanted to reach the mountain, that there was a being inside, ancient and wise, that had long cared for the Draenei people. That this being was the reason why the spirits of their beloved dead, the spirits of the orcs, were drawn to this place, but that was exactly the wrong thing to say. The shaman Drekvar was outraged that Velen even tried to suggest such a thing, and the orcs present, they were ready to murder Velen on the spot. Ner'zhul, he punched Drekvar across the face, told him to protect them, and despite his fury, Drekvar followed his warchief's command, and he used the elements to protect Velen and the Draenei. The prophet was now a prisoner of the Frostwolf clan, just as Ner'zhul was ordered to do, but the chieftain, he had a bad feeling about all of this. That night, he paid a visit to Velen, trying to find reason behind what he was told. Why were the Draenei planning to do them harm, while the orcs had done nothing to them? And Velen, he simply reversed the question. Why had the orcs attacked the Draenei that had done nothing to the orcs? And Ner'zhul was placed in an impossible position. Velen's words rang true, yet the ancestors and his traditions, the very foundations which were his life, told him otherwise. He decided to let Velen go, and he informed the prophet that when it came to it, if they would ever meet on the battlefield, he would stand at his people's side. Ner'zhul wanted a prisoner, but Ner'zhul said that if he wanted one, he should have been there himself, and Velen was released. When Durotan made his report to Ner'zhul, Ner'zhul shrieked of outrage and fear bubbled up inside him since Kil'jaeden would not be pleased. The Orcish shaman realized that the benevolent creature actually struck fear into his heart, and his mind started to wander as Durotan's words continued. He noticed Gul'dan's eyes fixed upon him, and another wave of fear washed over as his apprentice witnessed his first moments of doubt. Ner'zhul's mind drifted so far away that he didn't even realize that Durotan had finished talking, and he didn't know what to do. Durotan and the Frostwolf clan, they were well regarded amongst the other clans, so punishing them would have consequences. But he also couldn't let the Frostwolf chieftain get away with this, not after so many people supporting him in their war against the Draenei. Ner'zhul didn't know what to say, and the silence continued until Gul'dan spoke. My master is so overcome with rage that he cannot speak. You have disobeyed a direct order from your spiritual leader. Return to your camp, Durotan, son of Garant. My master will send you a letter shortly conveying his decision. Ner'zhul found his words and he agreed with Gul'dan's plan, sending the Frostwolf chieftain home. Shortly afterwards, Ner'zhul informed Kil'jaeden of their failure, and naturally, the deceiver was furious. Ner'zhul quaked before that anger, prostrating himself on the earth, murmuring, "Forgive me!" as Kil'jaeden raged. Eventually, Kil'jaeden managed to compose himself again, and he told Ner'zhul to never again trust Durotan with an important task like that. They did take 2 of the Atamal crystals that Velen had carried with him, and these crystals, there were 7 in total, they all had great different powers. Ner'zhul informed Kil'jaeden about these crystals, about their minor victory, thinking that it might please the Great One, but to someone like Kil'jaeden, these crystals, well, they weren't worth anything. The crystals would be more used to the Orcish people in their battles to come against the Draenei, as Kil'jaeden asked, "That is your battle, is it not?" Fear again clenched hard at Ner'zhul's heart. "Of course, Lord, it is the ancestors' will." Kil'jaeden looked at him for a moment, his brilliant eyes emanating flames. "It is my will," he said simply, and Ner'zhul nodded frantically. Of course, it is your will, and I obey you in all things." The next few months, the orcs would continue fighting against the Draenei, and Ner'zhul received message after message informing him about these battles, little casualties, great conquest, the ecstasy of blood spilled. The orcs grew more skilled at killing the Draenei, but Ner'zhul's doubts grew and grew. He tried to fight back his suspicions, terrified that somehow Kil'jaeden was able to read his thoughts, but they came like maggots writhing from a corpse to hunt his sleeping and waking thoughts. Kil'jaeden looked very, very similar to a Draenei. Was it possible that they were somehow the same? And was he, Ner'zhul, being used in some sort of civil war? The thoughts came until Ner'zhul could take it no more, and he decided to make a trip to the sacred mountain to find some wisdom. He stepped towards the pool, he made his offer, waiting for the ancestors to appear, but nothing happened. He did not panic right away. Sometimes the ancestors took their time about responding, but when more time had passed, unease began to sit in Ner'zhul's heart. Ancestors, beloved dead, I, Ner'zhul, shaman of the Shadowmoon clan, leader to your children, have come seeking, no, begging wisdom. I have lost my way to your light. The times are dark and fearful, even as we grow stronger, more united as a people. I question the path I am on, and I beseech your guidance. Please, if you have ever loved and cared for those who have followed in your footsteps, come to me now and advise me that I may lead them well. The pool began to glow, and in the water he saw a face looking back at him, the face of his beloved Rokan, but with pain in his heart he realized that she was looking at him with a face filled with hatred. Other faces began to appear, dozens of them, all with the same expression, and nausea welled inside Ner'zhul as he cried out, "Please, help me, grant me your wisdom that I may win favor again in your eyes." Rokan's features softened somewhat, and it was with a trace of compassion in her voice that she spoke. "There is nothing you can do, not now, not in 100 years, to win favor in our eyes. You are not a savior of your people, but their betrayer." As the ancestors turned their back on him, Ner'zhul realized what a fool he had been, how easily he had let himself be deceived. On his way back, he tried to come up with plans to turn it all around, to bring the orcs back to the right path, but his apprentice Gul'dan, he had other plans in mind. Gul'dan had followed Ner'zhul to the mountain, had seen all that transpired, and he informed Kil'jaeden that Ner'zhul was about to betray him. Kil'jaeden was mad of course, but punishment could wait, as Gul'dan was now chosen to follow Kil'jaeden's plans, while Ner'zhul was forced to watch as they corrupted and manipulated his people even further. From that moment on, Ner'zhul's story would be watching as his apprentice Gul'dan stepped into the spotlight. Gul'dan had always had a lust for power, so there was no reason to play games. Kil'jaeden could simply be honest with Gul'dan, and Gul'dan had no problem with using his people to benefit himself. The elements eventually banned the orcs, since even they recognized that a war against the Draenei was not the right way. In exchange, Gul'dan offered the orcs a new source of power, fel magic, and the first orcish warlocks were created. They used this fel magic, these warlock powers, to literally suck the life out of their children, magically age them, and produce fighters at a much faster rate. Blackhand was appointed to be the first war chief of the now officially formed horde, but in truth, it was actually Gul'dan running the show with his Shadow Council. The war against the Draenei went as planned, until only their city of Shefrev remained. For this final battle, Kil'jaeden sent Manoroth down to offer his blood, granting the orcs incredible power, but also turning them into slaves. All the while, Ner'zhul was forced to watch, but the wolf still had some teeth. He wrote a message to Durotan, who was against Gul'dan and all that the horde did, but again, he couldn't speak out. Ner'zhul warned Durotan not to accept Gul'dan's so-called gift, so the Frostwolf clan, they refused to drink, while the other chieftains, like Romar's Hellscream, they embraced this gift willingly. With the demon blood pumping in their veins, the orcs stormed Shefrev, murdering every Draenei, man, woman and child that they could find. Kil'jaeden saw the slaughter and figured that his plans were successful, that Vel and the Prophet had finally been taken care of, so he left Draenor and he left the orcs to their fate. Prophet Velen and the Draenei, they'd realized that the Burning Legion was behind their war with the orcs, so they decided to leave a few of their people behind in Shefrev, and these were quite a lot of people since they had to make it look like a lot of Draenei were still left behind, while the rest of them hid away in Zangar Marsh. The use of fel magic and the war had corrupted and nearly destroyed the planet of Draenor. Lands had dried out, water was hard to find, food was limited. All around, the horde started to rise up against Gul'dan, who had led them down this path. Thankfully for Gul'dan, the corrupted guardian Medivh, he made contact with him and he showed him the world of Azeroth, a land with water, food and plenty of enemies to give the orcs a good fight. The promise of a world to conquer led to the first orcish horde invasion, but Ner'zhul was not invited to this party. As Gul'dan and the horde took down Stormwind, Orgrim Doomhammer, he found out about Gul'dan's corruption and that Blackhand was being used as his puppet. He challenged Blackhand to leadership of the horde, he won that battle and he was trying to guide the horde back to a more honorful way while still trying to conquer the planet of Azeroth. They simply needed this planet, so Doomhammer, even though he was honorful, he still tried to conquer the planets. This meant that Gul'dan, he was no longer in a real position of power, but he wasn't done scheming just yet. He created the first of the Death Knights, amongst them Terongor. He created Ogre Magi. He abandoned the horde in a critical moment of the war, and this caused them to lose the siege of Lordaeron. Eventually losing this siege meant that the horde was pushed back all the way to the Blackrock Mountain, and there they were eventually defeated by the Alliance of Lordaeron. Like I said, Gul'dan didn't care about his people. All he wanted was power, and he believed that he could find that power in the tomb of Sargeras. But all he found there was his own demise.
I am Gul'dan. I am darkness incarnate. It cannot end like this.
The Alliance followed the escaping orcs to the location of the Dark Portal. Khadgar closed it, as some of the orcs they stepped through the portal to return home to Draenor, but they were defeated. Ner'zhul and the orcs left behind, they saw the retreating orcs. The Death Knight Terongor informed Ner'zhul of what had happened, as their gateway to a better future was shut down by Khadgar. Although Khadgar was able to shut down the Dark Portal, he was unable to completely sever the connection between Draenor and Azeroth. The Death Knight Terongor had worked together with Gul'dan, and he could feel that there was still some sort of connection. They could empower that rift, reunite the Horde, and invade Azeroth, this time not to conquer the planets. They tried, and the Alliance was simply too powerful to take the planets, but they could go back to collect 3 powerful artifacts and use those artifacts to create more portals to different worlds. Surely, other planets would not put up such a fight as Azeroth had, but first things first, they had to empower the rifts, and the Horde required a leader. That's why Terrangor needed Ner'zhul at his side. Even though Ner'zhul was deceived, the orcs still regarded him as a high leader, and with Ner'zhul at his side, he would be able to reunite the clans. But when he first showed up in the village, Ner'zhul did not want to listen. He was lost in his despair, could think about nothing else but his own demise, yet Terrangor had to convince him, and he did his best to explain his plans and give a little bit of hope to the old shaman. Eventually, Ner'zhul was willing to listen, and together with Terrangor, they made their plans. First, they needed to empower a new portal to open up that rift, and to do this, they had to get their hands on the skull of Kil'jaeden. This skull was picked up by one of the warlocks that joined Kil'jaeden into the Tomb of Sargeras. The orc survived the events in the tomb, even though Kil'jaeden did not. He picked up the skull switched owners a few times, until it eventually came in possession of Hurakan Skullsplinter. Hurakan was the chieftain of the Bone Chewer clan at the time. Ner'zhul, he was able to convince the other chieftains of their plan, and he placed Gromarsh Hellscream, war chief of the Warsong clan, on a very special mission. Gromarsh was charged with convincing Hurakan to give up the skull, but Hurakan, he was quite happy with his little artifact, and he did not want to give it up. This meant that Gromarsh had to fight for it. He was able to keep control over his bloodlust, the demon blood pumping in his veins, and he was able to fulfill his mission and even convince the new chieftain, Tagar Spinebreaker, to join him and Ner'zhul in the new hordes. After reopening the Dark Portal, their task was to collect 3 artifacts: the Book of Medivh, the Eye of Dalaran, and the Scepter of Sargeras. As Gromarsh, Terrangorfiend and several others stepped through the portal, Ner'zhul stayed behind, holding the rift open and communicating with the skull of his former apprentice. Even in death, the skull of Kil'jaeden was still able to whisper. So great was Kil'jaeden's power, now locked away in this artifact. As the Horde returned for a second invasion, the Alliance of Lordaeron, they rose up once more to defend the planet. They didn't right away understand what the Horde was trying to do, and this gave the Horde the opportunity that they needed to collect their artifacts. They even gained the help of the Black Dragon Deathwing, and in return for Deathwing's help, the Horde would take several of his Black Dragon eggs with them back to Draenor. Within Hellfire Citadel, Ner'zhul waited for Terrangor to return, yet Terrangor did not come alone. With him was Deathwing himself, who met with Ner'zhul, and he requested the skull of Kil'jaeden. At first, Ner'zhul was very reluctant to let go of the skull. After all, Kil'jaeden was his former apprentice, and if there was any power left, it should belong to him. You don't refuse a being such as Deathwing though, so as the dragon collected the artifact, took it with him, Terrangor and Ner'zhul, they worked on the preparations to cast their spell and get those portals open. Now the Alliance of Lordaeron, they were not sitting on their hands during all of this. They eventually figured out what the Horde was trying to do, and they couldn't let the Horde just go. Sure, Azeroth would be safe for the moment, but other worlds would be in danger. The same devastation the orcs caused to their world would spread, so their leader Trevelyan, he decided that they had to go. They had to step through the Dark Portal, take the battle to the orcs' home world to stop them once and for all. With Trevelyan came several Alliance troops, but also very important characters such as Illyria, Khadgar, Den of Trollbane, and Kurgan Wildhammer.
This is our chance. Storm the portal!
Together, they charged the portal, which Gromarsh and his forces were trying to hold. They charged through it, they got through the portal, they claimed a piece of the land of Draenor, they built up on our hold, and for months Khadgar worked on figuring out what Ner'zhul was trying to do. What was Ner'zhul waiting for? Why hadn't he cast his spells yet? As they were wondering why he hadn't done this yet, one night it came to the mage. Once every 547 years, there's a celestial event on Draenor that involves 3 constellations. The stars would line up perfectly, forming the scepter, the book, and the eye, the perfect moment for Ner'zhul to cast and empower his spell. And according to Khadgar's calculations, at the point that they're talking about this, they were 55 days away from this event, which would last for 3 days in total. Ner'zhul had spent months working on his spell, and they were ready to cast it, but in order to do it properly, they needed to go to a specific location that would empower the spell. The Black Temple, formerly known to the Draenei as Karabor, it was a place of power on Draenor, and this location would be perfect. Ner'zhul, Terrangor, and Kil'jaeden Deadeye, they prepared to leave Hellfire Citadel, as Karkov Bladefist and the Ogre Dentark, they were left behind to keep the Alliance forces busy. Khadgar and the troops, they attacked the Citadel, trying to stop Ner'zhul. Karkov, he realized that this was a battle so they simply couldn't win, but he figured that he bought Ner'zhul enough time, so he made his escape. Dentark the Ogre, he was not so lucky. He ended up in a wizard duel with Khadgar, which was intense, but Khadgar was clearly the better mage and he decapitated the Ogre. With the fortress taken, the Alliance realizes that Ner'zhul was gone, so they had to track him down. Khadgar used his magic to track down 2 artifacts. He tracks down the Skull of Gul'dan and the Eye of Dalaran, but to his shock and surprise, he realizes that the artifacts are in 2 different places, so the group has to split up. As Khadgar, Illyria and Trellian, they track down the Skull of Gul'dan, Dunaf and Kil'jaeden, they follow Ner'zhul and the Eye. Eventually, the flying griffins of the Wildhammer dwarves led by Kil'jaeden, they were able to pin down Ner'zhul and his party beneath some trees, but Ner'zhul is not powerless at all. This next part describes Ner'zhul's power perfectly. It's taken from the novel Beyond the Dark Portal. "They're slaughtering us!" Ner'zhul hissed at Gorfind, who was crouched beside him. "Do something!" The Death Knight glared at him, and a slow, calculated grin spread across his rotting face. "This is but a handful of short human pretenders and overgrown birds. I thought the mighty Ner'zhul would be able to handle such a pathetic attack. But no matter, I can, if you're unable." He started to rise. The impudence! Ner'zhul's mind shot back to the conversation with Gul'dan's skull. "Arrogance! He should not speak so to you!" No, he should not. "You should not speak so to me, Teron Gorfind," he said, his voice icy. Gorfind blinked, surprised at his tone. "Nor will I permit it from you again." Ner'zhul rose, fueled by his anger. He clenched his fist as he concentrated on the earth beneath them and the air around them. His shamanistic magic had once made him one with the world, able to tap into the elements themselves. But the elements no longer heeded his call. They had not, since he had sworn allegiance to Kil'jaeden, as if the elements were disgusted by the demonic energy that now tainted all his race. But no matter, he had learned new skills since. Whereas before, the forest had been still, save for the cries of attacks and the wails of the dying, now a wind erupted out of nowhere. A griffin that a moment before been diving smoothly for another pass, beak open in an angry shriek, claws extended, now caught frantically as it was buffeted about as if by unseen hand. Its rider struggled to maintain its seat, but failed and fell heavily toward the ground. The unburdened griffin sought to the skies. Ner'zhul gestured with both hands commandingly, and the wind snatched up dry grey sand and proceeded to scour both dwarf and griffin with it. The Wildhammer cried out, not in victory, but in agony, as his skin was scoured from his bones. It was a sweet sound to Ner'zhul's ears. Its mount was no luckier. Feathers flew and droplets of blood were caught up in the whirlwind. Seconds later, there was nothing but 2 piles of glistening flesh on forest floor. Ner'zhul had definitely learned some new tricks, and it seems like he no longer asks the elements to serve him, he now forces them to bend to his will. Terongor was impressed, but wasn't just going to sit on the sidelines. With his dark magic, he shot down Kil'jaeden Wildhammer from the sky. They captured him, and this forced the other dwarves to retreat, allowing the rest of the orcs to continue their journey. Despite their captive, it was clear that they needed a hideout, and they needed to find one soon. The one place they could think of was Auchindoun, but Kil'jaeden Deadeye, fearless, powerful Kil'jaeden, he was terrified to go to that place. The history behind Auchindoun is that it used to be a holy burial ground for the Draenei, until Gul'dan's lust for power had his Shadow Council search the area for artifacts of power. They had found an artifact, to be sure, but something had gone wrong, and they released Murmur, an elemental born when the universe was created. Murmur's arrival devastated the area around Auchindoun, desecrated the holy site, and now Ner'zhul and the others, they were planning to enter this area. They had no choice though, the Alliance was right behind them, so Kil'jaeden, he found his courage, and the party moved on ahead. Inside of Auchindoun, they found remnants of the Shadow Council, amongst them the Orc Vorpil and the Ogre Blackheart. All these years, they had been waiting for an opportunity to rejoin the Horde, and now the Horde had come to them. They would stand at Ner'zhul's side, and together they would fight against their foe, the Alliance, giving Ner'zhul enough time to reach the Black Temple. Shortly afterwards, Dun of Trollbane and the rest of the Alliance troops that follow him, they also found a way to Auchindoun, and they too gained powerful allies. Nemuran, a Draenei Draenei and one of the last of the Akunai. He'd survived the war with the orcs, and he was pissed that the orcs dared to defile their holy grounds. After talking with Danav and finding out what these strange humans were doing here, Nemuran agreed to aid them in their battle against the orcs. The spirits of the dead were called to serve once more, and the forces they clashed with each other. When they found Kil'jaeden Wildhammer, he'd been beaten up pretty good by the orcs, but a mighty healing spell from Nemuran made him good as new. Meanwhile, Terongor and Ner'zhul, they were busy with creating a portal, which would allow them to escape. And of course, Danav wanted desperately to stop them, but in his way was the mighty Kil'jaeden Deadeye. A fierce battle between the old orc and the skilled human followed, with Danav being victorious and ending Kil'jaeden's life. This is probably why Kil'jaeden was so scared to go to Auchendoun. He'd probably seen in a vision his moment of demise. This was probably inside of Auchendoun, which could be the reason why he didn't want to go there. Now, even though Kil'jaeden was defeated, he did buy Ner'zhul and Terongor enough time to make their portal, to make a clean escape, which meant that the Alliance, they had to regroup, try to get to the Black Temple before it was too late. Khadgar, Illyria, Tyrellian and the troops that came with them, they were able to defeat Deathwing and take the Skull of Gul'dan. Only the book was now required to close the Dark Portal, and as Kil'jaeden flew in to inform them of what had happened in Auchendoun, the troops they grouped up and they charged the Black Temple. Ner'zhul had spent a full day gathering the energies, working his spell, and he was nearly ready to open the portals. The Death Knight Terongor Fiend, he stepped out onto the battlefield to buy their warchief some time, and a fierce battle between Tyrellian and Terongor took place. Light versus darkness, a battle in which Tyrellian nearly gave up hope, but his love for Illyria, it was so strong that the light vanquished the darkness. The path to Ner'zhul was clear, but Ner'zhul was done. He had gathered the energies, he created his portals, and he did not create just one portal to the so-called Promised Land. All across Draenor, portals popped up, making the already corrupted planets incredibly unstable. The orcs with him witnessed the portal in front of them, and the orc Oberys, he could not believe what he saw. "This is our new world?" he asked Ner'zhul, since the little that they could see through the portal did not look promising. Something fluttered and looped up, there was a sickly light through the portal, it did not look good, and it did not seem like this was the so-called Promised Land that would give their people what they needed. But Ner'zhul was having none of it. He told Oberys to be silent, and in that moment of distraction, the Eye of Dalaran trembled and flew out of his hands, straight into Khadgar's. The Alliance had finally reached Ner'zhul, and the orc was not ready to give up. How dare they interrupt his moment of absolute glory. He felt no fear, no worry, just absolute outrage as he lifted his hands with a cry and made the tortured rock and stone obey. The ground trembled beneath the Alliance feet. Wind and rain whipped around them, carrying them high in the air and slamming them mercilessly down on the unyielding stone. Ner'zhul took great pleasure in watching them suffer. It was with great effort that he turned around and yelled at the forces behind him to get through the portal that they had to go. Oberys gaped at Ner'zhul. Surely the war chief didn't mean to leave all of their brothers and sisters behind. To do so would be the most gutless, cowardly thing to do. He tried to tell Ner'zhul, and as a reward, Ner'zhul extended his hand. Lightning balled in his palms and raced in a crackling arc towards the orcs, shooting down Oberys and putting fear in the other orcs, making them obey. With the scepter of Sargeras still in his hands, Ner'zhul left his people, their dying planet behind, thinking that he and his troops would now go to the Promised Land. The shaman that had once unwittingly led his people on a very dark path, now he willingly made the choice to disconnect himself from the burden of caring for others. As the portal closed behind him, he had just enough time to gasp at what he saw. Khadgar saw the orc escape, and he feared that the Book of Medivh was still with Ner'zhul. He needed the book to close the portal, but thankfully it was Oberys who held the book, and he gave it to Khadgar, since at least the mage had some kind of honor, and Ner'zhul left them all to die. With the Skull of Gul'dan and the Book of Medivh, Khadgar was able to close the portal on Draenor's side, and they had to do this, they had to stay behind, so that the destruction of Draenor would not flow through the portal and take Azeroth with it. Ner'zhul had created so many portals that the planet had become incredibly unstable. It was transforming into Outland as we know it today, so they had to close the portal. As Khadgar cast his spell, he tossed the skull and the book to a Wildhammer dwarf, telling him to get through the portal, get these artifacts back to the Kirin Tor. As the dwarf did what he was told, he flew through the portal. Khadgar, Illyria, Trevelyan, Danav, all of them, they hid away in one of the rifts created by Ner'zhul as the Draenor transformed into Outlands. When all was said and done, they came out of the portal. They didn't even recognize the planet anymore, and they made the promise that they would stop the orcs, they would build up their fortress, and we wouldn't see them until the Burning Crusade expansion. Ner'zhul's story, however, isn't quite done yet. The portal that he and the other orcs took to escape, it did not take them to a beautiful planet ready to be conquered. Instead, well, the book describes it in such a beautiful way. This is taken from beyond the Dark Portal. Ner'zhul. The orc shaman and horde war chief cried out at the sound of his name, his eyes flicking open. At once, the strange swirling nothingness all around him assaulted his senses, and he squeezed his eyes shut, hoping to force away the welter of sensation that threatened to drive him mad. Then, through the thrums and howls and cracklings, he heard it again. Ner'zhul! Blinking, he glanced around him. A short ways away, or so it seemed, though an instant later he would have sworn it was miles distant. Ner'zhul saw a dark form. It was shaped like an orc, and a longer look confirmed it, revealing green skin and tusks and long braids. Definitely an orc, and one Ner'zhul recognized as one of his Shadow Moon warriors. The warrior did not move. However, Ner'zhul thought he saw the other orc's chest rising and falling, but in this place he could not be sure of anything. Other shapes littered the strange maelstrom of light and shadow. All those who had followed him through the rift appeared to be here with him. The question was, where was here? Why hadn't the rift led them to another world? For whatever this place might be, Ner'zhul was sure it was not a normal world. What had happened? Why was he awake and aware while all the others were trapped in a deep sleep? A column of light rolled past, and for an instant Ner'zhul saw echoing glimmers around each of the other orcs and around himself. His eyes widened, then clamped shut as they overloaded from the sights assaulting him. But he knew what he had seen. They were trapped indeed. Something was binding them to this place. Ner'zhul. His name wafted across the strangeness yet again, but this time Ner'zhul felt something tug upon his chest and his limbs. The other orcs receded rapidly, or perhaps he was the one moving while they remained locked in place. It was impossible to tell here, but within minutes Ner'zhul was alone, the rest of his orcs only distant shadows. And then a larger, darker shadow fell across him, and he looked up into the face of Wrath itself. Before Ner'zhul hung a massive being arrayed in heavy armor of etched blood-red metal. The figure's face resembled that of a Draenei, intelligent looking and clever, but with bright red skin and a demonic cast. The creature had short curving horns rising from his high temples, and two strange-like tentacles extending below his mouth and well past the short beard covering his chin. Several earrings gleamed, and the creature's eyes glowed a deep yellow, and Ner'zhul knew him at once. "Great One!" Ner'zhul gasped, doing his best to bow, though his limbs were still bound somehow. "Ah, Ner'zhul, my unfaithful little servant," replied Kil'jaeden, Demon Lord of the Burning Legion. "Did you think I had forgotten about you?" "No, Great One, of course not." In truth, Ner'zhul had hoped so, and after the first few years had begun to think it true. Now his heart sank as the Demon Lord continued speaking. "Oh, I have been watching you closely all this time, Ner'zhul," Kil'jaeden assured him. "You cost me a great deal, you know." The Demon Lord laughed, a chilling, grating sound. "And now you shall pay for such failure." Ner'zhul began, but his brain could barely formulate words. "You could not leave well enough alone," Kil'jaeden finished for him. "I knew that eventually you would try yet again to cause magics you were not ready to handle and did not understand. I waited, knowing that someday your own arrogance would bring you to me." He spread his gauntlet hands wide. "And here we are." His eyes narrowed to mere slits. "You have dreamed of death. You fought to escape it. Now, my little puppet, death will be all you ever know." Brief glimpses seared Ner'zhul's brain. Agony as pieces of flesh were torn from his still living body. The dead surrounding him, closing in on him, their blood on his hands, his own blood coating them. A morbid union of death, life, and excruciating torment. No! Ner'zhul shouted, thrashing about, trying everything to free himself from his visible bonds. My people still need me! Laughter shook the demon's powerful form, a horrible, eerie sound that made Ner'zhul's heart spasm. I know full well they mean nothing to you, so do not worry, the demon lord whispered, stabbing the tip of one long finger into Ner'zhul's cheek. The motion burned, sending spikes of heat and pain through Ner'zhul's flesh. There is no saving them. Do you not yet understand? Little puppets, you cannot even save yourself. Then he twisted that finger, the rest of his splayed hand latching onto Ner'zhul's face. And the orc shaman let his head fall back, a horrible scream wrenching its way out past his trembling lips. He knew it was but first of many. Last week, we talked about the story of Ner'zhul, from him being deceived by Kil'jaeden, all the way to the moment where Ner'zhul was tortured and given a new purpose by Kil'jaeden. This week, we're going to go back in time a few years before that moment, and we're going to talk about the story of Arthas, for these two characters would soon become very much connected. Let's begin, shall we? The moment young Prince Arthas is introduced into the storyline, he's at the age of 9, helping out at the Balnir farmstead. Yoren Balnir and his son Yerim, they're guiding one of their horses called Brightmane as she's giving birth, and the prince was right there to witness this miracle. You might say that sitting on the ground trying to soothe a horse as she's giving birth, that is no place for royalty, but Arthas liked to spend his time amongst the common people, something that made him beloved by all, and his father allowed it. As Brightmane's son came into the world, Arthas locked eyes and he immediately felt a connection. As disgusting as the miracle of birth had been, this very moment was pretty miraculous indeed. Just a few moments later, a horse rode up to the farm. Uther the Lightbringer had come to bring Arthas back to the palace. A rider from Southshore had brought ill news. Stormwind, at this time, it had fallen to the might of the first Orcish horde, and the survivors had come to Lordaeron to seek help. Anduin Lothar, champion of Stormwind, together with the mage Khadgar and even Prince Varian, who had survived the slaughter, they made their way to the capital city to discuss what to do next. Arthas wasn't allowed in on this meeting, but that didn't prevent the prince from hiding away on one of the balconies and listening in. Anduin Lothar told all present what had happened, that the orcs were a real threat to the world and that they had to unite. King Taranis, he showed compassion to young Prince Varian, and he agreed that they should gather the nobles and make their plans. After the meeting, Taranis left Varian in Arthas' care, and Arthas had a very hard time trying to think of something to say. What do you say to someone whose father was murdered by a friend? So the one thing that came to mind was telling Varian about the fowl that he'd seen born today. Emotions flitted across Varian's face: offense, disbelief, gratitude, yearning, understanding. Suddenly, the brown eyes filled with tears, and Varian Rin cried, harsh, raking sounds of mourning for a father, a kingdom, a way of life that he hadn't been able to grieve until this moment. I hate winter, Varian sobbed. As the Alliance of Lordaeron formed together to fight against the Horde, Arthas grew close to the Varian, and he found out that Varian was already a skilled fighter, while Arthas simply sucked. He was frustrated about this fact, thinking that his new friend and the situation with the orcs, it would be a good enough reason to start training seriously, but instead the exact opposite happened. Any and all that could wield a sword were summoned to rise up and defend the land, so Arthas' training was put on hold, while the Alliance of Lordaeron, they managed to defeat the Horde and even capture their leader, Orgrim Doomhammer. Doomhammer was brought to the capital city to be placed as a prisoner within the Undercity, but he managed to break out only to be captured again. This time they decided to place him within one of the internment camps, these camps created to hold the orcs that surrendered after the first horde was defeated. The humans thought that this was a more humane alternative instead of outright executing the orcs, yet Doomhammer would not be caged and he broke out again. 2 years later, the Dark Portal reopened and the orcs returned for their second invasion, this time not to take the planet, this time they came to collect those powerful artifacts. 2 years and Arthas underwent a growth spurt. At the age of 11, he was a proper young man, yet his father still sheltered him and no real training was given. One day, Arthas found himself in the armory, where he and Varian, they had sparred together with wooden training swords when they were young. He picked up one of the swords and he advanced to one of the old suits of armor, imagining it was one of the foul orcs that dared to enter their lands. Think you pass here, foul orc? You are in Alliance lands. I will show you mercy this once. Be gone and never return. Ah, but orcs didn't surrender or honor, so Arthas lunged in as he had seen Varian do. Strike, block, ducking under the swing, bringing the sword all the way across the body, then whirl, and the sword seemed to take on a life of its own, and it flew across the room. Standing there was the dwarven ambassador Myrddin Bronzebeard, who had just witnessed the future king of Lordaeron pretending to fight orcs and throw his sword clear across the room. The dwarf was as embarrassed as Arthas was, so he asked the prince where he could find his father, and he quickly left him behind. Arthas had never been more embarrassed in his life. He didn't even bother to put away the wooden swords. This encounter, however, it did show Myrddin that Arthas was in desperate need of training, and after discussing it with King Taranis, Myrddin told the prince that he would become his teacher and he would teach Arthas all that he knew. But if at any time he would feel like he was wasting his time, like Arthas wasn't doing his best, the training would be over. Arthas couldn't believe that he would be trained by a dwarf, and not any dwarf, someone like Myrddin. He was very excited to begin, but before they could get to the training, his attention was drawn by a young girl who had showed up as a guest. Young Jaina Proudmoore was on her way to Dalaran to study arts of magic, and the moment he saw her, Arthas knew that this girl was something special. She looked like she could be a great friend, someone to have fun with, a girl who didn't mind going for a swim on a hot day or being hit by a snowball in the face. He was excited to get to know her, but when he looked over at his father and Uther, he recognized the look and he knew that he would probably not even have time to see her again before she left. His training with Myrddin also began, and it was as rigorous and demanding as the dwarf had warned. Uther and Taranis, they also decided it was time that the prince's training was stepped up in other areas. His schedule became very tight. He would rise before dawn, grab a quick breakfast, and then go on an early ride with Myrddin. The ride would end in a hike, always leaving the prince winded. Back home, a quick bath, lessons in history, mathematics, and calligraphy, a midday meal, then it was all afternoon in the chapel praying, meditating, and discussing the nature of paladins and the rigorous disciplines they must observe. Dinner followed, and then Arthas stumbled into bed to sleep the dreamless sleep of the utterly exhausted. As he feared, there was little time to get to know Jaina Proudmoore, so the prince came up with a brilliant idea. He suggested to his father to escort Miss Proudmoore to Dalaran himself. His father was really pleased to see his son step up to the responsibilities. Jaina was also very happy, and Arthas got a chance to get out of his duties and spend some time with Jaina. This way, everyone was happy. On the way to Dalaran, Arthas and Jaina decided to sneak away as the guards were asleep, and they checked out one of the internment camps where they held the orcs. When they got close, Arthas saw nothing but monsters in the orcs, yet Jaina thought that they looked sad. She also noticed that they had children, and she wondered if they truly belonged in the camps. Arthas snorted and told her that they were killers, who knew what they would do once they were released. Jaina sighed softly, and they sneaked back to their camp to continue the journey in the morning, and finally reach Dalaran. Jaina was very excited to begin her studies. She felt the luckiest girl in the world, but Arthas, he had no affinity for magic, so he didn't feel at home. Outsiders weren't usually welcome in the first place, which Jaina thought was a shame, since she thought that it would be very nice to see Arthas again. As she spoke those words, she blushed, and for a moment Arthas forgot about the intimidation of the city, and he heartily agreed that it would be very nice to see Jaina Proudmoore again. Very nice indeed. For 3 years, Jaina did her thing in Dalaran, while Arthas focused on his own studies and training. At the age of 14, he was finally able to overcome his trainer and defeat Myrddin. All the while, the training had been brutal. He had stubbornly refused any offers of healing, insisting that the pain was part of the process. And for that stubborn refusal to whine or to quit, he was rewarded twofold. He learned well, and he won the respect of Myrddin Bronzebeard.
How I miss those endless days in Lordaeron. Sharpening your skill with this dull blade. Forging you into a weapon meant to withstand the demands of a great destiny. You sure put them skills to use, didn't you, lad?
Now you might have wondered at the start of the video why I spent so much time talking about Arthas in the stable, about the moment that the fowl was born, but that's because the birth of that particular fowl would play a critical role in the rest of the prince's life. The horse was destined to belong to Arthas. He knew that from the moment that they locked eyes, and he was not going to be used for riding into battle. That was done by a completely different breed of horse. No, this one would be part of ceremonies and pleasure trips. He had toyed with names like Snowfall or Starlight, but in the end he decided to follow the informal tradition of Lordaeron Knights, and he gave his steed the name of Equality. Where Uther's mount was called Steadfast, his father's Courageous, Arthas had decided to go with Invincible. Invincible. One afternoon, the prince found himself having some free time, as his father was away on a diplomatic mission to Stromgarde, and Uther had gone with him. Even with the winter chill in the air, and autumn's last glorious days were gone, Invincible and Arthas found themselves riding down the glades. Snow started falling, and the next part is so crucial, described in such a beautiful way. This is taken from the novel Arthas, Rise of the Lich King. It was starting to snow again now, not the soft fat flakes that drifted lazily down, but small hard crystals that stung. Arthas frowned and pressed on, a little further, then he would turn back, he told himself. He might even stop at the Balnir farm. Had it been a while since he'd been there, Jorim and Yarim would likely be interested to see the magnificent horse that the gawky little cult had grown into. The impulse, having struck, now demanded to be obeyed, and Arthas turned Invincible with a subtle pressure from his left leg. The horse wheeled, obedient and completely in tune with his master's desires. The snow was picking up, tiny needles digging into his exposed skin, and Arthas pulled the cape up over his head for a little more protection. Invincible shook his head, his skin twitching as it did when he was being annoyed by insects in the summer. He galloped down the path, stretching his neck forward, enjoying the exertion every bit as much as Arthas. They were coming up on the jump soon, and shortly after that a warm stable for the steed and a hot mug of tea for his rider before they headed back to the palace. Arthas' face was starting to become numb with the cold, and his hands in their fine leather gloves weren't much better. He tightened his chilled hands over the reins, forcing his fingers to bend, and gathered himself as Invincible leaped. No, he reminded himself, flew! They flew over this jump like... Except they didn't fly. At the last minute, Arthas felt the hideous sensation of Invincible's rear hoof slipping away on the icy stone, and the horse flailed, neighing, his legs frantically trying to get a secure footing on thin air. Arthas' throat was suddenly raw, and he realized that he was screaming as Jackstone, not smooth snow-encrusted grass, rushed up to meet him with lethal speed. He pulled hard on the reins, as if that could do something, as if anything could do something. The sound cut through his stupor, and he blinked his way back to consciousness with the bone-chilling shriek of a beast in agony clawing at his brain. He couldn't move at first, though his body spasmed of its own accord, trying to move towards the awful cries. Finally, he was able to sit up. Pain shot through him, and he added his own gasp of agony to the hideous cacophony, and he realized he'd probably broken at least one rib, probably more. The snow had picked up, and was coming down hard and heavy now. He could barely see 3 feet in front of him. He shut out the pain, craning his neck, trying to find... Invincible. His eyes was drawn to movement, and the widening pool of crimson that melted the snow, that steamed in the cold. No, Arthas whispered and struggled to his feet. The world went black around the edges, and he almost lost consciousness again, but through sheer will hung on. Slowly, he made his way to the panicked animal, struggling against the pain and the diving wind and snow that threatened to knock him over. Invincible was churning up the bloodied snow with 2 powerful unharmed rear legs and 2 shattered forelegs. Arthas felt his stomach heave at the sight of the limbs, one so long and straight and clean and powerful, hang at all angles as Invincible kept trying and failing to stand. Then the image was mercifully blurred by the snow and the rush of hot tears that spilled down his cheeks. He slugged towards his horse, sobbing, dropping to his knees beside the maddened animal and trying to do what? This was no scratch. To be quickly bound so that Invincible could lead to a warm stable and hot mash? Arthas reached for the animal's head, wanted to touch him, to calm him somehow, but Invincible was manic with agony. And he kept screaming. Help! There were priests and Sir Uther. Maybe they could heal. Pain, greater than physical, shot through the youth. The bishop had gone with his father to Stromgarde, as had Uther. There might be priests in another village, but Arthas didn't know where, and with the storm, he shrank back from the animal, covering his ears and closing his eyes, sobbing so that his whole body shook. With the storm, he could never find a healer, before Invincible either died of his injuries or froze to death. Arthas wasn't even sure he could find the Balnir homestead, even though it could not be far. The world was white, everywhere, save where the dying horse, who had trusted him enough to leap off an icy embankment, lay churning up a steaming crimson pool. Arthas knew what he had to do, and he couldn't do it. He would never know how long he sat there, weeping, trying to shut out the sight and sound of his beloved horse in agony, until finally Invincible's struggle slowed. He lay in the snow, his sides heaving, his eyes rolling in torment. Arthas couldn't feel his face or limbs, but somehow he managed to move toward the beast. Every breath was agony, and he welcomed the pain. This was his fault. His fault. He took the great head in his lap, and for a brief, merciful moment, he wasn't sitting in the snow with a wounded beast, but sitting in a stable while a blood mare gave birth. For that moment, everything was all just beginning and not coming to the shocking, sickening, avoidable end. His tears fell on the horse's broad cheek. Invincible trembled, his brown eyes wide with now silent pain. Arthas removed his gloves and he ran his hand along the pink-grey muzzle, feeling the warmth of Invincible's breath against his hands. Then, slowly, he eased the horse's head from his lap, got to his feet and fumbled with the warmed hand for his sword. His feet sank in the red puddle of melted snow as he stood over the fallen animal. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm so sorry." Invincible regarded him calmly, trustingly, as if he somehow understood what was about to happen and the need for it. It was more than Arthas could bear, and for a moment tears again clouded his vision. He blinked them back hard. Arthas lifted the sword and brought it straight down. He did this right at least, pierced Invincible's great heart with a single strong blow from arms that should have been too chilled to do so. He felt the sword pierce skin, flesh, scrape against bone, and impale itself into the earth below. Invincible arced once, then shuddered and lay still. Joram and Yarim found him there sometime later, after the snow had tapered off, curled up tightly against the cooling corpse of a once glorious animal brimming with life and energy. As the elder man bent to pick him up, Arthas cried out with pain. "Sorry, lad," Joram said, his voice almost unbearably kind, "for hurting you, and for the accident." "Yes," Arthas said weakly, "the accident." He lost his footing. "And no wonder in this weather. That storm came on quickly. You're lucky you're alive. Come on, we'll get you inside and send someone to the palace." As he shifted in the farmer's strong grip, Arthas said, "Bury him? Here, so I can come visit?" Balnir exchanged glances with his son, then nodded. "Aye, of course. He was a noble steed." Arthas craned his neck to look at the body of the horse he had named Invincible. He would let them all think it was an accident, because he could not bear to tell anyone what he had done. And he made a vow then and there that if anyone else ever needed protection, that if sacrifices had to be made for the welfare of others, he would do it. Whatever it takes, he fought. This moment, unable to save Invincible, the vow to do whatever it takes to protect those that need it, to sacrifice whatever for the welfare of others, it changed the prince and it played a huge part in the choices he made. Summer was full in blaze, and Prince Arthas and his entourage, they'd made way through Stormwind towards the Cathedral of Light. Today's the day the prince has been looking forward to all his life, the day that he would become a member of the Order of the Silver Hand. Yet, he felt a nagging sense that he didn't deserve the honor that was about to be bestowed upon him, and in a rare moment, Arthas had spoken of his feelings to Uther the Lightbringer.
"Lad, no one feels ready. No one feels he deserves it, and you know why? Because no one does. It's grace, pure and simple. We are inherently unworthy, simply because we're human. And as all human beings, I and elves and dwarves and all other races are flawed. But the light loves us anyway. It loves us for what we sometimes can rise to in rare moments. It loves us for what we can do to help others. And it loves us because we can help it, share its message by striving daily to be worthy, even though we understand that we can't ever truly become so. So stand there today, as I did, feeling that you can't possibly deserve it or ever be worthy, and know that you're in the same place every single paladin has ever stood.
This reply both startled and comforted the prince. As he went through the ritual, he was accepted by the light, and he became an official paladin amongst the Order of the Silver Hand. Varian Rin, Jaina Proudmoore, all those gathered applauded and congratulated him. He was now 19 years old, and he didn't feel like simply lingering in the Palace of Lordran or do boring state visits. He wanted to do something fun, something that his position, his abilities would earn him, and he knew exactly what he wanted that something to be. Within Dalaran, Jaina Proudmoore had become quite good at her craft, and she was even chosen to become the apprentice of Archmage Antonidas. The High Elf Prince Kil'jaeden's Sunstrider was very interested in the young mage, and he openly courted her. He'd even invited her to come and visit him in Quel'Thalas, but unfortunately for the prince, Jaina found Kil'jaeden to be more intimidating than someone she could actually fall for. She felt no such intimidation when her longtime friend made a surprise visit. Remember that Dalaran didn't usually allow strangers to come in, but the prince had been able to convince them that he was going to use his time there to study more about the history, the nature of magic, and other things that a king needed to know about. In truth though, he was actually there because he wanted to see Jaina, and studying was just extra. Arthas approached Jaina one day with 2 saddled horses to go out for a nice picnic together on a beautiful day, and at first Jaina tried to tell him that she needed to study, that she didn't have time for stuff like this, but Arthas was able to change her mind.
You'll be a magnificent king one day. No one can seem to deny you anything.
He laughed, and together they rode out, shared a simple but delicious picnic, and fell asleep in the heat of the day. When Jaina woke up, she didn't see Arthas anywhere around her, and her mind quickly shot to the threats surrounding them. There were still orcs on the loose, yet a mountain cat or a bear could just as easily take care of them. She went over the spells that she'd learned in her mind, until the attack came, sudden and silent. A thump against the back of her neck, and cold wetness was the first and only clue she had. Arthas had gone out to collect some snowballs from the mountain, to have the snowball fight that he dreamed of ever since they were young. Laughing cold and wet, he hugged her, and told her that he knew it all those years ago. He knew that she would be a girl to have fun with, someone who wouldn't mind going for a swim on a hot summer day, or getting a snowball in the face. His arm encircled her as firmly as an iron band. He continued to touch her face, trailing strong calloused fingers down the curve of her cheek. Jaina, he said quietly, and she shivered, but not from the cold, not this time. It was not proper. She should move back. Instead, she lifted her face and closed her eyes. The kiss was gentle at first, soft and sweet, the first Jaina had ever known. From that moment on, the young lovers would steal moments here and there to sneak a kiss or a hug, since openly loving each other, that would just feed the rumor mill. As Jaina came back from practicing her fire spells one day, Arthas was waiting for her, and he dragged her into the shadows for a loving embrace. What they didn't know was that Kil'jaeden had followed Jaina to bring back the tome that she had dropped on the floor, and as he caught them in their act, he was furious. Anger and outrage fairly crackled around the mage. He was powerful, and Arthas knew that if it came to it, he wouldn't stand a chance. Kil'jaeden kept his composure though, and with clenched fist he hissed,
"Ashamed of her, are you, Arthas? Is she only worth your time and attention if no one knows about her?"
Arthas' eyes narrowed. "I had fought to avoid the ravages of the rumor mill," he said quietly. "You know how those things work, Kil, don't you? Someone says something, and next thing you know, it's believed to be true. I will protect your reputation by..."
"Protect?"
Kil'jaeden barked the words.
"If you cared about her, you would court her openly, proudly. Any man would."
He looked at Jaina, and the anger was gone, replaced by a fleeting expression of pain. Then that too disappeared, and Jaina looked down.
"I will leave you two to your tryst, and do not fear, I will say nothing."
Kil'jaeden kept his word, and their relationship continued. Although there had been no public announcements, they both knew that their parents had spoke with one another, and that there was an agreement to let the courtship continue. So it was that Arthas, already beloved by his people, was sent on more and more diplomatic matters, while Jaina was usually chosen to deliver messages from Dalaran to the capital city. Holidays and special celebrations were also cherished moments where they could be together, so Arthas traveled to Jaina for the Midsummer Fire Festival, as she joined him during the celebration of Hollow's End. It's tradition during this time to burn the Wickerman and burn away anything you do not wish to take with you into the quiet, deep reflection time provided by winter's enforced inactivity. As a special surprise, Arthas introduced Jaina to his countrymen, and he asked her to give them all a show. Fire itself spawned from her hands, instantly setting the Wickerman ablaze, and the crowd cheered. Arthas leaned in close and whispered that she did a spectacular job, so good in fact that they'll demand her to come back each year to light the Wickerman again. She turned to look at him and asked,
"Would that be a problem?"
Arthas caught his breath, and he regarded her. She'd always been attracted to him, and he'd liked her from the moment they'd met, but now he couldn't help but see her, quite literally, in a whole new light. It took a moment for him to find his voice, and he softly said, "No, No, it wouldn't be a problem at all. They joined the celebration until Arthas led Jaina back to his quarters. They kissed and Jaina whispered,
Are we ready for this?
I am, if you are, he whispered back. There have been other opportunities for Arthas to share this moment with someone. There was Tarifa, for example, as he went to inspect the Orcish gladiator Thrall at the internment camp. She was sent by Blackmorn to make the prince feel at home, yet he had declined her, and she had not been the first either. But Jaina was special, and he was ready to bring this girl the rest of the way into his heart. Under the light of the Wickerman, they shared their love, and later, when the Wickerman had finally burned out, Jaina told the prince that no one seemed to be able to deny him anything. Least of all her. He clutched her to him then, a sudden cold shivering over him, though he had no idea why. Don't deny me, Jaina. Don't ever deny me, please. She looked up at him, eyes glittering in the cool moonlight.
I never would, Arthas. Never.
The two young lovers continued their relationship, and during the Feast of Winterfell, it became clear that to the family, Jaina was becoming more and more than just the daughter of the ruler of Kal-Taras. Arthas thought to himself that it was only the logical next step, yet the thought of it all made him feel uneasy. When Jaina jokingly told him that the children will almost certainly be blonde, the bomb inside exploded. He didn't feel ready for this. He was afraid that he would ruin it all. What if he would become a bad husband or a bad king? What if, and with those thoughts racing through his mind, he came to the conclusion that he wasn't ready yet. Not ready for children, not ready for the weight of the crown, the relationship with Jaina. He tried to explain that he wasn't ready, and of course she was hurt. She had even asked him if they were ready for this on the night that they came together. But she took a deep breath and she steadied herself. It was alright. She honestly didn't understand it, but it would be alright eventually. They attended the ball together, despite how awkward and painful it felt. Attending a ball together after just breaking up, that must have been horrible. The prince looked out at the blanket of white snow and the moon-silvered lake, and he wondered to himself why everything bad seemed to happen during winter. Breaking up with Jaina would soon be the least of his worries, since this brings us close to the events of Warcraft 3. That story I'll save for next week, the events of Warcraft 3, but before we leave for today, we do need to talk about Ner'zhul and Kel'Thuzad. Remember that the Orcish shaman Ner'zhul, he ended up in front of Kil'jaeden, where he was tortured for a while, until Kil'jaeden came up with a new plan and purpose. The Orcs' failure to conquer the world for the Burning Legion, it forced Kil'jaeden to create a new army to sow chaos throughout the kingdoms of Azeroth. This new army could not be allowed to fall prey to the same petty rivalries and infighting that had plagued the Horde. It would have to be merciless and single-minded in its mission. This time, Kil'jaeden could not afford to fail. Holding Ner'zhul's spirit helpless in stasis, Kil'jaeden gave him one last chance to serve the Legion or suffer eternal torment. Once again, Ner'zhul recklessly agreed to the demon's pact. His spirit was placed within a specially crafted block of diamond hard ice gathered from the far reaches of the twisting nether. Encased within the frozen cask, Ner'zhul felt his consciousness expand 10,000-fold. Warped by the demonic chaotic powers, Ner'zhul became a spectral being of unfathomable power. At that moment, the orc known as Ner'zhul was shattered forever, and the Lich King was born. Kil'jaeden then cast Ner'zhul's icy cask back into the world of Azeroth. The hardened crystal streaked across the night sky and smashed into the desolate Arctic continent of Northrend, burying itself deep within the ice-crowned glacier. The frozen crystal, warped and scarred by its violent descent, it came to resemble a throne, and Ner'zhul's vengeful spirit soon stirred within, linked to the armor, the blade Frostmourne, and the helm of domination. From the frozen throne, Ner'zhul began to experiment with his newfound powers. He was able to touch the minds of Northrend's inhabitants, and he was able to enslave them. He was able to cause the plague of undeath, which did not only kill, but it also converted the fallen into undead servants. For months he gathered forces, yet his conquest did not go unchallenged. The Nerubians, they were immune to his mind control and even to his plague, yet there were other means of converting them. The War of the Spider erupted. With the aid of the Dreadlords and Ner'zhul's undead warriors, the Lich King invaded Azul Nerub, and he brought the temple crashing down upon the Spider Lord's heads.
I once ruled Azul Nerub. Then came a war I could not win. I was forced into servitude.
Though the Nerubians were immune to his plague, Ner'zhul's growing necromantic powers, it allowed him to raise the spider warriors' corpses and bend them to his will. As a testament to their tenacity and fearlessness, Ner'zhul adopted the Nerubians' distinctive architectural style for his own fortresses and structures. Left to rule his kingdom unopposed, the Lich King began preparing for his true mission in the world. Reaching out into human lands with his vast consciousness, the Lich King called out to any dark soul that would listen, and Archmage Kil'jaeden was one of them willing to embrace the whispers.
I was cast out by my comrades, exiled, forced to wander the frozen wastes. But I was not alone, not entirely. The voice, now my only companion, guided me to my destination. Strange, nightmarish creatures awaited me at the entrance. I felt my blood run cold as Icecrown itself. Inside, I bore witness to horrific acts, demonstrations of power that could be mine for the asking. Terrified, I ran, but did not get far. All too soon, my choice was made. Too late did I realize that such power does not come without a price.
Ner'zhul convinced him to come to Northrend, and even though the in-game book Kil'jaeden and the Forming of the Scourge, it claims that Kil'jaeden gave himself up willingly, his short story tells a different tale. As the fallen Nerubian king Anub'arak gives Kil'jaeden a tour of Naxxramas, the mage begins to doubt. The things that are shown to him, they were terrifying and sickening. There was a demonstration of the plague where a human woman and a human man, they were locked inside a cage. The female was sick. She begged Kil'jaeden to show mercy, to burn her body and end her misery, but Kil'jaeden, he simply looked away and he whispered to Anub'arak to make her quiet. In response, Anub'arak pierced her heart and dropped the corpse on the floor, causing the man to howl with anguish, but that was just the start. The female rose as an undead servant. She told her husband to get away from her, that she would hurt him. She pushed him away, causing him to fly against the cell bars and slid down. She was unable to control herself as the transformation was completed, and she leaped at her husband, lashing out, baring her teeth. The man screamed, and blood spurted onto the cell floor. Kil'jaeden flinched away. Closing his eyes didn't help. He could still hear unspeakable sounds. Ripping, shredding, chewing. A soft, wretched mewling that he very much feared meant that the undead woman was aware of her actions on some level, but unable to stop herself. Sickened and horrified, he teleported out of Naxxramas altogether. He staggered a little distance away and he threw up. Finding a patch of unsullied snow, he scooped up handfuls and scrubbed viciously at his mouth and face. It felt as if he would never be clean again. What had he gotten himself involved in? There was no escape though, as Kil'jaeden was escorted back in front of Ner'zhul, who explained to him that his powers were beyond comprehension, that he could read Kil'jaeden's mind as if he was reading a book. No schemes or future plans of overthrowing the Lich King would ever be accomplished, and not even death is a certainty when dealing with the Lich King. Serving this spectral being, the Lich King, as Kil'jaeden was beginning to think of him, would assuredly bring Kil'jaeden great power, and damn him for all eternity. But that knowledge came far too late. Besides, damnation, it had little meaning without the prospect of true death. I am yours. I swear it, he said hoarsely, and Kil'jaeden pledged his loyalty to the Lich King. He worked on using his connections, his fortune, the power of illusion, persuasion, sickness and force to spread the plague across the lands of Lordaeron and establish the Lich King's hold upon Azeroth.
We've received reports that the orcs are regrouping.
Certainly the recent attacks against the internment camps are evidence enough.
Agreed. The Horde is on the move.
This is absurd. My nation will not stand by and watch as the Horde masses on our very doorstep.
The orcs are not our primary concern here.
How many times must I repeat myself?
King Terenas, you must heed my warning.
This plague that has gripped the Northlands could have dire ramifications.
Wizards are just being paranoid. Let's keep all this in perspective. Even if this plague does pose a threat to us, what are you proposing that we do?
It is simple. As I have said, the Kirin Tor are already prepared to place the villages under strict quarantine.
I will not institute quarantine without proof of your claims, Ambassador. The people of Lordaeron have suffered enough without becoming prisoners in their own lands.
Yet prisoners they are, good king.
What is the meaning of this? Who are you?
Humanity is in peril. The tides of darkness have come again, and the whole world is poised upon the brink of war.
Enough of this. Guards, remove this madman.
Hear me. The only hope for your people is to travel west, to the forgotten lands of Kalimdor.
Are you mad?
Old Ambassador. I don't know who you are or what you believe, but this is not the time for rambling prophets. Our lands are beset by conflict, but it shall be we who decide how best to protect our people, not you. Now, be gone!
The Prophet Medivh is trying to warn the world about the coming invasion of the Burning Legion, and he tells them all to travel west. King Terenas is not willing to listen and tells Medivh that they'll be the ones to decide how best to protect their people. In the meantime, reports are becoming in that a plague is spreading across the lands. Archmage Antonidas also received a visit from Medivh, but he agrees with King Terenas and he sends the Prophet away. To investigate the plague, to find out what's going on, he sends his apprentice Jaina Proudmoore to team up with Prince Arthas, and together they would get to the bottom of this mystery.
We must help her! Stay your blade, Captain. She can take care of herself. Gentlemen, meet Miss Jaina Proudmoore, special agent to the Kirin Tor, and one of the most talented sorceresses in the land. Looks like you haven't lost your touch. It's good to see you again, Jaina.
You too, Arthas. It's been a while since a prince escorted me anywhere.
Their reunion is a little bit awkward at first, but Arthas can't sleep at night and he decides to approach Jaina and talk. He had missed her very much and she felt exactly the same. So after all was said and done, after they found out what was going on, saved the world, after their job was done, they would work on new beginnings. They'd see it through together, whatever it took.
What were those creatures, Sergeant?
Undead, my lord. This whole village has gone mad. We did our best to defend the villagers, but...
We'll get to the bottom of this.
It's as if the land around that granary is dying.
Could the grain itself be plagued?
Let's hope not. Those crates bear the regional seal of Anderhal, the distribution center for the northern boroughs. If this grain can spread the plague, there's no telling how many villages might be affected.
Their team found out that the plague was being spread through the grain, so they did their very best to stop it from spreading any further. They even encountered necromancers and their leader Kel'Thuzad, who told them about the Cult of the Damned, the Dreadlord Morgannus, and he told them to leave well enough alone, that their curiosity would be the end of them. But Arthas could not walk away. Remember the promise he had made when he failed Invincible? He would stop at nothing to try and protect his people. So he pushed Jaina and his men until eventually they got their hands on Kel'Thuzad.
Naive fool. My death will make little difference in the long run. For now, the scourging of this land begins.
Killing the leader of the cult did not prevent the citizens from eating the grain that had already been shipped out. At Hearthglen, they figured out that the plague was not only meant to kill, it also converted those who died from it into the undead. Arthas became obsessed about stopping all of this, about saving his people. He became very distant and unwilling to listen to those close to him like Uther and Jaina, and not even the Prophet Medivh was able to push him away from this path. He had to stop Mal'Ganis, he had to destroy each crate of grain that they could find, but at Stretholme they made a terrible discovery.
Glad you could make it, Uther.
Watch your tone with me, boy. You may be the prince, but I'm still your superior as a paladin.
As if I could forget. Listen, Uther. There's something about the plague you should know. Oh no. We're too late. These people have all been infected. They may look fine now, but it's just a matter of time before they turn into the undead. This entire city must be purged.
What? How can you even consider that? There's got to be some other way.
Damn it, Uther. As your future king, I order you to purge this city!
You are not my king yet, boy. Nor would I obey that command even if you were.
Then I must consider this an act of treason.
Treason? Have you lost your mind, Arthas?
Lord Uther, by my right of succession and the sovereignty of my crown, I hereby relieve you of your command and suspend your paladins from service.
Arthas, you can't just...
It's done! Those of you who have the will to save this land, follow me! The rest of you, get out of my sight!
You've just crossed a terrible threshold, Arthas.
Jaina?
I'm sorry, Arthas. I can't watch you do this.
Jaina tried to convince Arthas not to go through with this, tried to buy some time to think of alternative options, but he saw no other way. He even asked her what she would want, a clean death as a living, thinking human, or to be raised as an undead to attack anything you've ever loved. Jaina knew deep down that he was right, that she would rather die as a living being, but that's her personal choice, and they couldn't make that choice for everyone. There were innocents in that city, children even, yet Arthas had made his choice. Uther, Jaina, and some of the men, they did not agree with what the prince was about to do, so they turned away and they turned their back on him. Jaina, despite her promise, had denied him, yet some of the men, they actually agreed with the prince. They'd rather be cut into 1,000 pieces than be turned into the undead, so they went about their gruesome job of slaughtering the men, women and children inside the city. Arthas thought that it would get easier as he pushed on, but it only became harder. The light on his weapon started to dim. The citizens tried to fight back, but they were no match against trained soldiers and a trained paladin. Eventually, the Dreadlord Mal'Ganis called out to the prince and taunted him to gather his forces and meet him in the Arctic lands of Northrend.
Your journey has just begun, young prince. Gather your forces and meet me in the Arctic land of Northrend. It is there that we shall settle the score between us. It is there that your true destiny...
I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth if I have to. Do you hear me? To the ends of the earth!
In Northrend, Arthas found Muradin Bronzebeard fighting against the undead. He had not expected to find his old friend and mentor all the way up in the cold lands, but it was a sight for sore eyes. Muradin explained the reason why they were there, that his people had always been interested in rare items. The dwarf had been to Northrend many times before, and they found that there's a force growing in Northrend, which Muradin believes will not be satisfied with just sitting there. He has a feeling that this power is also behind the undead, so they're trying to discover what exactly is going on. Arthas explains to Muradin what had happened back home, his people turning into the undead, the choices he had to make, but he didn't tell Muradin all the details about what happened at Stretholme. He wasn't certain if Muradin would understand the awful necessity of what Arthas had been forced to do.
Alright, Muradin. What were you doing up here anyway?
Well, lad, there's an ancient waygate that lies somewhere in this glacial wasteland. Supposedly it transports you to a hidden vault where a rune blade named Frostmourne is held. We came here to recover Frostmourne.
The dwarf explains that they're searching for a very special artifact, a rune blade called Frostmourne, and hearing the name makes Arthas think back to a dream he had about a ruined blade which he used to stab Invincible with. Instead of ending the beast's life as he had done in his real life, invincible, rose up even stronger than before. He was certain that finding the blade and getting his revenge was his destiny, so they would help out Muradin with finding the artifacts, and Muradin would help them with fighting against Mal'Ganis. They worked on setting up a base, but back home, King Tyrannus had found out what Arthas had done, and he did not agree with his son's choices.
I apologize, emissary, but the prince is away on an errand. What brings you to this desolate place?
By royal edict, you men are to return to Lordaeron immediately. Lord Uther has convinced the king to recall this expedition.
We're to just pick up and leave?
That's correct. My men report that the roads from here to the shore are held by the undead. You'll need to find an alternate route back to your ships.
To hell with the undead. We'll cut our way through the woods, men.
Captain, why are the guards not at their posts?
Well, my lord, your father had our troops recalled at Lord Uther's request.
Uther had my troops recalled? Damn it! If my warriors abandon me, I'll never defeat Mal'Ganis. The ships must be burned before the men reach the shore.
Isn't that a bit much, lad?
Burned down to their frames. No one goes home until our job here is done. We'll need more men to fight our way through the undead.
I've come across a few mercenary camps up here. Perhaps we can hire a few of them.
Damn Uther for forcing me to do this. Well done. Only one ship remains.
Let's do this!
Prince Arthas? Quickly, my warriors! These murderous creatures have burned our ships and robbed you of your way home. Slay them all in the name of Lordaeron.
Damn beasts! Kill them all! Our ships are ruined. What will we do now?
Listen to me, all of you. There is no way home for any of us save through victory. In this land, we will stand or fall together. Now, return to the base and man your posts.
Muradin couldn't believe his eyes. This was not the same Arthas that he had trained, that joined the Order of the Silver Hands, the future king of Lordaeron. Was vengeance all that important to Arthas?
Spare me, Muradin. You weren't there to see what Mal'Ganis did to my homeland.
The Dark Lord said you would come. This is where your journey ends, boy. Trapped and freezing at the roof of the world, with only death to sing the tale of your doom.
This looks bad. We're completely surrounded.
There's still one chance. Help me claim Frostmourne. If it's as powerful as you said, it might tilt the scales in our favor.
I have a bad feeling about this, lad. But I promised I'd see this through.
Arthas and Muradin left their troops behind to defend the base, while they went out to find Frostmourne.
Behold, Muradin, our salvation. Frostmourne.
Halt, lad. There's an inscription on the dais. It's a warning. It says, "Whomsoever takes up this blade shall wield power eternal. Just as the blade rends flesh, so must power scar the spirit." Oh, I should have known. The blade is cursed. Let's get the hell out of here.
I would gladly bear any curse to save my homeland.
Oh, leave it be, Arthas. Forget this business and lead your men home.
Damn the men! Nothing shall prevent me from having my revenge, old friend. Not even you. Now, I call out to the spirits of this place. I will give anything or pay any price if only you will help me save my people.
Muradin was knocked out, and for a moment Arthas desperately tried to call on the light to save his old friends, but the blade, it was whispering to him. The Lich King was calling, and the power of Frostmourne, his vengeance upon Mal'Ganis, that was all that mattered. As the prince took the blade, a cold shot through him, shivering up his arm, spreading over his body and into his heart. It was painful for a moment, and he knew a hint of alarm, and then suddenly it was alright. It was all right. Frostmourne was his, and he was its, and its voice was speaking, whispering, caressing inside his mind, as if it had always been there. He left his old friend behind in the snow, and he claimed his revenge.
So, you've taken up Frostmourne at the expense of your comrades' lives, just as the Dark Lord said you would. You're stronger than I thought.
You waste your breath, Mal'Ganis. I heed only the voice of Frostmourne now.
You hear the voice of the Dark Lord. He whispers to you through the blade you wield. What does he say, young human? What does the Dark Lord of the Dead tell you now?
He tells me that the time for my vengeance has come.
What? He can't possibly mean to...
It is finished.
The prince left his troops behind as he wandered into the frozen wastelands of Northrend, listening to the maddening voice of Frostmourne. The blade was created by the Dreadlords, was tossed out by Ner'zhul from the ice that encased him. He had planned for all of this, for Arthas to become his champion, for the blade to steal a piece of his soul, turning the former paladin into the first of the Death Knights created by the Lich King. Some of his men were turned to the Death Knights as well, and with his soul cast aside, his sanity shattered, Arthas led the Scourge back home, where they were greeted with open arms.
Ah, my son.
You no longer need to sacrifice for your people. You no longer need to bear the weight of your crown. I've taken care of everything. Succeeding you, Father.
This kingdom shall fall, and from the ashes shall arise a new order that will shake the very foundations of the world.
All those gathered to welcome the prince home were slaughtered and converted. We don't know what happened to Arthas' sister Kaelia or his mother, so perhaps they survived the fall of their kingdom. It didn't matter much to Arthas though. He left the killing to his servants while making his way to the grave of an old friend. It had been 7 years since he was forced to put down Invincible, but now he had the power to make it alright again. He lifted his hands, pulling the no longer dead thing from its slumber in the cool dark earth. Invincible was his again. It was all part of his destiny, yet fate seemed to have a sense of humor, since Ner'zhul was not just sent back to create a few undead. He was sent back with a mission to get the world ready for another invasion of the Burning Legion, and to get this started, they had to bring back the necromancer Kel'Thuzad. Under the watchful eyes of the Dreadlord Tychondrius, they brought together the Cult of the Damned, they took out several of the paladins, and they gathered Kel'Thuzad's remains from Anderhal. The remains were badly decomposed though, so they couldn't be transported as they were. They had to collect a very special container, which was currently in the possession of Arthas' former mentor and friend.
Your father ruled this land for 70 years, and you've ground it to dust in a matter of days.
Very dramatic, Uther. Give me the urn, and I'll make sure you die quickly.
The urn holds your father's ashes, Arthas. What, were you hoping to piss on them one last time before you left his kingdom to rot?
I didn't know what it held. Nor does it matter. I'll take what I came for one way or another.
Uther did not earn the Lightbringer title for nothing, and he nearly took out Arthas in this fight. Yet the Runeblade Frostmourne, combined with the powers of the Lich King, they were able to snuff out even the brightest of light.
I dearly hope that there's a special place in hell waiting for you, Arthas.
We may never know, Uther. I intend to live forever.
After pouring out the contents of the urn, the ashes of King Tyrannus took flight, shouting the Death Knights and making it hard to breathe, making the fallen prince gag and drop to his knees. A moment later, he composed himself and he ordered one of his scourge to place the remains of the necromancer within the urn, ready to be transported to the magical city of Quel'Thalas. In order to resurrect Kel'Thuzad as a Lich, they had to find an incredibly powerful magical source, and as luck would have it, the High Elves of Quel'Thalas, they had the Sunwell, which would be perfect for the job. This city had been able to stand up against trolls, against the orcs riding dragons, but this time there was a traitor from within, Darkandravir, who helped Arthas with gaining access into the kingdom. The High Elves, amongst them Lady Liadrin, Ranger General Sylvanas Windrunner, they tried to stop the army of undead that was marching upon their lands, literally leaving a scar behind them as they marched. They did their very best, but nothing would stand in the way of death, and Sylvanas was not even granted the peace of the afterlife.
Finish it. I deserve a clean death.
After all you've put me through, woman, the last thing I'll give you is the peace of death.
No, you wouldn't dare.
Transformed into a banshee, she was forced to obey Arthas and watched as he slaughtered the rest of her people and even her king and Astarion's son Strider. Her kingdom fell as Arthas claimed the Sunwell.
Citizens of Silvermoon, I have given you ample opportunities to surrender, but you have stubbornly refused. Know that today, your entire race and your ancient heritage will end. Death itself has come to claim the high home of the elves. Now arise, Kel'Thuzad, and serve the Lich King once again.
I am reborn as promised. The Lich King has granted me eternal life.
With Kel'Thuzad resurrected as a Lich, the next step was to bring Archimonde into the world, and to do this, they had to collect the Book of Medivh, which contained incantations powerful enough to summon the Demon Lords. This book was kept in the magical city of Dalaran, and as Arthas and the Scourge arrived, Jaina pleaded with Antonidas to let her stay and help. Maybe she could reason with Arthas, maybe she could do something, but the Archmage, he told her to go. One more or less would make very little difference, and Jaina had other duties now. She was told by the Prophet Medivh to lead the survivors of Lordaeron, so her duties, they called her elsewhere, while Arthas murdered those inside, amongst them Archmage Antonidas. He claimed the book, and eventually Kel'Thuzad summoned Archimonde into the world.
Come forth, Lord Archimonde. Enter this world, and let us bask in your power. Despair. Doom has come to this world. You have done well, little Lich. My plan worked perfectly.
Lord Archimonde, all the preparations have been made.
Very well, Tichondrius. Since the Lich King is of no further use to me, you Dreadlords will now command the Scourge.
As you wish, Lord Archimonde.
Soon, I will order the invasion to begin. But first, I will make an example of these paltry wizards by crushing their city into the ashes of history.
This has got to be a joke. What happens to us now?
Be patient, young Death Knight. The Lich King foresaw this as well. You may yet have a part to play in his grand design.
It seems like all Arthas has done, all he had given up would be for nothing. Yet the Lich King isn't done quite yet. He has no intention of forever staying loyal to Kil'jaeden and the Burning Legion, and plans are set in motion to sabotage the Legion and break out of his prison. The first step in the plan against the Burning Legion is to give the world the power and momentum they needed to stop Archimonde. For this, Arthas is told to go find Illidan and inform him about the skull of Gul'dan.
We could go on fighting like this forever. What is it you truly want?
The Dreadlord who commands this undead army is called Tichondrius. He controls a powerful warlock artifact called the Skull of Gul'dan. It is responsible for corrupting these forests.
And you wish for me to steal it? Why?
Let's just say that I have no love for Tichondrius, and the Lord I serve would benefit from the Legion's downfall.
Why should I believe anything you say, little human?
My master sees all, Demon Hunter. He knows that you've sought power your whole life. Now it lies within your grasp. Seize it, and your enemies will be undone.
Remember that Gul'dan was Ner'zhul's apprentice. He even used the skull himself, and the power locked inside, it gave Illidan the boost he needed to take out the Dreadlord Tichondrius and stop the corruption of their forests. The next step was the world uniting against the Legion, so under Medivh's guidance, the Night Elves, Jaina and the survivors of Lordaeron, Thrall and his newly formed horde, they teamed up, they placed a trap for Archimonde, and they blew up the World Tree, sending him back to the Twisted Nether. Months later, Arthas returned home with some bad news for the Dreadlords.
It's been months since we last heard from Lord Archimonde. I grow tired of watching over these rotting undead. What are we still doing here?
We were charged with overseeing this land, Deathrok. It is our duty to remain here and ensure that the Scourge is ready for action.
True, though we should have received some kind of orders by now.
The Legion was defeated months ago. How could they not know?
Impossible to say, but the longer they remain in command, the more they run the Scourge into the ground.
What? Who could possibly...
Greetings, Dreadlords. I should thank you for looking after my kingdom during my absence. However, I won't be requiring your services any longer.
Prince Arthas, this land is ours. The Scourge belongs to the Legion.
Not anymore, Demon. Your masters have been defeated. The Legion is undone. Your deaths will complete the circle.
Never! This isn't over, human.
It seemed like things were going very well, yet not everything went according to plan. Pointing Illidan towards the skull of Gul'dan, it turned him into a great puppet to be used against the Legion, but Kil'jaeden found the Demon Hunter, and he promised him anything his heart desired if he would be able to destroy his treacherous creation. Illidan did his very best to destroy the Lich King and the Frozen Throne from a distance, yet he failed, which caused him to try and hide from Kil'jaeden's wrath in Outlands. Escaping someone like Kil'jaeden is not an easy task. He showed up and he was about to punish Illidan, but the allies he had made, Lady Vashj and her Naga, Kil'jaeden's Sunstrider and the now Blood Elves, formerly known as High Elves, they showed great promise, so he gave Illidan another chance. In the meantime, tossing out Frostmourne and possibly the damage done by Illidan's spell, it weakened the Lich King and his power was fading. Arthas was ordered to return to Northrend immediately, but his powers had weakened as well, to such a degree that the Banshee Sylvanas Windrunner, she was able to liberate herself from his control, she reclaimed her body, and together with the Dreadlords, they planned a bloody coup.
With my powers drained, I can barely command my own warriors. The Lich King warned me that if I didn't reach Northrend soon, all could be lost.
Fear not, my king. Everything is being prepared for your departure. The ships are waiting at the coast, and
there's been a change of plans, King Arthas. You're not going anywhere.
Assassins! It's a trap!
In his moment of weakness, the Dreadlords took control of the forces that just moments ago were still loyal to the Death Knights.
There are too many of them, my king. Flee! Escape from the city! I'll find my own way out and meet you in the wilderness.
In the wilderness, abominations lumbered towards Arthas, but Sylvanas' her banshees, they quickly came to the rescue.
You have my thanks, ladies. But where is your mistress? Where is Sylvanas?
She sent us to find you, Great King. We've come to escort you across the river. Once we cross it, we'll take refuge in the wilderness. This is the place, sisters. We'll rest here, Great King.
Why here? We've got to find Kel'Thuzad before we...
You have been deceived. Come to my side at once. Obey.
What is happening here? Sylvanas.
You walked right into this one, Arthas. It's time to even the scales.
Traitor! What have you done to me?
It's a special poisoned arrow I made just for you. The paralysis you're experiencing now is but a fraction of the agony you've caused me.
Finish me, then.
A quick death? Like the one you gave me? No. You're going to suffer as I did. Thanks to my arrow, you can't even run. Give my regards to Hell, you son of a bitch.
Back, you mindless ones! You shall not fall today, my king.
This isn't over, Arthas. I'll never stop hunting you.
Kel'Thuzad saved Arthas' life, and as the Death Knight set sail to Northrend, Kel'Thuzad was left behind to watch over the lands. Sylvanas teamed up with the Dreadlord Varimafras, and together they were able to get the capital city, and they worked on their plans of getting revenge. A city was of little concern to Arthas right now, since Illidan, Kil'jaeden and Lady Vashj, they were getting closer and closer to their frozen throne and the Lich King. To help Arthas get there in time, a new Barak was sent by the Lich King to guide him down into the ancient kingdom of Azul Narub. The labyrinth was treacherous, but together they made it through just in time.
We've made it, Anubarak. Our forces are already assembled and waiting.
Greetings, King Arthas. You've arrived just in time. Illidan's Naga and Blood Elf forces have taken up positions at the base of the glacier and...
Arthas, my champion. You have come at last. Now, we face a grave danger. My creator, the Demon Lord Kil'jaeden, sent his agents here to destroy me. If they should reach the frozen throne before you, all will be lost. The scourge will be undone. Now hurry. I will grant you all the power I can spare.
I saw another vision of the Lich King. He has restored my powers. I know now what I must do. It's time to end the game. Once and for all.
On the battlefield, Arthas met with Kil'jaeden's Sunstrider, who had a burning desire for vengeance. Arthas had taken the woman he loved, had murdered his father, destroyed his kingdom. The prince had reforged his father's broken blade, fellow Malorn, and he did his very best to end the Death Knight's life. In their battle, Kil'jaeden and Arthas, they shot spells at each other, while Arthas tried to taunt the mage and break his concentration. "I took your woman," he said, continued to try to anger the mage, although he knew, and probably Kil knew, that Jaina had never belonged to the elf. "I held her in my arms at night. She tasted sweet when I kissed her, Kil. She
loathes you now. You sicken and disgust her, Arthas. Anything she felt for you has since turned to hatred."
Arthas tried to break and anger Kil, but instead it backfired and it made him wonder about the past, about how Jaina regarded him. This hesitation was all Kil'jaeden needed as he shot fireball after fireball until he finally drew his blade and he lunged in, thinking to deal the death blow. But Arthas remembered training with Muradin so long ago, and the dwarf's favorite trick suddenly filled his mind. He pulled his legs in tightly, he kicked Kil'jaeden with all his strength, he then gained the upper hand, was about to strike Kil'jaeden down, but the mage whispered,
"She hates you now,"
before teleporting away. The Blood Elf Prince was gone, and he thought that he bought Illidan enough time. Yet Arthas, despite feeling the aftermath of their fight, he pushed on, and he had to stop Illidan.
The frozen throne is mine, demon. Step aside. Leave this world and never return. If you do, I'll be waiting.
I have sworn to destroy it, Arthas. It must be done.
Never.
In their battle, Illidan bragged about how his twin Blades of Asenov had been with him for over 10,000 years. How long have you fought with your pretty blade, human? How well do you know it? The words were intended to unsettle the Death Knight, but instead they invigorated him. Illidan might have had this admittedly powerful weapon for longer, but Frostmourne was bound to Arthas, and he to it. It was not a sword as much as an extension of himself. He had known it when he first had the vision of it, when he had just arrived in Northrend. He had been certain of the connection when he laid his eyes upon it, waiting for him, and now he felt it surge in his hand, confirming their unity. The demon and the Death Knight, they clashed with each other, and Illidan came very close, but nothing would stand in Arthas' way. Frostmourne pierced the flesh, struck deep, and Illidan fell down into the snow. Arthas thought about ending Illidan right there, but he decided against it, and he decided to let the merciless cold of the place do it for him, as he finished his journey started so long ago. He finally entered and reached the top of Icecrown.
Your men home.
You lost your mind, Arthas. I must consider this an active proof of dust.
You lied to your men and betrayed the mercenaries who fought for you. What's happening to you, Arthas?
Our prince will find only death in the cold north.
Return the blade. Complete the circle. Release me from this prison.
As Frostmourne had been for him, so was the armor. Gauntlet fingers closed over the spiked helm, and he lifted slowly, reverently, and then, closing his eyes, he lowered it onto his white head. He was suddenly galvanized, his body tensing as he felt the essence of the Lich King enter him. It pierced his heart, stopped his breath, shivered along his veins, icy, powerful, crashing through him like a tidal wave. His eyes were closed, but he saw so much. All that Ner'zhul the Orc Shaman had known, all that he had seen, all that he had done. For a moment, Arthas feared he would be overwhelmed by it all, that in the end the Lich King had tricked him into coming here so that he could place his essence into a fresh new body. He braced himself for a battle for control, with his body as a prize, but there was no struggle, only a blending, a melding. All around him the cavern continued to collapse. Arthas was only barely aware of it. His eyes darted rapidly back and forth beneath his closed lids. His lips moved. He spoke. They spoke.
Now, we are one.
This story, as you read the novel Arthas Rise of the Lich King, you find out that after this moment, Arthas spent his time contemplating the choices he had made, the road that led him to merge with the Lich King. He sees himself in a great hall together with the Orc Ner'zhul and a young sick child resembling that small part of him that was still good, that still whispered in the back of his mind that the path he was on was wrong, that he could still turn back. A choice had to be made. Slowly, the Death Knight turned his white head to the boy. The ill child met him with a gaze that was astonishingly clear, and for a moment Arthas felt something inside him stir. Despite everything, the boy would not die, and that meant... The boy smiled a little, and some of the sickness dissipated as Arthas struggled for words. You are me. You are both me, but you. His voice was soft, tinged with wonder and disbelief. You are the little flame that burns inside me still, that resists the ice. You are the last vestige of humanity, of compassion, of my ability to love, to grieve, to care. You are my love for Jaina, my love for my father, for all the things that made me what I once was. Somehow, Frostmourne didn't take it all. I tried to turn away from you, and I couldn't. I can't. The boy's sea-green eyes brightened, and he gave his other self a tremulous smile. His color improved, and before Arthas' eyes some of the pustules on the skin disappeared. You understand now. Despite all, Arthas, you have not abandoned me. Tears of hope stood in those eyes, and his voice, though stronger now than it has been, quivered with emotion. There must be a reason. Arthas, much harm have you done, but there's goodness in you yet. If there was none, I would not exist, not even in your dreams. He slipped off the chair and slowly walked toward the Death Knight. Arthas stood as he approached. For a moment they regarded each other, the child and the man he had become. The boy extended his arms as if he were a living, breathing child asking to be picked up and held by a loving father. It doesn't have to be too late, he said quietly. No, Arthas said quietly, staring rapidly at the boy. It doesn't. He touched the curve of the boy's cheek, slipped a hand beneath the small chin, and tilted up the shining face. He smiled into his own eyes. But it is. Frostmourne descended. The boy cried out, his shocked, betrayed anguish cry, that of the wind raging outside, and for a moment Arthas saw him standing there. The blade buried in his chest almost as big as he was, and he felt one final tremor of remorse as he met with his own eyes. Then the boy was gone. All that remained of him was the bitter keening of the wind scouring the tormented land. It felt marvelous. It was only with the boy's passing that Arthas truly realized how dreadful a burden this last struggling scrap of humanity had been. He felt light, powerful, purged, scoured clean, as Azeroth would soon be. All his weakness, his softness, everything that had ever made him hesitate or second guess himself, it was all gone now. There was only Arthas, Frostmourne, all but singing at having claimed the final piece of Arthas' soul, and the orc, whose skull face was split with triumphant laughter. Yes, the orc exhilarated, laughing almost manically. I knew you would make this choice. For so long you've wrestled with the last dregs of goodness, of humanity in you, but no longer. The boy held you back, and now you are free. He now got to his feet, his body still that of an old orc, but moving with the ease and fluidity of the young. We are one, Arthas. Together we are the Lich King. No more Ner'zhul, no more Arthas, only this one glorious being. With my knowledge, we can... His eyes bulged as the sword impaled him. Arthas stepped forward, plunging the glittering, hungering Frostmourne ever deeper into the dream being that had once been Ner'zhul, then the Lich King, and was soon to be nothing. Nothing at all. He slipped his other arm around the body, pressing his lips so close to the green air that the gesture was almost intimate as the act of taking a life always was and always would be. No, Arthas whispered. No, no one tells me what to do. I've got everything I need from you. Now the power is mine and mine alone. Now there is only I. I am the Lich King, and I am ready. With those words, the Lich King woke up and began his campaign against the world. But before that moment, several very important events took place that we do need to talk about. So, as Arthas made his journey to Northrend, he left Kel'Thuzad behind to take care of business. Jaina Proudmoore, she took the survivors of Lordaeron, those that survived the events of the Plague. They battled against the Burning Legion, together with Thrall and several others. They won the battle, they blew up Archimonde, and afterwards, Jaina settled with her people in Faramore, while Thrall and his people, they built healed up Orgrimmar. These two leaders were able to look beyond race. Remember how Jaina went to the internment camp when she was young? She didn't just see monsters, she actually saw, creatures that could be pitied with and perhaps had to be released. So they worked together towards peace. They tried to bring some sort of peace between the Alliance and the Horde. Sylvanas Windrunner teamed up with the Dreadlord Varimafras, and together they took the capital city and they formed a faction known as the Forsaken.
The capital city is ours, but we are no longer part of the Scourge. From here on out, we shall be known as the Forsaken. We will find our own path in this world, Dreadlord, and slaughter anyone who stands in our way.
All those able to free themselves from the Lich King's control, they found a home under the leadership of their queen, they joined the Horde, and Sylvanas had her people work on the plague while plotting her revenge. The Scarlet Crusade was formed, which evolved out of the Knights of the Silver Hand, the order of paladins that Arthas used to belong to. These men and women, they were dedicated to cleanse the lands of the undead of Lordaeron. They made some great progress as well with the legendary blade Ashbringer in the hands of Alexandros Mograine. I've done a full video on the Ashbringer. In short, it's speculated to be made out of the core of a Naru. It was infused with the Holy Light and it did decimating damage to the Scourge. Unfortunately, the Scarlet Crusade was infiltrated from within, and the Dreadlord Balnazar, he worked on corrupting it. He manipulated Alexandros' son, Renaud Mograine, causing him to betray his father and stab him in the back with the Holy Blade. This action did not only corrupt the Ashbringer, turn it to darkness, it also placed his father in the hands of Kel'Thuzad, who turned him into a Death Knight. Now, some of the members of the Scarlet Crusade, they did not agree with the path that they were on. They did not know that they were infiltrated from within, but they also didn't agree with how fanatic some of the members were. So they stepped away and they formed their own order called the Argent Dawn. Alexandros had a second son, Darian Mograine, who found out that his father might not be dead and still could be saved. He got a team together with volunteers from the Argent Dawn. Together they ventured into the floating citadel of Naxxramas in search of his father. There he found out the truth, that his father was now an agent of the Lich King, one of the 4 horsemen. So with great effort he struck down his own father, but this did not end the torment. Alexandros was still bound to the blade Ashbringer, connected to the corrupted blade. From the blade he whispered to his son to bring him to the Scarlet Monastery, where by this time Renaud had been made Scarlet Commander by the Dreadlord Balnazar. Upon seeing his younger brother, Renaud tries to cut down the final reminder of his former life, but from the blade comes his father's spirits to bring sweet, sweet vengeance. The son slaughtered by the father he had betrayed, and yet Darian couldn't live with the idea of his father's spirits being trapped like that. He sought out the aid of the exiled paladin Tyrion Fordring, who told him that only an act of love greater than the act of evil that corrupted the swords would be powerful enough to free his father's soul. But he also warned the young Mograine that such an act is often the ultimate test of faith. With those words, Darian made his way back to the Argent Dawn, but before he left Tyrion behind, he told him that the Argent Dawn needed men like him. He was once a living vessel of the light. He could be that man, he could be that paladin again. He could be an inspiration, a force, a hero. At Light's Hope Chapel, they could see an army of Scourge led by Kel'Thuzad on the way to conquer the chapel and claim the fallen champions buried beneath it. The champions of the light, they put up a very fierce fight, but Darian saw that there was no way that they could win. Not even the arrival of Tyrion himself could change the tides of battle, so Darian embraced his destiny and he made the ultimate sacrifice. Only a test of faith, an act of love would be able to cleanse the blade and set his father free. So he took the Ashbringer and he stabbed himself. In response, the heavens opened up, light scoured the land, decimating the Scourge forces and saving the day. Yet not all was lost for Kel'Thuzad. He might not have claimed the thousands buried beneath Light's Hope Chapel, but he did get his hands on a new, powerful Death Knight. In death, Darian was converted, and with the corrupted Ashbringer, he would lead their undead forces into battle and fight against those he had sought to protect. hordes. Now in-game, things went a little bit different. We were the ones to make contact with Tyrion, and we tried to get him out of exile, and we were the ones who assaulted the floating citadel of Naxxramas, way back when during Classic. Considering the overall storyline, I'm just going to assume that the events described within the comics, that's the way it all went down. Now within the comics, we also read that Thrall and Varian, under Jaina's guidance, they sit down at Fedamore to try and get some sort of peace between the Alliance and the Horde. These peace treaties, surprisingly, went actually very well, until they were attacked and old hatreds quickly caused accusations to be tossed back and forth. Garrosh blamed the Alliance, Varian blamed the Horde, and the peace that they tried to achieve, it was shattered. There was no way to sit down and try to discuss things further, to try to explain the situation, since the Lich King by this time he had woken up and he decided to let the world know by attacking them on all fronts. The wrath of the Lich King pre-event happened, and the Alliance and the Horde, each of them separately, they launched their campaigns against the Lich King.
It's begun. Young heroes, I was once like you. You have come to this place seeking to bring judgment upon the damned. You will venture deep into forgotten lands. You will see wonders beyond imagining. But be warned. The land itself will rise up against you. Long forgotten terrors will smother your courage. You will sacrifice everything as the final darkness falls. In the end, all that awaits you is death.
A new hero class was introduced in the expansion, namely Death Knights, who started their adventure within Icarus, firm under control of the Lich King. Each race has their own backstory, but none were able to fight back against the whispers of the Lich King, for the Lich King's will is first and foremost. Their mission was to destroy the forces of the Scarlet Crusade, who were stationed in this area, still remarkably untouched by the plague. With some very clever infiltration, a bit of plague here and there, and of course the devastating might of the Frostworms, the Scarlet Crusade was quickly defeated. Those able set sail to the lands of Northrend, calling themselves the Scarlet Onslaught, but the majority of them were pretty much destroyed. This left one more target for the Death Knights to take, Light's Hope Chapel itself. Led by the Death Knight, Darian Mograine, the soldiers of the Scourge marched upon the chapel, yet the Warriors of the Light did not surrender.
The skies turn red with the blood of the fallen! The Lich King watches over us, minions! Leave all the ashes and misery in your destructive wake! I cannot! The blade bites me! You will do as I command! I am in control here! Win, Darian!
With the Ashbringer no longer listening to its master, and the Paladin Tyrion Fordring making his appearance, Darian and his troops, they were defeated and brought before the chapel.
I cannot! The blade bites me! Bring them before the chapel! Stand down, Death Knights! We have lost.
Have you learned nothing, boy? You have become all that your father fought against. Like that coward Arthas, you allowed yourself to be consumed by the darkness, feeding upon the misery of those you tortured and killed. Your master knows what lies beneath the chapel. It is why he dares not show his face. He sent you and your Death Knights to meet their doom, Darien.
Save your breath, old man. It might be the last you ever draw.
My son!
Father!
My dear, beautiful boy.
What?
Father, you have returned. You've been gone a long time, Father. I thought...
Nothing could have kept me away from here, Darien. Not from my home and family.
Father, I wish to join you in the war against the undead. I want to fight. I can sit idle no longer.
My son, there will come a day when you will command the Ashbringer, and with it, mete out justice across this land. You will bring pride to our people, and Lordaeron will be a better place because of you. But, my son, that day is not today. Do not forget.
Touching. He's mine now.
You betrayed me. You betrayed us all, monster! Face the might of Mograine!
Pathetic.
You're a damned monster, Arthas.
You are right, Fordring. I did send them in to die. Their lives are meaningless. But yours...
Apocalypse! That day is not today. Tyrion!
Arthas!
What is this?
Your end.
Impossible. This is not over. When next we meet, it won't be on holy ground, Paladin.
Rise, Darien, and listen. We have all been witness to a terrible tragedy. The blood of good men has been shed upon this soil. Honorable knights, slain defending their lives. And while such things can never be forgotten, we must remain vigilant in our cause. The Lich King must answer for what he has done, and must not be allowed to cause further destruction in our world. On this day, I call for a union. The Argent Dawn and the Order of the Silver Hand will come together as one. We will succeed where so many before us have failed. We will take the fight to Arthas, and we will tear down the walls of Icecrown. The Argent Crusade comes for you, Arthas!
So too do the Knights of the Ebon Blade. Although our kind has no place in your world, we will fight to bring an end to the Lich King. This I vow.
And so the Knights of the Ebon Blade, they stepped away from the Lich King and they teamed up with the Argent Crusade in their battle against the Lich King. Ciri and Fordring wrote out letters for the new Death Knights to take with them as they met the respective leaders, so that they wouldn't simply be cast out as undead. As the world embraced the Death Knights, prepared their forces, even the magical city of Dalaran was rebuilt and sent flying off to Northrend. Dalaran was going to help with the campaign against the Lich King as well as Malygos, and during the expansion, we found out what was going on in Northrend. There were 3 major storylines going on during the expansion. You had the war with the Blue Dragon aspect Malygos, you had the Old God Jax'Haran, the Titan Keepers and all the events with Ulduar, and then there was, of course, the Scourge and the Lich King. I would love to tell each and every little detail about this expansion, but that would just take way too much time, so I'm going to briefly touch on the events in each zone related to the Lich King, and then we'll dive deeper wherever it's needed. Borean Tundra is one of the 2 locations for the Alliance and Horde's main point of entry into Northrend. The Horde built up Warsong Hold, while the Alliance built up Valiant's Keep. Both factions work on securing the area, taking out the Scourge, and here we find out that Kel'Thuzad is still roaming about, so Naxxramas is sure to make a return, and we also help out the Death Knight Vasarian with saving General Arlos and his sister out of the hands of Valanar and the Lich King.
Now this is a surprise, Thasarian. I hadn't heard from Mograine or the other Death Knights for months. You've come to rejoin the Scourge, I take it.
I would sooner slit my own throat. You would pay for what you did to your own men, Arthas. for what you did to me! I swear it!
Howling Fjord was the other entry point into Northrend. Here we find out that Tyrion Fordring, he's gone undercover in an attempt to sneak in undetected. Unfortunately, they also decided to transport the Ashbringer separately, but Ares the Oathbound, charged with bringing the artifacts, he has fallen. He places a blessing of light upon us, asks of us to bring the artifact back to Lord Irulan Trueblade. Upon doing so, Tyrion removes the disguise and he proclaims that he's done with letting others sacrifice themselves for the greater good. He's done with playing hide and seek, and he gets himself ready to assault Icecrown. In this area, we also find out about the Vrykul, titan creations that were cursed by the old gods. These are the ancestors of the humans who went into hibernation, but they woke up again sometime around Wrath the Lich King, and they've now allied themselves with the Lich King, who they call their death god. We try to put a stop to their plans. We even kill the wife of King Ymmeron before she wakes up her husband. But the Lich King shows up and he takes their king to Utgard Pinnacle, where we would later take him out.
Not yet, Ymmeron. I have other plans for you. You will serve me better within Utgard Pinnacle. And if these insects survive to find you again, you will get the chance to avenge your wife.
The Vrykul were not only found in the Howling Fjord, and some of them, they competed for the Death's God gifts. The modern day Valkyr, for example, their creations of the Lich King, they are created from female Vrykul of Valkyrian. Only those that proved themselves worthy were blessed with this gift, and at Jotunheim, they held a competition to hopefully ascend and become Ymir, the elite warriors of the Lich King. Those that failed and lost the battle at Jotunheim, they were turned into Vargul, a lesser form of undeath, because they were not found to be worthy. Within Grizzly Hills, we find out that Archmage Arugal, he's been resurrected as a ghost by the Dark Fallen Princess. Arugal was responsible for summoning the Worgen from the Emerald Dream, but he did it with good intentions. He tried to use the Worgen to protect Gilneas against the Scourge, but the Worgen not only took care of the undead, they also turned on his people. Driven mad with guilt, he adopted the Worgen as his children, and he retreated to Shadowfang Keep, where heroes would later take him out. Now they try to use him again to convert the population into Worgen, but we find out about their plans and we put a stop to it. In this zone, we also meet with a troll named Drakuru, who tricks us into believing that he will help us out with cleansing Drakvaron of the foul undead and restore it to its noble purpose. In truth, he plays us like little pawns. He was working for the Lich King all along, who grants him great power for providing him with a new army.
Arise and accept my gift. Charge you now with the cleansing of Zuldrak, Drakuru.
As you wish, Master.
Fail me and it shall be your undoing. Succeed and even greater power shall be yours.
His next task takes him into the next zone, Zuldrak, where he works on claiming the area for the Lich King, and with the help of the Death Knight Stefan Vadu, we infiltrate Volteris. We convince Drakuru that we're working for him, while we're actually sabotaging their operations. In the final confrontation, Drakuru calls upon the Lich King to help him out to save his life, but instead, the Lich King beheads him for his failure, while sparing our lives since, apparently, we amuse him.
What treachery is this? You be paying for this deceit with your life, man. This foolish treachery has cost you your destiny. Master, this mortal scum be double-crossing us. They must be made to suffer.
Failed me, Drakuru. It is you who should suffer. Be content that your death is a quick one. As for you, I spare your insignificant life as a reward for this amusing betrayal. There may yet be a shred of potential in you. next we meet, I shall require much more to justify your life.
In Zul'Drak, we also find the Argent Crusade in the middle of two forces. On the one hand, they're fighting against the Scourge, while on the other hand, they have to deal with the Drakari trolls. These trolls have begun sacrificing their own Loa, their own animal gods, to fight back against the Scourge. A Zandalari tribe has also showed up to intervene on behalf of the gods, as well as witness the end of the Drakari Empire. We do whatever it takes to stop the madness. We team up with the Loa, and we even go inside of Gundrak, their capital city, and we put an end to the Drakari. Sholazar Basin has always been able to protect itself from the Scourge, from the undead, but the Cult of the Damned has been able to infiltrate it and do some serious damage to one of the pillars. These pillars were used to protect the zone, and now the way is open for the Scourge to rush in and take the land. With the aid of Avatar Freya, we find out about a Titan creation called a Timidian, and with its destructive force, we take out the Scourge. There is one more zone that I'm going to talk about today, which is the Storm Peaks. Here we find out that Muradin Bronzebeard, he's now the king of the Frostborn, and he goes by the name of Yorick Stormheart. When Arthas picked up Frostmourne, Muradin didn't die. Instead, he woke up with total amnesia, and he was picked up by a group of the Frostborn dwarves. A gigantic Jormungandr attacked them, but Muradin is no pushover, and he single-handedly brought the worm down, saving the dwarves. This earned him the name Yorick Stormheart, a name of legends, and over time, they made him their king. During the questline in Storm Peaks, we team up with Muradin's brother, Bran Bronzebeard, in an attempt to get access to the archives within Ulduar, and during this questline, King Stormheart helps us out. Bran wants to meet and thank the king for his help, and as they reunite, Muradin's memory returns. He tries to remember his life before he joined the Frostborn, and all he remembers are nightmares of a human. Tall, light hair, death black armor, Arthas. Muradin feels responsible for letting Arthas slip to the dark side like that without doing anything about it. Regrets won't change a thing though, only actions can make things right, so Muradin would later join us in the assault upon Icecrown. Dragonblight, the great dragon graveyard. This is the place where dragons go to die. Here we met up and we helped out the several different dragonflights with defending their shrines from the Scourge. The Scourge is also trying to resurrect the gigantic protodrake known as Galagrond, who millennia ago was defeated by the Aspects together with the Titan Keeper Tyr. We luckily prevented the resurrection from ever happening, as well as gained the support of the Red Dragonflight. The Scarlet Onslaught, those that were able to escape the Lich King's Death Knights in the Plague Lands, they've built up a base within Dragonblight. Unfortunately, it seems like any form of the Scarlet organization is destined to be corrupted, since the Dreadlord Mal'Ganis, he's infiltrated them under the disguise of Admiral Barion Westwind. This means that Arthas' sacrifice to get revenge, to pick up Frostmourne, to take down Mal'Ganis, it meant very little, since as a Dreadlord, Mal'Ganis cannot die upon Azeroth, and he simply returned later.
I will see you weaklings in Icecrown, if you live that long.
As we finally confront Mal'Ganis within Icecrown, he claims that we will never be able to take on the Lich King without his forces, which had some belief that he would be able to play a role within the final encounter, but sadly, that storyline never made it in, and his current fate is unknown.
I'll have my revenge on him and you.
The Nerubians and Ner'zhul Nerub can also be found within Dragonblight. Those that were able to survive the War of the Spider, they're now in a civil war against those forced to serve the Lich King. With that, we found a common enemy, so we teamed up with the Nerubians and we went into the Old Kingdom, eventually taking care of none other than Anub'arak himself.
Never thought I would be free of him.
Meanwhile, our forces have made great effort assaulting Icecrown Citadel from the back, and in response, the Lich King, he sent out his floating Citadel of Nathramas to lay siege upon Winterguard Keep. Heroes once more ventured within the Forsaken Place, facing off against the most vile and powerful creations of the Scourge.
Forces are merely marshaled to strike back against your enemies, my liege.
Soon, we will eradicate the Alliance and Horde. Then the rest of Azeroth will fall before the might of my army.
Yes, Master. The time of their ultimate demise grows close. What is this?
Invaders, here. Destroy them, Kel'Thuzad. Nox Ramos must not fall.
As you command, Master.
Greetings.
Not even Kel'Thuzad himself was able to finish off these heroes, yet this time we couldn't find his phylactery, so Kel'Thuzad can still make a return. A Lich, a being like Kel'Thuzad, can only be truly destroyed when you destroy its phylactery, and after his defeat in Classic, we did find the phylactery. We gave it to Father Inigo Montoy, a quest giver at Light's Hope Chapel, with the idea that surely the forces at Light's Hope Chapel were going to destroy it. As it turns out, he never turned over the phylactery to the Argent Dawn, instead he brought it back to Arthas, and as the reward, he was turned into a Lich himself. Now known as Fazal the Duskbringer, he commanded part of the Scourge forces assaulting Winterguard Keep. After a very long questline, we discovered the location of his phylactery, and together with Bolvar 4 Dragon, we end the Lich life and we save Winterguard Keep. With this victory, we were able to focus our full attention upon the Wrathgate. We assault Icecrown Citadel and we challenge the Lich King.
Take the lead! For Morderon! For the Alliance! Back, you mindless wretches! Fight on, brothers!
Rise up, sons of the Horde! Blood and glory await us! Luntargar! For the Horde!
I was wondering if you'd show up.
I couldn't let the Alliance have all the fun today.
Arthas! The blood of your father, of your people, demands justice! Come forth, coward, and answer for your crimes!
You speak of justice, of cowardice. I will show you the justice of the grave and the true meaning of fear. Enough talk! Let it be finished!
You will pay for all the lives you've stolen, traitor!
Boldly stated, but there is nothing you can... What?
Did you think we had forgotten? Did you think we had forgiven? Behold now the terrible vengeance of the Forsaken!
Sylvanas.
Death to the Scourge! And death to the living! Now, all can see. This is the hour of the Forsaken.
We're finished. No escape for any of us.
For years, Sylvanas had a Forsaken work on perfecting a plague which they planned to use against Arthas and the Scourge, but Sylvanas was betrayed from within by Grand Apothecary Putris and the Dreadlord Varimafras. They were the ones responsible for the loss of so many lives at the Wrathgate, as well as taking the Undercity from the Banshee Queen. Both the Alliance and Horde, they had to pull their attention away from Northrend for a while, as they focused on retaking the city and bringing sweet, sweet justice to those responsible.
Years wasted. We are victorious!
After the battle for Undercity, after stopping Varimafras for summoning Sargeras, this brings us to the final zone related to the Lich King, Icecrown itself. High Lord Tyrion Fordring led the assault into the Scourge's main territory, slowly but surely claiming more ground for the Warriors of Light. The Knights of the Evenblade also played their part, as they took the Shadow Vault and made it their main base of operations within Icecrown. As we follow the questline, we encounter a young child named Mephius Laner, who shows us what the Lich King has done with his time. For example, how he battled with Illidan, how he resurrected the mighty blue dragon Sindragosa. He explained that after his battle with Illidan, Arthas realized what was holding him back, that he was still human, he could still feel, he could still bleed. He still had a heart, so the first thing that he did when he became a king was carve out his own heart and toss it down a pit. Adventurers, during their questing in Icecrown, they accidentally touched it without realizing what it was, and Arthas surely wouldn't leave it unguarded again. We bring this information to Tyrion, who was already informed by his scouts that the Cult of the Damned were bearing some sort of artifact. They were taking it to the Cathedral of Darkness, and he now realizes that this artifact is Arthas' heart. This thing might contain the last bit of his humanity. As long as such an artifact exists, there is still a chance that Arthas can become a man again. Disguised as cultists, we enter the cathedral, but the Lich King is not easily fooled. He immediately recognizes us for who we are, and he's not surprised to find us there either. Tyrion, upon seeing the heart, he realized that there's only shadows from the past, and that there's nothing left of Arthas to redeem. He has seen the truth for himself now, and with a mighty charge, he brings the Ashbringer down, destroying the hearts, yet knocking himself out in the process. The Lich King is about to make the old man pay for that action, but luckily the Knights of the Evenblade, they show up and they save the day. Tyrion does not see all of this as a failure, since it confirmed what he needed to know. There is no Arthas anymore, there is only the Lich King, so it's time to hold a little tournament and find out who is ready and who is worthy to join the Ardent Crusade in their assault upon Icecrown.
You have heard the call of the Argent Crusade, and you have boldly answered. It is here, in the Crusaders' Colosseum, that you will face your greatest challenges. Those of you who survive the rigors of the Colosseum will join the Argent Crusade on its march to Icecrown Citadel.
Heroes of the Alliance and Horde are pitched against the fiercest dangers Northrend had to offer, until the Lich King himself showed up to ruin the party.
We will strike against Icecrown Citadel and destroy what remains of the Scourge. There is no challenge that we cannot face united.
You will have your challenge, Fordring.
Arthas, you are hopelessly outnumbered. Lay down Frostmourne and I will grant you a just death.
The Nerubians built an empire beneath the frozen wastes of Northrend. An empire that you so foolishly built your structures upon. My empire. The souls of your fallen champions will be mine, Fordring.
Our guests have arrived, just as the Master promised.
Anub'arak, resurrected once more by the Lich King and forced to serve one final time, we take him out and we finally liberate him.
I have failed you, Master.
With the tournament behind us, with the troops selected, with the path mostly cleared, it was finally time to knock on the door and let the Lich King know that the Light's justice has been awakened.
Rise up, Argent Crusaders! The hour of justice has come!
justice has been awakened. The sins of the past have finally caught up to you. You will be called to account for all the atrocities you've committed. The unspeakable horrors you've let loose upon this world. And the dark, ancient powers you've enslaved. My soul was one of the first to be devoured by your evil. There are thousands more bound within this blade, and they cry out for release. Look now to your defenses, my son, for the champions of justice gather at your gates.
With the Lich King's attention drawn to the front door, a small team worked on infiltrating the frozen halls led by either Jaina Proudmoore or Sylvanas Windrunner.
Thank the light for seeing you here safely. We have much work to do if we are to defeat the Lich King and put an end to the Scourge. Our allies within the Argent Crusade and the Knights of the Ebon Blade have broken through the front gate of Icecrown and are attempting to establish a foothold within the Citadel.
With the attention of the Lich King turned towards the front gate, we'll be working our way through the side, in search of information that will enable us to defeat him, once and for all. Our scouts have reported that the Lich King has a private chamber outside of the Frozen Throne, deep within a place called the Halls of Reflection. That is our target, champions.
We will carve a path through this wretched place and find a way to enter the Halls of Reflection. I sense powerful magic hidden away within those halls. Magic that could be the key to destroying the Scourge.
The Dark Lady watches over you. Make haste.
Intruders have entered the Master's domain. Signal the alarms. Father, not even fit to labor in a quarry. Relish these final moments, for soon you will be nothing more than mindless undead.
Heroes of the Alliance, attack!
Your last waking memory will be of agonizing pain.
No! You monster!
Pathetic weaklings.
Minions, destroy these interlopers!
You will have to battle your way through this cesspit on your own. Free any Horde slaves that you come across. We will most certainly need their assistance in battling Tyrannus. I will gather reinforcements and join you on the other side of the quarry.
Wait, stop. Don't kill me, please. I'll tell you everything.
Why should the Banshee Queen spare your miserable life?
What you seek is in the Master's lair, but you must destroy Tyrannus to gain entry. Now, within the Halls of Reflection, you will find Frostmourne. It holds the truth.
Frostmourne? The Lich King is never without his blade. If you are lying to me...
I swear it's true! Please don't kill me!
Worthless gnat. Death is all that awaits you.
No!
Do not think that I shall permit you entry into my master's sanctum so easily. Pursue me if you dare.
A fitting end for a traitor. Come, we must free the slaves and see what is within the Lich King's chamber for ourselves.
What a cruel end. Come, heroes. We must see if the gnome's story is true. If we can separate Arthas from Frostmourne, we might have a chance at stopping him.
Alas, brave adventurers, your meddling has reached its end. Do you hear the clatter of bone and steel coming up the tunnel behind you? That is the sound of your impending
Heroes,
demise.
we will hold off the undead as long as we can, even to our dying breath. Deal with the Scourge Lord!
Such an amusing gesture from the rabble. When I have finished with you, my master's blade will feast upon your souls. Die! Impossible! Rhymefang! Warned!
Brave champions, we owe you our lives, our freedom. Though it be a tiny gesture in the face of this enormous debt, I pledge that from this day forth, all will know of your deeds and the blazing path of light you cut through the shadow of this dark citadel. This day will stand as a testament not only to your valor, but to the fact that no foe, not even the Lich King himself, can stand
Heroes, to
when
me.
Alliance and Horde set aside their differences and...
The Frost Queen is gone. We must keep moving. Our objective is near. I could not save them. Damn you, Arthas! Damn you!
I thought he'd never shut up. At last, Sindragosa silenced that long-winded fool. To the halls of reflection, champions! Our objective is near. I can sense it. I don't believe it. Frostmourne stands before us, unguarded, just as the gnome claimed. Come, heroes! Standing this close to the blade that ended my life. And the pain, it is renewed.
Frostmourne, the blade that destroyed our kingdom. Stand back! Touch that blade and your soul will be scarred for all eternity. I must attempt to commune with the spirits locked away within Frostmourne. Give me space.
Jaina, could it truly be you?
Uther! Dear Uther!
Jaina, you haven't much time. The Lich King sees what the sword sees. He will be here shortly.
Arthas is here? Maybe
No, girl. Arthas is not here. Arthas is merely a presence within the Lich King's mind. A dwindling presence.
But Uther, if there's any hope of reaching Arthas, I must try.
Jaina, listen to me. You must destroy the Lich King. You cannot reason with him. He will kill you and your allies and raise you all as powerful soldiers of the Scourge.
Tell me how, Uther. How do I destroy my prince?
Snap out of it, girl. You must destroy the Lich King at the place where he merged with Ner'zhul. Atop the spire, at the frozen throne. It is the only way.
You're right, Uther. Forgive me. I don't know what got a hold of me.
The Lich King is here? Then my destiny shall be fulfilled on this day.
You cannot defeat the Lich King. Not here. You would be a fool to try. He will kill those that follow you and raise them as powerful soldiers of the Scourge. But for you, Sylvanas, his reward for you would be worse than the last.
There must be a way.
Perhaps. But know this. There must always be a Lich King. Even if you were to strike down Arthas, another would have to take his place. For without the control of the Lich King, the Scourge would wash over the world like locusts, destroying all that they touched.
Who could bear such a burden?
I do not know, Banshee Queen. I suspect that the piece of Arthas that might be left inside the Lich King is all that holds the Scourge from annihilating Azeroth. Alas, the only way to defeat the Lich King is to destroy him at the place where he was created.
The Frozen Throne.
Aye.
Silence, Paladin. So, you wish to commune with the dead. You shall have your wish. Balric, Marwyn, bring their corpses to my chamber when you are through.
As you wish, my lord.
Soldiers of Lordaeron, rise to meet your master's call.
You won't deny me this, Arthas. I must know. I must find out.
You will not escape me that easily, Arthas. I will have my vengeance.
I will not make the same mistake again, Sylvanas. This time, there will be no escape. You will all serve me in death.
He's too powerful. Heroes, quickly, come to me. We must leave this place immediately. I will do what I can to hold him in place while we flee.
Your allies have arrived, Jaina, just as you promised. You will all become powerful agents of the Scourge.
He is too powerful. We must leave this place at once. My magic can hold him in place for only a short time. Come quickly, heroes.
There is no escape. Death's cold embrace.
I will destroy this barrier. You must hold the undead back. There's an opening up ahead. Go now! It's a dead end. We have no choice but to fight. Steel yourself, heroes, for this is our last stand.
Nowhere to run. You're mine now.
Shh, I'm trying to think here.
Fire! Fire!
Quickly, climb aboard. We mustn't tarry here. There's no telling when this whole mountainside will collapse.
Forgive me, heroes. I should have listened to Uther. I had to see for myself. To look into his eyes one last time. I am sorry. We now know what must be done. I will deliver this news to King Varian and High Lord Fordring.
Nowhere to run. You're mine now.
Fire! Fire!
Get on board, now! This whole mountainside could collapse at any moment.
We are safe for now. His strength has increased tenfold since our last battle. It will take a mighty army to destroy the Lich King. An army greater than even the Horde can rouse.
We cannot face the Lich King on our own. He's simply too powerful, so we'll have to gather our forces and enter Icecrown Citadel, deal with the most powerful creatures, and make our way to the top.
What happens here will echo through the ages. Regardless of outcome, they will know that we fought with honor. That we fought for the freedom and safety of our people. Remember, heroes, fear is your greatest enemy in these befouled halls. Steel your heart, and your soul will shine brighter than 1,000 suns. The enemy will falter at the sight of you. They will fall as the light of righteousness envelops them. Our march upon Icecrown Citadel begins now!
Now stand upon the hallowed ground of the Scourge. The light won't protect you here, Paladin. Nothing will protect you.
Arthas! I swore that I would see you dead and the Scourge dismantled. I'm going to finish what I started at Light's Hope.
You could have been my greatest champion, Fordring. A force of darkness that would wash over this world and deliver it into a new age of strife. But that honor is no longer yours. Soon, I will have a new champion. The breaking of this one has been taxing. The atrocities I have committed upon his soul. He has resisted for so long, but he will bow down before his king soon.
Never! I will never serve you!
In the end, you will all serve me.
The Paladin still lives? Is it possible, High Lord? Could he have survived?
The power of the light knows no bounds, Sarfang. His soul is under great strain, but he lives. For now.
Then we must save him. If we rescue Bolvar Fordragon, we may quell the unrest between the Alliance and the Horde.
Could it be, Lord Fordring? If Bolvar lives, mayhap there is hope for peace between the Alliance and the Horde. We must reach the top of this cursed place and free the Paladin!
High Lord Bolvar Fordragon survived the events of the Wrathgate and is being tortured by the Lich King to turn him into a servant. Both the Alliance and the Horde make it a mission to save Bolvar, since this might quell the unrest between the factions. As we venture through Icecrown Citadel, we encounter several different bosses, but not all of them have that much story, while some of them are really interesting. We start off with Lord Merogar. He's the guardian of the Frozen Throne within the Spire Chamber. Pieced together by the Lich King from the bones of 1,000 vanquished adventurers, Merogar wields the power of the throne itself. Without the destruction of this bony being, there is no hope of taking Icecrown Citadel.
I see. Only darkness.
The Lich Lady Deathwhisper is the supreme overseer of the Cult of the Damned. Entering her room triggers her speech, in which she talks about how all of them found their way because they're amongst the few gifted with a true vision in a world cursed with blindness. She calls the meat on their bones a curse, a weakness, a crippling flaw as a joke played by the creators upon their own creations. They see being turned into the undead as a great honor, but some speculate that she's talking about more. The old gods cursed some of the Titan creations with the curse of flesh, which made them weaker. It literally gave them flesh and it made them more vulnerable for their corruption. Some speculate that the old god Yogg-Saron had a lot more to do with the events of the Lich King, considering that one of his visions as you enter his mind is of the Lich King torturing Bolvar. Serenite is Yogg-Saron's blood, which was used to build up the Citadel, and this speech all seems to connect to Yogg-Saron with the Lich King. It's never really been confirmed though, so speculation is all we have.
All part of the Master's plan! Your end is inevitable!
The Icecrown gunship battle is a little bit strange story-wise, but it made for a pretty damn cool fight. Both the Horde and the Alliance, they're assaulting Icecrown Citadel at the same time, and tension between the two factions are high, since both factions lost a whole bunch of people at the Wrathgate. Both factions want to desperately reach the perfect vantage point, take down Arthas and save Bolvar to bring peace. So they want it so bad that they decided to blow each other out of the sky just to get the glory.
Don't say I didn't warn you, scoundrels! Onward, brothers and sisters!
The Alliance falter! Onward to the Lich King! You dare board my ship? Your death will come swiftly!
After the gunship battle, we meet another victim of the Wrathgate, Deathbringer Saurfang. This is High Overlord Saurfang's son, who lost his soul to Frostmourne and has been turned to a Death Knight by the Lich King.
My boy died at the Wrathgate. I am here only to collect his body.
Stubborn and old, what chance do you have? I am stronger and more powerful than you ever were.
We named him Dranosh. It means Heart of Draenor in Orcish.
Both sides defeat the orc, where on the Horde side, Saurfang collects his son, but on the Alliance side, you see a bit more conversation.
Soldiers, fall in! Looks like the Horde are coming to take another shot!
Don't force me hand, Orc. We can't let you pass.
Behind you lies the body of my only son. Nothing will keep me from him.
I can't do it. Get back on your ship and we'll spare your life.
Stand down, Muradin. Let a grieving father pass.
No Ko kills Ilnok, Atar. I will not forget this kindness. I thank you, Highness.
I was not at the Wrathgate, but the soldiers who survived told me much of what happened. Your son fought with honor. He died a hero's death. He deserves a hero's burial.
Respect is shown, and Saurfang takes his boy home. Rotface and Vestagut, they don't really have a story besides being created by Professor Putricide, who they see as their father, and they love their pets very much.
Good news, everyone!
Professor Putricide has perfected a plague which will eradicate all life on Azeroth, and he's probably responsible for most of the abominations and creations that we've seen in the Scourge army.
Bad news, everyone! I don't think I'm going to make it.
Foolish mortals. You thought us defeated so easily. The Sand Lane are the Lich King's immortal soldiers. Now, you shall face their might combined!
The Blood Prince Council consists of 3 Darkfallen princes, which we encountered and defeated before. Darkfallen are vampiric undead blood elves resurrected by Arthas after they defeated during Warcraft 3. Prince Keleseth, he was the first boss of Utgard Keep and the Scourge Overlord of the Howling Fjords. Prince Valanar, he was the Scourge Overlord of the Borean Tundra and taken out with the help of Visarion. Prince Tel'Daram, he was the second boss of Ankahet, where he was searching for lost Nerubian relics to empower the Scourge's murderous ranks and please the Lich King. With the Darkfallen Orb empowering them, they tried to stop our assault, but they failed, and the next encounter was against their Blood Queen Lanafel.
You have made an unwise decision.
Not all the Blood Elves that were turned into Darkfallen, they died while fighting together with their Prince Kil'fa Sunstrider. Some of them survived a little bit longer in Northrend, they were left behind by their prince, and one by one, Arthas picked them off, converting them into his dark army. Lanafel was one of those survivors, and with the legendary blade Quel'Dalar, she tried to hold her ground, but the might of Frostmourne, it was simply too great. She lost her life, and Arthas decided to not only turn her into the undead, he also made her the Blood Queen of all the Darkfallen. Lanafel eagerly carried out her new duties given to her by the Lich King, but the blade, it reminded her of her former life as she could not afford such distractions. With a scream that echoed throughout Icecrown, she shattered Quel'Dalar and she flung the fractured pieces as far as she could. Heroes would later find the battered hilt of the weapon, restore the legendary blade, while Lanafel found the demise within Icecrown.
But we were all getting along. So,
Valeria Dreamwalker is one of those bosses that just seems very random, since all we know is that she's a captured green dragon, and they tried to destroy her so that they could resurrect her into an agent of the Scourge. By resurrecting her health, we gave her enough power to shatter her bonds, she liberated herself, and then she simply disappeared into thin air.
I am renewed! Ysera grant me the favor to lay these foul creatures to rest!
Finally, there's Sindragosa, a blue dragon in life. She was the prime consort of the blue dragon aspect Malygos.
You are fools who have come to this place! The icy winds of Northrend will consume your souls!
During the War of the Ancients, they created the device known as the Dragon Soul, later to be known as the Demon Soul, which was planned to be used against the invading Legion. What they didn't know was that Deathwing, he was corrupted by the old gods, and he didn't just use the device against the Legion, he also used it against the Night Elf forces and his fellow dragons. With its power, he nearly wiped out the entire Blue Dragonflight, including Sindragosa. The blast of the spell hurled her all the way to the cold north. Blinded and near death, Sindragosa sought desperately to reach the Dragonblight, the place where dragons go to die. No longer able to fly, Sindragosa plummeted to the cold earth in the region of Icecrown. The blue dragon gathered what remained of her energy and called out to Malygos for aid. Her only answer was the howling Arctic wind as she struggled on, but the distance was far too great. Agonizingly, she realized that her spirit would not find rest within Dragonblight. Her life continued to fade away as her sanity deteriorated. In the midst of her delirium, Sindragosa's final thoughts turned to bitterness and hatred. Hatred against the Legion, hatred against Neltharion, hatred even against Malygos. But most of all, hatred against the world of mortals. And in her dying moments, Sindragosa vowed revenge. Now many years later, Arthas used Frostmourne to resurrect the mighty blue dragon, and she was forced to fight for the Lich King. The whole revenge bit never made it into the overall storyline, since she seems pretty happy that we take her out and liberate her from the Lich King's control, very similar to Anubarak, for example.
Can you feel the cold hand of death upon your heart?
Now with all of his creations, all of his powerful minions defeated, it was finally time to join Tyrion Fordring upon the top of Icecrown and finally face the Lich King himself.
So, the Light's vaunted justice has finally arrived. Shall I lay down Frostmourne and throw myself at your mercy?
We'll grant you a swift death, Arthas. More than can be said for the thousands you've tortured and slain.
You'll learn of that firsthand. When my work is complete, you will beg for mercy, and I will deny you. Your anguished cries will be testament to my unbridled power.
So be it. Champions, attack!
I'll keep you alive to witness the end, Fordring. I would not want the Light's greatest champion to miss seeing this wretched world remade in my image.
Tyrion is placed within a block of ice, and heroes have to deal with the Lich King themselves. There seems to be a glimmer of hope on the horizon though, as his health slowly drops, but then the Lich King, he unleashes the fury of Frostmourne, taking out all the heroes gathered.
No questions remain unanswered. No doubts linger. You are Azeroth's greatest champions. You overcame every challenge I laid before you. My mightiest servants have fallen before your relentless onslaught. Your unbridled fury. Is it truly righteousness that drives you? I wonder. You trained them well, Fordring. You delivered the greatest fighting force this world has ever known, right into my hands, exactly as I intended. You shall be rewarded for your unwitting sacrifice. Watch now, as I raise them from the dead to become masters of the Scourge. They will shroud this world in chaos and destruction. Azeroth's fall will come at their hands, and you will be the first to die.
Throughout the entire expansion, the Lich King has watched us, pitched us against the mightiest of foes, making sure that when the time was right, he would have the mightiest heroes the world had to offer, ready to be converted into his ranks. He might have won that day, might have recruited the most powerful heroes into his army, was it not for Tyrion and the Light's blessing.
Light, grant me one final blessing. Give me the strength to shatter these bonds.
No more, Arthas! No more lives will be consumed by your hatred!
Free, at last. It is over, my son. This is the moment of reckoning. Rise up, champions of the light!
With one single strike, the Ashbringer shatters Frostmourne and 1,000 vengeful souls are released, holding the Lich King high in the air. King Tyrannus resurrects the fallen heroes, and together they end the nightmare. Together they defeat the Lich King.
Now I stand, the lion before the lambs, and they do not fear. They cannot fear.
Father, is it over?
At long last. No king rules forever, my son.
I see. Only darkness before me.
Without its master's command, the restless scourge will become an even greater threat to this world. Control must be maintained. There must always be a Lich King.
The weight of such a burden. It must be mine, for there is no other.
Tyrion! You hold a grim destiny in your hands, brother. But it is not your own.
Bolvar! By all that is holy.
The dragon's flame sealed my fate. The world of the living can no longer comfort me. Place the crown upon my head, Tyrion. Forevermore, I will be the jailer of the damned.
No, old friend. I cannot.
Do it, Tyrion! You and these brave heroes have your own destinies to fulfill. This last act of service is mine. I must be forgotten, Tyrion. If the world is to live free from the tyranny of fear, they must never know what was done here today. Lich King is dead, and that Bolvar Dragon died with him. Now, go. Leave this place, and never return.
And there ends the story of the Lich King. However, his actions still echo throughout the storyline to this day, and his legacy will not soon be forgotten. When you defeat the Lich King while holding Shadowmourne, you'll get a sealed chest, which High Lord Darian Mograine will open up for you, and inside there are some special items which you can turn in with the respective owners. These are the conversations that wrap up minor bits and pieces between Arthas and characters that were very important in the storyline, and a big thank you to Hey Shaman for letting me use his recordings.
Arthas. Alas, hero of Azeroth, you give me a greater gift than you know. Long have I struggled to forgive the prince for his terrible transgressions. My soul has been racked with unbearable anxiety, dark thoughts, distancing me from the light. I recall clearly the gleam of pride in his eye as he stood before me, eager to defeat the enemies of the light. Eager to defend his people, no matter the cost. It is this memory of Arthas that I choose to keep in my heart. I shall always be in your debt, friend.
Uther's soul finds rest, and he decides to remember the good side of Arthas.
Oh, lad. How I miss those endless days in Lordaeron. Sharpening your skill with this dull blade. Forging you into a weapon meant to withstand the demands of a great destiny. You sure put them skills to use, didn't you, lad? If only I'd been able to stop you that day, how different things might have been. If only I'd have never discovered that accursed blade. Farewell, Arthas, my brother.
Muradin wonders how things could have been different, and he decides to remember Arthas as his brother.
Father.
Darian, my son. At last, I am able to lay my eyes upon you again.
Father, I feared for your sanity.
The Lich King tormented me without end, Darian. Endlessly, he sought to break my will, to force me to serve him, to bind me to his blade. Finally, when events demanded his full attention, he left me. The one memory I clung to, Darian, the one thought that kept me from giving in, it was your sacrifice, my son, that again saved me from eternal peril.
Father, for you, I would give my life 1,000 times.
Alexandros Mograine's soul finally finds peace, and Darian, he would later show up in Draenor, searching for some way to liberate Bolvar out of his fate as jailer of the damned.
What's this? He kept it. All this time, he kept it. I knew. I sensed a part of him still alive, trapped, struggling. Oh, Arthas. Perhaps he might someday remember what he once was. By the light, may he at last find rest, free from the icy grip of that terrible blade.
Arthas kept a reminder of his love for Jaina, something she always knew deep down in her heart. She hopes that his spirit will find rest free from that accursed blade, but unfortunately, that's not what the future holds for Arthas.
So, it is done. I had not dared to trust my senses. Too many times has the Lich King made me to be a fool. Finally, He has been made to pay for the atrocities he imposed upon my people. May Azeroth never fail to remember the horrible price we paid for our weakness, for our pride. But what now, hero? What of those freed from his grasp, but still shackled to their mortal coils? Leave me. I have much to ponder.
Sylvanas would later travel back to the top of Iceground, where she found out that Bolvar is the new Lich King, yet her purpose, her whole mission, was complete. She got the revenge that she desired, so she tossed herself off the top of Iceground in an attempt to end her undead suffering. Instead of ending it though, she found herself in a whole new realm of suffering, a hell where the spirit of Arthas was being tormented as well. This would be her fate, but luckily for the Banshee Queen, the Valkyr, they came down and they offered her a deal. They would ally themselves with Sylvanas, they would take her place in hell in case she died, and they would resurrect more Forsaken troops to bolster their ranks. In exchange, they would be free from Bolvar's control, and knowing the hell and the torment that waits for her, Sylvanas agreed.
With the death of the Lich King, many of the more intelligent Scourge became unemployed. Those fiends, as you so delicately put it, are called Valkyr. They are under my command now. And they are part of the reason that I asked to see you.
Get on with it, Sylvanas!
Very well, War Chief. I have solved the plight of the Forsaken. As a race, we Forsaken are unable to procreate. With the aid of the Valkyr, we are now able to take the corpses of the fallen and create new Forsaken. Agatha, show the War Chief.
What you have done here, Sylvanas, it goes against the laws of nature. Disgusting is the only word I have to describe it.
War Chief, without these new Forsaken, my people would die out. Our hold upon Gilneas and Northern Lordaeron would crumble.
Have you given any thought to what this means, Sylvanas? What difference is there between you and the Lich King now?
Isn't it obvious, War Chief? I serve the Horde.
Watch your clever mouth, bitch!
The Lich King story ripples on throughout Warcraft, even to this day, but for now, the story has come to an end.
Hello everyone. This is my compilation of all the stories of Sylvanas that we've done so far. I hope you'll enjoy.
Not much is known about Sylvanas before the first Horde invasion.
Which used to be true. But we got a bit more family history with the Sylvanas novel, so let me give you a bit of a rundown. Lord Vir of Windrunner was their father, and King Anastarion's most trusted advisor. Larissa Windrunner was their mother, Ranger General of Silvermoon as her mother before her, as the Windrunner lineage holds the line. Illyria Windrunner, eldest and named after Larissa's mother, who was supposed to take up the title of Ranger General, but life, as we know, it took her in a different direction. Instead, it's Sylvanas that takes up the title and position, something that didn't happen without quite the arguments. Sylvanas was already as good as I am years ago. Better maybe than I will ever be, Illyria told her mother. It does not matter if she is the better shot. Sylvanas does not have the temperament for leadership. She's not dedicated enough. She's had countless opportunities to gain allies at court, and she's squandered every one of them through foolishness and mischief. Now you grasp at straws, mother. She has Halderan and Lorfmar on her side. Many of the Farstriders appreciate her distaste for formalities and pretense, and cannot think of a single challenge Sylvanas has faced but not met. Let her turn her mind to leadership, and you will see it exceed your expectations. She is the Ranger General you were hoping for, not me. Sylvanas overhears this argument and tells her mother that she may be second choice, but she will see that Sylvanas is not second best. The part about Sylvanas being a better shot, that has to do with helping Illyria during her trial. or at least in Sylvanas' mind, she was trying to help, she was trying to save the day. Illyria was supposed to prove herself by taking down a lynx, but the challenge was a bit much to overcome. Sylvanas tracks her down, interrupts the test, and takes the kill. And while she did save Illyria's life, she also ruined the test, so she thought that she was helping. In a similar case, there was Lirav. Lirav, her brother, was singing and performing at court, and people were making fun of him. So Sylvanas thought that she was going to save him, that she was going to help him out by poisoning some drinks, by pulling a prank. That's the part about her wasting opportunities to gain allies at court. Again, Sylvanas thinking that she knows what is best, that she is supposed to save everybody, a trait that we see push on further in life. Then Varisa, youngest of the sisters, she's the peacemaker and diplomat. While Lirav, their little brother, he's different from the women in his family. They are the fighters, whereas his strength comes from bringing beauty into the world with his songs and music, working his way up the ranks to eventually become a royal musician and teach others his craft. Sylvanas wanted to make sure to keep him safe, away from the battlefield, from injuries and death. When he confided in her that he felt different from the rest of his family, that perhaps he should invest more time in training, she reassured him that he was brilliant the way that he was, and that he should stick with the arts. Keeping them safe was a wonderful dream, but this is Warcraft after all, quite the difficult quest. They would see Illyria spread her wings and eventually join Turelion and the Alliance of Lordaeron. Before she left, their mother presented Illyria with a gift, a chain which represented her brother Lirav, keeping together 3 gemstones, a ruby, a sapphire, and an emerald. The Windrunner family unified, and then change and war reached their shores. The Horde had allied with the Yamani trolls, and worked hard on invading elven lands. Their parents were slain in an ambush, which the Horde took great care of hiding. They pulled out their arrows, while leaving the ones of the trolls behind, trying to make it clear who was behind the attack. But one arrow was discovered and brought to their king, King Anasterion, who promptly tossed it into the fire. The one bit of real evidence they had of Horde aggression against the elves. The king thought that he could keep his people safe by not making this their war. And she could see that the king knew much more of politics and war than Sylvanas did. And she also knew that her parents would have seen this, and they would have obeyed their king. As now she had to. But pretending only goes so far. Soon enough, the Hordes, the Yamani, the enslaved red dragons were knocking on their door. Their magical protected lands were invaded, and their little brother Lirav was slain. Despite not wanting him trained in combat, Varisa had done it anyways, knowing how her brother felt, how different he had felt from the rest of them. Would it have made a difference? Would he have survived if he had not been trained? Who's to say? But the choice of doing this anyways, it would hang between Varisa and Sylvanas for a little bit. And all that grief and all that suffering that was brought upon them, it pushed the now Ranger General to the brink of madness. Thankfully, there was Nathanos in her life, his strong arms to fall back into, the only solid thing in a whirl of chaos and emotion, clinging to the lifeline that he offered. The human and elf had become very close, as we already speculated about way back when. The book then goes into the events of Warcraft 3 and beyond, but I'll leave past me to do the rest of the talking.
We know that she comes from the Windrunner family, and most of you probably know her sisters. You have the older sister, Illyria Windrunner, who joined the Alliance of Lordaeron in their battle against the first Horde invasion. She also stepped through the Dark Portal after the Horde's second invasion to try and prevent the Horde from invading different worlds. She fell in love with the human paladin Turelion, and they made the ultimate sacrifice of closing the Dark Portal on Draenor's side to prevent Azeroth from being destroyed. Many believed that the Alliance expedition was gone forever, but the Dark Portal reopened during the Burning Crusade, and we discovered that several of the members were still alive. However, Illyria and Turelion, they're still missing, and we have no idea where Sylvanas, her older sister, currently is. Now her younger sister, Varisa Windrunner, she was sent on a secret mission to help the human mage Ronin. They would eventually assist with the liberation of the Red Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, and on their journey, Varisa and Ronin grew closer. Ronin would become the leader of the Kirin Tor. They would have 2 children together, but tragedy struck at the bombing of Fedamore. Ronin, he sacrificed himself by drawing in the mana bomb to control the explosion and save his wife. He even managed to push Jaina into a portal before the explosion hit, and his sacrifice saved many lives. Ronin's death would have a great impact on Varisa and by extension Sylvanas, but we'll get to that story later on. Now for Sylvanas, she describes herself when she was young as very vain. She was beautiful, even for high elf standards, and she was a very skilled hunter, the most promising one in her family. This skill, this talent, would earn her the title of Ranger General of Silvermoon. Sylvanas was actually the commander of all of Quel'Thuz's military forces, and like I mentioned, the first time that shows up in the story is during the first Horde invasion. The Horde, by this point, had already taken Stormwind and were on their way to conquer Lordaeron. Anduin Lothar took as many of his people as he could from Stormwind across the sea to warn the Kingdom of Lordaeron about the Horde and get a fighting force going. The nobles of Lordaeron, they formed the Alliance of Lordaeron, and Lothar's bloodline goes back to the Arathi bloodline. The Arathi, they aided the High Elves many years ago in the so-called Troll Wars, and the High Elves had promised their aid, their allegiance to the descendants of the Arathi bloodline. However, the High Elves, they did not see the Horde as a threat to their lands. They relied on their magic to defend their own home, and they only sent a token force to aid the Alliance. Illyria Windrunner, she disagreed with her leader's choices, and she volunteered to join the token force in the war against the Horde. She believed that the Horde could be a threat to all of the world, not just the humans, and she would be proven right. Eventually, the Horde, they marched upon the kingdom of Quel'Thuz, and Illyria, she wanted nothing more than to run back home and warn her kin, but Turellian, he kept her in line. There was no way that she would make the trip back home on her own, even though he himself wanted nothing more than to warn them, but they had to be smart and they had to stick together. Part of the Alliance, they marched to Quel'Thuz as the Horde already began their assault. The trolls who had joined the Horde, they had been enemies with the elves for centuries, and they could not wait to kill every elf they could find. From the trees, they swooped down, they took up patrols, as the rest of the Horde, they made ready for a full assault. Once the Alliance arrived, they could see that fires were spreading across the forest, and that the Horde had already begun their assaults. Turellian, he wanted to work together with the elves, he wanted to coordinate their attacks, so finally he could give Illyria the freedom to run back home and warn her people. In the meantime, the Alliance kept the Horde busy, and Illyria first ran into her sister Verisa as a pack of trolls dropped down from the trees. The trolls, they outnumbered them, but they didn't know the forest as well as Verisa did. Together with her sister, they ran to a stream. The trolls close behind, so close that they were nearly grabbed, but just before they could, the trolls were shot down by Sylvanas and her troops. Illyria took one of the troll heads with her as she met with the council to convince them of the dangers right at the borders. At first the council didn't want to listen, but when they saw the head, they knew that her words were true. Their king, an Asterian Sunstrider, he was outraged that the trolls dared to invade their lands, and he now committed the full might of the High Elves' military forces to the Alliance. Led by Sylvanas Windrunner and her second-in-command Lor'themar Ferran, the High Elves and the Alliance, they crushed the Horde between their two forces. Things were looking up, as their plan was obviously working, but the Horde, it was no pushover. They released their Ogre Magi, and they even had dragons breathe fire from the sky, and this the Alliance simply could not take. On top of that, Quel'Thuz was obviously not the primary focus of the Horde. They had set their eyes upon the capital city of Lordaeron, so Turellian, he was forced to take their troops and chase the Horde before they could take on the heart of the Alliance. Sylvanas, her people, they still had their magic, their Sunwell to protect their city, and not even the dragons were able to penetrate those defenses, so for the moment, their people would be alright. The Horde laid siege on the capital city, and they probably would have won the war in a day or two, was it not for Gul'dan. Gul'dan felt no allegiance to the Horde. All he cared about was getting more power for himself, and he knew that there was power to be found at the depths of the ocean. He split his forces away from the Horde, which forced Doomhammer to send his own troops after Gul'dan to take revenge upon this traitor. In the meantime, the Alliance had also cut off the Horde's route of reinforcements, and Turellian, Sylvanas, Illyria, Lor'themar, all of them were assaulting the Horde as they tried to take the city. All in all, things were simply not looking good, and Doomhammer had to retreat all the way back to Blackrock Mountain. The Alliance, they followed the bulk of the Horde as the High Elves made sure to clean their forest of any invading forces. Not a lot of details are given about this fight, but we do know that Sylvanas, she lost a lot of her people to the Horde's invasion and a lot of her own family, including her little brother Lyrav. Upon finding this out, Illyria went off the deep end for quite some time as she saw how much damage the Horde had done to her people, and she devoted herself to killing every single orc that she could get her hands on. Sylvanas, she had her own forces to lead as they cleaned up their lands, and due to their allegiance with the Alliance, she allowed a human to join the ranks of her Farstriders. Nathanos Maris became the first and last of the human Ranger Lords, despite Sylvanas' her people objecting against this. Sylvanas didn't care what the people said, not even Kil'jaeden's Sunstrider
outsider was able to force her to send Nathanos away, and some of the fans speculate that there was more going on. That there was more to Nathanos than just his skill that attracted Sylvanas, but that's purely speculation from the fans. It would make sense though. We have Illyria who fell in love with Cerulean, we have Verissa who fell in love with Ronan, and Sylvanas perhaps with Nathanos? Who knows? What we do know for certain is that the Dark Portal would reopen and the Horde returned for a second invasion. Sylvana, she did not join the Alliance expedition as they battled the Horde, but her older sister Illyria did decide to join the troops. Before they stepped through the Dark Portal, she sent out her friend Verana to bring a gift to her sisters. Illyria realized that there was a very big chance that it would never return, so she wanted her sisters to have something to remember her by. From a necklace given to her by her parents, she made 3 individual lockets. 1 emerald, 1 ruby and 1 sapphire with an inscription for each of her sisters. To Verissa, with love Illyria, and to Sylvanas, love always Illyria. Verina told Illyria that she would keep the lockets safe until Illyria would return, and then she could give them herself. But as we know, Illyria would not return, and the gifts were delivered to her sisters. This ends the story of the first and second Horde invasion, and it brings us to the events of Warcraft 3. Over time, the Alliance and the alliance with the High Elves, it would weaken. With no major force to fight and to unite them, the kingdoms, they started to fight amongst each other about where to spend their gold, what to do with the remaining orcs, and this also meant that the High Elves, they stayed more to themselves. The Lich King, who was sent by Kil'jaeden to weaken Azeroth and summon more of the Burning Legion, he made contact with the human wizard Kel'Thuzad, and together they worked on spreading a plague across the kingdom. This plague did not only kill, but it also resurrected the dead as forces for the Scourge. The Prince of Lordaeron, a young paladin by the name of Arthas Menethil, was sent by his father to investigate the reports of this plague. Together with Uther the Lightbringer and Jaina Proudmoore, they saw how their people were converted, and they even managed to kill Kel'Thuzad. Killing the wizard did not stop the plague from spreading though, and at Stratholme, Arthas had to make an impossible choice since the plague had already reached the city. Disguised as a shipment of grain, the citizens had baked it into the bread, and there was no telling who had already eaten from it.
Oh no. We're too late. These people have all been infected. They may look fine now, but it's just a matter of time before they turn into the undead.
What?
This entire city must be purged.
Arthas made the choice to purge the city, while Jaina and Uther, they turned away from him. Inside the city, he found the Dreadlord Mal'Ganis, who taunted Arthas to meet him in the cold heart of Northrend.
Gather your forces and meet me in the Arctic land of Northrend. It is there that we shall settle the score between us. It is there that your true destiny will unfold.
I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth if I have to. Do you hear me? To the ends of the earth!
And so he did. Arthas was able to stop Mal'Ganis by picking up the cursed blade known as Frostmourne, but by doing so, he gave up a piece of his soul. Now he too was listening to the whispers of the Lich King, which told him to go home and take the throne from his father.
What is this? What are you doing, my son?
Succeeding you, father.
Now the kingdom was truly lost, and Arthas destroyed in days what his father had tried to build in years. His next mission was to reclaim the remains of Kel'Thuzad and resurrect him as a Lich. To do this, they would need an incredibly powerful source of power, and lucky for them, they could find such a power in Quel'Thalas, namely the Sunwell. Sylvanas received reports from a scout that the undead were marching, and naturally the High Elves, they had heard rumors about the plague spreading across the human lands, but they had thought that they would be safe in their own city. Quel'Thalas had been able to stand against trolls, against orcs and even dragons. Surely this new threat wouldn't be a problem. They had made this mistake before, only this time the mistake would cost them dearly.
You are not welcome here. I am Sylvanas Windrunner, Ranger General of Silvermoon. I advise you to turn back now.
It is you who should turn back, Sylvanas. Death itself has come to your land.
Do your worst. The Elf Gate to the Inner Kingdom is protected by our most powerful enchantments. You shall not pass.
Sylvanas met Arthas on the field of battle as he tried to defend the first gate, but the might of the Scourge was incredible. Every slain enemy, Arthas simply raised back to life, and her fallen forces were either converted into the Scourge or their dead bodies used as ammunition to throw at her. Reluctantly, Sylvanas gave the order to fall back to their second gate, an order she had never imagined she would have to give.
Fall back to the second gate. Fall back!
The Elf Gate has fallen. Onward, my warriors. Onward to victory.
You've won through this gate, Butcher, but you won't get through the second. The inner gate to Silvermoon can only be opened with a special key, and it shall never be yours.
You waste your time, woman. You cannot outrun the inevitable.
You think that I'm running from you? Apparently, you've never fought elves before.
Damn that woman! We must find a way to cross the river.
The kingdom of Quel'Thalas had always been well defended by magic, but a traitor from within, Darkan Drafir, had told Arthas about the Key of Three Moons and how to break through the magical defenses. Blowing up the bridge had bought Sylvanas some precious time to warn her people, but it did not stop the Scourge. Arthas filled the water with enough corpses to create a bridge, which allows his troops to move further. Sylvanas, she knew that one way or another they would have to make a stand against this butcher, and as they prepared themselves, she fought back to a time where the world was right. Where she, her sisters and her brother, they loved to sing a song together. By the light of the sun, high elves, our enemies are breaking through.
I salute your bravery, elf, but the chase is over.
Then I'll make my stand here, Butcher. Anara la Balori. Finish it. I deserve a clean death.
After all you've put me through, woman, the last thing I'll give you is the peace of death.
No, you wouldn't dare.
And then it went away. It all went away. The coldness, the stench, the searing pain. It was soft and warm and dark and calm and comforting, and Sylvanas permitted herself to sink into the welcoming darkness. At last she could rest, could lay down the arms she'd borne for so long in service to her people. And then agony shot through her, agony such as she had never known, and Sylvanas suddenly knew that no physical pain she had ever endured could hold a pale candle to this torment. This was an agony of the spirit, of her soul leaving her lifeless form and being trapped.
Why have I been summoned?
Arthas denied Sylvanas the peace of the afterlife. He ripped her soul out of her body, turned her into a banshee under his full control, and he kept her body locked away in a chest just for a little bit of extra torment. Sylvanas was forced to watch in horror as Arthas took down her city and killed her king. An Astarian Suntrider, he tried to defend his people, but he was over 3,000 years old, and he was no match for the might of Frostmourne. Sylvanas, she had screamed before when Arthas had tortured her, but now she let out a scream like none she had ever before. The pain and agony of watching her people fall poured out of her, and against her will she did even more damage to her people. Her banshee scream scattered armor and made her people bleed out of their ears and die. Arthas had succeeded in his mission, and he claimed the Sunwell.
Citizens of Silvermoon, I have given you ample opportunities to surrender, but you have stubbornly refused. Know that today, your entire race and your ancient heritage will end. Death itself has come to claim the high home of the elves. Now arise, Kel'Thuzad, and serve the Lich King once again.
Sylvanas couldn't believe that all of this destruction, the brutal murder of her people, was all just to bring Kel'Thuzad back to life. She was sickened by all of this, and the only thing that gave her a little breather from her agony was to see how Darkan was foolish enough to try and betray Arthas as he had betrayed his people. Arthas showed no mercy, and he took Darkan's life just as he had taken Sylvanas her life.
Now Kil'jaeden's plan on sending the Lich King to Azeroth was to bring the Legion for a new invasion. Kel'Thuzad was put on the task of summoning Archimonde, and he actually succeeded in bringing this powerful demon to our world.
You have done well, little Lich. My plan worked perfectly.
Lord Archimonde, all the preparations have been made. Very well, Tichondrius. Since the Lich King is of no further use to me, you Dreadlords will now command the Scourge. As you wish, Lord Archimonde. Soon, I will order the invasion to begin. But first, I will make an example of these paltry wizards by crushing their city into the ashes of history.
This has got to be a joke. What happens to us now?
Be patient, young Death Knight. The Lich King foresaw this as well. You may yet have a part to play in his grand design.
The Lich King, he did not work willingly for Kil'jaeden. In secret, he worked on his own plans of undermining the Legion, and he had Arthas point Illidan towards the skull of Gul'dan. This skull would give Illidan the power needed to take out the powerful Dreadlord known as Tichondrius, and by extension give the Night Elves, the humans and the Orcs the opportunity to defeat Archimonde. This meant that the Legion invasion was prevented, but the other Dreadlords left in command of the Scourge, they did not know about this. Arthas saw how Archimonde fell at the battle for Mount Hyjal, and he quickly made his way back to his kingdom.
What? Who could possibly...
Greetings, Dreadlords. I should thank you for looking after my kingdom during my absence. However, I won't be requiring your services any longer.
Prince Arthas, this land is ours. The Scourge belongs to the Legion.
Not anymore, demon. Your masters have been defeated. The Legion is undone. Your deaths will complete the circle.
Never! This isn't over, human. We knew you would return to us, Prince Arthas.
I have returned, Lich, but you will now address me as king. This is, after all, my land.
But what King Arthas didn't count on was that the Lich King's powers were draining. Casting out Frostmourne had created a crack in the ice, and Illidan's attempt at trying to destroy Icecrown from a distance had made this crack bigger. The Lich King informed Arthas that danger was approaching and that he quickly had to come back to Northrend to merge with him, so Arthas prepared for the journey. With his powers diminished, Sylvanas found that her will was her own again. She no longer heard the whispers of the Lich King in her mind, and the time of vengeance was upon her. She met with the Dreadlords, and they made their plans to overthrow the king.
Lady Sylvanas, we are pleased that you came.
How could I not? For some reason, I no longer hear the Lich King's voice in my head. My will is my own once again. You Dreadlords seem to know why.
We've discovered that the Lich King is losing his power. As it wanes, so too does his ability to command undead such as you.
And what of King Arthas? What about his powers?
Though his Runeblade Frostmourne carries powerful enchantments, Arthas's own powers will fade in time. It is inevitable.
You seek to overthrow him, and you want my help to do it.
The Legion may be defeated, but we are the Nathrezim. We'll not let some upstart human get the best of us. Arthas must fall.
The Lich Kel'Thuzad is far too loyal to betray his master. But you, on the other hand...
Hate him. I have my own reasons for seeking vengeance. Arthas murdered my people and turned me into this monstrosity. I may take part in your bloody coup, but I will do so in my own way.
We have no time for this. We must find our way out quickly. You have my thanks, ladies. But where is your mistress? Where is Sylvanas?
She sent us to find you, Great King. We've come to escort you across the river. Once we cross it, we'll take refuge in the wilderness.
Sylvanas, she had been able to recover her body from the chest in which Arthas had ordered it to be placed. Her banshees led Arthas into a trap to the place where Sylvanas would finally have her revenge.
This is the place, sisters. We'll rest here, Great King.
Why here? We've got to find Kel'Thuzad before we...
You have been deceived. Come to my side at once. Obey.
What is happening here? Sylvanas.
You walked right into this one, Arthas. It's time to even the scales.
Traitor! What have you done to me?
It's a special poisoned arrow I made just for you. The paralysis you're experiencing now is but a fraction of the agony you've caused me.
Finish me, then.
A quick death? Like the one you gave me? No. You're going to suffer as I did. Thanks to my arrow, you can't even run. Give my regards to Hell, you son of a bitch.
Back, you mindless ones! You shall not fall today, my king.
This isn't over, Arthas. I'll never stop hunting you.
Kel'Thuzad showed up just in time and he saved Arthas' life, and Arthas would make the journey to Northrend as Kel'Thuzad stayed behind to rule his kingdom. Apparently at some point during this story, Kel'Thuzad he either went into hiding or he relocated to Naxxramas. Either way, he kinda disappeared from the story as Sylvanas was contacted by the Dreadlords.
You seem troubled, mistress.
Aren't you, sister? Only days ago we were the Lich King's slaves. We existed only to slaughter in his name. And now, we are free.
I don't understand, mistress. I thought you'd be overjoyed.
What joy is there in this curse? We are still undead, sister. Still monstrosities. What are we if not slaves to this torment?
Lady Sylvanas. My brothers and I appreciate the role you played in overthrowing Arthas. I've come to offer you a formal invitation to join our new order.
Theron Mothras. My only interest was in seeing Arthas dead. I have no time for your petty politics or power-mongering.
Careful, milady. It would be unwise to incur our wrath. We are the future of these plague lands. You can either join us and rule, or be cast aside.
I lived as a slave long enough, Dreadlord. I won't relinquish my freedom by shackling myself to you fools.
So be it. Our reply will come soon.
Revenge, that's what Sylvanas wanted at this point, but to take out Arthas, she first had to get a home base, she had to get an army. The Dreadlords, they were not pleased with her declining their invitation, so Sylvanas knew that they would strike soon. There was plenty of work to do before Sylvanas could get her revenge, and the first step was to take on the Dreadlords. With her Banshee sisters, she managed to take over some of the local population, like ogres, gnolls, and murlocs. These forces, they proved to be powerful enough to take on Varimafra's forces, but the Dreadlords, he made Sylvanas an offer.
Any final words, demon?
Sylvanas, spare my life. I beg you. I can be of service. I swear it.
Just like a demon, you'd sell your brethren out just to save your own skin. I'm listening.
I know what my brother's plans are. I know where their forces are based. Just let me serve you, and I'll help you defeat them.
All right, Baron Mothras. I'll let you prove your loyalty to me. But be warned, I'm keeping you on a short leash.
Varimafras, true to his word, led Sylvanas directly to his brother Deferok, and there they find out that Deferok used his powers to control the humans, amongst them General Gerithos. Sylvanas, she used her own banshees to take control of the humans. They opened the gates from the inside, and together they took out the armies before they even realized what hit them. Taking out Deferok released the humans from his spell, and Sylvanas made a deal with Gerithos.
The spell has been lifted. Is the nightmare finally over?
Stand down, humans. I have no quarrel with you.
What is it you want, elf witch?
We have a common enemy. The last Dreadlord Balnazar currently controls the capital city of your kingdom. If you help me kill him, I'll see to it that you get your lands back.
Why should we trust you? You're part of the scourge that drove us out in the first place.
Not anymore. My only interest here is vengeance.
Very well. I'll rally what's left of my forces and meet you outside the gates.
Come now. You have no intention of giving them their lands back.
Of course not. The humans are simply a means to an end.
You sound more like one of us with every passing day, my lady.
Watch it, Dreadlord.
All three of them, they strike out at Balnazar's forces, and they actually manage to take the capital city. However, before taking out Balnazar, Sylvanas had one final test for Varimafras.
It's over, Balnazar. Varimafras.
Yes, my lady.
Kill him.
But it is forbidden for one of the Nathrezim to kill another. My defection was one thing, but this...
I require one last test of your loyalty, Dreadlord. Do it.
You wouldn't dare.
There, your business is done. Now I want you wretched animals out of my city before I...
Kill him, too.
Gladly.
The capital city is ours, but we are no longer part of the Scourge. From here on out, we shall be known as the Forsaken. We will find our own path in this world, Dreadlord, and slaughter anyone who stands in our way.
And so Sylvanas, she created a home for those who were able to step away from the Lich King's control. The Forsaken, they rallied around their Banshee Queen with their main goal of getting revenge upon the one who placed this curse upon them. Arthas' journey would eventually lead him to merging with the Lich King, as Sylvanas, she reached out to find more allies and secure her position in the world.
Bound to the iron will of the tyrant Lich King, the vast undead armies of the Scourge seek to eradicate all life on Azeroth. Led by the Banshee Sylvanas Windrunner, a group of renegades broke away from the Scourge and freed themselves of the Lich King's domination. Known by some as the Forsaken, this group fights a constant battle, not only to retain its freedom from the Scourge, but also to slaughter those who would hunt them as monsters. With Sylvanas as their Banshee Queen, the Forsaken have built a dark stronghold beneath the ruins of Lordaeron's former capital city. This hidden Undercity forms a sprawling labyrinth that stretches beneath the haunted woods of the Tirisfal Glades. Though the very land is cursed, the zealous humans of the Scarlet Crusade still cling to their scattered holdings, obsessed with eradicating the undead and retaking their homeland.
Sylvanas and the Forsaken had but one mission: to take revenge and kill Arthas. Defeating the Dreadlords was a great step, but they would need more allies. Sylvanas, she sent out several messages trying to find some sort of allegiance, but most of the world saw them as monsters and simply wanted them dead. Warchief Thrall was convinced by Hamul Rune Totem that there was potential for redemption in Sylvanas, her people. Thrall fully realized the sinister nature of the Forsaken, but he also trusted Hamul, and he allowed the Forsaken into the Horde. This did not only increase the Forsaken's chances of victory against the Lich King and anyone else who tried to take them on like the Scarlet Crusade, it also gave the Horde a foothold in the Eastern Kingdoms. During one of her journeys, Sylvanas found her way back to Quel'Thalas. Some way, somehow, the traitor Darkon Dravir, he managed to survive Arthas' punishments, and he was trying to reclaim the remaining powers of the Sunwell. The Sunwell, it was destroyed after Arthas used it to resurrect Kel'Thuzad, and this story takes place in the Sunwell comics. In this story, we find out that the remaining powers of the Sunwell, they were transformed into a living being known as Envina. Sylvanas does her best to take out Darkon, but not even her Banshee Scream was able to stop him. In the end of the story, Darkon is supposedly killed by the powers of the Sunwell, and Sylvanas, she promises to keep Envina's identity a secret. Darkon would prove to be near impossible to kill, since during the Burning Crusade he actually returned once again. This time adventurers were put on the task of killing him and collecting his head, and we can only hope that he will stay dead. Naphanos Maris, the first and last of the human Ranger Lords, he fell to the Scourge and eventually became an undead. Sylvanas made sure that he joined the Forsaken before the Scourge recruited him, and Naphanos is still very loyal to Sylvanas, which further supports the speculation that there was something more between Sylvanas and Naphanos. Naphanos was still considered to be a hero of the Alliance, and the Alliance was put on the quest to restore order and release Naphanos from his undead curse. A small army was required to take down the Ranger Lord, but Naphanos, he managed to survive the encounter by feigning his death. These days, Naphanos trains new Forsaken in the ways of the Hunter. The final thing I want to mention before we talk about the expansions is the Royal Apothecary Society. This society was created by Sylvanas, and it was put on the task to make sure that the Forsaken would have enough firepower to take on the Lich King. They were working on a new form of plague, which would not only wipe out the Scourge, not only the undead, but also any other form of life. The other race of the Horde, they actually believed that the Forsaken were working on a cure for the undead illness, but in truth, they performed horrible experiments on both the living and the dead. Nothing would stand in Sylvanas' way of getting revenge.
Convinced that the primitive races of the Horde can help them achieve victory over their enemies, the Forsaken have entered an alliance of convenience. Harboring no true loyalty for their new allies, they will go to any lengths to ensure their dark plans come to fruition. As one of the Forsaken, you must massacre any who pose a threat to the new order, human, undead, or otherwise.
As we all know, the Blood Elves, they entered the game during the Burning Crusade. The Blood Elves, they actually used to be High Elves, but they now call themselves Blood Elves in honor of all those who had fallen while trying to defend their land against Arthas and the Scourge. Officially, their people were told that Sylvanas, she simply died with the rest of them, but rumor had it that there was more going on, that Sylvanas was now actually the Banshee Queen. Apparently, Sylvanas still felt some sort of connection to her people, since she played a massive role in getting the Blood Elves into the Horde. Besides that, she also offered the support of the Forsaken to secure the land against any remaining Scourge forces. The Blood Elves, they first refused her offer, thinking it was some sort of trick, but eventually they let her in and they became a solid part of the Horde. As Blood Elves quest through the Ghostlands, they can find a necklace at the Windrunner Spire, the same necklace once given to Sylvanas by her older sister, Illyria. You can bring the necklace back to the Dark Lady, and first she says that the necklace and her sister are a long dead memory, but Sylvanas, she can't hold up that mask for very long. Her older sister still holds a spot in her dark heart, and Sylvanas, she sings the Lament of the Highborn as she remembers her old life.
What joy is there in this curse?
Five years took place between Arthas merging with the Lich King and him waking up to strike out at the world once more. Sylvanas, her people, they've been able to invent a plague that did not only kill the living, but also the undead, Forsaken and Scourge alike. Even though Sylvanas has regained full control, she still felt a certain link with Arthas, and when he woke up, she felt it in her soul. At last, Arthas, you will pay for what you have done. The humans who spawned such as you shall be slaughtered. Your Scourge shall be stopped in their tracks. You will no longer be able to hide behind your armies of mindless undead puppets. And we will grace you with the same mercy and compassion you showed us. Thrall was cautious and reluctant to give the order to assault Northrend, but once the Scourge struck out at Orgrimmar, he saw no other way. Gerrar's Hellscream was put in charge of leading the bulk of the horde into Northrend, and of course, Sylvanas also joined the assault. The Blood Elves, they were also reluctant to support the war against Arthas, since they just had to deal with a civil war, and Lor'themar, he did not want to send his people off to war again. Sylvanas, she made sure that they would carry their weight in the horde, and she paid a little visit to Lor'themar. Have you forgotten who's responsible for the state of Quel'Thalas in the first place? Who is ultimately to blame? She searched his face for a reply, and when he gave none, she continued. Well, I at least have not. My vengeance will not be denied, and you will give me what I demand of you. The Sin'dorei Rangers and Magi, as well as the Blood Knights. We cannot spare them, Sylvanas. Her flaking lips curled into a sneer. Then you can hide here like a beaten dog, if that is indeed your will, Lor'themar. Though if you believe anything can come from it, you are a fool. Do you think Arthas will be content to ignore you whilst you wait here and lick your wounds? Do you think I will tolerate such cowardice? I would warn you, those who do not stand with the Forsaken stand against them, and those who stand against the Forsaken will not stand long. For a while now, my people have stood guard in these lands, and it is by my hand that you have any place within the hordes. You will aid us in Northrend, or I shall cease to aid you in Quel'Thalas. Lor'themar, he had no choice, and he devoted his people to a new war. In Northrend, the bulk of the horde led by Garrosh assaulted the land starting from the Borean Tundra, while Sylvanas and the Forsaken, they attacked from the Howling Fjords. Under the name of the Hand of Vengeance, they worked on perfecting the plague, while also taking the land. The campaign against the Lich King, it seemed to be going fine, the Alliance and Horde were even worked together, but at the Wrathgate, Sylvanas would be betrayed by Grand Apothecary Putris.
Take the lead! For Morderon! For the Alliance! Back, you mindless wretches! Fight on, brothers!
Rise up, sons of the Horde! Blood and glory await us! Lontargar! For the Horde!
I was wondering if you'd show up.
I couldn't let the Alliance have all the fun today.
Arthas! The blood of your father, of your people, demands justice! Come forth, coward, and answer for your crimes!
You speak of justice, of cowardice. I will show you the justice of the grave and the true meaning of fear.
Enough talk! Let it be finished!
You will pay for all the lives you've stolen, traitor!
Boldly stated, but there is nothing you can...
What?
Did you think we had forgotten? Did you think we had forgiven? Behold now the terrible vengeance of the Forsaken!
Sylvanas.
Death to the Scourge! And death to the living!
All can see. This is the hour of the Forsaken.
We're finished. No escape for any of us.
The plague she and her people had worked on for years had fallen into the wrong hands, and Putris used the plague against the Scourge, the Alliance, and even the Hordes. Varimafras and Putris, they worked together in overthrowing their queen, and they took the Undercity right beneath her nose. This meant that Sylvanas, she had to secure her home base before she would be able to deal with Arthas. Together with Thrall, Vol'jin, and several members of the Horde, they charged into the Undercity, and they took on Varimafras, who was busy trying to summon something into Azeroth.
Welcome to my kingdom of darkness. Did you enjoy my minion's terrible creation? Potent, is it not? But enough prattling. You wish to reclaim your city. Come then, heroes. Your souls will fuel the host. You will have this place back in pieces.
What have they done to my beautiful city? The only redemption for the traitors responsible for this will be an agonizing death. My vengeance will be swift and without mercy.
Lead the way, Dark Lady. We will follow.
Very well, War Chief. The royal quarter is this way. Stay on guard. There is no telling what Varimafras and Putris have in store for us.
What is this? Welcome to your future. What little there is left of it.
May my aim be true.
Too long. Tireless, endless planning. It will not end like this. One more time. The Master is near. Such power. Can you not feel it, mortals? Cease this foolishness and join me. I will not fail. Not again. I cannot hold. Destabilizing. You have failed me, Varimafras. 1,000 pardons, Master. I will deal with these intruders myself.
The voice files that you hear while fighting Varimafras, they are named after Sargeras, so it seems likely that the Dreadlord, he never truly gave up his connection to the Legion, and he was trying to summon Sargeras into Azeroth.
Years wasted.
The Alliance, they were also struck by this betrayal, and they had their own reasons for assaulting the Undercity. They took on Putris, and at the end, Varian and Thrall, they nearly went at each other. Jaina, she was able to teleport Varian and the Alliance away from the city before more damage was done. Thrall gave the Undercity back to Sylvanas, but he had learned his lesson. He left behind several of his Kor'kron to guard the city, while also keeping an eye on the Dark Lady to make sure that something like the Wrathgates would never happen again. Undercity was secure once more, so it was time for Sylvanas to make her way to Northrend and confront the Lich King. Together with Horde adventurers, she made her way into the frozen halls deep inside Icecrown Citadel.
The Argent Crusade and the Knights of the Ebon Blade have assaulted the gates of the Icecrown Citadel and are preparing for a massive attack upon the Scourge. Our mission is a bit more subtle, but equally as important. With the attention of the Lich King turned towards the front gate, we'll be working our way through the side, in search of information that will enable us to defeat him, once and for all. Our scouts have reported that the Lich King has a private chamber outside of the Frozen Throne, deep within a place called the Halls of Reflection. That is our target, champions. We will cut a swath of destruction through this cursed place, and find a way to enter the Halls of Reflection. If there is anything of value to be found here, it will be found in the halls. The Dark Lady watches over you. Make haste. Soldiers of the Horde, attack!
Your last waking memory will be of agonizing pain.
Pathetic weaklings.
Wait, stop. Don't kill me, please. I'll tell you everything.
Why should the Banshee Queen spare your miserable life?
What you seek is in the Master's lair, but you must destroy Tyrannus to gain entry. Now, within the Halls of Reflection, you will find Frostmourne. It holds the truth.
Frostmourne? The Lich King is never without his blade. If you are lying to me...
I swear it's true! Please don't kill me!
Worthless gnat. Death is all that awaits you.
No!
Do not think that I shall permit you entry into my master's sanctum so easily. Pursue me if you dare.
A fitting end for a traitor. Come, we must free the slaves and see what is within the Lich King's chamber for ourselves. I don't believe it. Frostmourne stands before us, unguarded, just as the gnome claimed. Come, heroes. Standing this close to the blade that ended my life. And the pain, it is renewed. I dare not touch it. Stand back, as I attempt to commune with the blade. Perhaps our salvation lies within.
Careful, girl. I've heard talk of that cursed blade saving us before. Look around you, and see what has been born of Frostmourne.
Uther the Lightbringer. How?
You haven't much time. The Lich King sees what the sword sees. He will be here shortly.
The Lich King is here? Then my destiny shall be fulfilled on this day.
You cannot defeat the Lich King. Not here. You would be a fool to try. He will kill those that follow you and raise them as powerful soldiers of the Scourge. But for you, Sylvanas, his reward for you would be worse than the last.
There must be a way.
Perhaps. But know this. There must always be a Lich King. Alas, the only way to defeat the Lich King is to destroy him at the place where he was created.
The Frozen Throne.
Aye. Oh, he is coming. You must, Paladin. So, you wish to commune with the dead. You shall have your wish. Ulrich, Marwyn, bring their corpses to my chamber when you are through.
As you wish, my lord.
Soldiers of Lordaeron, rise to meet your master's call.
You will not escape me that easily, Arthas. I will have my vengeance.
I will not make the same mistake again, Sylvanas. This time, there will be no escape. You will all serve me in death.
He's too powerful. Heroes, quickly, come to me. We must leave this place immediately. I will do what I can to hold him in place while we flee.
There is no escape. Death's cold embrace awaits.
No wall can hold the Banshee Queen. Keep the undead at bay, heroes. I will tear this barrier down. Blasted dead end. So this is how it ends. Prepare yourselves, heroes. For today, we make our final stand.
Nowhere to run. Your
Get on board, now! This whole mountainside could collapse at any moment.
We are safe, for now. His strength has increased tenfold since our last battle. It will take a mighty army to destroy the Lich King. An army greater than even the Horde can rouse.
Arthas, fully merging with the Lich King, had increased his powers, and Sylvanas was no match for him on her own. It is up to the Horde and the Alliance to tear down the walls of Icecrown and bring the king to his knees.
Now I stand, the lion before the lambs, and they do not fear. They cannot fear.
Those that have done the Shadowmourne questline and actually defeated Arthas with this weapon, they're able to get a special item after defeating the Lich King. One of these items is a vial of blood from Sylvanas, and upon returning this to her, she says,
So, it is done. I had not dared to trust my senses. Too many times has the Lich King made me to be a fool. Finally, he has been made to pay for the atrocities he imposed upon my people. May Azeroth never fail to remember the horrible price we paid for our weakness, for our pride. But what now, hero? What of those freed from his grasp, but still shackled to their mortal coils? Leave me. I have much to ponder.
What now indeed? Sylvanas' storyline up to this point was all about getting revenge, and with Arthas taken out, that's exactly what she got. Sylvanas, she made her way to the top of Icecrown after these events, and she found out that a new Lich King was placed upon the throne. Bolvar Fordragon had taken up the burden to be the jailer of the damned, but all of it no longer mattered to Sylvanas. None of it mattered anymore, her undead life's goal was complete, so Sylvanas, she looked down and she saw liberation. Sylvanas, she threw herself from the top of Icecrown, and she embraced the cold hands of death, but the Valkyr, they had other plans in mind for Sylvanas. They showed Sylvanas visions of her past, how she used to be and how she used to use her troops. To her, they were arrows in a quiver, shot out to accomplish her goals. They also showed her how her Forsaken were the same to her, arrows aimed at Arthas' heart. They also showed her visions of a possible future where Garrosh, he used the bulk of the Forsaken to take down Gilneas. They showed her how the Alliance retook the capital city of Lordaeron and how her people threw themselves into bonfires. Again, all of it didn't matter to Sylvanas. All she wanted was to escape this eternal torment, and she threw herself off the top of Icecrown. The Valkyr, they tried to stop her. They tried to keep her in limbo and offer her a choice. These visions were not to judge Sylvanas, but they were to show her what could happen to her people. Let them perish, Sylvanas cried. I am finished with them. The Valkyr had no choice, and they let Sylvanas go and see for herself what the afterlife had in store. Lady Sylvanas Windrunner tumbled in a freefall. Not in the physical sense. Her body had been obliterated at the foot of Icecrown Citadel. It was her spirit that tumbled, lost like a rudderless ship in a storm. How had she gotten here? She couldn't remember. Had she been killed by Arthas? Had she committed suicide? Had she been sent to judgment by the Valkyr? Time was meaningless here. Her whole life seemed not a series of events, but a single instant, a pinpoint flash of consciousness in an infinite void. She saw only darkness. And then she felt, truly felt, for the first time in a long while. She recoiled in agony. Here she was, her spirit once again feeling whole, only to feel it suffer. To feel once more, only to feel abject pain, cold, hopelessness, fear. There were others in the darkness, things she didn't recognize, because nothing so terrible could exist in the world of the living. Claws tore at her, but she had no mouth with which to scream. Eyes looked at her, but she couldn't look back. Regrets. She sensed a familiar presence, recognized it, the taunting voice that had once held her in its grasp. Arthas Menethil here? His essence rushed to her, desperate, then shrank away in horrified recognition. The boy who would be Lich King, just a scared little blonde child, reaping the aftermath of a lifetime of mistakes. If any part of Sylvanas' soul were not at that moment torn and tormented, she might have even felt, for the first time, the slightest glimmer of pity for him. In the grand landscape of all the world's suffering and all the evils of the infinite, the Lich King was insignificant. Now the others had her, surrounded her, gleeful, tormenting, tearing at her consciousness, delighting in her suffering. Horror. This was to be her eternity, the endless void, the dark, unknown realm of anguish. Hell, or at least Warcraft's version of hell, that's what waits for Sylvanas on the other side. The 9 Valkyrs, still bound to Lich King will, they came down for her and they offered her a choice. They would join Sylvanas, in exchange they would be free of Bolvar's will, and they would even take her place in hell, as they would be forever bound together. Not only would the Valkyr keep Sylvanas alive, they would also give her the power to resurrect the dead into new forces for the Forsaken. Sylvanas agreed to the pact with the Valkyr, and the first of them took her place in hell, as Sylvanas carved out a new destiny for her and the Forsaken. They would no longer simply be arrows in a quiver, now they were her bulwark against the infinite. Together with her 8 remaining Valkyr, Sylvanas intends to never return to the hell that she had witnessed.
I dearly hope that there's a special place in hell waiting for you, Arthas.
We may never know, Uther. I intend to live forever.
Though Lady Sylvanas and her Forsaken finally took vengeance upon their hated enemy, the Lich King, their dark crusade in Northrend proved costly. Betrayed by Grand Apothecary Putrus at the Battle of Wrathgate, the Forsaken's devious plague of death was unleashed upon both the Alliance and the Horde to calamitous effect. Unbeknownst to Sylvanas, Putrus and his demonic ally, Veramathras, had taken control of the Undercity. As a result, the Forsaken were wrongly blamed for the traitor's atrocities. Though the Undercity was eventually retaken, Sylvanas and her followers still bear the weight of Putrus' sins. Mistrusted by the other members of the Horde, the Forsaken must now prove their loyalty to the cause and redeem themselves from their supposed treachery. To this end, Sylvanas has bolstered her defenses within the Tirisfal Glades and readied her undead forces for any contingency. As one of the Forsaken, you must use your cunning and viciousness to slay any who would pose a threat to Sylvanas' rule, be they human, undead, or otherwise.
In one of the visions shown by the Valkyr, Sylvanas saw how Garrosh was throwing away Forsaken troops in order to take Gilneas. Upon returning, Sylvanas told the war chief that they would take Gilneas, but they would do it her way. No one would squander her Forsaken away, she needed them as a bulwark against the infinite, and not even the war chief would take them away from her. To understand the battle at Gilneas, we'll have to talk a little bit about the history of Gilneas and their people. Gilneas built their gigantic wall around their city sometime after the Second War, so sometime after the first Horde invasion was defeated. It was part of the Alliance of Lordaeron, and their leader Gan Greymane, he placed the support with the other leaders. Greymane was not much of a team player though, and he would rather spend his money on defending his own kingdom and his own people than working together with the rest, but he didn't go as far as betraying the Alliance. The Alliance, they would eventually win the war against the Horde, and over time their allegiances would weaken. Greymane took it one step further, and he built a massive wall around his city, allowing no one to set foot in his land, so they wouldn't have to concern themselves with other people's problems. His wall was very mighty, but not strong enough to stand against the Scourge and Arvids. When the undead roamed the land, Gilnean's forces tried to stop them, but they were decimated. Desperate, Greymane asked Archmage Arugal for aid, and Arugal, he summoned the Worgen to attack the Scourge. The Worgen were summoned from the Emerald Dream, where they were placed many years ago by Malfurion Stormrage himself. These Worgen, they actually used to be druids who tried to contain their powers of the demigod Goldrin, but instead of containing the powers, they lost themselves to the Fury. Their bites would even spread the Worgen curse to other people, and Malfurion, he saw no other way than to place them in hibernation within the dream. At first, the plan worked great. The summoned Worgen were a great fighting force against the Scourge, but then the Worgen, they turned around and they attacked Gilnean people, slowly spreading their curse through the city. These Worgen were led by Relar Fangfire, also known as Alpha Prime, the first of the druids who had turned into a Worgen. He had infiltrated Gilneas through tunnels under the Greymane wall, and he was searching for the Scythe of Elune, which he could use to summon more of his Worgen brothers and sisters from the Emerald Dream. With these additional Worgen, he planned to assault their nests and take revenge upon Malfurion, and to this end, he allied himself with the Forsaken and their assault against Gilneas. The invasion of Gilneas, it took place in several stages. stages, and it's a little bit too big to cover all the little details, but I will do my best. At first, as I just told you, Garrosh threw the Forsaken at the Gilnean wall, but the wall was able to hold. Alpha Prime, he attacked the city with his Worgen, to which King Greymane allied himself with Lord Darius Crowley. Darius had led a rebellion against Greymane in the past, and he was imprisoned because of this, but Greymane, he still saw him as a friend, and the city needed his help. Together, they fought back against the Worgen assault, but Crowley, he realized that the only way for the citizens to survive would be to evacuate them all to Duskhaven. He and his forces stayed behind to keep the Worgen distracted, while Greymane and the rest of their people evacuated. Crowley's sacrifice saved many lives that day, but at the price of him becoming a Worgen himself. The royal alchemist of King Greymane had managed to create a potion which allowed the Worgen to regain their sanity and take control over their actions, even if it was for just a little while. These liberated Worgens, they joined the Gilnean's forces, and even though Alpha Prime had taken the city, their walls were holding. That was until the cataclysm hit the world of Azeroth. It shattered the Greymane wall and even the natural defenses around the city. This allowed the Forsaken to not only invade from the land, but they could also assault from the sea. The Worgen, they were no pushovers though, and their forces led by Prince Liam Greymane and Lord Vincent Godfrey, they were able to put up a fierce resistance. Unfortunately for them, the cataclysm was not over yet, and they had to evacuate Duskhaven before the land was consumed by the sea. The survivors, they fled to Blackwald, where they found the Night Elves led by Belrisa Starbreeze. Belrisa had actually been there when the first of the Druids assumed their Worgen forms, and she offered her assistance and knowledge with restoring the balance between man and beast. The potion that was given to the Gilneans, it would not last forever, but the Night Elves ritual would restore the balance and would allow the Gilneans to hold control over their Worgen forms. Crowley had already made his way to the Night Elves, and he informed adventurers that the Forsaken had gotten their hands on the Scythe of Elune. This artifact would allow them to hold control over the Worgen, so they had to reclaim the item before it was lost forever. A pack of Worgen led by Tobias Mistmantle, they distracted the Forsaken, while adventurers stole back the Scythe before it could reach Sylvanas. After these events, Godfrey and Greymane, they showed up asking Crowley to join their forces once more. Crowley asked if Greymane requested their aid as a tyrant or as a friend, to which Greymane revealed that he himself had turned into a Worgen, so he was asking this as a friend. Godfrey could not handle his king being one of the cursed Worgens, so he made his plans of his own. He captured Greymane with the intention of using him as a bargaining chip with the Forsaken. The adventurers, they came to the rescue once more and they liberated the king, to which Godfrey decided that it was better to be dead than to serve under a Worgen. After liberating and recruiting as many of the people as they could, Greymane and Liam got ready to fight for their city. The prince himself led their forces against the troops of the Forsaken as they fought their way to the heart of the city. There, Sylvanas herself showed up on the battlefield, planning to use a poisoned arrow on the king himself, but his son jumped in front of the shot and he died in his father's arms. Sylvanas retreated, and she met with General Warhal, who was sent by Garrosh to keep an eye on the Forsaken.
It appears you're losing control of Gilneas, Sylvanas. Garrosh fears he's going to have to carry out this invasion himself.
You can assure Garrosh that this is a minor setback. Our victory in Gilneas will be absolute.
You sound very confident, Your Majesty. I seriously hope you do not plan to use the plague. Garrosh has explicitly forbidden it.
You do well to watch your tone, General. Neither you nor Garrosh have anything to worry about. We've ceased all production of the plague, as he ordered. We'd never deploy it without his permission.
I will deliver my report to our leader, then. By your leave, my lady.
Go with honor, General.
My lady, should I order my men to stop the deployment of the plague? Or are we to continue as planned?
What kind of question is that? Of course we're deploying the plague, as planned. Let the Gilneans enjoy their small victory. Not even their bones will remain by tomorrow.
As you wish.
Tobias Mismental, he heard the entire conversation and he made sure to evacuate the city before they would all fall to the plague. Gilneas was left in ruins, but its citizens had survived as they sailed away on boats delivered to them by the Night Elves. A new alliance was formed. They would return to fight another day, while the Gilneas Liberation Front, led by Darius Crowley, remained behind to try and retake Gilneas from the Forsaken forces. Meanwhile, Sylvanas, she presented the war chief with her new allies.
Where is that ogre-headed buffoon? Ah, speak of the devil.
This better be important, Sylvanas. You know how I detest this place and its foul stench. Why have you called for me? And more importantly, what are those Scourge fiends doing here?
War Chief, so glad you could make it. With the death of the Lich King, many of the more intelligent Scourge became unemployed. Those fiends, as you so delicately put it, are called Valkyr. They are under my command now. And they are part of the reason that I asked to see you.
Get on with it, Sylvanas!
Very well, War Chief. I have solved the plight of the Forsaken. As a race, we Forsaken are unable to procreate. With the aid of the Valkyr, we are now able to take the corpses of the fallen and create new Forsaken. Agatha, show the War Chief!
What you have done here, Sylvanas, it goes against the laws of nature. Disgusting is the only word I have to describe it.
War Chief, without these new Forsaken, my people would die out. Our hold upon Gilneas and Northern Lordaeron would crumble.
Have you given any thought to what this means, Sylvanas? What difference is there between you and the Lich King now?
Isn't it obvious, War Chief? I serve the Horde.
Watch your clever mouth, bitch! Chromosh, you stay behind and make sure the Banshee Queen is well guarded. I will be expecting a full report when next we meet. Remember, Sylvanas, eventually we all have to stand before our Maker and face judgment. Your day may come sooner than others.
Garrosh is obviously not pleased with Sylvanas' actions, but she doesn't care what the war chief had to say. The Valkyr are now her most powerful allies, able to resurrect the fallen and make them fight for the Banshee Queen. Something Sylvanas makes full use of as the war against Gilneas and the rest of the area continued. The Valkyr, they were deployed to convert the humans at Fenris Isle into Forsaken. But Crowley, he made use of this attack by offering the humans their Worgen blood. Embracing the Worgen curse would make the humans immune to the Valkyr's magic, and it would prevent them from being turned into Forsaken. Even though they hated the idea to become Worgen, they still accepted it, since it was better than to be turned into the undead. Around this time, Greymane had made his way to Stormwind and he allied with the Alliance. Kivarian Rin, he realized the threat of the Forsaken and he deployed some of his finest troops to the liberation of Gilneas. The 7th Legion was sent out to take back the city and they were actually successful. But Sylvanas, she had more plans in mind. She had adventurers recover the corpse of Lord Vincent Godfrey, the same Godfrey who threw himself off the cliff, while our own troops recovered his lieutenants, Lord Walden and Baron Asbury. They were resurrected as Forsaken, and Godfrey seemed to be more than willing to serve the Dark Lady. He had always said that it was better to be dead than to serve as a worgen, so he had no problem with being resurrected as an undead. The adventurers, they were then put on the task of taking Ambermill, one of the last Dalaran settlements in the land. A rumor had it that the mages at Ambermill, they were waiting for more Alliance reinforcements before turning on the Forsaken, so they had to be taken out before they became a bigger threat. They too were turned to the undead, adding more and more forces to Sylvanas, her army. The 7th Legion and the Worgen were not yet defeated though, and Godfrey and his men were set on the task of collecting Lorna Crowley, daughter of Lord Darius Crowley, who was leading the Gneis Liberation Front. Lorna, she was still unaffected by the Worgen curse, which meant that she was still vulnerable to Sylvanas and her Valkyr. Sylvanas went as far as to threaten Crowley, and she told him that if they wouldn't hand over Gilneas, that she would turn Lorna into one of her Forsaken. Crowley had no choice, and he surrendered the city to Sylvanas, and the Dame seemed to be won. However, Godfrey had other plans in mind. He shot Sylvanas point blank in her back, ending her life, and while the orc Kromash and the adventurers present, they quickly overpowered Godfrey, he did manage to retreat all the way back to Shadowfang Keep. The Valkyr had made a pact for Sylvanas, and they worked on bringing her back to life. The first time that Sylvanas had killed herself, only one Valkyr had to take her place, but apparently that Valkyr was far more powerful than the rest of them. This time, it took all 3 of them to bring Sylvanas back, but they were successful, and Sylvanas came back from hell. She was furious at Godfrey, and swore that she would get her revenge, as she made her way back to the Undercity to recover. Godfrey, he was taken out in the Shadowfang Keep dungeon, while Gilneas, to this day, is still being fought over. Blizzard hasn't made an official story about this, but several tweets from reliable sources suggest that even though Crowley surrendered, several of his people did not. They still battled over the future of Gilneas, which we see in the battleground. Later on, we have Creed who shows up. He was part of the Rogue Legendary questline. Rephion, he sends rogues to take him out, and Creed's forces left the city for a safer place. Time will tell who might hold Gilneas in the future. For now, it's still disputed. More territories would be conquered by the Forsaken, amongst them the town of Southshore, which was obliterated with the use of the plague. However, the final battle that I want to talk about is the battle at Enderhall. Both the Alliance and the Horde, they fought over this territory, not only with each other, but also with some of the remaining Scourge forces. The Alliance, they were led by the Death Knight Vasarian, while the Horde was led by Koltra Deathweaver, and those who've made a Death Knight before know that these two are very friendly towards each other. They meet on the battlefield, and after taking out Dark Master Gandling together, they decide to retreat and regroup their forces. Vasarian, he warns his old friends that they are brothers no longer. Both of them, they've allied themselves with either the Alliance or the Horde, and eventually they will have to face each other on the battlefield for the fate of Enderhall. We're told not to say a word about their little arrangements, but Sylvanas is no fool. Disguised as Lindsay Ravenson, she sends adventurers on the quest to use her Valkyr and convert the local farmers into Forsaken troops. The Alliance also recruits and trains farmers to help with the battle, and these farmers attack first despite Vasarian's orders. It doesn't matter to Sylvanas though. She has seen enough of Koltra's weakness, and she sends out her own troops together with the Valkyr to take on the Alliance. Even though the Alliance was able to defeat the Valkyr, the battle at Enderhall was still lost. There were simply too many troops for take the city, and the Forsaken had won. Despite their victory, Sylvanas was not pleased. The battle should have been over days ago when they defeated the Scourge, so she grabs Koltra and she sends him to the Undercity. Arthas apparently had failed with creating his Death Knight. Sylvanas found him to be far too weak, but when she's finished with him, his weakness will be gone. Unfortunately for us, this storyline is left unfinished. Vasarian says that he will go to Tearsfall to find out what happened to Koltra and to take on the Dark Lady, but so far we haven't heard a thing about this. Who knows what Sylvanas is doing with Koltra in Undercity, but what we do know for certain is that the battle for Enderhall cost Sylvanas one of her Valkyr. The Alliance lost the city, but the Dark Lady is one step closer to the afterlife she desperately wants to avoid. Now, after these events, Sylvanas and the Forsaken would take a step back, as the story of the Cataclysm would focus more on Thrall and the dragon aspects, while Mr. Pandaria opened up with the bombing of Faramore. War Chief Garrus Hellscream has the Horde attack Faramore. He asked of them to gather their armies, and Sylvanas sent some of her forces, led by Captain Frendis Farley. She didn't join the battle herself though, and as most of you know by now, the armies gathered were merely to draw out as many of the Alliance forces as they could, so they could wipe them all out with a single bomb created from the focusing iris. This was one of the first steps of Garrosh using dishonorable tactics, of him pissing off the other leaders of the Horde, and when he had his people assassinate Vol'jin, it was time for action. Vol'jin led the rebellion against Garrosh and his true Horde, while the Alliance and the rest of the Horde leaders, they joined for the siege of Orgrimmar. During the siege, we see Sylvanas herself during the Warlord Zayla encounter, and just before the encounter, she makes an interesting offer to Lor'themar.
Bladefist Bay is fortified. By the Sunwhirl, we're getting slaughtered. Heroes, port over to the docks and take out their shore defenses. Put a stop to this bloodshed.
I can raise your dead, Regent Lord. Your rangers can fight again.
Sylvanas, you will leave our corpses alone, or I will deal with you here and now.
I'm sorry to see your lack of commitment. What of the human corpses?
Well, I suppose that's between you and the Alliance, isn't it?
Rise, my angels. Let your screams fill the streets of Orgrimmar with terror.
She offers to raise Lor'themar's fallen rangers, Blood Elves, which implies that her Valkyr can resurrect more than just humans. Obviously, Lor'themar doesn't want her anywhere near their fallen, so Sylvanas, she focuses her attention on Warlord Zayla. After Garrosh is defeated, a new warchief has to be appointed, and Vol'jin steps up and he takes on the mantle of warchief. Sylvanas doesn't object, but she does have her own things to say about it. She says the following: Warchief Vol'jin, does it sound absurd to you? I, for one, certainly won't be taking orders from a troll. But he put this little coalition together and won the day. He's also proven to be impossible to kill. I admire that. Time to test what he's made of. Sylvanas obviously respects Vol'jin's strength, but she won't be taking orders. Lor'themar says, I find politics exhausting. I'm confident Vol'jin will take us where we need to go. Lor'themar glances over to Sylvanas, assuming he can hold this horde together. Lor'themar knows what's up with Sylvanas. She's offering to raise his dead now. He knows that within the horde, Sylvanas could become a severe problem, and he hopes that Vol'jin will be able to keep it all together. We're going to talk about the possible future for Sylvanas in just a moment. First, we have to cover the events in War Crimes. War Crimes takes place after the siege of Orgrimmar, in which Garrosh is placed on trial. The August Celestials are his jury, Torrhenzu is his judge, and the Horde and Alliance each have to present one member to either defend Garrosh or make clear that he deserves death. Sylvanas offers herself to be Garrosh's defender, since it's well known that she often disagreed with Garrosh. The Alliance would never accuse her of going soft, but Vol'jin declines the offer. They're looking for someone to defend Garrosh, and Sylvanas, she would be a great accuser, but she couldn't offer Garrosh a fair defense, not the one the Celestials are looking for. In the end, it's decided that Tyrande becomes the accuser, while Bane needs to do his best to try and defend Garrosh. Sylvanas couldn't believe that it would actually go with this farce of a trial, but Bane actually did his best to honor his warchief's request and defend Garrosh. He did such a good job that Sylvanas lost her temper as they made their way out of court. She even went as far as to call Bane a bootlicking Alliance sympathizer, but that was one step too far. Bane, the powerful warrior, sees Sylvanas by her arm, and she realized that if he wanted to, he could snap her arm like a twig. I am not an Alliance sympathizer, he said in a deep, calm voice. Nor do I lick boots. Vol'jin told Bane to let Sylvanas go, and he explained to Sylvanas that Bane was just doing what he, the warchief, had asked of him. Her wish of seeing Garrosh dead would come, she just had to let it come in its own time. But Sylvanas had no intention of sitting around and waiting. She knew that even the slightest chance of Garrosh getting away with his head on his shoulders was too much, so she started to think of a plan to make death come on her terms. Just as she was pondering these thoughts, a messenger arrived giving her a scroll and a small package. Once we were on the same side, perhaps we can be again, was the message on the scroll. Inside the package, Sylvanas found a necklace similar to the one brought back to her by adventurers. The inscription was also similar to her own necklace, only this one was addressed to her younger sister. To Verisa, with love, Illyria. The Windrunner reunion fans had waited for years had finally happened. Verisa had heard rumors about Sylvanas, of course, but she'd never truly dealt with it. The trial was the first time that the two Windrunner sisters locked eyes again, and Verisa had made contact for one simple reason, making sure that Garrosh would not survive the trial. The sisters met up at Windrunner Spire in the Ghostlands, where Verisa told Sylvanas that poison would be the best way to go. Garrosh was under heavy guard, so an assassin would not be able to reach him, but even prisoners prisoners have to eat. Sylvanas would supply the poison, while Verissa would put it in Garrus' meal, but before any planning and scheming could happen, Sylvanas had to know. She had to know why Verissa, who had married a human, had found a home with the Alliance, was now going against the very laws upheld by that faction. Verissa tried to lie at first, tried to hide away from the real reason, but eventually the truth came out. He took my Ronin. That was all. That was everything. Sylvanas stepped forward and embraced her sister, and Verissa clung to her like the drowning woman she was. Sylvanas and Verissa made their plans to poison Garrosh, and as they did, they grew closer. Sylvanas felt emotions she hadn't felt in years, and she realized that she'd been very lonely. One day, she even asked Verissa to join her in the Undercity. Together, they could make their own laws and crush any who would stand in their way. Verissa actually accepted Sylvanas' offer, but what she didn't know was that Sylvanas planned on killing her and bringing her back to life. The Forsaken would not be willing to follow the orders from one of the living, and in death, Verissa would see the world as Sylvanas did. They would never have to be lonely again, and at first, Verissa seemed to be more than willing to join Sylvanas in the Undercity, until she remembered her 2 children. She had been so focused on getting revenge that she didn't stop to think that the Undercity would be no place for her 2 growing boys. They would have to be left behind, and it would be the memory of her 2 sons that would ruin all their plans. Verissa had poisoned Garrus' meal, just as they had planned, but when she made her way back, she ran into Anduin, who was just about to go and talk with Garrosh. Anduin reminded Verissa of her sons, and she saw this moment as the light being at work. She told Anduin that she had poisoned Garrus' meal, and it was up to him to decide whether or not to warn him. With that information, she left Anduin behind, and she made her way back to Dalaran to hold her 2 beautiful boys, and naturally, Anduin did the only thing he could. He slapped a bowl of food out of Garrus' hands just before he was about to eat. It would be up to the Celestials to decide what to do with Garrosh, and poison like this was not the way to go. A messenger was sent by Anduin to Verissa with the news what he had done, and she said, "Tell him Ronin thanks him." Sylvanas was also informed about her sister's action, and she wasn't as pleased. She felt betrayed by her little sister, and she rode out into the forest to vent her frustration to murder any that were unlucky enough to cross her path. Sylvanas fell to her knees, she buried her face in her hands, and she wept like a broken child who had lost everything. Little moon. Gradually, the sobbing ceased, and the familiar peace of coldness drove out the heated hurting. Sylvanas rose, licking blood from her lips. She should have known the pain she had felt at first, when she dared foolishly permit herself to hope for something different from what she had now, to feel something for another, to feel love again. It had been a warning that she was no longer made for feelings such as hope, or love, or trust, or joy. These things were for the living, these things were for the weak. In the end, they would slip through her fingers, trickling away like the violet remnants of Jaina Proudmoore's apprentice Kindy, and she would be left alone. Again and always. Calmed now through her tears and slaughter, she remounted her horse. Sylvanas Windrunner, the Banshee Queen of the Forsaken, would never again make the mistake of believing she could love.
Children of the grave, heed my call. In life, we suffered unspeakable tragedies. We watched as our homes were razed to the ground. We cried out in agony as our families were cut down before our eyes. Finally, in the face of such atrocities, we were denied even the release of death. Now, we burn this wicker man as a symbol of our victory against old enemies. We paint our faces with the ash to send a message to new enemies, a declaration to those who fear and revile us as monsters. To those who would question our place in this world, we are not monsters. We are not the mindless wretches of a ghoul army. No! We are a force even more terrifying. We are a chill in a coward's spine. We are the instruments of an unyielding ire. We are the Forsaken. Plans? Little old me? What sort of plans could I possibly have?
We left the full version at the Warlords of Draenor time periods, where Sylvanas, she didn't play a major part while dealing with the Iron Horde on alternate Draenor. Then, to some shock and surprise, it was not War Chief Vol'jin leading the charge onto the Broken Shore to try and stop the biggest Legion invasion as of yet. Rather, it was the Banshee Queen featured in that awesome cinematic.
But from you, I have learned patience, tolerance, and faith.
The Alliance and Horde have decided to work together on this one, with our initial strike force soon backed up by others, including Heroes of Azeroth. Time is of the essence though, but unknown to all is that this is a death trap. There is no way that we can win while the portal at the Tomb of Sargeras is still active.
We'll take the ridge and cover your flank.
Sylvanas, thank you.
Good luck, Varian.
And you.
As the Alliance confronts Gul'dan and the demons directly down below. The Horde, they try to cover their flank, but like I said, the might of the Legion, it's simply too much.
There are too many of them.
Everyone, pull back to me! We make our stand here!
They're coming from behind! Cover the flame!
War Chief!
Do not let the Horde die this day.
Get it! Get it! My lord! Push forward! And get Windrunner's archers to clear the skies!
Again, has clearly not forgotten how Sylvanas and the Forsaken took his city and took his son's life. He knew that trusting her, working together with the Horde, that it was a big mistake. And here, his worst fears are realized. A few years later, Anduin would actually meet up with Sylvanas, ask her if she betrayed his father, if what went down here was a planned move, and Sylvanas stiffened. Anduin's heart sped up, slamming against his chest. It was not a question that he had intended to ask, but it was the one he needed. He had to know if Gen Greymane was right. If Sylvanas had set up his father and the Alliance army to die. Later, she would question her choice in responding. But in this moment, she had no desire to offer falsehood. Varian Rin's destiny was set in stone, little lion. The Legion's numbers would have seen to that, whatever choice I made that day. His blue eyes searched hers for the lie, and he found none. That doesn't take away that at this moment, some amongst the Alliance, like Gen and Jaina Proudmoore, they're pretty pissed at the Horde, seemingly abandoning them on the Broken Shore, and they're out for blood. Meanwhile, the Horde is spending their last moments with War Chief Vol'jin, a war chief that, sadly, got to do very little for the story before the demons took him out.
Windrunner, come forward.
War Chief?
The lower spirits say death will claim me soon.
In the end, death claims us all. But the Horde will live on.
I have never trusted you. Nor would I have ever imagined in our darkest time that you would be the one to save us. The spirits have granted me clarity, a vision. They whisper a name. Many will not understand, but you must step out of the shadows
and lead. You must be war thief.
Vol'jin is dead. Who among you will help me avenge him?
Avenge him we did, by forming mighty order halls, claiming artifacts of legends, and taking the battle to the Burning Legion. But not with a whole lot of aid from now War Chief Sylvanas. Our Banshee Queen, she has her own plans in mind, which we learn from intel found in Azuna. The ship, Queen's Reprisal, was planned to go for Stormheim, but it ended up in a massive storm. And, well, you know, we can see its ultimate fate. The log we find here mentions that the Banshee Queen is going to steal the very power of the V or herself. Intel that's covered up if you do it on the Horde side, or it's brought straight to Lord Greymane when done on the Alliance. And it would be in Stormheim, where the little remnants of the Alliance and Horde conflict played out. The power of the V, that most likely means the power to create more Valkyr. Her bargain with those 9 Valkyr, that is what's keeping her out of Hell. Some of them had to already honor their bargain, take Sylvanas' place in Hell when she died. Now the power to create more Valkyr, it could potentially mean the power to have infinite bonus lives. Or at the very least, it would grant her the power to create more Forsaken. As their race, they're unable to reproduce. So are they destined to just wither away into nothing?
No. The Forsaken will never stop fighting. Not while I reign. Not when there are still beings out there with the power to stop death.
Another cool thing that the Valkyr can do is reshape the body, make it stronger and more enduring. And that's the reason why our boy Nephanos got his updated model. There were always rumors of affection and deeper feelings between Nephanos and Sylvanas. And those rumors, they've all been pretty much confirmed in a short story called Dark Mirror. It talks about the time while they were still alive, the love between them. How Nephanos was one of the first that she sought out to free from the Lich King's control. And now, this limited ability of her Valkyr, it's used on Blightcaller specifically, to keep her champion strong, to keep her champion at her side.
For the Dark Lady.
Our adventure takes us into Stormheim, where the Alliance, it seizes its opportunity to attack. We join Nephanos as we try to track down Sylvanas again. But it turns out that she doesn't want us to follow her. Instead, we're told to focus on our main mission, which takes us all the way into Helheim, a domain ruled by Helya. Helheim is a form of afterlife for the Vrykul, but not one that you really want to find yourself in. Whereas the greatest of the Vrykul, they get the party in the Halls of Valor, the unworthy, they're pulled down here. Being amongst the spirits of the dishonorable, it's not a great place to find yourself. So we set out to meet up with Helya in an attempt to convince her to let us go back to the living world. And it's there where we find the Banshee Queen herself.
Remember our bargain, Banshee. Do not dare cross me.
Ah, my loyal hero. You must not languish here. The Aegis cannot fall into enemy hands. The future of the Horde depends on you and me. Find your way back to Stormheim. I will be waiting. What have we here? Another one of Greymane's mercenaries?
Even back then, we wondered what this deal was all about. And to this day, the full details of their bargain, it hasn't been explained. We know that she was given a soul cage by Helya, one that will show up in just a moment. But we're not exactly sure what Helya wanted in return, nor did it come up later in the expansion. Maybe she wasn't really in a talking mood, since we did confront Helya and defeat her in the Trial of Valor. Potentially a bargain that could play its part in the story in the future. But at this very moment, we need to fight our way out of Helheim, and then we prove our worth to gain entry for the Dark Lady's true prize.
What is this? The hero of Helheim seeks entrance to the vault? I know your worth. I will grant you an audience with Aegir. You may proceed, but know that Aegir may not regard you as I do. Seek your fate in the vault, champion. May Aegir be your wings.
This Aegir is a Titan Watcher, one with the capability of transforming those found worthy into the Valkyr. It's the power to create more of them. The path is open for Sylvanas to claim her prize, while Greymane and the Alliance, they quickly go after her in an attempt to stop her.
Treacherous Banshee! You know not what you are meddling with!
Submit. The Valkyr are mine.
Your quest for immortality has left you vulnerable. I will have my vengeance! For Varian! For Gilneas! For my son!
It seems I overestimated you. Old wolf.
You took my son's future. And now I've taken yours.
And that's pretty much where the faction conflict ended within Legion. Greymane has prevented Sylvanas from enslaving Aegir, but not completely without taking damage. He will need some time to heal from the poison, while Sylvanas regrets that they underestimated Greymane's tenacity. But Aegir cannot hide for long. She will hunt her through the very halls of Valerie she must, which suggests that the Banshee Queen wasn't quite ready to give up on collecting Aegir's power. Again, all of this never really played out. The major faction war in the expansion that was taking towers from one another. Instead, the world focused its attention on defeating that burning legion, a quest that took them all the way to the planet of Argus, rescuing the Titans themselves and imprisoning the Dark Lord of the Legion, Sargeras. But not before he took his massive sword and plunged it into the world. Azeroth is wounded, not just the planet, but also the Titan spirit slumbering inside. All across its surface, Azerite pops up, a brand new resource that's going to...
This will change everything.
I told you!
But before we get the battle for Azeroth and the Fourth War, there were a couple of events that happened before all of that. For the longest of time, fans have wanted to see a Windrunner reunion. Illyria, Verisa and Sylvanas meeting up again, and that wish was finally granted with the Three Sisters comic. Illyria, being the eldest, she left them behind to join Trellian and the Alliance of Lordaeron into Outlands. Her statue stands in the Valley of Heroes with a message from Sylvanas herself before she was turned. Illyria and Trellian, they would return into the story during Legion, with the Windrunner's sister now controlling the powers of the Void. Powers that constantly whispered to her, try to wrestle control and have her give in. Then for Verisa, she fell in love with the human Ronin and had 2 children with him. This is the husband that she lost at Fedamore. Together with Sylvanas, plans were made to murder Garrosh for this. Plans that Verisa eventually backed out of, which Sylvanas did not appreciate. Quite a lot has happened to the Windrunner sisters. And the Void that's whispering to Illyria, it tells her that this one is dangerous, that Sylvanas is a threat and must be ended. Beware this one. She seeks the death of all things, all possibilities. End her threat. Murder her, save yourself and murder her. Save the world and murder her. But the whispers are ignored. Then they play a little game. 2 truths and a lie. 2 statements that ring true, and one of them is a falsehood. With Sylvanas, her first statement is that there are times that she wishes she was still alive. Second, that she is proud to be war chief of the Horde. The third and final one, that she would never betray her sisters. But unlike the others, the Dark Lady does not reveal which one of those is false or which one is the truth. She holds her cards close to her chest, and we do know that she doesn't care a whole lot about the Horde, so that could have been her lie. That would mean that she sometimes wishes that she was still alive, and that she would never betray her sisters. Except at the end of the comic, we discover that Sylvanas actually had an ambush waiting for her sisters, yet she didn't give the signal to attack. Possibly because Verissa actually acknowledged and apologized for screwing her over with that whole Garrosh thing, or it's because ultimately they will serve her anyways. They will all serve death. Yet the point stands that she was willing to betray her sisters. That could be used to argue that all of her statements were nonsense, just to mess with her sisters' heads. Or, since she didn't betray her sisters, that the statement still rings true. That would mean that the other statement to be true is that she wishes she was still alive. Who knows, really? It's a weird mind game. Then, in Before the Storm, the book that plays out before the storm of war swept over Azeroth once again, we read about Anduin and Sylvanas setting up a meeting to reunite Forsaken with their still living loved ones. An initiative that came from now King Anduin Rin. A plan that Sylvanas wasn't initially down with, but Nathanos was able to convince her. You could use this to your advantage, Nathanos said. Rumor has it that many Forsaken wish their next death to be their last death. They do not wish to keep existing, and one reason commonly cited is that they want to be with those that they loved while they lived. Sylvanas turned her head to him slowly, considering his words. If you authorize this experience, this reconnection with people that they loved in life, and present it to them as something that you have generously granted them, perhaps they will be more amenable to accepting your solution, finding ways to keep the Forsaken as a race from going extinct. It is fraternizing with the enemy, Sylvanas said, letting them interact with life and the living. Perhaps, but even so, it is only for a single day. Give them this hope, this moment with people they thought they'd never see again. Then I hold power to their happiness, at least in this aspect, she finished. Or they might decide that they hate the living and be all the more devoted to their Dark Lady. Either way, Sylvanas would win. And so, under strict rules and supervision, the meeting took place within the Arathi Highlands. It went surprisingly well, all things considered. Forsaken and the living reconnecting, sharing tales, or just being in each other's presence. It went so well, in fact, that some of them never wanted this day to end. They did not wish to return to the Undercity at all, so when they recognized one of the priests as being Kalia Menethil, Kalia being the sister to Arthas Menethil, now living her life as a priest and just there to supervise the meeting, they reached out to her. They asked her to stand with them as they defected from the Dark Lady, and she did, shouting to them to head for the keep, to run away, and Sylvanas, she didn't need a whole lot more reason to unleash her archers. Being careful and smart enough to not slay any of the Alliance that day. She wasn't quite ready for that war yet, but the Forsaken, those that had dared to run away, and even those that had tried to come back to her, they were all slaughtered. Nathanos, normally following her every lead, he was shocked and asked her what she was doing. Some of them were running back here for safety. They were, she agreed. But how much of that was out of fear? How tempted were they until that point? She shook her head. No, Nathanos, I cannot take the risk. The only desolate council members that I trust are the ones who returned to me early on, broken and bitter, truly desolate. All the others, I cannot allow that sentiment, that hope to grow. It is an infection ready to spread. I have to cut it out. And slowly he nodded his head. But there was one human who paid the price that day. Kalia Menethil was personally shot down by the Banshee Queen, as she did not belong to the Alliance. Not exactly the end of her tale though, as she would later be resurrected in the light, with the aid of the Naru, Anduin and Alonce's Fowl. The Menethil is still alive, but the meeting in Arathi, it was a disaster. There would be no more loved ones reconnecting, and the seeds of peace between the factions that Anduin had tried to grow, well, the boy king realizes that he's been like a farmer, expecting to harvest crops from a poisoned field. It's simply not possible. People can change, but some people will never desire to do so. Sylvanas Windrunner is one of those. I believe, said Anduin Lane Rin, that Sylvanas Windrunner is well and truly lost. You know you've pushed things far if even Anduin gives up on you. But not even the little lion could have foreseen how far the Banshee Queen was going to take things. It is time to use that Azerite, kick the faction war into overdrive. Now the Warchief knew that she was going to need someone else on her side, someone that the honorable horde would follow into battle. So she had to convince Varrock Saurfang that this was the way to go. Not an easy task to start another war after just having dealt with the Legion. Already they had seen so much loss, and she was no Garrosh. Why did she want to throw the horde into the meat grinder once again? But her reasoning was sound. They might have established bonds right now, but how long would peace with the Alliance actually last? Would it be a year, 2, 5, maybe 10 or 50? If history has shown them anything, is that the Alliance and Horde are really good at starting fights with one another. There's a lot of history, a lot of bad blood. But what if they could actually destroy the Alliance and secure peace for generations to come? Not by 1,000 victories, but simply one. Destroy them from within. Then they could strike peace with the individual nations, carve them away from the Alliance piece by piece. The genius of Sylvanas' strategy, it won Saurfang over. Their plan was to invade Darkshore, occupy Teldrassil so that the Alliance couldn't retaliate, take out a leader of the Night Elves to inflict a wound that could never heal, create a tide of despair. A wound of battle that would bleed, fester, decay and rot the Alliance from the inside out. A brilliant plan, and everything did seem to be working out for the Hordes. Even the Night Elves, they were just evacuating the tree, preparing for occupation. Saurfang, he went looking for the Warchief, who was in the midst of battle with Malfurion Stormrage. One hit from the back, it was all it took to make her dreams come true. She had everything that she had desired from this invasion right in front of her. All she had to do was claim Malfurion's life. But for some reason, she decided not to. Instead, she passed on the job to Saurfang, who decided not to take the killing blow. His strike had been dishonorable, so he decided to let the druid go, returning empty-handed to his warchief. Now their wounds would heal. Even in this dark hour, they would say, Elune still watches over us. And that was almost certainly true, wasn't it? Elune had intervened. Perhaps she had even stayed Saurfang's killing blow. And she wouldn't be the only force beyond the Alliance to oppose Sylvanas' true objective. And her anger grew cold. She had known that this would happen. It had simply come sooner than expected. That was all. She had to think of a new way to inflict the wound that the death of their leader was supposed to cause.
Life is pain. Hope fails. Now you understand. Don't grieve. You'll soon join your loved ones.
I grieve for you. You've made life your enemy. And that is a war you'll never win. You can kill us, but you cannot kill hope.
Can't I? Burn it. Burn it!
No honor in this. They will come for us now. All of them!
Prepare the blight! Let it rain down upon their armies!
There must be another way, Warchief.
This is no time for sentiment, High Overlord. War demands that we take a more direct approach.
It's killing her own troops.
Destroy them!
She's raising their bodies. We must evacuate the wounded!
The Blight is too dangerous, my king! We cannot afford to...
The Alliance leaves no soldier behind. Not this time.
My king, our siege towers are lost. Our numbers are waning.
Father, help me. I need your guidance. I need...
The Blight has broken our ranks!
Our assault has been for nothing.
What now?
Alliance! Forward! China! The wall!
We end this now.
Keep moving! So good of you to finally show up, High Overlord.
I had to see it for myself. Was this your plan all along? Is this how you meant to achieve victory? This honorless travesty?
Honor means nothing to a corpse, Sarfang. You have the luxury of underestimating death. But it is something with which I am intimately familiar. Maybe you don't care if your people die so long as it's honorable, but to me, this horde is worth saving. Anyone who disagrees does not deserve to stand among us. So die your warrior's death, High Overlord Sarfang. It means little to me. Perhaps I will raise your broken body to serve me once more. Or perhaps you will have a chance to say hello to your son. Champions, with me, you are invited to bear witness to the grand finale.
You abandoned Sauerfang to die out there!
It is the death he wanted. If that troubles you, you're free to join him. Or you can tend to the living. The choice is yours.
For the Horde.
You know what must be done. Go, my champion.
Look at you. The boy's playing soldier.
Our king just routed your army!
Muzzle your dog, your majesty.
Sylvanas Windrunner, you have led the Horde to a place without honor. Lordaeron is ours. It's over.
Your father would be so proud. Is that his? You've gotten it all bloody.
Only one of us wanted this war.
You call for peace when it suits you, little lion. But you're quick enough to kill.
I should have killed you when last we met.
How rude, sister. You're a guest in my home.
Your home? You desecrate that throne with your filth! Enough!
You put the torch to Teldrassil. But I failed those who burned. I will not make that mistake again. Surrender. Or die.
You've won nothing.
Despite throwing plan upon plan, trap upon trap against the Alliance, Sylvanas, she's unable to take them out. She just keeps on failing, until ultimately she decides to blow up the entire city, but not even that does the job. She's also showing the Horde that she is a war chief who cares little for honor and all about results. This moment right here, it would set the tone for the rest of Battle for Azeroth. The war chief doing whatever it takes to get the job done. Plans failing, more and more voices rising up, that she is taking him down a dark path, one that the Horde should not, cannot follow. But not all of the Horde agrees with the mindset. Players were actually given a choice to stand with the Banshee Queen during the expansion. Some small choices here and there as to where your true loyalty lies, and while it didn't have a major impact on the overall story, and will probably not have any major implications later down the line, it was still nice to at least have a little bit of agency over your allegiance, especially when you compare it to the days of Garrosh Hellscream. Back then, a lot of players wanted to side with the war chief, and they simply couldn't. At least this time around, there was somewhat of a choice. So, in quick overview as to what went down during Battle for Azeroth with relation to Sylvanas. After the Siege of Lordaeron, there were new allies recruited. The Horde teamed up with the Zandalari trolls after rescuing their princess from the Stormwind Stockades, and they partied in Zandalar. This allegiance, it threw them right into the war with the Alliance, and during the battle for the Zara Lore, the Alliance took out the King Rastakhan, which meant that Princess Telungi now became Queen Telungi. Unknown to her was that her father had made a bargain with Bwonsamdi, the Loa of Death. The Loa would stand with the king, empower him, but only if his bloodline, all those that succeeded him, would keep this bargain, to serve Bwonsamdi in life and in death. So with the passing of Rastakhan, that deal now passed on to his daughter as well.
Well, since you be so eager to get rid of me, I got a new deal for you. Bring me the head of the Horde's war chief, and I be forgetting all about your father's bargain.
Oh, by the Loa. No, the Horde stood beside us when all seemed lost. I will not repay them with betrayal.
That's your final answer?
It is. My freedom is not worth my honor.
Knowing what we know now, perhaps she should have taken that new deal. Although, you could argue that this was just a test from Bonsamdi. Then in Darkshore, the Night Elves would find the strength to retaliate. Through all the Whisperwinds, she went through an incredibly dangerous ritual to invoke the dark side of Elune. She became the Night Warrior in a quest for vengeance. Great power was bestowed upon the Priestess of Elune, enough so to kick the Horde out of their lands, take out one of Sylvanas' Valkyr, but not before her forces were able to convert some of the Night Elves into Dark Rangers. The priest artifact from Legion, which is called Zelototh, it showed up again, guiding heroes of the world to the loving embrace of the old god Ner'zhul. This old god, he wants to break out of its prison, and he has Horde players bring the blade to Sylvanas, which they do for some reason. This blade, it provides the war chief with a new plan of attack, to wipe out not only the Alliance, but also the rising voices of resentment amongst the Horde. An allegiance is formed with Azora, Queen of the Naga, and supposed ally to Ner'zhul.
Enter and behold the greatest of truths. Behold my betrayal and yours.
We have a bargain then. I will bring both fleets crashing to the ocean floor, and your champion will deliver the dagger to me.
And in turn, you will have the key required to free the old god from his bonds, and leave him vulnerable.
You wound me, War Chief. After all, I am as dedicated to my master as you are to your subjects.
Indeed. Just to be certain that once you have what you need, you dispose of your guests. Let none of the heroes escape.
I admire your ruthlessness, Windrunner. It seems our interests are aligned. At present.
At present.
Treacherous Banshee. Do you think I am blind to the darkness you seek to unleash?
Only I can save this world.
But neither Nashatar nor Azora would be able to stop the heroes of the world, not when they're working together again. We were manipulated in unwillingly helping the old god Ner'zhul escape from its prison. Now that's a threat that the world would vanquish as well, but in the case of Sylvanas, we see that the Horde has found the body of Derek Proudmoore, who is the brother of Jaina Proudmoore, who died quite a few years ago while defending the world against the First Horde. The corpse is resurrected by Sylvanas, with the plan of warping his mind, twisting him into a puppet, and then send him back home to deal damage from within. A plan that crosses the line for Bane Bloodhoof. He finally decides that enough is enough, and under the cover of darkness, he liberates Derek to bring him back to his sister.
Why?
The Horde has a sickness in it. We wage war while the Earth Mother dies. We have forgotten what truly matters, and my heart can bear it no longer.
Sylvanas will kill you for this. And she may not stop with you.
No life is worth living if we cannot be true to our nature.
Death was not the price that Bane would pay for his betrayal, not when he could be used for bait. Jaina, Matthias Shaw, Thrall, and even Saurfang, they moved out to rescue the leader of the Tarn within Orgrimmar. Saurfang was not slain during the siege of Lordaeron. Anduin had decided to imprison him until it became clear that in order to stop the Banshee Queen, they were going to have to work together. In secret, Saurfang has moved about, avoiding loyalists and assassins alike. He was the one that convinced Thrall to come back from Outland and stand with the Horde once more.
This feels wrong. Sylvanas must have known we were coming.
Indeed she did, traitor. You and Lady Proudmoore.
Despite this being an obvious trap, we are still able to fight our way out of there. Plan upon plan, and they just keep on failing. The events here and the events in Nashatar, it has showed the Alliance and the Horde that, as usual, working together, it brings them far greater profits than standing alone. They gather their forces and make ready for another siege of Orgrimmar. Meanwhile, inside the gates, the Loyalists, they've been working hard to prepare themselves. Citizens are rallied to take up arms, while any propaganda spreading all manners of lies, it's removed from the streets. Any citizen that has a problem with that, they're put to the sword, while the siege engines waiting outside, they're sabotaged with bombs. Gallywix, he does some important paperwork, by burning as much evidence as he can, yet all of this, it wouldn't matter, as the second siege of Orgrimmar, it would not be a massive raid. Instead, it would be a one-on-one duel.
Sylvanas Windrunner! I challenge Mak'gora!
A traitor leading traitors. Why should I accept your challenge?
You want to make me suffer.
Brother, you cannot win.
My old friend, you and I.
We don't get to hide.
I set you on this path.
And we knew where it could lead. Walk with me the rest of the way. Let it be finished.
The High Overlord falls. I trusted you. And so did they. Death comes, old soldier. And all their hope dies with you.
You cannot kill hope. You tried at Teldrassil. You failed. Hope remains. You set us to kill each other at Lordaeron. You failed. Here we stand. You just keep failing. The Horde will endure. The Horde is strong.
The Horde is nothing! You are all nothing! If you could see yourselves as I see you. Toy soldiers in tin plate. Beasts who howl for honor, standing as one. Savor it. Nothing lasts.
A duel our Saurfang knew he could not win, but one in which he still claimed victory by outing Sylvanas to the rest of the hordes. His death, it has prevented more bloodshed, while the Banshee Queen, she abandons all of them. The Horde, her loyalists, the Forsaken, abandons them to pursue her true plans.
As do I, Dark Lady. But when the time comes, there can be no hesitation.
There won't be. Safe journey, Nathanos.
Safe journey, my love.
Serve the Horde.
Champion. I wasn't certain you made it out of Orgrimmar. If the traitors knew of your service to me, they'd have put you in irons. Or worse. Sarfang's ill-considered challenge may have ended the war prematurely, but it doesn't matter now. Countless souls have been fed to the hungering darkness. Though I cared nothing for the living, I did pity the Forsaken, for the great injustice that made them what they are. I understand the cruelty of fate better than anyone. But despite all I taught them, they stubbornly clung to hope, to life. They will learn the truth, along with all the rest. My bargain with Azshara will yet bear fruit. The armies of Azeroth will fight her master, and he will line their streets with corpses. In the end, he too will serve death. Enough reflection. There are preparations to be made. Nothing lasts. When next you see me, you will understand.
The war chief has left the Horde behind, which leaves some people with quite the hate boner. People like Gen Greymane and Turon the Whisperwind. They won't rest until they've claimed their heads, claimed vengeance for all the death and destruction that she has caused. No matter the fragile peace that the Allies and Horde try to come up with again. No matter the changes in leadership within the Horde, now ruled by a council rather than a war chief. They won't rest until the Dark Lady has paid. That's for those that hated her, but the ones who loved her, the Forsaken and Loyalists that stayed at her side through it all, they're hurting, truly feeling forsaken now. Some placed in chains, while others, they stick to the shadows, hoping that this is all part of some major plan. I have my doubts that being a loyalist to Sylvanas will actually have major lore implications in the next expansion, but I have been surprised before. With the Dark Lady gone, it's Lillian Voss that has stepped up to lead the Forsaken. At her side, we find Kalia Menethil. At the moment, she's focused her attention on offering guidance and comfort to the recently resurrected Night Elves, but the possibility is still there that she is going to be the one to fulfill the role of new Queen of the Forsaken. Only time's going to tell if that is going to happen. To stay with Sylvanas, she has abandoned the Horde, the factions and their people to pursue new plans. Or perhaps a more accurate description, that would be to pursue her true plans. It turns out that for all these years, as we've been following her storyline, more's been happening behind the curtains than what we were actually told. Let's roll back the clock to that critical, defining moment for the story of Sylvanas. At the top of Icecrown, where she finished her mission of claiming vengeance upon Arthas and threw herself on the Serenite down below, that's the moment in which she ended up in the Maw and she got in touch with the jailer. A story she shares with captured Anduin Wrynn within the novel Sylvanas. This book, this storyline, it does its best to explain her motivation for allying with the one that was responsible for the creation of the Lich King to begin with, the one who was responsible for Arthas and Frostmourne, and basically her entire motivation until the end of Wrath of the Lich King. This critical moment that was never fully explained within the game. So we're gonna talk about it. Let me read it out. The greatest deception that the makers ever perpetrated was to fool us into believing that we have a choice in any facet of our existence. You have fought so hard for freedom, Sylvanas Windrunner, for control. It is a battle that I have fought as well, and one that I've witnessed play out across the eons, more times than are numbers to count. And all those battles, courageous and foolhardy alike, were for naught. I was the arbiter. Do you know what I saw? Fragile beings left to the fickle whims of fate, their worlds, their kin, whether they were wise or simple, hale or sickly. These things were forced upon them from the moment they drew their first breath until they exhaled their last. The choice was never theirs. And when their lives ended, it was my duty to decide their soul's fate for all eternity. Anger flared as she thought of her own life, the decisions made for her. No. I refuse to believe this nonsense. Most deny it. A few eventually accept it, but no one can escape it, because escape has never been a part of the Maker's grand design. No one escaped the Maw, or any of the infinite afterlives forged to bind mortal souls, from its conception to execution, and throughout all that has been and is, the design is gravely, cruelly, and worst of all, indifferently flawed. When Arthas struck her down, Sylvanas had felt, just for a moment, the peace that had awaited her. Had they been part of this flawed design? How could her situations, her death at the hand of Arthas, from the blade of Frostmourne, how could that have been inevitable? Her mind, still reeling from the cacophony she'd endured earlier, could not wrap itself around such a thing. Not yet. And so she focused on something else. "Why are you here?" she asked him. She did not care, but as long as he was speaking to her, the torment had ceased, and she did care about that, deeply. "What was your crime?" "I dared to defy the will of the Makers. I sought to break their flawed design, to replace it with a better one. And for this, my own kin condemned me to this unjust fate, a fate I must share with the damned, broken souls I oversee." Again, Sylvanas thought of all that she had endured in life and in death. Resentment, drowned out by blind agony, crept in again. "In many ways, your story echoes my own," the jailer continued. "We were both betrayed and broken. I too was torn asunder. I understand well what it is like to feel achingly, eternally incomplete." He lifted his grey hairless head. His eyes glowed the same hue as the blur of runes that led from either side of his nose down his face, one in the center of his forehead. Her gaze drifted down to the gaping chasm in the center of his chest. Something in Sylvanas was terrified by that sight, a fear deep and primal. Had she hands of flesh, they would have clutched at her own lifeless heart. How often had it seemed to her that her chest was simply devoid of one? Sylvanas thought of her death, of how Arthas' hatred and petulance had ripped bliss away from her when it was almost hers, how the world she gazed upon with unliving eyes seemed a shadow of the one that haunted her memories. "They ripped out your heart," she murmured. "Far more than that," the jailer said. "I sought to change the fate of all, and for that I was torn in two. They took the essence of my power and fashioned a new arbiter, one without a will to defy the grand design. Then my own brother carved into my flesh the runes that were meant to bind me for eternity." Her eyes focused on the glowing symbols. For the first time, the hazy shapes hardened into crystal clarity, and in that instant, she summoned forth the Banshee's will to shatter the darkness with her rage. "Frostmourne! You bear the mark of the blade that ended me." The jailer's voice remained cold, dispassionate. "A blade designed by the vengeful mind of my brother. The same brother who used his words of domination to bind me." Her mind raced. Could what he said be true? Could all the destruction and torment inflicted upon her world by Arthas Menethil be architected by the same cruel beings that created this jailer? Her soul blazed like fire at the thought of it. "You see it now, do you not?" His words were thick with bitterness. "We are the same, Sylvanas Windrunner. We fought for something greater than ourselves, and we were made to suffer for it. Each of us twisted into an effigy of our own damnation." An effigy of my own damnation. Oh, how this piece of it gripped her. Arthas had done this to her, snatched her away, siphoned her soul into the coldest of blades, forced her to use her voice, raised in the darkest way possible, to kill the innocents. And for that, she was doomed. Even as she had the thought, she felt a faint stirring, a slight brush at the back of her mind. He was here, somewhere in the maw. Of course he was. Arthas Menethil, the brightest of lights seduced to become the darkest of shadows. But it was not the grinning, sadistic master. It was a little boy, lost and alone and confused. "I knew you would sense him," the jailer said. "How could I not?" she replied. "His voice was inside my head long enough." "Does it please you to know that he is trapped here, in the inescapable darkness?" Sylvanas fought all the long hours when she had rapaciously plotted Arvis's demise. She was a hunter and knew how to remove skin and organs from their fallen prey. She wanted him to suffer, and he was. And yet, not even this gives me joy, she said quietly. Nothing will give you joy, he said. This is the Maw. The words struck her almost physically. He was right. There would be only suffering in such a place. A thought struck her. Jailer, she said, why did you pluck me from my torment? If I was fated, did I endure it? Because nothing escapes the Maw until it does. The impact of his statement settled on her. So heavy and full of portent, Sylvanas could almost feel it. You know a way to escape. It took countless eons for me to summon the strength to break my chains. Countless more for me to turn the runes used to bind me into a weapon I could wield. And though I could not leave the Maw, I found a means to extend my will beyond the prison, sought allies who shared my vision for what must be done. What do you mean? It needs to end. Life, death, all of it. I know how to break it, and the place I must go to rebuild it. And the success of your plan, constructed and honed over untold millennia, depends on the aid of allies like me? She scoffed. I doubt that very much. You are wise to be skeptical, the jailer replied, but a thing is no less true, simply because you do not believe it. As arbiter, I judged countless mortal souls from worlds beyond your imagining, and in all that time, none surpassed the potential of those that came from your world of Azeroth. Your wills are fierce, and yours is the fiercest I have yet encountered. Flattery, she retorted, growing inexplicably angry with the giant being. You think I would be swayed by that? His voice took a new tone, not pleading or wheedling. This one would never beg, she could tell, but sincere and surprised. You fail to see the greatness you are capable of. You have been underestimated, unappreciated, but you failed no one. Lirav, she thought, but did not say. You saved so many, some who did not even want your help, who did not deserve your help, but you saved their lives regardless. She thought of her keening at the gates of Quel'Thalas, the sight of so many simply dropping down into death. If only the jailer were right. The false arbiter of the Shadowlands saw that, and still sent you here. It is not Arthas you need to be free of. It is your own mortality. Our path will have no place for the compassion, the regrets, the guilt of the living. It will have no place for their morality, because it, just like the machine of death, is at its heart flawed. And that flaw is believing that anything is fair. She was silent. So much was unjust. That was a painful truth, but predestination on such a scale? I believe you spin a fantasy of lies to tell me what you think I most wish to hear. For all I know, Arthas and his blade were forged by your hands. I do not expect blind trust, and to that end I offer 2 gifts. The first is knowledge, and the second, choice. Why? Her tone was defiant, brazen. Why offer gifts where you could just as easily compel me to carry out your will? I do not desire a slave, Sylvanas Windrunner. I need an ally. Someone whose mind is keen enough to understand my goal, and who is strong enough to see it through, no matter the cost, because nothing worth having comes without a price. I want you to choose to aid me willingly, with full knowledge of what I have done, for your own sake, and for those of everything that has or will live and die. I thought you said all our choices were made for us, Sylvanas replied. In life and in death, he agreed. But now, Sylvanas, in this moment, in this place with me, you are neither. This is the first choice that is truly your own. Had she a form, it would have trembled. It was a ludicrous thought, this idea of lack of free will, and yet, as she fought back, she wondered. You've been studying me indeed, to tempt me with the one thing you know I value the most, Sylvanas replied. Give me this knowledge you promised then, and I will choose. The jailer gazed at her unblinkingly for a long moment, then spoke. The Mournblade my brother designed was an object of immense power. Frostmourne was a harvester of souls, imbued with an insatiable hunger, a hunger I sought to use for my own ends. What? How? Though I did not design the blade, the runes forged into its metal could be made to answer to my will. His words continued to hammer at her, striking her psyche with agonizing blows. I used secret allies to guide the sword and the helm it was forged with along a path of my choosing. First, into inept hands of the Burning Legion, convincing the demons that it was a weapon they could wield. The instrument of domination were to anchor the power of death to your world of Azeroth, but the blade and helm found their way to Ner'zhul, a weak-willed orc whose mind was as broken as the world he shattered. He sought to bind himself to the body of his pupil, Arthas Menethil, yet it was the young prince who won that battle. So I sought to use this new Lich King to herald my coming, but his selfish desire for conquest made him defiant. You, she spat, her face contorted in a snarl of pure rage. You, not the Lich King, not Arthas. You! Do you know what you did to me? Arthas used Frostmourne to end your mortal life, but not by my command. He was too weak to truly master the Mournblade's potential. In the end, he used the tools of domination to pursue his own selfish desire for power. He betrayed everything. His vows, his family, his friends, even himself, and that is why you can sense him here. Powerless, frightened, weak. But something survived the ashes of his failure. You did. Through the blade, I grew to know and understand you. You were strong when you lived, Sylvanas. You are even stronger now. And you have the intelligence to understand, and the vision to see what can be done. I will listen to nothing you have to say, Sylvanas snarled. Your words stink of lies. I am dead. I am this because of you. Why would I ever aid you? Arthas cut you down. I would have lifted you up. By my will, the torment that assailed you are held at bay. If my words are lies, then only more torment awaits you, he said. If you distrust my words, then let your own perception reveal the truth of them. The Shadowlands are infinite. Though they would seem to be as varied as the souls who inhabit them, they all suffer under the yoke of the Maker's oppression. My Valkyr can show that everything I am telling you is true. They appeared as the jailer spoke of them, hovering great wings beating steadily. The proud faces, beautiful, strong, and resolute. Before you refuse me, remember what I am offering you. We will remake everything. Life, death. You will be at my side at each step. Together, we will show every soul that both their lives and the eternity that awaits them are prisons. And we will bring them true freedom.
And I will set us all free.
Basically, all the motivations that we speculate about are thrown at her to turn her into an ally. From the threats of the Torment of the Maw to flattery, sincerity, and a dash of truth. The Valkyr then take her on a tour through the Shadowlands, where she saw how the Domain of Death operated, how the souls are judged by the Arbiter and sent to the individual domains. There were some happy moments, but too skewed by the knowledge of the Arbiter's lack of care for them to truly be satisfying. She visited Revendreth and saw Zul'jin. Considering the rivers of blood she witnessed him create, she didn't think it was very fair for her to end up in the Maw while he got a chance to pay for his sins.
That doesn't seem fair.
That is still a question, by the way. Was Sylvanas actually judged, or did the jailer drag her into the Maw by using a piece of her soul that he possesses? And if he was able to drag her into the Maw, then why didn't he need Uther and the Valkyr to throw Arthas into the Maw? Still questions left to be answered. Then she visits a domain that's actually a paradise for the creatures that get to spend their afterlife there. Except the Arbiter did not consider the bonds created in life. They didn't even get to spend eternity with the ones that they had loved. Which, again...
That doesn't seem fair.
Her mind shot to her parents, to her sisters, to her brother Lirov. And slowly but surely, she starts to open up to the idea that this unjust system had to be destroyed. A system that judges you for actions taken during a life that is predetermined, to then separate you from the things that matter to you the most, all of it without choice or agency. But with the jailer, they could make justice happen. Then she could search for her brother with the certainty that all would be well. She didn't make her choice right there and then though, because the concept of a predetermined life, it's not been fully proven. She isn't convinced entirely. Something that the jailer knew how to fix. I have seen what you said I would see. Misery and injustice, imbalance and illogic at this. The one place where mortals have so long believed the justice that escapes them during their lives might be corrected. Now you understand, he said. I do, but I'm cautious, careful. I do not give my trust easily, and I still do not trust you, she said. Trust between allies is earned, the jailer agreed, but if your own eyes do not convince you, I'm not certain what will, while I know that in the end you will grant it to me, because you will not be able to deny the truth of what you bore witness to. There is a risk if you delay. Time passes differently in the Shadowlands than in the mortal worlds. It can be unpredictable. You may return to your body and find that a mere moment has passed, or you may find only a skeleton. I say again, I want a partner. One who is able to see and understand the flaws in the design and who burns, like I do, for justice. One who has the courage to stay the course at any cost, because she is not deceived by illusions and flattery. That certainly had not been Arthas. He craved power and enjoyed using it in petty ways on those who could not fight back. If she did join with the jailer, she would not make the mistake her tormentor had. Even so, if you truly know anything about me, she said softly, you know that I will never serve. The maw is filled with countless souls that I can force to serve me, Sylvanas, the jailer said. He sounded almost tired, as if he was utterly disconnected from the very idea of servitude. They are worth next to nothing. I need someone who will ally with me, who will set her own shoulder to the stone to help me move it, who can travel where I cannot, do what I cannot, and trust, he added, must be on all sides. I, too, have been betrayed before, by my own kin and many others I trusted. You are not like them, Sylvanas. You are like me. There will be a time for king thoughts, for compassion, the jailer assured her. Once the machine is remade, but until then, you must dedicate yourself to breaking the chains you brought with you. Remnants of your life that failed you then, and will fail you again if you allow them. The one thing I can promise is that you will find yourself time and again at a crossroads, where what is right, what we must do in order to achieve our goal, is in lethal conflict with what seems good. Only a hard heart will endure when asked to do things that seem atrocities. Only a cold heart will continue step after step when the world screams with one voice to stop. Only an uncaring heart will turn away from the trap baited with hope, for hope is the worst illusion of them all. Sometimes there are no good choices, and yet one must still choose. The end is worth the means, Sylvanas, because the end is truly the end of every moment of suffering and loss and torment forever. The only thing that was real was the pain caused by existing in a world where hope was nothing but a dream the helpless made up for themselves. I lost hope long ago, Sylvana said quietly. I have laid aside kindness and love, and I am prepared to learn how to let go of pain and rage. Then go, the jailer said. When you have made your choice, send the Valkyr to me, and if it is yes, watch for a child of the blood. With your new insight, you will see injustice everywhere, and fairness not at all. Watch for these 5 signs, and know my words are true. A fiery darkness will return. You must step out of the shadows and lead. A blade will pierce the heart of the world, and you shall hold the blood from that wound and sense its power. And finally, you shall topple a king and shatter the sky itself. The jailer told her that life is predetermined, and then goes on to predict very specific moments to happen, and those moments did come to pass. Some of these you might write off as jailer manipulation or just common knowledge, because the Legion's return was inevitable, but something like a blade will pierce the heart of the world is incredibly specific. It means that he was able to predict that we would stop Sargeras just in time for him to still stab the world but not destroy her. That is some incredible foresight right there, and when his words did become reality, when the darkness did return and she had to step out of the shadows and lead, she not only accepted the position of war chief, but she also became the jailer's ally.
Many will not understand, but you must step out of the shadows and lead.
The imperfect engine of death would be remade. And so, Legion played out, with Sargeras leaving his gift behind. Battle for Azeroth, the war between the Alliance and the Horde, feeding souls into the Maw and towards the Jailer. The Horde started their campaign with invading Night Elven lands. Now, they don't explain why Sylvanas didn't take the kill, when all she wanted was in her grasp. There's no extra reason given for not killing Malfurion, but they do add a bit as to what was going through her mind as she decided to burn Teldrassil. Arthas' voice floated back to her, still sharp and cruel as the sword with which he took her life. Kill the innocents first. For the first time, Sylvanas did not balk at the recollection. It did not matter where a useful thing came from, only that it was useful. Arthas had been right, but he had also failed. He was a weak vessel in the end, but Sylvanas and Zovaal would succeed where he and the Lich King had not, and so, certain in her knowledge that the suffering was finite, and the joy that awaited them was infinite, Sylvanas Windrunner ordered the world tree set aflame, and countless numbers of souls surged forward to the Maw, the jailer, and true freedom. The screams would fade, the fires die, but the goal was closer than ever. In the end, it will have been worth it, she whispered, for her ears alone, then turned to face the anguished confusion and fury of Varrock Saurfang, who did not and would not understand. In the end, as she had told Vol'jin, death would claim them all, and it would be she and Zovaal who would remake them. Now, I still wonder how much of an impact the souls of the Night Elves had compared to the entirety of the Warcraft universe, by this time draining down into the Maw. A reason could be our grand potential as children of Azeroth, our huge stores of anima. But still, one world tree versus an entire universe. The genocide of the Night Elves, which would empower Zovaal further, but also paint a target on the war chief's back. Eventually, the world rose up and got ready for Siege of Orgrimmar 2.0. Which did not exactly happen. Navanos spoke with his beloved about how she was his world, and that he did not care for life or afterlife. All he needed was right here. This little world was theirs. They could walk away, disappear, be forgotten, and be together. Despite pretending otherwise, their feelings were not entirely gone. But before this could go anywhere, Saurfang ushered his challenge.
Sylvanas Windrunner! I challenge! Mak'gora!
Sylvanas felt again the burst of fury, frustration and resentment that she had felt outside the gates of Orgrimmar. From almost every moment of her existence, she'd been trying to help, to save. Her sister Illyria during her trial, her brother Lirath from staying away of the path of the blade and getting killed by the Horde anyways, the Kaldorei, the Forsaken, and now she was trying to save every last ignorant, pathetic creature that walked, swam, flew or crawled on any world that ever existed. They would have called her mad, accused her of lying, at best, accused her of gullibility. But they had not seen what Sylvanas had, or knew what she knew. The Horde, Saurfang, had shouted at her again and again, the Horde, as if it was anything of consequence, as if shouting wishes about something made them true. It was nothing at all, and still, seething from the hot pain of Charlemagne's bite, she told him so.
The Horde is nothing!
And yet Sylvanas fought now, as snow swirled around her. Even so, I will still save us all, so that you may, at last, become something. There is no cost too high when eternity is at stake, and once we are done, you will understand, and you will be grateful. The book did a lot to try and make us understand why Sylvanas would ally with a walk in Frostmourne. Some heavy lifting, which the game unfortunately did not tell, not to mention that the book was released near the end of the expansion rather than at the start. At least now we do know, which takes us into the expansion of the Shadowlands, the story that played out during the expansion. Time to move on, time to move forward and head on into the Shadowlands. Navanos had failed in his mission of taking care of Bonsumdi, which didn't exactly please his Dark Lady. This was a blow, but one she felt sure that it could overcome. Sylvanas flicked her fingers, as if ridding herself of a speck of muck, while she embraced the darkness. Navanos returned to the Marisstead, with her expectations of him finding a way to prevent the Loas meddling. This would in fact be the last time that they saw each other, as the world went on the hunt for the Dark Lady. The pressure was on to bring her to justice, pushing some to the brink, like her sister Illyria with her husband Tyrellian. He chained down innocents with the light, while she used the void to invade their minds and find some answers, but none hunted with as much passionate hatred as Tyrande Whisperwinds. The Banshee Queen had burned down Teldrassil, the genocide of the Night Elves, doomed so many spirits to the torment of the Maw. Infused with the powers of the Night Warrior, Elun's dark gift, Tyrande finds the champion of the Banshee Queen and has only one question.
Where is she?
With him, of course. In the darkest place. Along with every soul burned to ash in your precious tree.
Where is she?
Go on. Kill me. You'll send me right to my lady. Beyond the veil, she's shattered. Oh, Tyrande. High Priestess, Night Warrior, completely powerless to stop the coming.
She awaits within the Shadowlands, and not just the Banshee Queen, but so do Jaina, Frau, Bane and Anduin, who've been taken by a Valkyr. They also try to take Tyrande, but the Night Warrior is no easy prey to capture. They've been selected by Sylvanas in order of the jailer, as he's in need of a great but humble soul, one who served truly, selflessly from the heart, who put duty to others before anything else. He had a special task in mind for this soul, and to find out who was worthy, they enjoyed the torment of the Maw. Heroes of Azeroth were eventually called to come to the top of Icecrown and travel through the Veil into Hell itself to find our stolen heroes. Despite protests, Tyrande went in as well, as nothing would stop her from completing her hunt.
Won't succeed.
Such a narrow vision. You disappoint me. No matter. We will find what we seek. In another.
Anduin! How badly are you hurt?
I will live.
Fighting a way through the jailer's forces, we actually did manage to find our stolen heroes, but getting them out of the Maw, the domain for which nothing is supposed to escape, it proved rather difficult.
The light is with me. Even here. Go, champion! Go! You have failed.
No. I have precisely what I need.
Anduin apparently shows the jailer that he's the right candidate, the one that he's been looking for. And while we came here for a rescue mission, we barely managed to escape ourselves. We can't get them out quite yet, so we focused our efforts on the Shadowlands. All of it was in trouble, due to the actions of the jailer, and by extension Sylvanas herself. In Oribos, we learned about the Arbiter shutting down, souls directly dropping into the Maw. We travelled through the different zones of Bastion, Maldraxxus, Ardenweald and Revendrev. We learned more about how the Shadowlands operates, the problems that they were facing, met the leaders, made new allies, took care of threats, until at last we returned to Hell as Maw-walkers, taking on the jailer's forces and finding a way to his base of operations, the Tower of Torghast.
Not again. No! I will not yield! My mind is my own! Do you hear me?
Whoever you are, whatever you want, I will fight you. You will not break me.
We have managed to save Bane, Jaina and Thrall, but young Anduin was still nowhere to be found.
All that matters is we now possess the necessary instrument. We must begin its preparation.
Leave him to me. You've seen what he is capable of when he believes in the cause. A measure of patience may yield superior results.
Very well. We have our weapon. Now, we shall hone it.
There was more to it for Sylvanas than just turning Anduin into a more powerful and capable ally. To her, as much as she liked to deny it, it was personal. It's during his imprisonment here that the story we talked about last time, the story within the Sylvanas novel, is explained. It's the Dark Lady telling Anduin her life story, trying to convince him of the clear truth that the jailer had told her, for if she could make Anduin see it their way, have him willingly join their side, that in turn would make her choices right as well. And on top of that, she saw in Anduin her little brother Lyrav. Down to the nicknames that she used. Lyrav was a little lord's son. Anduin she called Little Lion, but the boy king would not serve.
Look around you! At what and who you've joined. What makes you believe you're not just a weapon to achieve his ends?
You have a choice to consider. Join us willingly, or be made to serve.
I thought you believed in free will, Sylvanas.
We've never had free will, Little Lion. But that is about to change.
Let me go, he told her. We can leave this place, and I will help you. Your goal is worthy, but not the way the jailer intends to achieve it. Never like that. Something inside her shattered. You are a fool, Anduin Wrynn, and you've made one of me as well. Have you been angling to get my sympathy this entire time? To trick me into releasing you? To make me think that I've lost my perspective? That I would turn on the jailer just because your face resembles someone I once loved? She shook her head angrily. I am done, she said. I am done with all of this. I leave you to your fate, Anduin. Fury made her tremble, and fury gave her speed as she stalked out. He called after her, but she did not halt, did not look back. If she did, she was afraid that everything she was would come apart.
There she is again. You know, these endless lectures of yours
have failed to convince you. Regardless, the conversation is over. One way or another, we will have you. So I will offer this one last time. Join our cause, or be made to serve.
What kind of choice is that? Why even give me? It's the choice you never had. Despite all your grand designs, there's still some shred of your mortality haunting you. As if the Banshee Queen hasn't entirely eclipsed the Ranger General.
Don't.
Now I understand why you brought me here. Why you've tried so hard to persuade me. Because if you can get me to let go of hope, you finally can too.
Enough! Submit! You are only making this harder on yourself.
Not harder on me. Right now, you hold all the power. How will you use it?
I've not come this far to falter now.
Then why do you hesitate? Make your choice, Sylvanas Windrunner.
And so Sylvanas made her choice, stayed the course, and used the recently forged Kingsmorn, Shalamain, turned into a Mornblade, infused what remained of Arth's soul, and she forced the same fate upon Anduin as Arthas had done to her. Sylvanas stole his free will, and the jailer had his dominated weapon. The reason why he was so keen on a soul like this one, it was so that they could infiltrate the domain of Bastion. Despite them knowing that Anduin had been captured in the Maw, and despite we ourselves have an approval worth the Archon in order to get an audience, Anduin is accepted based on reputation alone, and they welcome him in, giving him, or more accurately put, giving the jailer the opportunity to strike the leader of Bastion and steal her sigil. He will need all 5 to gain access to Zereth Mortis, to get into the Sepulchre and fulfill his ultimate plan of rewriting the universe. We can see here that Anduin is not entirely gone. The act of stabbing the Archon is so against his own nature that just for a moment he regains control, experiences the full horror that's going on, before the jailer tightens his leash again.
The vessel performed its part flawlessly. 3 keys remain. Then they will see. Death was never meant to be chained.
A flicker of doubt crosses Sylvanas' face as she looks at what she's done. Someone who in her mind and heart reminded her so much of her beloved brother, turned into what Arthas made of her. She had become the thing that she had fought against. But all for the greater good, right? That's what the jailer had told her after all. But he also told her how much he valued her as an ally. And seeing how he treats his other allies...
Sire Denathrius has been taken prisoner. What is our plan to recover him?
Every soul has its purpose. Denathrius has fulfilled his.
Does not exactly inspire confidence. This was when they were still forging Kingsmorn and made ready to force Anduin into servitude. Another blow in her conviction that would come as their quest for the sigils would lead them into Ardenweald, where Tyrande Whisperwind, after who knows how long of soloing the Shadowlands, finally finishes her hunt.
Tyrande, I understand you've been looking for me. Come then. Show me Elun's wrath.
Elun gave me her strength. The wrath is mine alone!
Night warrior. I expected more.
I will take your head, Banshee! Just like I took his! Thoros, you didn't know. Your master is keeping secrets from you!
They broke through! Pull back! Pull back!
A trick. No! Elun, it is time. Inqua Melena. At last.
And yet, the night's power wanes. Once again, she denies you victory.
Mother Moon, do not forsake me. End this!
dying embers of your goddess's bargain, Tyrande. Nothing lasts.
Sylvanas taunts Tyrande like Nathanos had done, but the champion of the Banshee Queen was wrong. Death did not send him directly to his beloveds. Perhaps the Valkyr had been so busy that they haven't gotten around to picking up his soul yet. We as players helped gather the soul of Ben, after all, who died during the Shadowlands pre-event, so it's not like they all instantly fly you into the Shadowlands. More likely though, his soul did arrive in the Maw, and the jailer not only kept his death a secret, he also kept his soul away. For what reason or purpose, we may never know for sure, as even to this day, Nathanos is still missing, and we never saw her confront the jailer about learning about this, learning about Nathanos. Now I would imagine that he kept the soul in reserve, in case that she needed some extra motivation, or perhaps he wanted to make sure that Nathanos would not whisper in her ear, would not push her away from this path. Who knows what Zovaal was thinking? The end result is all the same. His loyal ally now knows that he's been keeping secrets from her. She survives this encounter as Tyrande's Night Warrior powers run out at the most unfortunate of times, survives to stay at Zovaal's side as they make ready to claim the final sigil and get everything that they've been working for.
The battle is almost upon us. I will deal with the invading forces atop Torghast. When we reach Oribos, you will defend Zovaal while he completes the ritual.
You mean he will compel me to defend him? Each time he dominates my will, I feel myself slipping further away. Is this what you felt when Arthas raised you, Sylvanas? Hollow, empty, everything you once were, consumed by darkness.
Yes, young lion. But in the end, the sacrifices we've made will have been worth it. Once the cycle of life and death has been broken and remade, we will...
By that time, I'll have been lost. And so will you. I only hope my friends will remember me as I was, not what you made me to be.
Bolvar leads the heroes of Azeroth through the Sanctum of Domination, the jailer's home base, in which he's expanding his reach all the way to Oribos, where the Arbiter and the final sigil awaits. The road there had us face off against some of his most powerful forces, like the 9 Valkyr, the warrior maidens that had entered the bargain with Sylvanas, allowed her to resurrect more Forsaken, and stayed out of hell by taking her place instead.
Valkyr, you are bound to me. Strike down my foes.
As you command, Dark Lady.
The Dungeon Journal claims that the Dark Pact Sylvanas struck with Valkyr forged her bond with the jailer, from which, at first read, it would give the impression that it was her acceptance of the Valkyr that got her out of hell, the origin story of Edge of Night, that was the thing that bound her to the jailer. With the Sylvanas novel, we now know that she made the choice willingly. She willingly sided with him as she became the war chief. But still, the Valkyr definitely played a part in forging her bond, as they were the ones who showed her around the Shadowlands. Speaking of bargains, the one mentioned between Sylvanas and Helya during Legion, that was also orchestrated by the jailer. Helya was his ally after all, and told Sylvanas to pick up the artifact from her, to pick up the soul cage. Helya was reluctant to part with it, but I pointed out that it would benefit her as much as it would benefit him. I was instructed to use it to command the leader of the Valkyr to deliver the mighty souls she commands to Helya, who in turn would turn them into our purpose. So Helya had given her the cage so that Sylvanas could deliver her the power of the Valkyr, which Helya could turn into more forces for the jailer. That was the deal, with Gen Greymane not to put a stop to it. You stole my son's future. Now I'm stealing yours, he had told her. But if anyone's future had been stolen, it had been that of Gen himself. Who knew where the Arbiter had sent his son Liam? Who knew where it would send Gen, or indeed any of his family? The possibilities were, quite literally, limitless. But the chance of them all being together, according to the Valkyr, there was no chance at all. Fool, she whispered. Old, sad fool.
We will reshape it all.
Azeroth's champions. You've arrived at last. Despite witnessing the broken cycle of life and death with your own eyes, still, you would stop us from remaking this flawed system. What a pity.
There are no more Valkyr to protect you, Sylvanas. You will die here for the last time.
The Archer does not mourn the loss of their arrows, High Lord. A shame you won't survive to witness our victory. But if it's an ending you seek, then come and meet it.
The arrow line is a repeat of our mindset towards the Forsaken, as we read it within Edge of Night. They turned from arrows in her quiver to a bulwark against the infinite. Now the warrior maidens, who had forged the pact with her, took her place in hell, allowed her to fight for eternity's salvation. Get the same description.
Your efforts are futile. Oribos is within my grasp.
No! We will stop you! Jaina, we need a portal. The jailer must not take the Eternal City!
Sylvanas has become quite powerful through her jailer covenant, capable of putting up a fight against several heroes of Azeroth and her own might included. The ability to fly is quite overpowered here, as we need to be more careful with our footing. Jaina and Thrall build bridges across the chains, while we chase down the Banshee Queen, and we try to stop the jailer from reaching Oribos.
We're done with your games, so
you will pay! All of you will pay!
You don't have to do this! Surrender!
Suffer my wrath!
For Sourfang! For the Horde!
This time you'll lose, Sylvanas.
All hope is lost.
Sylvanas! Give Anduin to me!
Hear the sound of suffering!
Hold them back a little longer. The portal's nearly open. It's done. Hurry!
No! The jailer is going to destroy the Arbiter!
Quickly, champions! Stop Sylvanas!
Death bends to my will!
Anduin is keeping our allies busy in the middle, so now we face the Banshee Queen all by ourselves. The clock is running out though, and despite our best efforts, the jailer succeeds in taking back what was stolen from him.
He's done it. The Arbiter falls. We already have what we need!
Too long I endured the Maker's flawed design. I will forge a new reality, where all shall serve.
I will never serve.
Still
the Zera of Mortis, the Sepulchre, and the power to rewrite the universe is open to Sylval. While Sylvanas has her soul restored. They've added the ability to Mourn Blades that, when wielded with rage, it has a chance to shatter a soul into fragments. Now the question, did the jailer use her soul piece to drag her into the maw to begin with? That's still up in the air. If he was able to do this with her, what is to say about the Kyrian who ferry souls and the judgment of the Arbiter? And if he was able to drag her into the maw, why not Arthas? Picking up Frostmourne also took a piece of his soul away. Why was Uther required to throw Arthas in there? But on the other hand, if he didn't drag her in there, if he didn't manipulate these events, which I personally do think they are going with the story, as in, we are going to replace this unfair judgment system of the Shadowlands with a much better one. But if she was judged by the Arbiter and then found worthy to go to the Maw, then I do wonder why she was sent to the Maw, whereas others, like a Lady Vush or a Kil'jaeden or a Garrosh, why they did not, why they got to spend their time in Revendreth.
That doesn't seem fair.
Questions left behind in the Shadowlands. We follow the Primus' guidance in Reforge the Covenants, as well as the Sigils. This allowed us to open up the way to Zera of Mortis herself, and try to stop the jailer. Meanwhile, the Banshee Queen is kept at Oribos, stuck in a nightmare of her own making. Compliments of the jailer as he restored her soul. Someone is gonna have to go down there to get her out. Who better than Uther the Lightbringer, who had to deal with his own shattered soul?
Sylvanas' soul has been fractured from the moment of her death until now.
Burn it! This was their home. And you slaughtered all of them! How could you take all those innocent lives?
This was beyond life and death. There was no other path to true freedom. How can you not see that?
I see what you are. Murderer! Monster! Butcher! Why can I not escape this torment?
The jailer has severed their bond and condemned her to endlessly relive her atrocities. So long as her soul remains divided, she cannot wake.
Maybe she shouldn't.
She's the only one who knows the jailer's plan and how we might save Anduin.
She's the one that turned Anduin.
Jaina is right. How can we possibly trust her?
Her wound runs so much deeper than mine. Well met, Ranger General.
What is this? Who are you?
Someone who shared your fate, felled by the blade of the very same prince.
Arthas. I died trying to stop that monster, only to wake up haunted by one with my face.
That Banshee is you.
No. I cannot accept that.
Her path began where yours ended, and you've seen the decisions she made.
Never in 1,000 lifetimes would I betray everything I stood for. You can't possibly understand.
The jailer is deceptively cunning. When I realized I had become his pawn, it nearly destroyed me. He had no doubts it would destroy you as well. Was he right? Or will you accept her shattered legacy and tell us how to stop him?
Her crimes are unforgivable.
Yes.
And she... Burn it! I must face the consequences.
We cannot change the past, and we may never find forgiveness in the future. But inaction damns us all. Time is short, Ranger General. Make your choice. I've done all I can.
This moment is pretty out there, and it had some wonder what just happened. Did the Banshee Queen get replaced with the Ranger General? Is she alive again? Are they pretending like she's a different person for the redemption arc? A lot of reactions came out of this. My take, my explanation, that would be to see it as if part of her soul has been trapped within a time capsule. From the moment that she was struck down by Arthas in Warcraft 3, that part of her soul has been cut out, unaware of the road that she herself would take when turned into a Banshee. Her road as the Dark Lady, leader of the Forsaken, member of the Horde, already doing anything it took to claim vengeance upon Arthas. Then, when she decided to end it all by throwing herself on the top of Icecrown, she again did anything it took to fulfill the plans of the jailer, in her mind to right the wrongs of the universe and rewrite a flawed design. The person that she used to be now looks at who she's become, and she is forced to accept that step by step, slowly but surely, she has become more and more like Arthas. She could never imagine that this is who she would become, but she'll have to come to terms with it, acknowledging that her crimes are unforgivable, and Uther confirms this. We cannot change the past, and we may never find forgiveness in the future, but inaction damns us all. Make your choice. And she does, liberating herself. But, of course, not everybody is instantly on board with the idea of Sylvanas helping us out.
Tell the others what you told me.
You all have witnessed the jailer's power firsthand. Without the means to resist his domination, we have no chance against him. Anduin may be the key, if we can save him.
You dare speak of freeing him after all you have done?
Sylvanas held the Mournblade that bound him. Her presence may help free Anduin from the jailer's grasp.
I will never trust her.
Then trust in me.
Always, Uther. Very well. We will prepare to enter the Sepulchre and save Anduin. Together.
I feel my soul slipping away.
Break his hold, Anduin. The strength lies within you.
What do you know of strength, betrayer? You lacked the strength to protect your people as you fell before Frostmourne. You are weak, Windrunner, and the weak are made to serve.
Save yourselves! End this!
Not understand. This one is bound to me.
Anduin!
Fulfill your final purpose. Annihilation. The fate of all who carry my blade. My son, this blade does not belong to darkness. It was forged by valor And also by honor.
Its legacy and ours are with you, even here.
Now, let it be finished.
Arthas. Is this all that remains of him?
The last flicker of his scarred spirit, consumed in the forges of the jailer.
No crown, no throne, not even a soul left for judgment. I hated you, hunted you, and with each selfish act became you. That is my burden to bear. But your legacy is at an end. Be gone then, Arthas Menethil. May the last whisper of your name fade and be forgotten.
Breaking apart Charlemagne and breaking free of the jailer's control also shatters the spirit of Arthas that had been imbued into Kingsmorn. Throughout the encounter, Anduin temporarily manifested the source of his domination. Through this, the jailer was able to dominate the Boy King. And now, after witnessing who knows what horrors, after performing who knows what kinds of vile acts, Anduin Wrynn is free of what Sylvanas forced upon him. The scars of those actions will ripple on. But for now, we'll have to focus on the jailer, as he's creeping ever closer to fulfilling his goals within the Sepulchre. Just one problem though. Last time that we fought him, he used his control of domination to dominate us. If we go in again without preparing, we'd just be instantly controlled. That's where the Helmet of Domination comes in. By imbuing it with some of the most advanced pieces of the First One's power to be confined, and the experiences of those that have managed to overcome domination, we should be able to forge something which will give us the will to resist Soval's control.
These mirrors will focus your memories to draw out the ones that we need.
This is a perilous undertaking, Kyrian. Domination magic is not easy to overcome.
We must harness what is within us. There is no other choice.
It must be done. I am willing to bear any suffering, so long as it will help.
Bolvar and Darien are able to unleash their fire and bloodbound memories. Not without pain or struggles, but they get the job done. Then there is young Anduin, around the age of 19 at this point, who just got out of who knows what, closely to the side of the jailer. We can only imagine what he has witnessed, what he was forced to do.
I pray some good can come from all of this.
What is this? It's too much!
I cannot.
Anduin, we cannot put him through this again.
I see your struggle, young lion. Allow me to offer perspective. I don't remember the exact moment I wrested control. I do remember the rush of freedom, the clarity of purpose. When I loosed my arrow, I sought to become his judge and his executioner. I thought that if I could punish him for his crimes, I would be absolved of mine. Forgiven for the atrocities he forced me to commit against my own people. But there would be no justice that day for anyone. That is yet to come.
The one who forced domination upon him in the first place now gets to offer her insight, and Anduin thinks he understands. All of them that were touched by domination, they were able to tap into something else, whether nobility or vengeance. It gave them the strength to resist. With all that he has faced, he has to remember that he's still here, and if there are those willing to stand with Sylvanas, he has to believe they will stand with him as well.
I will try again.
Search for the light within you, Anduin.
You are strong enough.
There. I have done all I can.
You did well, Anduin.
This is not the end of your suffering, but it is a step forward.
The pieces are now ready to be reforged by the Primus, turning it into the Crown of Wills, which we use to buff ourselves, magically protect ourselves from the Jailer's control. It wasn't easy, but it was certainly worth it, as we reached the Jailer just in time to stop him from claiming the soul of our world and rewrite the entire universe. He did leave us with a warning, though, that the universe divided will not able to stand against what is to come. Worries for later. As for now, with the new Arbiter in place, it is time to place judgment upon Sylvanas' soul.
Be warned, their words will be harsh.
I expect no less.
Come, let us be on our way.
You defiled our sacred groves.
Torment is all you deserve.
Your sins are beyond measure!
How many souls have you doomed? We trusted you! You betrayed us all!
My home, my family, all burned to ashes.
Is it justice they seek, or vengeance?
Anger and pain make it difficult to tell the difference.
The flow of souls into the Maw has ended. The Covenants and the Shadowlands have been restored. Only one task remains. Sylvanas Windrunner, the time for your judgment is at hand. There can be no true justice without compassion. And I can see your deeds bear the mark of the Jailer's influence. An influence we failed to contain.
The Jailer did not control me. My actions were mine alone, and I accept their consequences.
Then, you know in your heart to whom you must answer.
I submit to the judgment of Tyrande Whisperwind.
Entrusting justice to your most fervent adversary. Are there any gathered here who object to this fate? So be it.
What game do you play now, Banshee? The Sylvanas I hunted would never submit to the blade of her enemy.
Death would be a merciful end, Tyrande.
And I do not expect your mercy.
Your newfound remorse might be genuine, but it can never erase all you have done. There will be no peace for you, Windrunner, until there is peace for the souls of your victims. The prisoner is in my charge now. Bring her!
The original problem of a predestined universe forged by the First Ones to then have souls judged upon their actions. It's not dealt with, while we have seen evidence confirming that, like the jailer, they too were able to predict extremely specific moments. But in an interview, it became clear that it was not their intent to portray the story in such a way. They instead wanted to give the impression that the First Ones, they were able to accommodate for eventualities, similar to how the jailer's influence was not meant to push pretty much everything in the story of Warcraft into his direction. Instead, their intent was to make it clear that the Domain of Death had influence on the Warcraft universe, like we've seen with, for example, the Titans and the Domain of Order. That said, it is safe to say that the Jailer's influence can be found upon the life of Sylvanas Windrunner. And yet, she refuses to use it as an excuse. She has made her own choices, and will accept the punishment of Tyrande Whisperwinds.
And now, after so long, there is much we need to say to one another.
I know, sisters. But judgment comes.
Below lies the Maw, an unjust fate to which you doomed so many. And it will be there that your penance begins. Every soul lost in its depths, betrayed or condemned, you shall find and send forth to the Arbiter, to be judged with the compassion all souls deserve. You will toil there, under Doratha's watchful eye, scouring every darkened reach, until the final soul is free, and you are all that remains. This is how you shall bring renewal to your victims and my people.
However long it takes, it shall be done.
Undo Falador, old friend. Watch her well. Banshee's penance will save countless lost souls. A fate that would not have come to pass had I slain her in Ardenweald. Perhaps that is why Mother Moon stayed my hand. I thank you for your aid. Soon I must return to Azeroth to begin healing the Kaldorei and preserving our future.
Renewal instead of vengeance. Sylvanas Windrunner's punishment for her crimes is to be stuck in the Shadowlands expansion, do Maw dailies for all eternity, until hell has been cleared out and each soul has been given a fair chance at redemption. The work begins now, which also gives her the opportunity to search for her beloved Nephanos.
For so long there had been little more than hatred and malice in our sister's eyes. To at last see a glimmer of the Sylvanas we knew.
I had ceased hoping for such a thing. I am pleased we had a chance to speak with her, Verisa.
I only wish we'd had more time.
As do I. But if she stays true to her word and sees this obligation through, perhaps one day we will.
It will never be like it was before. The pain she inflicted upon the Kaldorei, upon the world. How could she ever answer for it?
I'm not certain she can. But if her penance brings any measure of peace to those she wronged, at least it is a start.
You are right, Lady Sun.
Our family has endured so much darkness. We must find a way to cling to hope. Yes, little moon. Mother. Father. Lyrith. They are only memories. We thought our sister was as well. But now, we shall see.
And with the completion of this story, we now have a memorial for Lyrith and the Windrunner sisters at their Windrunner Tower. That is where the story of the Banshee Queen, of the Dark Lady, of Sylvanas Windrunner ends for the moment. But like Arthas before her, her actions ripple on, especially with the Boy King.
Why are you here, Anduin? Your kingdom and your friends are awaiting your return.
My friends. The ones I almost killed. They believe my hands are clean. But they don't feel clean.
It is perilous to confuse what you are made to do with what you choose to do.
How can I not when it all blurs together? It was so horrific and exhilarating. And it sickens me to think that satisfaction may have been mine.
Ah, so that's why you've come. You fear you might not be who you thought you were.
I'm starting to wonder if I ever knew. For the first time in my life, I'm afraid that if I call on the light, it won't answer. If I've no trust in myself, how can I expect my kingdom to trust me? To put their faith in me when mine has faltered?
Must you bear that weight?
A king does not have a choice.
No choice? I thought you believed in free will.
I need time to think about many things.
Anduin, I have faced who I was and accepted what I've done. Now, the work begins.
Yes, it does. Farewell, Sylvanas Windrunner. Until our paths cross again.
Farewell, little lion.
Anduin is going to go on a personal journey of trying to overcome the damage done to him, while Sylvanas stays in the Maw to be of service. She had proudly announced to Arthas and the jailer that she would never serve. It felt right to be of service now, and she appreciated the difference.
I found you before, my love. I will find you again, no matter how long it takes.
With the jailer destroyed and the Covenants of the Shadowlands working together once more, there was a slim chance that one day she might be able to see her parents and Lyrith as well. Perhaps one day in the future, we might see her story continued. Personally, in the realm of speculation, I think that Sylvanas is going to make a return in the upcoming free expansions. We know that her sister Illyria is going to play a part, and we've seen in the intro cutscene that she travels to Dalaran, where Varisa lives, her other sister.
Not a Banshee Queen, not a Ranger General, but always a Windrunner.
We also know that Illyria hears the whispers of the dark, of the void, and we had this old line.
Sometimes I feel that I have already died twice. Once, when we were presumed lost on Draenor. And again, when gripped by the shadow of the fallen Naru. Perhaps death is the true legacy of the Windrunners.
At the hour of her third death, she ushers in our coming.
I could imagine a scenario in which Illyria falls to darkness, and then Sylvanas pops her head out of the Maw, out of the Shadowlands. All done with her time served. She could be a powerful ally in turning the tides of darkness, with reaching out to her sister, bringing her back from the dark side. But that's pure speculation. For now, she's paying for her crimes, still able to send voice messages to the Forsaken. Sylvanas loyalists, they were given a special message from the Banshee Queen after obtaining their heritage armor. I'll use that one to end the video with. So for now, thank you very much for watching, everyone. Subscribe if you like my videos, And until next time, see ya!
Greetings, my most loyal ally. I speak to you now from beyond the veil of death, here, in this place of eternal darkness. My work, my penance, continues. Though the Maw is an unlikely place for one to find peace. Each soul I rescue helps mine feel a little more whole, as I ponder my deeds since being raised into undeath. I have many regrets. Things said and choices made that I wish could be taken back. But there is one thing for which I will always be proud. Helping the Forsaken find their place in a world that shunned them. My time to lead may be over, but I will always stand with you against those who would cast you out and call you monsters. Under the leadership of the Desolate Council, a new group of voices has arisen to represent all Forsaken. Stand proud in the Horde. Know that all of you were so much more than arrows in my quiver. As much as the family I was born into, you will always be my people. And one day, I do hope to walk among you once again. I must go. There are many more souls yet to be freed. Among them, one that is most dear to me. Shorella Ran, my friend.
Hello everyone! Apologies in advance for the sound of my voice. I'm currently dealing with some neck issues and I might actually have to undergo some surgery, but I just wanted to make sure to get some work done before they might take me in. Now last Gamescom, they announced a brand new hero making his way into the Nexus, Kel'Thuzad, and what better reason than to sit down and talk about his story, one that begins as a member of the Kil'jaeden Tor.
The Kil'jaeden Tor has a legacy of abuse. Kel'Thuzad turned his knowledge of the arcane arts toward necromancy.
He was part of the Council of Six, an impressive, charismatic man, with dark hair and a full beard and strangely glassy eyes, as if he were not really looking at the world around them. Being part of the council, that meant that he possessed connections and power, but he also had a reputation as a dreamer and a researcher, constantly questing for information. When Ner'zhul the Lich King was sent down to Azeroth, he worked on conquering the continent of Northrend. Some of the local population, they were subjugated, the Nerubians, they were dominated, and all of them were turned into new troops for his undead army, bent to his will. Left to rule his kingdom unopposed, the Lich King began preparing for his true mission in this world, weaken it and get it ready for another invasion from the Legion. For this, he reached out into the human lands with his vast consciousness, calling out to any dark soul that would listen. One of those unfortunate souls, that was Kel'Thuzad, who under the guidance of the Lich King delved into the much darker arts of his craft, started experimenting with necromancy. Now nothing as major as the Lich King could produce, of course, small experiments hidden away from the eyes of his colleagues, but over time they discovered what he'd been doing and they could not let it go on. They warned him, they tried to guide him, but his curiosity, or perhaps his lust for power, they simply could not be stopped. He tried to be more careful, to make sure that there was no evidence of his forbidden magics to be found within his chambers, but Archmage Antonidas was smart enough to also check his warehouses in the Northlands, where they found all the evidence that they needed. A box with decaying rats was presented to the council, the fruit of his labor, and they had no other choice but to search all of his properties and destroy all items found tainted by dark magic. King Tyrannus had agreed with their judgment, and if Kel'Thuzad did not abandon this madness, he would be stripped of his rank and holdings and exiled from not only Dalaran, but also from all of Lordaeron. His nameless ally had warned him that this might happen, but Kel'Thuzad had not believed. Strange. He felt almost relieved that events had come to pass. The need for secrecy, it limited the scope of his work, it hindered his advancement, and with his mind racing, he bowed down and left. Doubtless, the Kil'jaeden Tor were keeping his so-called disgrace quiet, fearing repercussions should his actions become public knowledge. For once, their cowardice would work in his favor, and his wealth would never line the king's coffers. Now with nothing holding him back, the whispers of Ner'zhul led him to his destination, the cold land of Northrend.
I was cast out by my comrades, exiled, forced to wander the frozen wastes. But I was not alone.
Not entirely. The voice, now my only companion, guided me to my destination. Strange, nightmarish creatures awaited me at the entrance. I felt my blood run cold as Icecrown itself.
Upon arriving at Naxxramas, Anub'arak was waiting for the Archmage, ready to give him a tour of the facility and show him what the future had in store. They ventured through the wings of the raid that most of you are familiar with, where Kel'Thuzad beheld wonders beyond his wildest dreams. His unknown companion, he'd been able to resurrect beings with speech and motor skills. He could even force the undead to be obedient. There were also magical artifacts, laboratory equipment and other supplies that put his old laboratories to shame. When they reached the part with cauldrons filled with a bubbling greenish liquid, the Archmage nearly touched it, but a massive claw abruptly blocked his way. The Master wishes for him to remain among the living, Anub'arak explained, and this fluid was designed to not only turn people into the undead, but also force them to obey. As a demonstration, the former Nerubian king, he led him to a cage that held 2 prisoners, 2 humans, a man and a woman. The female was sick. She begged Kel'Thuzad to show mercy, to burn her body and end her misery, but Kel'Thuzad simply looked away and he whispered to Anub'arak to make her quiet. In response, Anub'arak pierced her heart and he dropped the corpse on the floor, causing the man to howl with anguish, but that was just the start. The female rose as an undead servant. She told her husband to get away from her, that she would hurt him. She pushed him away, causing him to fly against the cell bars and slip down onto the floor. She was unable to control herself as the transformation was completed and she leaped at her husband, lashing out, baring her teeth. The man screamed and blood spurted onto the cell floor. Kel'Thuzad flinched away. Closing his eyes didn't help. He could still hear unspeakable sounds. Ripping, shredding, chewing. A soft, wretched mewling that he very much feared meant that the undead woman was aware of her actions to some level, but she was unable to stop herself. Sickened and horrified, he teleported out of Naxxramas altogether. He staggered a little distance away and he threw up. Finding a patch of unsullied snow, he scooped up handsful and he scrubbed viciously at his mouth and face. It felt as if he would never be clean again. What had he gotten himself involved in? One by one, his scattered thoughts fell into place. The necromancer was no simple academic, interested in studying a wildly condemned field of magic. Nor did he plan to stop at fortifying his home against attack. He was mass-producing a fluid that converted people into zombies. Naxxramas also had an enormous stockpile of supplies, weapons, armor, training grounds. These weren't defensive measures, these were preparations for war. There was no escape though, as Kel'Thuzad was escorted back in front of Ner'zhul, who explained to him that his powers were beyond comprehension, that he could read Kel'Thuzad's mind as if he was reading a book. No schemes or future plans of overthrowing him would ever be accomplished, and not even death is a certainty when you're dealing with the Lich King. Serving this spectral being would surely bring Kel'Thuzad great power, and also damn him for all eternity. But that knowledge came far too late. Besides, damnation, it had little meaning without the prospect of true death. I am yours, I swear it, he said hoarsely, and Kel'Thuzad pledged his loyalty to the Lich King. He worked on using his connections, his fortune, the power of illusion, persuasion, sickness and force to spread the plague across the lands of Lordaeron and establish the Lich King's hold upon Azeroth. Kel'Thuzad then returned to Lordaeron in disguise, and over the span of several years he formed a brotherhood of like-minded men and women. This brotherhood, which he called the Cult of the Damned, promised its acolytes social equality and eternal life on Azeroth in exchange for their servants and obedience to Ner'zhul.
My life for Ner'zhul. I wish only to serve.
As the months passed, Kel'Thuzad found many eager volunteers for his new cult amongst the tired, overburdened labors of Lordaeron. It was surprisingly easy to achieve his goal, namely to transfer the citizens' faith from the holy light into believing in Ner'zhul's dark shadow. We can even see a reflection of this in Old Hillsbrand, where he talks about necromancy with Hel'Kilar. He gives him a small demonstration of his power, and he promises him that he can teach him his ways, the ways of the necromancer. Scholomance, once owned by the Baroth family, that also fell into the hands of the Cult of the Damned. As Kel'Thuzad's charismatic influence, it pushed the family to donate it to its cause. The promise of immortality, it was seductive, but the cultists killed the Baroths and turned their ancient crypts into a school of necromancy. As the Cult of the Damned grew in size and influence, Kel'Thuzad made sure to hide it well from the authorities of Lordaeron. And with his success, the Lich King made the final preparations for his assault against human civilization. Placing his plague energies into a number of portable artifacts called plague cauldrons, Ner'zhul ordered Kel'Thuzad to transport these cauldrons to Lordaeron, where they would be hidden within various cult-controlled villages. The cauldrons, protected by loyal cultists, they would then act as plague generators, sending the plague out across the unsuspecting farmlands and cities of northern Lordaeron. The plan worked perfectly. Many of Lordaeron's northern villages, they were contaminated almost immediately. Just as in Northrend, the citizens who contracted the plague, they died and arose as the Lich King's willing slaves. As the plague spread, more and more feral zombies arose in the Northlands. Kel'Thuzad looked upon the Lich King's growing army, and he named it the Scourge, for soon it would march upon the gates of Lordaeron and scour humanity from the face of the world. But of course, humanity didn't just roll over and let it all happen. Reports had come in of a plague spreading through the Northlands, one that Antonidas assumed was magical in nature. Jaina Proudmoore, together with Arthas Menethil, they worked together on figuring out what was going on. They encountered a farmhouse where the living dead assaulted them.
Lock your shields and defend yourselves. Their arrows won't get through. Skeletons? Slay them all immediately.
These were trained soldiers supporting them, but nothing had ever prepared them for something like this. Despite the horrific sights, they were able to fight them off and discover some clues leading them to Anderhall, where smoke was already rising in the sky. Arthas hoped that if the town had burned, then maybe at least the grain, which was used to spread the plague, that it had been destroyed as well, and it was in Anderhall where they finally caught up with Kel'Thuzad.
Hello again, children. I am Kel'Thuzad, and I've come to deliver a warning. Leave well enough alone. Your curiosity will be the death of you.
Are you responsible for this plague, Necromancer? Is this cult your doing?
Yes, I ordered the Cult of the Damned to distribute the plagued grain. But the sole credit is not mine.
What do you mean?
I serve the Dreadlord, Mal'Ganis. He commands the scourge that will cleanse this land and establish a paradise of eternal darkness.
And what exactly is this scourge meant to cleanse?
Why, the living, of course. His plan is already in motion. Seek him out at Strathall if you need further proof.
The granary, untouched by the fire racing through the rest of Anderhall, it was already empty. The shipments had already been sent out. Who knows how many people would die because of it? And Arthas was furious, blaming himself. Further north, they searched for Kel'Thuzad again, and this time he didn't teleport away. A bellow of raw fury exploded from Arthas, and he swung, sweeping his brilliantly glowing hammer parallel to the ground, striking Kel'Thuzad at the knees and sending him flying. Others pressed in, swords slicing and hacking, the men venting their grief and outrage on the source, the cause of this entire disaster. For all his power and magic, it seemed as though Kel'Thuzad could indeed die like any other man. Both legs were shattered by Arthas' sweeping blow and lay at odd angles. His robes were wet with blood, shiny black against the matte black, and red trickled from his mouth. He propped himself up on his arms and tried to speak, spitting out blood and teeth. He tried again.
Naive fool. My death will make little difference in the long run. For now, the scourging of this land begins.
His elbows buckled, and, eyes closing, he fell. The body began to rot immediately. Decomposition that should have taken days happened in mere seconds. The flesh paling, bloating, and bursting open. The men gasped and started back, covering their noses and mouths. Some of them turned and vomited from the stench. Arthas stared, horrified and enraptured at the same time, simply unable to look away. Fluids gushed from the corpse, the flesh taking on a creamy consistency and turning black. The unnatural decomposition slowed, and Arthas turned away, gasping for fresh air. Jaina explained that it's believed that if a necromancer is not perfectly precise in their magical workings, that if they're killed, they're subject to what just happened in front of their very eyes. But as we know, this would not be the end of Kel'Thuzad's story. Arf's journey then led him to Strathholm, where he decided to purge the town and follow the Dreadlord Mal'Ganis all the way to the cold land of Northrend. Just as the Lich King had planned, Frostmourne was waiting for him, a cursed blade that took a piece of his soul, but it did allow him to strike Mal'Ganis down. After wandering Northrend for a while, listening to the whispers of Ner'zhul as well, we find Arfus back in his homeland, now turned into a Death Knight, and he is serving the Lich King. He even murdered his own father and brought the kingdom to ruin, but that was simply another step in their plan. It seems fate is a sense of irony, as the Dreadlord Tychondrius, he orders him to gather some acolytes and recover the remains of their former master, the necromancer Kel'Thuzad. Several paladins, they tried to stand in his way of getting to the tomb, but all of them fell to the might of Frostmourne, and at Anderhall, they claimed their prize.
Come along now, necromancer. The powers that you once served have need of you again.
Told you, my death would mean little.
What the? Am I hearing ghosts now?
It is I, Kel'Thuzad. I was right about you, Prince Arthas.
The necromancer's remains are badly decomposed and will not survive the journey to Quel'Thalas and the powers of the Sunwell, that which they need to bring Kel'Thuzad back. As a container, a very special urn is selected.
Your father ruled this land for 70 years, and you've ground it to dust in a matter of days.
Very dramatic, Uther. Give me the urn, and I'll make sure you die quickly.
The urn holds your father's ashes, Arthas. What, were you hoping to piss on them one last time before you left his kingdom to rot?
I didn't know what it held. Nor does it matter. I'll take what I came for one way or another.
I dearly hope that there's a special place in hell waiting for you, Arthas.
We may never know, Uther. I intend to live forever.
Excellent work. Now your journey to Quel'Thalas can begin.
Tell him nothing. Only you can hear me. The Dreadlords cannot be trusted. They are the Lich King's jailers. I will tell you all when I walk this world again.
With the urn in their possession, the next goal was reaching the Sunwell, which required them to conquer the High Elf kingdom of Quel'Thalas. The High Elves put up a fierce fight, trying to defend their gates, but a traitor from within all but assured the Scourge victory. Even Sylvanas Windrunner, Ranger General of Silvermoon, she fell to Frostmourne and was resurrected as a Banshee.
Citizens of Silvermoon, I have given you ample opportunities to surrender, but you have stubbornly refused. Know that today, your entire race and your ancient heritage will end. Death itself has come to claim the high home of the elves. Now arise, Kel'Thuzad, and serve the Lich King once again.
I am reborn as promised. The Lich King has granted me eternal life.
I've upheld my end of the bargain, Lich. Are you ready to tell me about the Dreadlords now?
Certainly, but not here. They have eyes and ears everywhere. We'll talk where it's safe.
So, you're not upset about me killing you that one time?
Don't be foolish. The Lich King told me how our encounter would end.
The Lich King knew that I would kill you?
Of course. He chose you to be his champion long before the Scourge even began.
If he's so all-knowing, then how can the Dreadlords control him like they do?
They are agents of the ones who created our master, the fiery lords of the Burning Legion.
What is this Legion?
Kel'Thuzad goes on explaining to Arfus how Ner'zhul the Lich King came to be and what his true purpose is for the world, getting the Legion in to conquer the planets. Of course, that is not his full agenda. In truth, Ner'zhul has no intention of forever being a slave to the demons or Kil'jaeden, but first they'll have to pretend to be obedient and make contact with our commands.
So where are we going now?
There is a nearby encampment of Blackrock orcs who maintain a functional demon gate. I must use the gate to commune with the Demon Lord and receive his instructions.
The Scourge takes on the orcs, those who had failed the Legion before, and this actually pushed Kil'jaeden into this new plan with the Lich King to build an army that would not fall in on itself like the orcs had done. After clearing them out, Kel'Thuzad does the thing and he speaks with Archimonde.
I call upon thee, Archimonde. Your humble servant seeks an audience. You called my name, puny Lich, and I have come. You are Kel'Thuzad, are you not?
Yes, Great One. I am the summoner.
Very well then. There is a special tome you must find. The only remaining spellbook of Medivh, the Last Guardian. Only his lost incantations are powerful enough to bring me into your world.
Where should we search for it, Great One?
Seek out the mortal city of Dalaran. It is there that the tome is kept. At twilight, 3 days from now, you will begin the summoning.
The magical city of Dalaran, that is their next target, the place Arthas used to love to visit, mainly because of Jaina studying there, and of course the city that kicked out Kel'Thuzad for all of his dark experiments. This is where they'll find the Book of Medivh, but the city is not without its defenses. They've been able to create an aura that destroys any undead that pass through them, but by some quick movements and swift murders, they are able to claim their prize.
The spellbook is all yours, Lich. Let's take it and leave before the wizards amass for their final attack.
Indeed. I will begin summoning Lord Archimonde at sunset.
The Circle of Power has been prepared per your instructions, Lich. Are you ready to begin the summoning?
Nearly. I've been reading through Medivh's spellbook. His knowledge of demons alone is staggering. I suspect that he was far more powerful than anyone ever realized.
Not powerful enough to escape death, that is for certain. Suffice to say, the work he began, we will finish today. Let the summoning commence.
Arthas makes sure to defend Kel'Thuzad while he casts his spell. Even the Legion sends over some troops as the fabric of reality begins to weaken, and they're successful in bringing Archimonde into the world. As a side note, when Kel'Thuzad was still part of the Kil'jaeden Tour, he was present when Khadgar made his report of all the events that went down in Karazhan. He was very interested in Medivh and the Council of Tirisfal, and now his wish to know more about the corrupted Guardian that has come true as he holds the Book of Medivh.
Come forth, Lord Archimonde. Enter this world and let us bask in your power.
Tremble, mortals, and despair. Doom has come to this world. You have done well, little Lich. My plan worked perfectly.
Lord Archimonde, all the preparations have been made.
Very well, Tichondrius. Since the Lich King is of no further use to me, you Dreadlords will now command the Scourge.
As you wish, Lord Archimonde.
Soon, I will order the invasion to begin. But first, I will make an example of these paltry wizards by crushing their city into the ashes of history.
This has got to be a joke. What happens to us now?
Be patient, young Death Knight. The Lich King foresaw this as well. You may yet have a part to play in his grand design.
Archimonde goes on to destroy Dalaran, and then the Legion sets their eyes on the Well of Eternity. In order to claim it, they have to destroy Ner'zhul and deal with the Night Elves, but Kel'Thuzad and Arthas, they have their own plans in mind, and they work against them. The Lich teleports to Death Knight near Illidan, who had just been released from his prison by Tyrande, and he points him towards the skull of Kil'jaeden and the power to stop Tichondrius, who is busy corrupting their lands. The Demon Hunter agrees with their plan, and he claims the power from the skull, but Arthas was teleported back by Kel'Thuzad as they let the Lich King's plans unfold. Archimonde was eventually defeated by the team-up of Thrall, Jaina, Tyrande, Malfurion, and several others, who together were able to blow up Ner'zhul and send the Demon Lord back to the Twisting Nether. For some reason, the Dreadlords are still hanging out in Lordaeron, they're keeping an eye on the Scourge, and they were not aware of these events, and Arthas then returned to reclaim his kingdom. Sylvanas hated Arthas for what he had done to her, but Kel'Thuzad was thrilled to see the prince, now calling himself a king once again. Not all was going that smoothly though, as the powers granted him by the Lich King, they were fading, and enemies were approaching the Frozen Throne, so Arthas had to come back to Northrend to serve his master. The drop in power, it allowed Sylvanas to regain some of her free will, and together with the Dreadlords, she planned a bloody coup.
So the seizures have been getting worse?
Yes. With my powers drained, I can barely command my own warriors. The Lich King warned me that if I didn't reach Northrend soon, all could be lost.
Fear not, my king. Everything is being prepared for your departure. The ships are waiting at the coast, and
there's been a change of plans, King Arthas. You're not going anywhere.
Assassins! It's a trap!
You should never have returned, human. Weakened as you are, we have assumed control over the majority of your warriors. It seems your reign was short-lived.
There are too many of them, my king. Flee! Escape from the city! I'll find my own way out and meet you in the wilderness.
All right, Lich. Good luck.
The majority of his forces, they were claimed by the Dreadlords, but some still answered Arthas' call as he fought his way out of the city. He was so very weak, Frostmourne getting heavier with each and every swing, and near safety, a bunch of abominations lumbered towards him.
We have no time for this. We must find our way out quickly. You have my thanks, ladies. But where is your mistress? Where is Sylvanas?
She sent us to find you, Great King. We've come to escort you across the river. Once we cross it, we'll take refuge in the wilderness. This is the place, sisters. We'll rest here, Great King.
Why here? We've got to find Kel'Thuzad before we...
You have been deceived. Come to my side at once. Obey.
What is happening here? Sylvanas.
You walked right into this one, Arthas. It's time to even the scales.
Traitor! What have you done to me?
It's a special poisoned arrow I made just for you. The paralysis you're experiencing now is but a fraction of the agony you've caused me.
Finish me, then.
A quick death? Like the one you gave me? No. You're going to suffer as I did. Thanks to my arrow, you can't even run. Give my regards to Hell, you son of a bitch.
Back, you mindless ones! You shall not fall today, my king.
This isn't over, Arthas. I'll never stop hunting you.
The effect of her arrow will wear off in time. All the preparations for your journey to Northrend have been made.
You have been a loyal friend, Kel'Thuzad. I don't know what the future holds, or if I'll even return. But I want you to watch over this land. See to it that my legacy endures.
I shall, King Arthas. I shall.
He trusted the Lich, not out of affection or loyalty, but simply as a cold hard fact. Kel'Thuzad was an undead thing, bound to the master that they both served, and as Arce's journey took up to Northrend and eventually merging with Ner'zhul, Kel'Thuzad remained behind to keep an eye on the Plague Lands with Naxxramas as his base of operations. He would go on playing a massive role in the story of the Ashbringer, in which Alexandros Mograine he obtained a mighty and holy blade which he wielded against the forces of the Scourge. Not all of humanity had been wiped out quite yet, organizations rose up to fight against them, so something had to be done about this threat. As luck would have it, Alexandros had 2 children, Darien and Renaud Mograine, with the last one falling to corruption. He was persuaded to lead his father into a Trappist home, where countless undead were waiting to strike. Mograine kept slicing them down one after the other until countless turned into only a few, and even those few fell before the Ashbringer. The battle had been endless, Mograine was tired, and he had dropped his weapon. This was the opportunity that his son had been waiting for. As Renaud appeared, he picked up his father's blade and he stabbed him in the back. Alexandros was betrayed by his own son, and even worse, this plan was created by Bel'Nazar and Kel'Thuzad. Apparently Kel'Thuzad was able to work together with the Dreadlords, and instead of just murdering Alexandros, they decided to turn him to an ally of the undead. They took the body back to Naxxramas and they started to torture him, convert him. Images of his deceased wife, the pain and grief of losing his beloved, all of it was turned against him. Love is nothing but a childish fantasy. Learn this lesson and learn it well. Hatred and despair are the only truth of existence. I only harbor resentment for you. And Darien, your beloved son, the cursed filth who stole my life, taken away into the hands of death. The other child stabbed you in the back, only harbors hatred for you, and would kill you again and again and again. Further resistance is pointless. Your will is no longer your own. Who do you love? No one. And who loves you? No one. He was ready for the next step, being forged into a Death Knight by Kel'Thuzad. The Ashbringer now turned from a holy weapon into a corrupted blade. Darien would eventually discover that his father might still be around within Naxxramas, so he grabbed the raid team and they went in to try and save him, but his father was already far too gone and the only option was to put him down. With the corrupted Ashbringer in hand, Darien then left Naxxramas, but Kel'Thuzad wasn't done quite yet. He led a massive army in an assault upon Halight's Hope Chapel, but by stabbing himself with the blade, making an ultimate sacrifice, the heavens opened up and the day was saved. Not all was lost though. A brand new wielder of the corrupted Ashbringer found his way to Kel'Thuzad, the son taking over the role of the father. We wouldn't see that storyline until Wrath of the Lich King. First there's still classic World of Warcraft, in which we, like Darien and his raid team, we assaulted Naxxramas ourselves. When I say we, I mean a very small portion of the player base, because getting into Naxxramas, it was not easy with the whole reputation requirements or the insane price for the attunement quests, as well as a bit of frost resistance gear that you had to get. Once inside, the fun could begin with 4 different wings and some spicy encounters, but raiders, they took on the challenge all the same, until they unlocked access into Kel'Thuzad's domain. But the Lich did not come alone. Portals to Northrend allowed for some of the army of the Scourge to come in. The Lich had some tricks of his own, but all the same, the heroes were able to defeat Kel'Thuzad and collect his phylactery. This is what a Lich binds their soul to, and it allows them to be resurrected over and over again. Or if you take care of the phylactery, you can kill them once and for all. The first boss in Scholomance, that is a good example of that, and Kel'Thuzad's phylactery started a quest. The phylactery is all that remains of the Master of Naxxramas. Your better judgment dictates that you destroy the phylactery, prevented the Lich from ever reforming. Thankfully, you seldom listen to that internal voice of reason. Someone at Light's Hope will pay you hugely for this artifact. Who cares if Kel'Thuzad regenerates to full power? And that is exactly what happened. Heroes handed over the phylactery to Father Inigo Montoy for some very sweet rewards, to which Montoy he betrays the Argent Dawn and he brings the phylactery to the Lich King. As a reward, he too became a Lich known as Talzin the Dustbringer, and Kel'Thuzad was reformed, ready to have another go at it during Wrath of the Lich King. In the Borean Tundra, Horde players discovered that it's Kel'Thuzad leading the Scourge in the area, and they informed Garrosh about what they've seen. Eventually, heroes of both the Horde and Alliance, they ventured forth into Naxxramas once again. It was all very similar to what went down during Classic, but of course also a little bit different, since the raid size it became a lot smaller, and the 4 horsemen, they recruited a new member to replace Alexandros Mograine. All the same, we went into the 4 different wings, the Construct Quarter, the Military Quarter, the Arachnid Quarter, and the Plague Quarter. With each victory earned, the voice of Kel'Thuzad echoed across its halls.
I'm tired of these games.
Proceed, and I will banish your souls to oblivion.
Despite the big talk, we were still able to conquer Naxxramas. Some even rubbed it in a little bit more for poor Kel'Thuzad by murdering his beloved Mr. Bigglesworth.
Now! A curse upon you, interlopers! The armies of the Lich King will hunt you down. You will not escape your fate.
Look what you did to Mr. Bigglesworth!
The mighty dragon Sephiron is the last enemy standing in our way, and then we can finally confront the Lich.
Your forces are merely marshaled to strike back against your enemies, my liege.
Soon, we will eradicate the Alliance and Horde. Then the rest of Azeroth will fall before the might of my army.
Yes, Master. The time of their ultimate demise grows close. What is this?
Invaders, here. Destroy them, Kel'Thuzad. Naxxramas must not fall.
As you command, Master. Men, servants, soldiers of the Cold Dark, obey the call of Kel'Thuzad.
First, we must take care of waves of undead with skeletal soldiers, soul weavers, and abominations. Abominations created by Kel'Thuzad, since what could be more useful than a gigantic, malformed monstrosity with perfect loyalty and a ferocious hunger to devour their enemies. After taking down a small army, Kel'Thuzad himself jumps into the fight with ice, shadow, arcane, and even a bit of mind control. But at 45% health, he realizes that he could use some aid, and he calls for his master.
Master, I require aid.
Very well, warriors of the frozen wastes, rise up. I command you to fight, kill, and die for your master. Let none survive.
Guardians of Icecrown are teleported in, and the longer that they stay in the fight, the bigger and more powerful they become. Yet all the same, Kel'Thuzad was unable to hold his ground, and he fell to the heroes of Azeroth once again.
Do not rejoice. Your victory is a hollow one. For I shall return with powers beyond your imagining.
This time, he was a little bit smarter, and he did not keep his phylactery on him, and we have no idea where it currently is, so a return of Kel'Thuzad, that is definitely possible. The mage, whose curiosity and lust for power, it led him to a road of damnation, from which there was no return. He unwillingly pledged his loyalty to the Lich King, and then spread the plague across the lands of Lordaeron. Who knows when or how, or what he might do in the future, but for now, this is where the story of Kel'Thuzad ends. He is extremely popular though, as he's been adapted into a card for Hearthstone. He was part of the Curse of Naxxramas Hearthstone adventure.
This next fight will not be easy. I hear the boss is all-powerful and very handsome.
He has his very own tavern brawl with Rafam.
Of course I played well. I'm Kel'Thuzad.
And now he's a hero within Heroes of the Storm.
Yes. Well done, minions. Now, bow before Kel'Thuzad!
From the compilation that I've seen, apparently Kel'Thuzad is pretty damn powerful. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to end the story for today. Hello everyone! Last week I did a Q&A about Legion, and I talked about possible followers that might show up in the expansion. And while I stated that I don't see faction leaders show up as followers, I still suggested Muradin Bronzebeard as a follower.
Mistakes were made.
Mistakes were definitely made, so it's time to take a look at the story of Muradin Bronzebeard, chosen to be fighting with the Nexus while having an awesome story in Warcraft itself. From his time at Lordaeron all the way to becoming a ruler of the Dwarven clans. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you'll enjoy.
We Bronzebeards are known across the whole of Azeroth My eldest brother Magni was king of Ironforge, wise and fair a ruler as ever been. And Bran, well, he's a renowned explorer, always finding secrets, being written about in Explorers League Geographic. With brothers like that, I'd feel a wee bit overshadowed. If I didn't kick so much ass! All right, lads, line up! It's hammer time!
As you can tell from the trailer, Muradin is of the Bronzebeard clan and his family has played some huge roles in the storyline, but he himself is no pushover. The first time that Muradin shows up in the storyline is during the first Orcish Horde invasion of Azeroth. By the time that he makes an appearance, the orcs have already conquered a fair bit of the planet, but the Alliance of Lordaeron, they're pushing them back and they're pushing them hard. They manage to break the Horde at the Siege of Lordaeron, forcing them to retreat all the way to the Blackrock Mountains, and along the way, the Alliance decides to help out Ironforge. The massive city of the dwarves is under constant assault by some of the Orcish troops that were left in the area. They are pinned down, and this allows the Horde to make full use of the resources in the land. As the Horde keeps bashing on the gigantic doors of Ironforge, the Alliance, they flank them from behind, and this was the moment the dwarves had been waiting for. The doors of Ironforge open up, they pour out, and together with the Alliance, they're able to kick some serious orc butt and force them out of their lands. Muradin and his brother Bran Bronzebeard, they thank the Alliance for helping them, and they decide to join them to defeat the Horde once and for all. Together, they're able to save the day, to save the planet. They close the Dark Portal, and afterwards, Muradin decides to become an ambassador for the dwarves and join the Alliance of Lordaeron at their capital city. He offered his advice, he said what was on his mind outright, and he didn't worry about whom it might offend. The dwarf knew that some of the Alliance rulers, they found that combination distressing, but he also knew that people like Tyrannus and Trollbane, they found it refreshing. One day, as Muradin made his way to the breakfast table, he lost his way again since the palace simply had too many twists and turns and he couldn't remember the way. In one of the corridors, he found young Prince Arthas at the age of 12 with a wooden sword pointed at the throat of a suit of armor. Arthas was pretending to fight a vile orc which refused to leave their Alliance lands, and as Muradin watched, he noticed how bad the prince was at fighting. His form was all wrong, swings too uncontrolled. Who in the world had been teaching this boy? As Arthas lost his grip on his weapon, he noticed that the ambassador was watching, and Muradin, he was as embarrassed for the boy as Arthas was for himself. Muradin coughed and asked Arthas directions to his father, anxious to leave the scene, as he left the prince behind, embarrassed and ashamed. As the nobles tried to deal with the aftermath of the first Horde invasion, the second one was about to begin. Muradin offered his advice here and there, but he also decided that Arthas' training had been put off for far too long, and after discussing it with Arthas' father, King Tyrannus II, Muradin told Arthas that he would become his teacher. He would teach Arthas all that he knew, but if any time Muradin would feel like he was wasting his time, like Arthas wasn't doing his best, the training was over. Arthas couldn't believe that he would be trained by a dwarf, and not just any dwarf, someone like Muradin. He was very excited, but learning how to fight did not come easy. Arthas left the first dozen or so sessions bruised, bloodied and limping. He had stubbornly refused any offers of healing, insisting that the pain was part of the process. Muradin had approved, and he had shown it by pressing Arthas all the harder. Never did Arthas complain, not even when he wanted to, not even when Muradin scolded him or pressed the attack, long after Arthas was too exhausted to even hold up a shield. And for that stubborn refusal to whine or to quit, he was rewarded twofold. He learned, and he learned well, and he won the respect of Muradin Bronzebeard. At the age of 14, Arthas finished his training with Muradin, finally able to overcome his teacher. Though a strict taskmaster, Muradin was someone of whom Arthas had grown terribly fond, and Muradin was very proud of his students. The next time that we see Muradin in the storyline, a lot of things connected to Arthas happened. A plague spread across the lands of Lordaeron, turning its citizens into the undead.
Oh no. We're too late. These people have all been infected. They may look fine now, but it's just a matter of time before they turn into the undead.
What?
This entire city must be purged.
How can you even consider that? There's got to be some other way.
Damn it, Uther. As your future king, I order you to purge this city.
You are not my king yet, boy. Nor would I obey that command even if you were.
Then I must consider this an act of treason.
Treason? Have you lost your mind, Arthas?
Have I? Lord Uther, by my right of succession and the sovereignty of my crown, I hereby relieve you of your command and suspend your paladins from service.
Arthas, you can't just...
It's done! Those of you who have the will to save this land, follow me. The rest of you, get out of my sight.
You've just crossed a terrible threshold, Arthas.
Arthas made the decision to purge Drefholm. Mal'Ganis taunted the young prince to follow him to the cold lands of Northrend. Arthas accepted the challenge, took some ships, and he set out to find the Dreadlord and get his revenge.
So much death. I can't believe Arthas could have done this.
Jaina! Jaina Proudmoore!
Lord Uther?
Ah, Jaina. I thought I might find you here. Where has he gone, girl? Where has Arthas taken the fleet?
He came to me before he left. I pleaded with him not to go. I told him it sounded like a trap.
Where?
Northrend. He's gone to Northrend to hunt Mal'Ganis.
Damn that boy. I've got to inform King Tyrannus.
Instead of finding the Dreadlord though, in the cold heart of Northrend, he found his friend and mentor fighting against the undead.
We're under attack. Take cover.
Bloody hell. You're not undead. You're all alive.
Muradin? Muradin Bronzebeard, is that you?
Damn, boy. I never imagined that you'd be the one to come to our rescue.
Rescue? Muradin, I didn't even know you were here.
Oh, just the same, lad. I could use your help.
Arthas was very happy to see his old friend again, and he asked what Muradin was doing all the way up in Northrend. Muradin explained that his people had always been interested in rare items, and Arthas recalled hearing something about Muradin helping to form the Explorers League. The Explorers League is an organization dedicated to researching the origin of the dwarves and finding rare artifacts. The dwarves, they've been in Northrend many times before. It's an oddly compelling land, and it doesn't give up its secrets easily, which makes it so intriguing. Muradin explained that there's some force growing in Northrend, which he believes will not be satisfied with just sitting in the cold land. He has a feeling that this power is also behind the undead forces, so they're trying to discover what exactly is going on. Arthas explains to Muradin what has happened back home, his people turning into the undead, the choices he had to make, but he didn't tell Muradin about the details of what happened at Drefholm. He wasn't certain if Muradin would understand the awful necessity of what Arthas had been forced to do. The dwarf explains that they're searching for a rune blade called Frostmourne, and hearing the name makes Arthas certain that finding this blade, getting his revenge, is his destiny. It was no mere chance that he met Muradin in Northrend. He'll help out the League to find Frostmourne, and then the League in return can help him against Mal'Ganis. They worked on setting up a base, but back home, King Tyrannus found out what his son had done, and he did not agree with Arthas' choices.
I apologize, emissary, but the prince is away on an errand. What brings you to this desolate place?
By royal edict, you men are to return to Lord Aran immediately. Lord Uther has convinced the king to recall this expedition.
We're to just pick up and leave?
That's correct. My men report that the roads from here to the shore are held by the undead. You'll need to find an alternate route back to your ships.
To hell with the undead. We'll cut our way through the woods, men.
Captain, why are the guards not at their posts?
Well, my lord, your father had our troops recalled at Lord Uther's request.
Uther had my troops recalled? Damn it! If my warriors abandon me, I'll never defeat Mal'Ganis. The ships must be burned before the men reach the shore.
Isn't that a bit much, lad?
Burned down to their frames. No one goes home until our job here is done. We'll need more men to fight our way through the undead.
I've come across a few mercenary camps up here. Perhaps we can hire a few of them.
Damn Uther for forcing me to do this.
It's hammer time!
Very good, but there are still more ships to deal with.
Let's do this!
Prince Arthas?
Quickly, my warriors! These murderous creatures have burned our ships and robbed you of your way home. Slay them all in the name of Lordaeron.
Damn beasts! Kill them all! Our ships are ruined. What will we do now?
Listen to me, all of you. There is no way home for any of us save through victory. In this land, we will stand or fall together. Now, return to the base and man your posts.
Arthas betrayed his own men, betrayed the mercenaries that fought for him, and naturally, Muradin can't believe his eyes. This is not the same Arthas that he trained, that joined the Order of the Silver Hand, the future Prince of Lordaeron. Was vengeance all that important to Arthas?
Spare me, Muradin. You weren't there to see what Mal'Ganis did to my homeland.
The Dark Lord said you would come. This is where your journey ends, boy. Trapped and freezing at the roof of the world, with only death to sing the tale of your doom.
This looks bad. We're completely surrounded.
There's still one chance. Help me claim Frostmourne. If it's as powerful as you said, it might tilt the scales in our favor.
I have a bad feeling about this, lad. But I promised I'd see this through.
Behold, Muradin, our salvation. Frostmourne.
Halt, lad. There's an inscription on the dais. It's a warning. It says, "Whomsoever takes up this blade shall wield power eternal. Just as the blade rends flesh, so must power scar the spirit." Oh, I should have known. The blade is cursed. Let's get the hell out of here.
I would gladly bear any curse to save my homeland.
Leave it be, Arthas. Forget this business and lead your men home.
Damn the men! Nothing shall prevent me from having my revenge, old friend. Not even you. Now, I call out to the spirits of this place. I will give anything or pay any price, if only you will help me save my people.
The impact of the ice shard had knocked the dwarf back several feet. Now he lay sprawled on the cold stone floor, a spear of ice impaling his midsection, the blood sluggishly flowing around it. His eyes were closed and he was limp. Arthas scrambled to his feet and hastened over to his old friend and trainer, tugging off his gauntlets. He slipped an arm around the limp form, placing his hand on the wound, staring at it, willing the light to come and lime his hands with healing energy. Guilt wrecked him. So this was the dreadful price, not his own life, but that of a friend. Someone who had cared for him, taught him, supported him. He bowed his head, tears stinging his eyes, and he prayed. "It's my folly, my price, please." And then, like a familiar caress from a loved friend, he felt it. The light raced through him, comforting and warm, and he bit back a sob as he saw the glow again to embrace his hand. He had fallen so far, but it wasn't too late. The light had not abandoned him. All he needed to do was drink it in, open his heart to it. Muradin would not die. He could heal him, and together they... Something stirred at the back of his neck. No, not at the back of his neck. The back of his mind. He looked up quickly, and he stared in wonder. Frostmourne had been released from its prison, and through it Ner'zhul the Lich King whispered to Arthas. The light had failed the prince repeatedly, and Frostmourne was the only path to his revenge. Muradin was simply a casualty of this awful war, as Arthas took the blade and left his old friend and mentor behind.
Prince Arthas, where is Muradin? We can't hold out for much longer.
Muradin is dead. But take heart, Captain. The enemy will not stand long against the might of Frostmourne.
Arthas tried to heal Muradin, but the whispers of Frostmourne convinced him to leave the dwarf behind, that he was on the right path. He got his revenge by striking down Melgennis, and he followed his journey of summoning the Legion and merging with Ner'zhul. Now known as the Lich King, Arthas sits upon his frozen throne in Northrend, but Muradin's story isn't quite done yet. Ladies and gentlemen, let's find out what exactly happened to Muradin. I hope you'll enjoy. It seemed like Muradin's life was the great price Arthas had to pay to claim Frostmourne, but the dwarf actually survived the events in the cave, and he woke up with the biggest headache ever, no memory of who he was or where he was. This is explained as we quest during Wrath of the Lich King, where we're sent on a mission to find and help Bran Bronzebeard with getting his hands on Norgannon's keystone and access to the archives within Ulduar. During the questline, we're asked to gain King Yorick Stormheart's aid, but King Yorick Stormheart, he does not trust us immediately. First we have to prove ourselves in battle, and as we travel to our challenge, Valok Icebellow explains how Stormheart became their king. Years back, my father and several other Frostborn were returning from a trek across Dragonblight. There was a heavy blizzard, far worse than we've ever seen since. They crossed the trail of blood-soaked snow, followed it to a dwarf wandering and speaking in a dialect they couldn't make out. And not a dwarf of our kind, mind you, but a mountain dwarf. Something our kind had not seen before. The dwarf seemed lost, having no memory of where he came from or even his own name. Not being the kind to leave a dwarven cousin to die in the snow, my father's party, they took him in and they continued back towards Frosthold. Not long later, out of nowhere, the snow burst beffer them, and a Jormungandr the size of Varanus herself came down upon their party. One of them was swallowed whole before they had even time to react. My father thought that they were all doomed, but behind him a furious roar rumbled across the snow, and he turned to see the mountain dwarf growing in size, his skin taking on stone-like texture, and his hands sizzling with lightning. The dwarf battled forward with a sound like rolling thunder and hurled a shining metal hammer, lightning coursing over its surface directly into the Jormungr's throat. The Jormungandr collapsed instantly, its head barely still attached to its convulsing body. My father turned to the dwarf in awe and raised a fist in praise. The stranger, having no name of his own, my father deemed Yorick, a name reserved for the champions of legend. Years later, he now stands before us as Yorick Stormheart, King of the Frostborn. As we follow the questline, as we gain King Stormheart's trust and we find what Bran was looking for, he decides it's time to meet the king himself and thank him in person. To Bran's shock and surprise, King Stormheart is actually his brother Muradin, long believed to be dead. Memories start flooding back to Muradin as even his oldest brother Magni shows up. Magni was informed that Muradin is Northrend by a seer, so he shows up. Muradin tries to remember his life before he joined the Frostborn, and all he remembers are nightmares. Nightmares of a human, tall, light hair, death black armor, Arthas. Muradin feels responsible for letting Arthas slip to the dark side like that without really doing anything about it. Regrets won't change a thing though, only actions can make things right, so Muradin decides to join the Arson's crusade as they assault Icecrown, while Bran goes to party in Ulduar and Magni returns home. In Icecrown, they find out that Bolvar Fordragon, a hero of the Alliance that supposedly died at the Wrath Gate, he's actually still alive. The Lich King has been working on torturing his soul, trying to force Bolvar to serve, but Bolvar will never serve.
Never! I will never serve you! Could it be, Lord Fordring? If Bolvar lives, mayhap there is hope for peace between the Alliance and the Horde. We must reach the top of this cursed place and free the Paladin!
By the light, it must be so.
Prepare the Skybreaker for an aerial assault on the Citadel!
With the ship called Skybreaker, Muradin and his troops quickly go out to secure a forward base in Icecrown, but in the air they encounter the Horde, who have a very similar plan. A fierce sky battle follows, with a different winner depending on which faction you play. If you play for the Horde, you'll win as the Horde. If you play for the Alliance, you'll win for the Alliance. But for the sake of the video, I'll assume that Muradin and the Alliance won.
Don't say I didn't warn you, scoundrels! Onward, brothers and sisters!
Their next encounter is with another victim of the Wrathgate, Saurfang's son Drenosh, now turned into a Death Knight.
A lone orc? Against the might of the Alliance? Charge!
With Muradin being choked in the air, heroes take down the servant of the Lich King, and as they do, his father shows up to reclaim the body of his fallen son.
Don't force me hand, Orc. We can't let you pass.
Behind you lies the body of my only son. Nothing will keep me from him.
I can't do it. Get back on your ship and we'll spare your life.
Stand down, Muradin. Let a grieving father pass.
Varian tells Muradin to stand down, and in a great display of respect, they let Cao Feng pick up his son and carry him home. Muradin goes on to secure the deck, prepare soldiers for an assault on the upper citadel, while heroes of the Alliance and Horde, they continue the journey through Icecrown Citadel, they continue the assault, and eventually they bring down the Lich King. Muradin wasn't present in that final confrontation when justice was finally delivered, yet players that defeat the Lich King while holding Shadowmourne, they have the option to loot Arf's training sword and return it to Muradin.
Oh, lad. How I miss those endless days in Lordaeron. Sharpening your skill with this dull blade. Forging you into a weapon meant to withstand the demands of a great destiny. You sure put them skills to use, didn't you, lad? If only I'd been able to stop you that day. How different things might have been. If only I'd have never discovered that accursed blade. Farewell, Arthas. My brother.
After the events in Northrend, Muradin's role would shift back from being a fighter to being a politician. Around the time of the Cataclysm, King Magni Bronzebeard, he tried to use an ancient Titan ritual to communicate with the land. This ritual was supposed to give them insight as to what was going on with the world. There were signs of the Cataclysm, they weren't sure what was happening, but instead of communicating with the land, Magni, literally, he became one with the land. As Prince Anduin and several other people watched, crystals engulfed Magni's body. It was clear that Magni was no longer capable of ruling his people, and with grief in their hearts, griffins were sent out to find either Muradin or Bran, but Magni's daughter Moira had other plans in mind. Moira, daughter to Magni, she was kidnapped by the Dark Iron Dwarves, but the ruler, Emperor Fauruzan, he showed Moira the respect that her father never gave her, simply because she was born as a female. Even though Magni always believed that Fauruzan used some sort of spell to keep Moira under control, in truth, she really fell in love with the Emperor and she gave Fauruzan a son. Adventurers were sent to bring the king's daughter back. They killed her husband, father to her child, and Moira was pissed. With the crystallization of her father, Moira decided that it was time for her to return to her city to reclaim her rightful place as ruler of Ironforge. Together with the Dark Iron Dwarfs, she held the city hostage, including Prince Anduin. The Deep Run tram was closed down, the griffins were locked away, and news of this reached Varian Rin. You don't mess around with Varian's family, so together with the members of the SI7, they infiltrated Ironforge, they lifted Moira out of her bed, and Varian was about to bring sweet justice, but his son prevented that. Anduin explained that although Moira's actions were wrong, she was the legitimate heir to the throne. Killing her would just send the city into civil war, possibly dragging the other factions within the alliance with them, so killing Moira was not the way to go. Varian, with a knife placed against Moira's throat, he saw wisdom in Anduin's words, and he decided that Moira would get a second chance to prove that she was worthy to lead her people. Like him, she had to become better, and she couldn't be trusted to rule alone. So instead, a council was formed. A council where all three clans, Dark Iron, Wildhammer and Bronzebeard, each of them had their own leader representing them. For the Dark Iron Dwarfs, it was obviously Moira who spoke for them. The Bronzebeard clan was represented by Muradin, while the Wildhammer Dwarfs at first were represented by Kil'jaeden Wildhammer. The world had not seen a union like this, the clans living together with Ironforge in over 200 years, and coming together like that did not come without complications. The clans, they did not trust each other, they came from different backgrounds, one like the air, one like the earth, one like the shadows. It was a big mess, and bringing these clans together was a very difficult job. Now, to bring their people closer together, Moira suggested that they should reforge the hammer of the High King, also known as Modemus' hammer. An ancient scroll had showed up describing how the hammer had been split up into 3 different pieces after the king passed away, and each clan had one of the pieces of the fragments. Moira and Muradin, they were on board with this plan. They thought it was a good idea, a good symbolic way of reforging the old alliances, but Kil'jaeden, he was not willing to give up his piece of the artifacts. During his time on Outland, as they were fighting demons and orcs, this piece of home gave them hope, reminded them of who they were, and he did not want to give it up. Discussions and debates followed not only amongst the council, also amongst their people, up to the point where the dwarves they simply started to attack each other. After one Bronzebeard dwarf and one Wildhammer dwarf killed each other in a brawl, Kil'jaeden realized that for the sake of his people, he had to give up his artifacts. He felt like he had no choice, so he placed it down and he agreed to their plan. Now, throughout the story, they find out that the scroll is actually fake and that their plans are built on lies. But by this point, it doesn't matter. The people of the city, after so many discussions, after so many debates, they believe that this is the truth, that the artifact is real. And to back away from it now would just cause more trouble than to go through with it. Kil'jaeden at this point is just frustrated with the whole situation, with the politics, with the lies, with being trapped in Ironforge. He decides to sit down at the Wildhammer Roost as he thinks about the situation. A small brawl between the Dark Iron Dwarves and members of the Wildhammer clan, Kil'jaeden's clan, was about to erupt. One of the Dark Irons, they tripped over a stray pile of draw straw, sending the keg of beer that he was carrying flying over, spilling on the floor. Like I said, the clans, they had a very hard time adjusting to their new life. And Kil'jaeden, he was planning to defuse the situation. He tried to talk them down to stop this fight from even happening, but the Dark Iron Dwarf spat in his face, and before he knew it, his fist connected with the Dark Iron's head.
A fight! Count me in! Everyone, get in here!
In the brawl that followed, a nearby brazier was knocked over. The embers erupted to spilled alcohol, setting the entire roost ablaze. Water was quickly called for as they did their best to save their griffins, but Kil'jaeden's longtime friend Skyrie, she refused to leave her ex behind. Even with her fellow griffins trying to pick her up, carry her out of the flames, she broke herself loose and she tried to protect her children. Tried as she might, it was no use. Her eggs were boiled, her body was black as smoking. Kil'jaeden was dizzy and he decided that it was a mistake to have ever come to Ironforge. The city had stripped him of nearly everything he once was, nearly everything that he once knew, but the city had not taken his one piece of the artifacts. He went to steal it back, and as he got it from the chest that they stored it in, he was caught in the act by Moira. A calculated smile was on her face as Kil'jaeden figured out that it was Moira who had forged the documents, manipulated events, kept the rumors within Ironforge going. Kil'jaeden even went as far as to blame her for the fire that took his friend's life, but Moira told him that she had nothing to do with it. As the story was told to her, as the events were recounted, it was Kil'jaeden who threw the first blow. All Moira wanted was Kil'jaeden and the Wildhammers out. They had never been willing to extend a hand of peace to the Dark Iron Dwarves. Their opinion was already fixed when they arrived. It was clouded by old hatreds that they were clinging to, and Moira wanted Kil'jaeden gone. Sweat began pouring down his body. Every breath seemed filled with stagnant heat, not air. Kil'jaeden shoved the scepter through an opening in his chest piece near his arm. With the heirloom hidden, he rushed out of the room and towards the gates of Ironforge as the city stone walls closed in. Kil'jaeden inhaled the frigid air at Ironforge gates deeply. The sweat covering his body chilled in the cold nights, and he shivered. In the distance, through a curtain of snowfall, shapes, illuminated by light from the open city gates, they were unloading crates from a cart. One of the silhouettes looked up in Kil'jaeden's direction. It trudged through the snow toward him. It was Muradin.
Been looking for you, lad. I cannot say how sorry I was to hear about Skyrie. She died like she lived, free of fear, fighting for what was most important, her people and her future.
Her future died with her.
Muradin stood for a moment, silent.
Aye, but I'd rather die for me kin in a fight I know I can win, and not fight at all. I suppose you wouldn't understand much about that there, would you?
Kil'jaeden's eyes narrowed at the affront, but he felt weak after the encounter with Moira.
I been fighting for me kin since the day I set foot in Ironforge.
Don't you mistake stubbornness for bravery. They ain't the same.
You wouldn't understand. You're no different than Moira.
Muradin sighed and lowered his head.
When you joined the council, I thought to myself, now there's a dwarf who can set the bickering in this city straight. Instead, all you did was make things worse.
Aye, because I had to go at it alone. You greeted me with open arms, but as soon as I made a stand for something I believed in, you turned your back on me.
How many times did I tell you that this business with the hammer wasn't worth fighting over? Stop wasting my breath when it was clear you wouldn't listen to reason.
To the Bronzebeard's credits, Círdan recalled numerous times in the past where Myrddin had approached him in private and spoken with him about giving up the Wildhammer scepter. But each of those conversations had seemed more like a personal attack than advice.
Don't you see, lad? That old piece of iron is a shackle holding you back. Holding this whole city back. The more you argue about it, the tighter it becomes.
And what if I didn't go through with the reforging tomorrow?
Círdan blurted out. As the words left his mouth, he felt the scepter hidden beneath his armor dig into his ribs. Myrddin's brow furrowed. He looked at Círdan with disdain.
Magni enjoyed the tales of your fighting with Skyri and Outland. I'm only happy that he isn't here to see the fool you really are.
Círdan had considered telling Myrddin about his confrontation with Moira. Now though, he wondered if Myrddin had colluded with Magni's daughter. Yet there was an air of forthrightness to Myrddin that lessened Círdan's fears. In a way, that made the Bronzebeard's words all the more painful to hear.
That scepter kept the heart of my clan alive in Outland.
The heart of your clan is in you. It was in Skyri. And it's seen all those Wildhammers in the city suffering every moment that you keep arguing. I'm trying to move this city forward, not bring it down with nonsense about old iron.
Move forward? The hammer wasn't the right way to move forward when we thought it was real. And it sure isn't the right way now that we know it's a lie.
Myrddin took a deep breath and placed his hand on Círdan's shoulder.
Just let it go, lad. Nothing good comes without sacrifice. You know that more than any of us.
Is that the reason you were looking for me? To tell me how to run my clan?
Myrddin's face became twisted in anger. He glanced back at the shadowy forms working in the night. The other dwarves continued unloading crates, oblivious to Myrddin and Círdan. When the Bronzebeard turned back, he whipped his right hand in Círdan's face, knocking the Wildhammer back.
Nay, lad. Just wanted to see for myself where the line between fact and fiction lay.
Myrddin was already on his way back to the carts by the time that the shock of the blow had worn off. Círdan simply stood at the gates, staring into the dark of the night. Myrddin smacked some sense into Círdan. All at once he felt foolish for taking the scepter from the high seat. What did he intend to do with it? Leave the city and forsake his duties as a member of the council? Tarnishing not only his own honor, but that of Falstead and the rest of his clan as well? A moment later, one of his clan members showed up with some good news. One of the griffins had been able to save one of Skyri's eggs from the fire. Hesitantly, he placed his palm on the egg. It was somehow warm, but the sensation was altogether different than the stifling heat of Ironforge. The warmth coursed through Círdan's veins and made him feel as though he were standing under the blue skies of the hinterlands, bathed in the light of the sun. In that moment, everything became clear. He knew what he had to do, regardless of the consequences, to honor King Magni and fulfill his own duties as a member of the Council of Three Hammers. The brilliant plan that Círdan came up with was to show up at the ceremony of reforging, where Moira explained to the crowd that there was a thief who had stolen a piece of the artifacts. Círdan stepped up to the plate. He told all present that it was he that had taken it, and Myrddin asked if he had gone mad. He was going to start a riot. Círdan had not gone mad though. He told them all that it was foolish to reforge this weapon as a symbol of the current union, to try to get back the Ironforge of their ancestors. This is a new Ironforge. It will never be the one of the past, and reforging Monimus' hammer surely will not change that. He slammed his artifact down, and with his mighty storm hammer, he shattered it. The heirloom exploded in a shout of iron shards. The dwarves in the crowd, they froze in sudden bewilderment. Confusion rippled across their faces. The new Ironforge begins here. Ask yourselves, do you want to start it by putting this hammer back together so that one day it can be broken again? The Wildhammers have chosen to take a step forward, not back. Who among you is with us. Muradin was the first to join him as he smashed his own peace, and even Moira was forced to join them, shattering the lie and breaking the way for a new future for all clans. At the end of the story, Círdan decides that his place is not with the council. It truly never was. He apologized to Falstad for taking the position in the first place. Falstad had led their people for 20 years as Círdan spent his time in Outland. The Dark Portal reopened, Círdan showed up again from Outland, he brashly took over as if all those years of service meant nothing. Círdan passed on leadership to Falstad as he was supposed to, and he would now follow his own destiny. As Falstad, he joined Moira and Muradin on the council. This change to the council and the shattering of the planned ritual was but one of the many obstacles that the three dwarven leaders faced, as Lorewalker Cho explained during Mist of Pandaria.
Once upon a time, moments ago in fact, a great king sought help from a trio of powerful dwarves, the Council of Three Hammers. The king's scouts had discovered that Zandalari trolls threatened the dwarven capital. Surely, the king thought, if he helped them with their troll problem, they would give him more troops for his campaign against the Horde. But what the king did not realize is that the dwarves did not trust one another. "We cannot help you," said the Bronzebeard dwarf, "for if we turn our back on the Dark Irons, they will defeat the Wildhammer and take over Ironforge." "We cannot help you," said the Wildhammer dwarf, "for if we turn our back on the Dark Irons, they will defeat the Bronzebeard and take over Ironforge." Oh, the king was furious. "If none of you help, then Ironforge will fall under siege." Only one dwarf offered to help the king. "We will lend you our strength," said Moira of the Dark Iron. "We will trust our dwarven brothers, and we will show them what loyalty means." And so, Moira and the High King set out into the snow to save the city, leaving the others to think about their actions. What happens next? I must know.
Muradin and Falstad, they still don't trust Moira and the Dark Iron Dwarves, but Moira is dedicated to proving the worth of not only herself, but also her clan. She wants to carve out a future for her people and her son that will one day rule her people, so she decides to show the right way and join Varian on his mission.
It's heartening to see you here, Moira. You have my thanks.
Indeed. With the aid of your champions, the Dark Irons will put an end to the Zandalari threat in Dunmarrow. We will prove our loyalty to the Council, Ironforge, and the Alliance here today, and with our own blood. The storm has ended. Forward, Dark Irons! To battle we march!
Well fought. I see the Dark Irons are as formidable as ever.
That they are, King Varian. And at the service of the Alliance, I might add.
For that, I'm glad. The Bronzebeards and Wildhammers will regret not having been here to share in your glory.
Better they're grateful for the clansmen spared death on this miserable hillock. We sought to protect and impress, not to shame.
Well, you've done just that. Come, let us return to Ironforge and announce your victory to the Council.
The High King, his champions, and the Dark Iron Dwarves worked together to save Ironforge. The other dwarven leaders were ashamed of their behavior and vowed never again to allow fear or distrust to cloud their judgment. And so it was a human king who helped to unite the dwarven clans so long divided. Free to trust one another, all three dwarven leaders pledged their full strength to the Alliance cause.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is pretty much the end of Muradin's story. He does show up here and there, like he met with Lily Stormstout in the story Quest for Pandaria. He was present during Garrus's trial in Pandaria in the novel War Crimes. He shows up at the Alliance garrison to offer quests during Wars of Draenor, but the real story, the real events that he took place in, they end here. at least for the moment. Time will tell where Muradin's path may lead him. The council is coming closer together, but old hatreds die very hard, and some speculate that Magni Bronzebeard might return in the next expansion. If that is truly the case, what will happen between Moira and her father, between Muradin and his older brother? Only time will tell, but one thing's for certain, Muradin kicks some serious arse and has one hell of a story. Hello everyone! We're Shadowlands, having us deal with a whole bunch of undeath, afterlife, and of course the Lich King. One's mind wanders back to the days of Wrath the Lich King, where Tirion Fordring played a prominent role in the salvation of the world. This mighty paladin was one of the first to join the Order of the Silver Hand, way back during the Horde's first invasion of Azeroth. By this time, Stormwind had fallen. Its survivors had fled to the lands of Lordaeron, where Anduin Lothar, together with others, they rallied the nations to band together and form the Alliance of Lordaeron to stand against this alien threat, fight for the very sake of the world. Having Lordaeron unite, it was great and all, but some of them were rivals of each other. Some of them were not instantly bonding with each other and fighting together. Lothar, he needed champions for every human to rally behind, no matter where they came from. At first, he fought the clerics, a most obvious choice to fill the role, but they hadn't done so well during the war so far. Brave to be certain, but they lacked the martial training, better suited to use their holy light to mend the wounds off the battlefield. He needed something else, something that he could take with him in the midst of battle, and the answer, that came from Archbishop Alansus Val and the Church of the Holy Light. Val proposed to form a new order, one that would represent the best qualities of humanity. It would comprise of soldiers who were skilled not only in wielding the light, but also in leadership and the arts of traditional warfare. His students would become the first of the paladins, and the ones to step up first and embrace these new teachings. They were Turalian, Seidan Dafrohan, Uther, Gavinrad the Dire, and of course, Tirion Fordring, a knight renowned for his zeal and resilience. The city of Stratholme would later serve as the Paladins' base of operations. Yet for the time being, Lothar he kept them close, ordering them to travel alongside the main Alliance army. Day and night, the holy warriors were trained vigorously. Val taught them how to use the light to comfort their allies and smite their enemies, and also how to lead by example. They would be more than just weapons. No matter how dire the times would become, the Paladins would serve as lights in the darkness, as beacons of hope to guide the Alliance. They were also instructed to live simple lives, to not seek fortune or glory in this war. Until the end of their days, they would put the needs of others above their own. As their training progressed, Val presented them with a set of enchanted librams. These holy tomes, they were some of the church's most ancient relics. Each libram represented what Val saw as a core trait of the Silver Hand: retribution, holiness, protection, justice and compassion. Each of them was given one of these tomes, Tirion holding the retribution one, challenging them to become living embodiments of what their holy tomes represented.
Justice demands retribution.
This ceremony of officially becoming a member that was guided by Val as well, who said as Tirion kneeled before him, "In the light we gather to empower our brother. In its grace he will be made anew. In its power he shall educate the masses. In its strength he shall combat the shadow. And in its wisdom he shall lead his brethren to the eternal rewards of paradise. Clerics of Northshire, if you deem this man worthy, place your blessings upon him." One of the white-robed men walked forward, carrying an embroidered dark blue stole in his hands. The cleric reached the dais and reverently placed the blessed stole around Tyrion's neck. He dipped his thumb in a small vial of sacred oil and anointed Tyrion's sweating brow. "By the grace of the light, may your brethren be healed," the cleric said in a whisper. He bowed and backed away to stand once more amongst his fellow. The archbishop turned to the men on the right and spoke again. "Knights of the Silver Hand, if you deem this man worthy, place your blessings upon him." Two of the armored men moved forward with obvious pride on their faces and stood solemnly in front of the dais. One of the men held a great two-handed warhammer. The hammer's silvery head was etched with holy runes, and its head was meticulously wrapped in blue leather. Tyrion could only marvel at the weapon's exceptional craftsmanship and beauty. The knight laid the hammer on the dais before Tyrion's feet. He then lowered his head and backed away. The second knight, carrying dual ceremonial shoulder plates, stepped forward and looked Tyrion in the eye. He was Xaden Davrohan, one of Tyrion's closest friends. The knight's face was alight with pride and excitement, and Tyrion smiled knowingly. Visibly composing himself, Xaden placed the silver shoulder plates upon Tyrion's shoulders and spoke in a stern voice. "By the strength of the light, may your enemies be undone." After he finished speaking, Xaden adjusted the silver plates so that the blue stole streamed out from beneath them. He then backed away and returned to the group of attendant knights. Tyrion's heart, it pounded in his chest. He was so overcome with joy that he felt almost lightheaded. The Archbishop strode forward once again and placed his hand upon Tyrion's head. "Arise and be recognized," he said, and Tyrion got to his feet and marveled at the sheer magnitude of the honor being bestowed upon him. The Archbishop leveled his gaze at Tyrion, then read aloud from the book. "Do you, Tyrion Fordring, vow to uphold the honor and codes of the Order of the Silver Hand?" "I do," Tyrion replied earnestly. "Do you vow to walk in the grace of the light and spread its wisdom to your fellow man?" "I do." "Do you vow to vanquish evil wherever it be found and protect the weak and innocent with your very life?" Tyrion swallowed hard and nodded while saying, "By my blood and honor, I do." He exhaled softly, overcome with emotion. The Archbishop closed the book and walked back towards the center of the altar. Turning to face the entire assembly, the Archbishop said, "Brothers, you who have gathered here to bear witness, raise your hands and let the light illuminate this man." Each of the clerics and knights raised their right hands and pointed towards Tyrion. To Tyrion's amazement, their hands began to glow with a soft, golden radiance. He supposed that, in the excitement of the moment, his eyes were playing tricks on him. Yet as he watched in wonder, the sunlight that poured in from above began to move slowly across the floor, as if in response to the assembly's command. The light came to rest upon Tyrion himself. Partially blinded by the intense radiance, Tyrion felt his body warmed and energized by its holy power. Every fiber of his being was ignited by divine fire. He could sense life-giving energies flowing through his limbs, energies enough to heal any wounds or cure any disease. He mused that these energies were enough to burn even the souls of the accursed denizens of the Shadow. Despite himself, he shuddered involuntarily. Ablaze with hope and joy, Tyrion knelt down and took hold of the mighty hammer, the symbol of his holy appointment and station. With joyous tears streaming down his face, he raised his head and looked towards the Archbishop, who smiled warmly back at him. "Arise, Tyrion Fordring, Paladin Defender of Lordaeron. Welcome to the Order of the Silver Hand." The Paladins finished their training successfully, and a good thing too, as the Hordes, they'd also added a new kind of champion amongst their ranks. The Death Knights, created by Kil'jaeden. Their dark energies, it stunned the human army, inflicting pain and terror on their enemies. The mere sight of the Death Knights, it horrified the humans, and the Alliance lines began to crumble. This dark force, it might have been too much to handle, was it not for those shiny and holy paladins. With the light on their side, they struck down the reanimated human corpses, mended the wounds, and eased their fearful hearts. With the paladins at their side, and betrayal within the Horde, the Alliance of Lordaeron, it was eventually able to defeat the Horde, push them back through the Dark Portal, or make them hide away on the planet. Those orcs that had surrendered, they were placed within internment camps. And while the Horde, they would come back for a second invasion, the Alliance, they once again held its ground, and the alien orcish Horde, it did not conquer their worlds. Now this betrayal amongst the Hordes, it might give an indication that not all were down with what's going on amongst their ranks. There was demon blood, there was fell magic, corruption by the Burning Legion. The orcs, they were not always these bloodthirsty monsters that came storming through the Dark Portal. Some of them, they decided that they had enough of the fighting, and they just wanted to live out their days in peace. There would be orcs like Eitrigg. But that doesn't mean that the Alliance all of a sudden saw the orcs differently. To them, all orcs were vile and corrupt. Any found were to be imprisoned or executed on the spot. By this time, Tyrion is around the age of 50 years old,
and now the governor of the prosperous Alliance territory of Hearthglen, a large forested region nestled at the crossroads between the towering Alterac Mountains and the mist-shrouded shores of Darrowmere Lake. He was respected for his deeds amongst the Alliance, but also as a just governor, and his name and deeds, they were honored throughout the kingdom of Lordaeron. His great keep, Mer'nahold, it was the center of commerce and trade for the bustling region. The citizens of Hearthglen took great pride in the fact that the keep's mighty walls, it had never fallen to invaders, even during the darkest days of the Orcish invasion of Lordaeron. But reports are spreading about the Horde reforming. This is around the time where Thrall had escaped from his internment camp and is indeed busy reforming the Horde. Not to conquer the world as the Horde of old, but instead to free his people from their imprisonment and carve out a piece of the land to call it home. But of course, the Alliance didn't know this, and reports of his actions, they were spreading like wildfire. So the Alliance, they were a bit on edge as it was, fearing another war, and wouldn't you know it, Tyrion, he actually runs into Eitrigg, who's been hanging out in his lands, just minding his own business and staying out of sight. Naturally, the human and orc they fight, Tyrion slicing Eitrigg's thigh, forcing him to the ground. Instead of pushing the attack and maybe take his life, Tyrion, he backed off and slowly motioned for the creature to rise. The orc blinked in astonishment. Tyrion, he was a paladin, a knight of the Silver Hands, and to him, butchering a fallen foe in the midst of single combat, that was unquestionably dishonorable. The holy code of his order demanded that he gives the orc a reprieve. They stood for a moment, facing each other with eyes locked. The orc straightened slightly and raised his clenched fist to his heart. A salute, Tyrion realized. And now it was Tyrion's turn to blink in disbelief. Certainly, no savage orc had ever saluted him before. He conceded that perhaps there was more to the fierce creature than he would have guessed. Nevertheless, it was still his enemy. He nodded to the orc in understanding and raised his sword again. Their clash of steel, it became so intense that the building around him collapsed. Next thing Tyrion knew was waking up 4 days later, back in his own bed, after they found him unconscious, tied up to his own horse. His wife Coranda told him that he'd been talking in his sleep, mumbling about an orc, and Tyrion realized that he hadn't been dreaming or having a nightmare. He truly had faced this orc, but some way, somehow, the orc had not taken his life. Our paladin then goes back to where they had fought, and he finds Eitrigg again. To his surprise, the orc speaks his language, and the two veterans, they sit and talk about the history of the Horde, how Eitrigg had come to his land, and how after a lifetime of fruitless war, peace is the only comfort that Eitrigg has left. This puts Tyrion in quite a bit of a spot. On one hand, here's an orc, an enemy of the Alliance, a monster that he had fought against and defeated. On the other hand, Eitrigg had saved his life, opened his eyes that there was more to the orc than he had assumed, and perhaps most importantly, Eitrigg had shown him honor. This is something that means everything to Tyrion. So he said, "As a warrior of honor, I accept your words, Eitrigg, and in return for having saved my life, I will allow you your solitude. So long as you remain hidden and leave my people unmolested, you may stay here for as long as you wish." Eitrigg smirked, not believing that Tyrion's brethren wouldn't hunt him down anyways. But Tyrion, he is their lord, and they shall do as he says. I give you my solemn oath as a light-sworn paladin that your secret will be safe. None shall hunt you, while I have the power to prevent it, Tyrion vowed. Eitrigg grunted in satisfaction. On your honor, then. A vow that Tyrion would soon enough regret, as back at the keep, news of the orcs in their lands, it had quickly spread, and none other than his longtime friend Xaden Davrohan, Lord Commander of the Order, had showed up to investigate. Normally, he wouldn't step in and he would let Tyrion handle it himself, but the rise of Thrall, it makes him look closely to any and all possible orcish incursions. He orders Tyrion to lead them to where he had encountered the orc, and now Fordring, he is placed with an impossible choice, a choice between honor and duty, his vows as a paladin, his promises to the Alliance, his own core beliefs. He cannot ignore a direct order given, so he leads them to the spot. Eitrigg is actually still there, and they capture him. He tries to convince them to just let the orc go, that he's not hurting anyone, but to the rest of them, he seemingly lost his mind. Why is he standing up for a beast such as this? But when the guard starts whipping Eitrigg in his cage, Tyrion, he loses it. He pushes the guard aside, takes the whip away from him. He lets him taste the lash himself. For the sake of his honor, he tries to free Eitrek from his cage. And that's a step too far, even for Davruhan. Labeled as a traitor to the Alliance, they imprison Tyrion as well, and they place him on trial at Stratholme. His judge is Uther the Lightbringer, with 4 members of the jury: Lord Admiral Dalen Proudmoore, Archmage Antonidas, Archbishop Alonsus Val, and Prince Arthas Menethil. Not much of a court case, really. Tyrion takes full responsibility for his actions. He tries to explain to them why he did what he did, how Eitrek had saved his life, and that he's as honorable an opponent as he has ever faced. You must understand me when I tell you, in order to follow my orders, I would have had to betray my honor as a paladin. That I could not do. That said, I will accept any punishment you deem fit. For his long duty to the Alliance, they still offer him a chance, a full pardon. All he needs to do is disavow his oath to the creature and reaffirm his commitment to the Alliance, and all of this would be forgotten. He could just return home to his beloved wife and his son Talon. I will remain committed to the Alliance until my dying day. Of that, have no doubt, Tyrion said confidently. But I cannot disavow the oath I took. To do so would be to betray everything I am and everything that we, as honorable men, hold dear. Rubbing his eyes wearily, Uther motioned for the court to fall silent once more. He was beside himself with anguish over what he had to do, but Tyrion had stated his position clearly. So be it, Uther said ominously. Tyrion Fordring, from this day forth you are no longer welcome amongst the Knights of the Silver Hand. You are no longer fit to bask in the grace of the light. I hereby excommunicate you from our ranks. The audience gasped at Uther's words. Excommunication was a rare, harsh punishment that stripped a paladin of his light-given powers. Though it had only been used a few times, every paladin lived in mortal fear of it. Tyrion could not fathom what was about to happen. Before he could utter another word, Uther had made a sweeping motion with his hands. Immediately, Tyrion felt a dark shadow pass over him, choking out the holy powers of the light. Panic threatened to overwhelm him as the grace and strengthening energies of the light fled his body. The blessed energies, which had been such an integral part of him for so long, ebbed away, just as if they had never been. Though the light of the hall never wavered, Tyrion felt as if he'd been wrapped in darkness and cast down into oblivion, unable to withstand the rage and despair and hopelessness that washed over him in waves. He lowered his head in abject despair. Uther continued. All trappings of our order will be stripped from you, he said, as 2 paladins came forward and viciously ripped the silver plates from Tyrion's wrecked body, as well as your personal titles and holdings. Tyrion struggled against despair. Never in his life had he felt so naked and powerless. Images of Talon and Karandra sifted through his tortured mind. He had to get a grip on himself. He had to think of his dignity. On wobbly legs, he stood and faced the court once more. You shall be exiled from these kingdoms and live the rest of your days amongst the wild things of the world. May the light have mercy on your soul, Uther finished. The crime was Tyrion's, so his family did not share his punishment, while Karanda told him that, while she had remained at his side through all these years, this time the price of his honor, it was simply too much. She and Talon were going to stay in Hearthglen, and Tyrion felt as if his life no longer had any meaning. Losing the light, it was devastating enough. He didn't know if he could bear losing them as well. Before his exile began, the paladin spent his night writing his son a letter, placing it under his pillow for when the day came that he was old enough to perhaps understand why he did what he did. Perhaps somehow he'll look back on his father's deeds and be proud. That still left Eitrek in the custody of the Alliance. Tyrion knew that they had tormented him to gather information, and they were now ready to move on to execution. Without the light at his side, he had to find some way to save the orc from the gallows. And he did, just as Thrawn the Horde marched upon Stratholme. This gave Tyrion the opportunity to drag Eitrek out of the city, but the injuries that he had suffered, they were so great that the orc's heart had stopped. Desperately, Tyrion called out to the light. By the grace of the light, may your brethren be healed. The phrase wafted through his mind repeatedly as he reached deep for the power that lurked somewhere within his spirit. In its grace, he will be made anew. The light could not be taken from him, he insisted. Men could strip him of his armor and titles. They could take away his home and his wealth, but the light, it would always be within him. It had to be. Slowly, Tyrion felt a searing heat rising within his body. It filled his center with strength and light that snaked out towards his limbs. He almost cried out in joy as the familiar energies raced through his hands and engulfed the orc's ravaged body. The paladin felt as if he were floating on air. The strength and purity of the light flooded his being and cascaded out through his body like a halo of holy fire. Awed and humbled by the reawakened power, Tyrion opened his eyes and saw that a warm, golden glow had enveloped Eitrek. He watched in amazement as the bruises on the orc's body healed before his very eyes. Even the infection on the orc's legs sealed up as if it never been. The soothing energy subsided, and Tyrion dropped to the ground in exhaustion. He'd been right. Uther was not able to rip his connection from the light, and lore-wise, as far as I know, there's only been one instance where that has actually happened. We'll talk about that moment real soon. And here we see the light responding to Tyrion's conviction. Eitrek's life is saved by the paladin. His honor and vow are intact. To which Thrall shows up. The Horde were actually here to pick up Eitrek, add the legendary orc to their ranks. The warchief of the Horde, he makes sure that his warriors do not harm Tyrion. And before he leaves, Eitrek turns around and tells Tyrion, "We are both bound by blood and honor, brother. I will not forget you." Sadly, Eitrek and Tyrion, they never really had a whole lot of moments or story in-game together. But of course, exile would not be the end of Tyrion Fordring's story. While living in the wilds, Azeroth it kept on turning. Dark schemes from the cold lands of Northrend. They placed young Prince Arthas Menethil on a road to damnation, guided by the invisible hands of the Lich King. We saw Kel'Thuzad spread the plague across the lands of Lordaeron. This was a plague designed to not only kill its citizens, but also turn them into the undead scourge. Arthas became so zealous in his mission that he picked up the cursed Runeblade Frostmourne, which did give him his vengeance. He did get the kill that he desired, but it also cost him a piece of his soul, and now is serving the very thing that he had fought against. Back in Lordaeron, he murdered his own father, and the scourge spread out across the land. Kel'Thuzad, he was resurrected as a lich, and great heroes like Uther the Lightbringer or Gavinrad the Dire, they fell to this darkness. But not all hope was lost. We also saw great heroes rise up amongst the darkness. Heroes like Alexandros Mograine and his mighty blade the Ashbringer. The undead scourge that faced him on the battlefield, they literally turned to ash as Alexandros cleaved them down. A great threat to the scourge that had to be taken care of. And once more, manipulations would do the trick. As Said and Dafruhan, Mograine and others, they charged into Stratholme to cleanse it of the undead filth. Their party got separated from each other, and Dafruhan was cornered by the Dreadlord Balnazar. After slaying the paladin and taking over his body, he then started to manipulate events from within their order, like pitching Renaud Mograine against his father, motivating him to lead him into a trap and then murder him with his very own weapon. This action corrupted the Holy Blade, and even more horrible, Alexandros' body was taken by Kel'Thuzad, twisting and torturing it, until all that remained was the Death Knight Mograine, one of the 4 horsemen, wielding that corrupted Ashbringer. In the meantime, those still holding their grounds against the Scourge, they were not doing so well. They found out about Alexandros' death, and Balnazar, he kept on corrupting them from within. While some wanted to recruit help from different races to fight against the Scourge, others believed that the organization should remain pure. In light of this, some of the members decided to split up, whereas the Scarlet Crusade, they received Renaud Mograine as their first commander, placed there by Balnazar in disguise. Others, they formed the organization known as the Argent Dawn, and thankfully, Mograine, he had another son, the youngest, Darien, who teamed up with the Argent Dawn. He found out about his father. He entered Naxxramas, and he took him out. This act did indeed stop his father's physical form, but his spirit, it was still bound to the corrupted blade, and would know no rest. From the weapon, his father whispered to Darien to take him to Renaud. From the blade there rose his spirit, claiming delicious vengeance for what his son had done. The youngest of the Mograine family, he couldn't believe what had happened to his father, But the Scourge was still gathering more and more forces, and they were getting ready to assault Light's Hope Chapel. In a dream, Darian was told to seek out Tyrion if he wanted to find a way to save his father's soul. Tyrion by now, he spent a fair few years in exile, watching his son grow up from a distance, and at first he had no desire to listen to Darian, but he changed his mind when Darian tells him that his father's soul is at stake. The entire tale seems disturbing and unbelievable, but Tyrion can sense that his soul is indeed trapped within the blade, and he tells Darian that if there's anything that might undo the corruption, it would be an act of love greater than the act of evil that corrupted the sword. Such an act is often the ultimate test of faith, and with this knowledge in his mind, Darian makes his way back to the Argent Dawn, but before he leaves, he asks Tyrion to come back. He was once a vessel of the light, with faith, wisdom, valor, and honor. Tyrion was once a paladin and an inspiration. He could be a hero once more, but the decision is for Tyrion to make. Back at Light's Hope, Darian finds out that a massive Scourge army is making its way to the chapel. Beneath it, the Order has relocated 1,000 of the bravest souls from warriors, priests, paladins, champions of battles long past. They were all moved beneath the chapel to keep them away from the Scourge, to keep them away from being turned into their enemy. Kel'Thuzad and the Scourge, they know this. That is exactly why they want to take the chapel. And the Argent Dawn, they get ready to lay down their lives to defend their holy place. A massive battle erupts, one that not even Tyrion showing up can actually be turned around. Darian realizes what it is that he has to do, a strong act of love, the ultimate test of faith. His father had died due to betrayal. The only act that could free him was to make the ultimate sacrifice. And if Darian could free him, then perhaps Alexandros Mograine could save the Argent Dawn from annihilation. He took the corrupted Ashbringer and decided to impale himself upon it. Luckily, his path of reasoning was right, as this selfless act it did more than just free his father. The souls interred beneath the chapel were also awakened. Alongside Alexandros, their vengeful fury, it laid waste to the invading Scourge. Light's Hope was indeed saved that day, but many had fallen to defend it. Some, including Darian, were recovered by the Scourge. Though he had saved his father's soul, he had now damned his own. Both Darian Mograine and the Ashbringer were now in the Scourge's hands. A new wielder for that corrupted blade. Someone that would make a return real soon. But first, Tyrion, he has his own son to worry about. His father might have been branded a traitor and exiled, but Talon never let go of his love for his father. The letter that was left behind, it stays with him all the way into adulthood. And when he follows in Tyrion's footsteps, also becomes a paladin of the Silver Hand. Tyrion, he makes sure that he's there, disguised and hidden, amazingly proud of what Talon had accomplished. As his father had hoped, he had taken his place as Lord of Merdenhold. But in a cruel twist of fate, he had also joined the ranks of the Scarlet Crusade, even became their High Lord. Not the best organization to be part of, not with someone like Balnazar pulling the strings behind the scenes. Heroes of both the Alliance and the Horde, they're asked to help Tyrion out, to remind Talon of what it is to be noble and honorable. A questline that I absolutely adored redoing in Classic, and many others did it as well, considering the amazing rewards that the quest gives. To pull on his heartstrings and to make Talon remember, we need to collect a few things. Talon's hammer, a toy that was given to him by Tyrion on his birthday. It's a miniature warhammer, an exact replica of the one that Tyrion wields. Karandra had told their son that Tyrion had died, taken him to a false grave at the Undercrofts, where Talon decided to bury the hammer, along with his memory forever. A symbol of lost honor, left behind in Northdale, where Talon had thrown the standard of the Order and renounced all that he had known. The boy, he had held out for as long as he could. But with Uther the Lightbringer decimated, and uncertainty about whether or not the Order still lived, his honor was left here upon the blood-soaked ground of Northdale, and we retrieve it. And then finally, of love and family. This is a painting, a moment in time in which Tyrion felt a bond of love and family that he would never know again. A visit to Sir Darrow, where an artist painted his family. A painting that we must retrieve, and then, with an illusion hiding us from the eyes of the other Scarlets, we deliver the mementos to Talon. For so long, he has been a puppet of the Grand Crusader, but no more. It has been decades, yet the memories of his father, Those precious memories, they were what have kept him alive. I have dreams, stranger. In these dreams, my father is with me. He stands proudly at my side as I am inducted into the Order. We battle Legion of Scourge side by side. We bring honor to the Alliance, to Lordaeron. I want not to dream anymore. Take me to him. And we really try, but leaving the Scarlet Crusade isn't that easy. Despite his beautiful dreams, there's Grand Inquisitor Ysilian that's waiting for him, and he slays the child of Tyrion. Just moments before his father would have reached him, could finally hold his boy in his arms again. Retribution is swiftly passed down upon these vile Scarlets. Look what they have done to my boy. Too long have I sat idle, gripped in this haze, this malice, lamenting on what could have been, what should have been. Your death will not have been in vain, Talon. A new order is born on this day. An order which will dedicate itself to extinguishing the evil that plagues this world. An evil that cannot hide behind politics and pleasantries. This I promise. This I vow. And we all know how serious Tyrion takes his vows, how much his honor means to him. He takes his place as High Lord of the new Order of the Silver Hand. Meanwhile, in Northrend, our old friend the Lich King, he is woken up, and the one that has caused so much damage to the lands of Lordaeron, he makes his return. The Lich King sets his eyes on Light's Hope Chapel, despite knowing full well that this is Holy Land. No matter, he is willing to sacrifice any of his forces, any of his Death Knights, to draw out the vaunted Tyrion Fordring, ending the threat before he could take a prominent role in defending Azeroth from the new war against the Scourge. And here we see the return of Daria Mograine. In a cruel twist of fate, he is now used to attack the chapel that he had given his life to defend.
Stand down, Death Knights! We have lost.
Have you learned nothing, boy? You have become all that your father fought against. Like that coward Arthas, you allowed yourself to be consumed by the darkness, feeding upon the misery of those you tortured and killed. Your master knows what lies beneath the chapel. It is why he dares not show his face. He sent you and your Death Knights to meet their doom, Darian.
Save your breath, old man. It might be the last you ever draw.
My son!
Father!
My dear, beautiful boy.
What?
Father, you have returned. You've been gone a long time, Father. I thought...
Nothing could have kept me away from here, Darian. Not from my home and family.
Father, I wish to join you in the war against the undead. I want to fight. I can sit idle no longer.
My son, there will come a day when you will command the Ashbringer, and with it, mete out justice across this land. You will bring pride to our people, and Lordaeron will be a better place because of you. But, my son, that day is not today. Do not forget.
Touching. He's mine now.
You betrayed me. You betrayed us all, monster! Face the might of Mograine!
Pathetic.
You're a damned monster, Arthas.
You were right, Fordring. I did send them in to die. Their lives are meaningless. But yours... Apocalypse!
That day is not today. Tyrion!
Arthas!
What is this?
Your end.
Impossible. This is not over. When next we meet, it won't be on holy ground, Paladin.
Rise, Darian, and listen. We have all been witness to a terrible tragedy. The blood of good men has been shed upon this soil. Honorable knights slain defending their lives. And while such things can never be forgotten, we must remain vigilant in our cause. The Lich King must answer for what he has done, and must not be allowed to cause further destruction in our world. On this day, I call for a union. The Argent Dawn and the Order of the Silver Hand will come together as one. We will succeed where so many before us have failed. We will take the fight to Arthas, and we will tear down the walls of Icecrown. The Argent Crusade comes for you, Arthas!
And so did the Knights of the Ebonblade, as they stepped away from the Lich King and rejoined either the Alliance or the Horde with a letter of introduction provided by Tyrion. As you can imagine, having Death Knight stroll into your capital, it's a bit of a shock to the people. But Tyrion's words, they still carry weight. He even adds a little personal side note for the one on the Horde side, which says, "Give Eitrek my regards, and please inform him that I could use a good orc by my side in Northrend. With your permission, of course." So, our journey wends to the cold heart of Northrend. Tyrion and the now purified Ashbringer on our side. They actually nearly lost this powerful artifact, thinking that it would be better to have it travel without the wielder. It would make Tyrion too much of a target. Not to worry though, that our adventurers here to save the day and reunite them. Then, in Icecrown, we have High Lord Tyrion Fordring, who leads the assault into the Scourge's main territory, slowly but surely claiming more ground for the Warriors of the Light. As we follow the questline, we encounter a young child named Matthias Lehner, who shows us what the Lich King has done with his time, how he battled with Illidan, how he resurrected the mighty blue dragon Sindragosa, and a whole brood of blue dragons. He explains that after his battle with Illidan, Arthas realized what was holding him back. He was still human. He could still feel. He could still bleed. He still had a heart. So the first thing that he did when he became king was carve out his heart and toss it down a pit. Adventurers have accidentally touched the heart without realizing what it was, and Arthas surely won't leave it unguarded again. We bring this information back to Tyrion, who was already informed by his scouts that the Cult of the Damned, they were burying an artifact, taking it to the Cathedral of Darkness. He now realizes that this might be Arthas' own heart, a thing containing the last bit of his humanity. As long as such an artifact exists, there's a chance that Arthas Menethil can become a man again. Disguised as cultists, we enter the cathedral, but the Lich King is not easily fooled. He immediately recognizes us for who we are, and he's not surprised to find us there. The High Lord in turn realizes that only shadows from the past remain here, and that there's nothing of Arthas left to redeem. He has seen the truth for himself, and with a mighty charge, he brings the Ashbringer down, destroying the heart, yet knocking himself out in the process. The Lich King is about to make the old man pay, but we're lucky enough to have the Knights of the Ebonblade on our side. They managed to get us out of there, and while some, they might see this mission as a failure, Tyrion does not. It confirms what he needed to know. There is no Arthas Menethil anymore. There is only the Lich King. So it's time to hold a little tournament and find out who is ready and who is worthy to join the Argent Crusade in their final assault upon Icecrown Citadel. You see, the Lich King, he was holding most of his remaining forces there, almost daring his enemies to storm the Frozen Throne. Garrosh and Varian, they were eager to see the Lich King destroyed, but neither one of them had given the order to attack. Tyrion had sent word to both leaders, warning them to hold back. He believed that a full, overwhelming assault was exactly what the Lich King wanted. He was prepared to absorb heavy losses in a ground assault, because he knew that the Scourge would inflict those heavy losses in return. Every one of the living who died in battle would rise again as a minion of the Lich King. Tyrion believed that there was only one way to conquer Icecrown. A small, surgical strike force that could punch a hole in the Citadel's defenses and fight the way to the Lich King. To that end, Tyrion called upon Azeroth champions to prove themselves worthy of this crucial mission, and so the Argent Tournament was born.
You have heard the call of the Argent Crusade, and you have boldly answered.
Heroes of the Alliance and Horde are pitched against the fiercest dangers that Northrend had to offer, like the Northrend Beasts, Lord Jaraxxus, the Twin Valkyr, and even our own champions. As per usual, the Alliance and Horde, they can't get along.
I will allow it. Fight with honor.
Show them no mercy, Horde champions. Loktar Ogar!
Glory to the Alliance!
A shallow and tragic victory. We are weaker as a whole from the losses suffered today. Who but the Lich King could benefit from such foolishness?
You will have your challenge, Fordring.
Arthas! You are hopelessly outnumbered. Lay down Frostmourne and I will grant you a just death.
The Nerubians built an empire beneath the frozen wastes of Northrend. An empire that you so foolishly built your structures upon. My empire. The souls of your fallen champions will be mine. Fordring.
Still, we emerge victorious, and with the troops selected, with the path mostly cleared, it is finally time to knock on the door and let the Lich King know that the Light's justice has been awakened.
Rise up, Argent Crusaders! The hour of justice has come!
Thousands more bound within this blade, and they cry out for release. Look now to your defenses, my son, for the champions of justice gather at your gates.
Heroes battle their way through the endless armies of the Lich King, taking down his most powerful forces, until they finally reach the top, exhausted, battered and enraged, just as the Lich King had planned.
So, the Light's vaunted justice has finally arrived. Shall I lay down Frostmourne and throw myself at your mercy, Fordring?
We'll grant you a swift death, Arthas. More than can be said for the thousands you've tortured and slain.
You'll learn of that firsthand. When my work is complete, you will beg for mercy, and I will deny you. Your anguished cries will be testament to my unbridled power.
So be it. Champions, attack!
I'll keep you alive to witness the end, Fordring. I would not want the Light's greatest champion to miss seeing this wretched world remade in my image.
His true prize now stood before him, the most powerful heroes of the world. If they fell, he would raise them into undeath and wield them as a weapon against the living. The fate of the world, it rested upon this single moment. The full fury of the Lich King crashed down upon Azeroth's champions, while Tyrion was trapped in a block of ice. Several of their souls were ripped into Frostmourne, but even that did not stop them. The champions trapped in the Cursed Blade, they fought on, stirring the other spirits inside into action. But despite their valor and their heroism, the champions could not prevail.
You trained them well, Fordring. You delivered the greatest fighting force this world has ever known. Right into my hands, exactly as I intended. You shall be rewarded for your unwitting sacrifice. Watch now, as I raise them from the dead to become masters of the Scourge. They will shroud this world in chaos and destruction. Azeroth's fall will come at their hands, and you will be the first to die. I delight in the irony.
Light, grant me one final blessing. Give me the strength to shatter these bonds. No more lives will be consumed by your hatred!
And once more, when he needed it most, Tyrion's conviction was rewarded with the light's blessing, retribution for all those poor souls that had been slain, taken, mutilated, or hurt. Arthas the Lich King is brought low, but as we find out,
There must always be a Lich King.
The weight of such a burden. It must be mine, for there is no other.
Tyrion! You hold a grim destiny in your hands, brother. But it is not your own.
Bolvar! By all that is holy.
The dragon's flame sealed my fate. The world of the living can no longer comfort me. Place the crown upon my head, Tyrion. Forevermore, I will be the jailer of the damned.
No, old friend. I cannot.
Do it, Tyrion! You and these brave heroes have your own destinies to fulfill. This last act of service is mine. I must be forgotten, Tyrion. If the world is to live free from the tyranny of fear, they must never know what was done here today.
Bolvar Fordragon, who was there at the Wrathgate and had enjoyed torture from the Lich King until we reached him, now takes on the destiny to be the jailer of the damned. And while he told Tyrion that the world had to forget about him, there were quite a few people who found out that there was a new Lich King in town. There was the noble Wolfheart, from which we learned that Varian and Jaina knew. Sylvanas traveled to the top of Icecrown herself, so she was aware. Darian and the Death Knights, they worked together with Bolvar during Legion. Mages, they were going after fellow Malorn artifacts, they also had a run-in with Bolvar. Point being, there are quite a lot of people that knew of his fate, despite his request to Tyrion to keep it a secret. All the same, with victory secured in Northrend, the High Lord returned to his old home and took it back from the remaining Scarlets. A hermit no more, that's for sure. Now, he didn't do a whole lot after that. He pretty much just thanked heroes for helping him out during the Cataclysm, and with the Scourge being kept under control, they worked very hard on regrowing and rebuilding the lands of Lordaeron. But the Scourge are not the only threats out there. They're not the only ones that wanted to claim the world. There are also threats like the Burning Legion with their biggest invasion as of yet, during the Expansion Legion.
There, across the chasm, Gul'dan! He has Tyrion. All the Horde! Get to Thrall! Tyrion!
Gul'dan! You will pay for this!
Stay back! It's a trap! The light will protect me!
You fool! You stand before the temple of a god! Your pitiful light cannot reach you here. How fortunate that your friends have arrived just in time to watch you die. Destroy him!
The light will... Ah! Ah!
The colossal Doomlord Croesus burns through Tyrion's holy protection. Not even his conviction was enough to stand up against the onslaught. And while a lot of people think that this is where Tyrion died, that's not actually true. Although, perhaps, it would have been better if he did. Tyrion has survived the events on the Broken Shore, and now spends a couple of weeks in the care of the Burning Legion. Retribution Paladins, during their Ashbringer Legion artifact questline, they track down the High Lord's location and fight their way to him.
The sundering of this one's soul has been taxing, but he will be ours soon.
No! The light burns in my heart! I will never surrender!
You will suffer for 1,000 lifetimes.
By the light!
No! The Ashbringer must not.
Tyrion! By all that is holy, what have they done to you? I'll break Tyrion free. You must find the Ashbringer while there's still time.
It's none other than Balnazar, the same Dreadlord that had taken over Davrohan, corrupted their organization, formed the Scarlet Crusade, that has placed a little trap for us.
Ah, the Light's greatest champion has arrived to claim the Holy Ashbringer and lay waste to my kin. They say only the pure can wield the High Blade. Come, champion. Claim your destiny. I've been waiting for you, Paladin. Know that I will rip the soul from your flesh and make your body my own. I will turn you into a weapon of the Legion. I will use your hollow shell to corrupt and destroy everything you have ever loved, piece by piece. Now kneel. Kneel before your new master.
Give me the strength to shatter these bonds.
You cannot fight my will. You are mine. Very well. This will be a fine test. You think this is over, Paladin? Our journey together has just begun.
Your journey has just begun, young prince.
You must come quickly. Tyrion called for you by name. I fear he does not have long for this world. Hurry!
Come closer. You must wield the blade. You must stop the Legion. You must become the Ashbringer.
You will be missed, brother.
High Lord Tyrion Fordring has passed away, and the weapon, the title, the destiny of the Ashbringer has been passed on to the champion to keep his legacy going. Paladins from all over the world, they gather at Light's Hope Chapel to join the ceremony and say a final goodbye before Tyrion is put to rest amongst the ancient heroes of the light. But not a peaceful rest. As the Death Knight Order Hall, they have teamed up with the Lich King to fight against the Burning Legion. They have been placed on a mission to reform the Four Horsemen.
Without a leader, there will be no unity among the four. The time has come for the Ebon Blade to return to Light's Hope. The body of the great Tyrion Fordring rests beneath the chapel. Go now, and do what must be done.
The Knights of the Tyrion Fordring was one of the greatest champions this world has known. If we do this, there will be a price to pay. I will obey, Deathlord, but know this. Should we go through with this, there will be no turning back.
The fourth and final horseman, The one that's going to lead them all into battle has been chosen by the Lich King to be Tyrion Fordring. You might remember how Darien and the Death Knights, how they've been sent over to the Light's Hope before. It seems like history is about to repeat itself. Only now, Tyrion is not going to be able to defend himself.
Tyrion's body rests below us, in the Hall of Champions. We will join you shortly, Death Lord.
You will not succeed, Darien. The light will not allow it.
It's Lady Liadrin holding down the fort as we fight her in the Hall of Champions. It seems like the High Lord, the leader of the Paladin Order Hall, that they're out questing elsewhere, possibly fighting against the Legion. But Liadrin is not the final line of defense.
Without monsters, there can be no heroes.
The time has come, Death Lord. Tyrion Fordring awaits. At last, the 4 horsemen shall have their leader. What is this?
The light itself did not abandon Tyrion, protected one of its greatest champions, and Darien heroically sacrificed himself to get their forces out of there. You would imagine that over the Lich King, that he'd be well aware that Light's Hope is out of reach of death. Or perhaps he actually did, as this event, it pushes Darien himself to take up the reins, and he becomes their leader. For Tyrion, however, his spirit has passed on into the Shadowlands, and one can only wonder where he ended up. We know that somewhere in the Legion period, the Machine of Death got broken. All souls sent directly to the Maw, regardless of where they belong. If that wasn't the case quite yet, then someone like Tyrion Fordring, I'd imagine, would most likely end up in Bastion, as he has lived a life in service to others. A man with unquestionable honor and devotion to the orders that he belonged to. The light, it was his everlasting companion through the good times and the bad. A life of struggle and hardship. But he carried it all and then some. Carried it to great victories over darkness.
Put your faith in the light, and all is possible.
Hello everyone! The story of Kil'jaeden does not begin with Kil'jaeden himself. It begins with the Titans and Sargeras. The Titans had a mission to bring order to the universe. They shaped the worlds, they created life, and took out those who were against their vision. The Titans were led by the Pantheon, and their champion was called Sargeras, and his task was defending their mission against the darkness of the universe. He imprisoned countless of demons, dreadlords, and all kinds of evil creations. He performed this duty for thousands of years, but over time he began to doubt. If the universe was supposed to be all about order, then why was it fighting the Titans so much? Why was there so much evil and chaos in the world? Was that perhaps the way it's supposed to be? He talked with the other members of the Pantheon about this, but they couldn't help him. They weren't able to convince him of the truth of their mission, and Sargeras left the Pantheon. The corruption within himself, the doubt and despair, they started to manifest on the outside. Great flames burst forth out of his body, and Sargeras decided that the Titans' their mission was folly. That order was not the way to go, and that chaos was the only truth of the universe. His mission was no longer to protect the work of the Titans, quite the opposite. His mission became to destroy their work. In order to do that, he would need an army, so he made his way to the demons that he had imprisoned, and he set them free. The demons, in return, were more than willing to join his army, and the Burning Legion was created. Sometime after this, Sargeras found a planet called Argus, and on this planet were very powerful beings, namely the Eredar. The Eredar were ruled by 3 leaders, namely Velen, Archimonde and Kil'jaeden. Sargeras wanted them into his army, so he made contact with the leaders and he showed them a future in which they would receive incredible power, knowledge beyond their imagination, and planets full of loving subjects who would worship and honor them. Archimonde and Kil'jaeden were directly on board with this plan. They were taken away by Sargeras and his powers. But the prophet Velen felt like something wasn't quite right. He meditated on this problem, and the Naru showed him the truth of the vision. The loving subjects were actually demons. The powers given would transform them into unnatural beings, and the planets they would come across would be destroyed. Velen saw that if they joined Sargeras, that the universe would be doomed, so he talked to his fellow leaders and showed them the truth. To his surprise, they didn't care about the truth. He had perhaps expected this from Archimonde, since he could sometimes easily be swayed if people played on his vanity. But Kil'jaeden, he had expected more of him. Kil'jaeden was the stronger one, he was decisive and he was wise, which is why Velen felt closer to Kil'jaeden, but even he was not convinced. They told Velen that this was just a vision in his mind, not a certain truth, and Velen realized that they now belonged to Sargeras. With the help of the Naru, Velen managed to gather as many of his people as he could, and he was ready to escape the planet. Unknown to him was that Sargeras had already started to turn some of his people, and they nearly killed Velen and his followers. Only because of the Naru was Velen able to escape the planet with his people, and Kil'jaeden was not happy about this. He took Velen's betrayal very personal, especially since they were so close, and he promised that he would find them and destroy them, even if it took 1,000 years. Those that had followed Velen would now start to call themselves Draenei, and Kil'jaeden was true to his word. The Draenei would find a planet to hide on, Kil'jaeden would find them, Velen would be warned in time, and they would evacuate the planet before the Burning Legion arrived. This went on for many years until the Draenei had to crash land on the planet they would call Draenor. The Naru, who had helped them escape time and time again, had fallen ill, so there was no way of leaving the planet anymore. Kil'jaeden didn't know about this, of course, and when his scouts found the Draenei again, he decided to change his plans. Instead of sending the might of the Burning Legion, he decided to use the orcs who were already on the planet. Corrupt them, turn them against the Draenei, and let them do his dirty work. The orcs at the time were not allies with the Draenei, but they also weren't enemies. Occasionally they would trade with each other, and the Draenei had even saved 2 young orcs from an ogre. That means that Kil'jaeden couldn't just show up and tell them to murder them, he had to manipulate them, and his first target was the shaman Ner'zhul. The shamans of the orcs sometimes received a visit from their ancestors or orcs who had passed away, and Ner'zhul was no different. In fact, he was one of the most revered and powerful shamans amongst the orcs. One night, his beloved dead wife Rokan paid him a visit in a vision, and this had never happened before, even though Ner'zhul had many times wished for it. She told him that the orcish clans could no longer live as individual clans, that they had to be united because there was a threat for the orcs on the planet. She told him that the Draenei had to be exterminated in order for the orcs to stand tall and proud to claim the planet for their own. Ner'zhul swore that he would follow the advice of the ancestors, so he gathered the clans and he shared his vision with the other shamans. But what they didn't know was that this was a false vision orchestrated by Kil'jaeden. Even so, it convinced the orcs the word of the ancestors was holy to them, so they started to work together and they trained for war. After their first attacks on the Draenei, Ner'zhul received a new vision, only this time it wasn't his beloved wife. This time it was Kil'jaeden himself. The fake Rokan had told Ner'zhul about Kil'jaeden, and she had told him that he was even above the ancestors and that Kil'jaeden was very concerned about the future of the orcs. Ner'zhul believed it all at first without question, and not just because it was his wife that told him this. He had started to enjoy being the center of attention of all the orcs, and he started to dream about the future promised by Rokan. Kil'jaeden is also very persuasive when he wants to be. They don't call him the Deceiver for nothing, but eventually Ner'zhul started to doubt. His wife no longer came to him, now it was only Kil'jaeden. And his mission was no longer in the name of the ancestors, now it was in the name of Kil'jaeden. One night, Ner'zhul dared to leave his hut and travel to Oshu'gan, and Oshu'gan is the spaceship that the Draenei crashed on Draenor with, but it also became a very holy and spiritual place for the orcs. Inside, Ner'zhul tried to communicate with the ancestors, and they actually showed themselves, but to his horror, their faces showed nothing but hatred. Hatred for the fool that he had been, for leading his people down this dark path, and the ancestors turned their back on Ner'zhul. You have to understand that the ancestors meant everything, especially to the shamans of the orcs, so on his way home, Ner'zhul tried to come up with some plan of trying to save the situation. Unfortunately for him, his apprentice Gul'dan had seen everything what happened, and he had informed Kil'jaeden. From that point on, Ner'zhul was out of the picture. Kil'jaeden knew that he wanted to betray him, so he decided to use Gul'dan instead. With Gul'dan, he didn't have to play games, since Gul'dan was more than willing to sell out his own people in exchange for more power. By order of Kil'jaeden, Gul'dan transformed the orcs into the Horde. He appointed Blackhand as the first war chief to rule the Horde, but in reality, it was Gul'dan who ruled from behind the curtains. The elements humans would no longer come to the shamans because even the elements condemned their actions, so the orcs embraced a new power given to them by Kil'jaeden. The first warlocks of the Horde were born, dealing terrible damage to the Draenei, while also magically aging the orcish children to bolster their forces. Near the end of the war against the Draenei, there was only one city left to conquer, Siofra, but before they marched, they received a final gift. Kil'jaeden had sent his lieutenant Menarov to Gul'dan, and Menarov had spilled his own demonic blood for the orcs to drink. Ner'zhul witnessed these events, and he realized that if the orcs would drink this blood, they would become slaves forever. In a great act of defiance, he wrote a cryptic note to Durotan, warning him not to accept Gul'dan's offer. Durotan is Thrall's father and one of the few orcs who constantly spoke out against Gul'dan's plans. He was the one who was rescued by the Draenei when he was a child, and he didn't believe that exterminating them was the best course of action. This warning saved Durotan and his clan from a fate worse than death. The gift offered to the orcs gave them incredible powers and the means to destroy the Draenei once and for all, but it also made them slaves to the Burning Legion. The orcs charged the city of Siofra with an incredible bloodlust, and they killed every man, woman and child that they could find. Kil'jaeden watched this slaughter together with his lieutenant Menarov, and he believed that his quest was finally over. There was no way that Velen could escape this onslaught, and his brother Archimonde was whispering that he was wasting his time, so he and Menarov left the planet behind and the orcs to their fate. What he didn't know was that Velen was not killed that day. The Draenei had left enough of their people behind to make it look like they were all dead, but in truth Velen and the rest of his people were hiding in Zangarmarsh. Velen was told by the Naru that he needed to stay alive to fight another day, and that his destiny would lead his people to a better place. Velen accepted his wisdom, and he tried to survive for his people, but the loss of so many of his kind did hurt him in his very soul. In the meantime, the orcs, they were not doing any better. After their final attack on Siofra, they had no target left to use their bloodlust on, so they turned on each other. The corruption of their race had spread into the planet itself. The water had dried up and food was limited, so something had to be done. Kil'jaeden had left them to their fate after promising Gul'dan the world, but his master Sargeras had further use of the orcs. He made contact with Gul'dan, told him about Azeroth, and the first orcish invasion would follow. The orcs would do terrible damage to Azeroth, but eventually the invasion would fail and Gul'dan lost his life. After they lost this war, it was Terran Gornfiend who came up with the plan of invading other planets besides Azeroth. They might have lost this war, but at least now they knew that there were more planets out there, planets that might not put up so much resistance. Ner'zhul was on board with this plan, so they collected the artifacts required and they made their way to the Black Temple to create these new portals. By the time that they made their way to the Black Temple, the Alliance was hot on their tail. To collect these artifacts, the Horde had to invade Azeroth for a second time, and the Alliance, they figured that they wanted to prevent the orcs from causing the same damage to other planets as they did to Azeroth. In the final moments of the story, Ner'zhul made his portals and he told the orcs who were with him to follow him to the Promised Land. They refused Ner'zhul at first, since they didn't want to leave their brothers behind, so Ner'zhul killed one of them, which motivated the rest to follow. Instead of reaching this so-called Promised Land, Ner'zhul ended in front of Kil'jaeden himself. Kil'jaeden was still pissed with him for betraying him, so he slowly ripped Ner'zhul's soul piece by piece. This caused Ner'zhul agonizing pain, and when his soul was no more, when it was all torn apart, Kil'jaeden reformed it and did it all over again. This torment went on for several years, but Kil'jaeden's master Sargeras still wanted to conquer Azeroth. In order to weaken the world and get it ready for the new invasion, Kil'jaeden decided to give Ner'zhul one more chance. He bound his soul to the Helm of Damnation and he placed him on top of Icecrown, turning him into the Lich King. He also gave Ner'zhul additional powers he could use to manipulate, to control, to create the scourge that would deal massive damage to the world. At first, Ner'zhul did exactly as he was told. With his new powers, he summoned powerful individuals who could aid him with his quest, and amongst them was Kel'Thuzad. Kel'Thuzad heard the summons of the Lich King, and he made his way to Northrend. There at Icecrown, he offered his services in exchange for immortality and incredible power.
I was cast out by my comrades, exiled, forced to wander the frozen wastes. But I was not alone. Not entirely. The voice, now my only companion, guided me to my destination. Strange, nightmarish creatures awaited me at the entrance. I felt my blood run cold. as cold as Icecrown itself. Inside, I bore witness to horrific acts, demonstrations of power that could be mine for the asking. Terrified, I ran, but did not get far. All too soon, my choice was made. Too late did I realize that such power does not come without a price.
Ner'zhul was very pleased with this, and he sent Kel'Thuzad back home. Back in Lordaeron, Kel'Thuzad worked, and he formed the Cult of the Damned. This cult worshipped the Lich King, worshipped Ner'zhul, and they worked on spreading the plague.
My life for Ner'zhul.
This plague would not only kill the citizens of Lordaeron, it would also turn them into the undead, into the scourge that would turn on their own people. Everything went exactly as planned. Arthas found out about the plague, he killed Kel'Thuzad, he purged Trefhome, followed Morgannus back to Northrend, and he picked up the blade Frostmourne. Frostmourne was cast out of the block of ice that imprisoned Ner'zhul, and Ner'zhul was able to communicate with Arthas through the blade. The blade also took a piece of his soul with him, and turned Arthas into an agent of the Lich King, into one of the first new Death Knights. For months, Arthas roamed the land of Northrend, listening to the whispers of Ner'zhul until he returned home. Once home, he murdered his own father, destroyed his own kingdom, and weakened the defenses of Azeroth for the invasion of the Legion. By a cruel twist of fate, he was then told to resurrect Kel'Thuzad, since Kel'Thuzad had the power to open the way for the Burning Legion. Once that was done, once the Sunwell was destroyed and Kel'Thuzad was a Lich, they moved to Dalaran, stole the Book of Medivh, and they used this to summon Archimonde into our world.
Come forth, Lord Archimonde. Enter this world and let us bask in your power. Tremble, mortals, and despair. Doom has come to this world. You have done well, little Lich. My plan worked perfectly.
Lord Archimonde, all the preparations have been made.
Very well, Tichondrius. Since the Lich King is of no further use to me, you Dreadlords will now command the Scourge.
As you wish, Lord Archimonde.
Soon, I will order the invasion to begin. But first, I will make an example of these paltry wizards by crushing their city into the ashes of history.
This has got to be a joke. What happens to us now?
Be patient, young Death Knight. The Lich King foresaw this as well. You may yet have a part to play in his grand design.
This was all part of Kil'jaeden's plan, and it seemed like Ner'zhul's part was played. But Ner'zhul was smart and he was powerful. He had bigger plans than this, and he wasn't about to spend the rest of his life trapped in a block of ice. He imagined that he could outsmart Kil'jaeden and use Arthas to set himself free. He told Arthas to find Illidan and point him towards the skull of his old apprentice, towards the skull of Gul'dan.
I am free after 10,000 years. Yet still my own brother thinks I am a villain. I'll show him my true power. I'll show him that the demons have no hold over me.
Are you certain of that, Demon Hunter? Are you certain your will is your own?
You reek of death, human. You'll regret approaching me.
Come then. You'll find that we're evenly matched.
Like this forever. What is it you truly want?
The Dreadlord who commands this undead army is called Tichondrius. He controls a powerful warlock artifact called the Skull of Gul'dan. It is responsible for corrupting these forests.
And you wish for me to steal it? Why?
Let's just say that I have no love for Tichondrius. And the Lord I serve would benefit from the Legion's downfall.
Why should I believe anything you say, little human?
My master sees all, Demon Hunter. He knows that you've sought power your whole life. Now it lies within your grasp. Seize it, and your enemies will be undone.
What? Who are you? Let's see how confident you are against one of your own kind, Dreadlord.
Kil'jaeden found out about this. He found out that Ner'zhul had sent Arthas to Illidan and that Ner'zhul was planning to set himself free. As part of his own plans, Kil'jaeden talked with Illidan and he told him to take out the Lich King.
Many months after the Legion's defeat at the Battle of Mount Hyjal, I was visited by one of the last great demon lords, Kil'jaeden.
Illidan, in the past you have been both friend and foe to the Burning Legion. But by consuming the skull of Gul'dan, you sealed our defeat in this world. I come to offer you a second chance to serve us.
What would you have me do, Great One?
My creation, the Lich King, has betrayed me. He dared to break the pact that binds him to my will. But his spirit still lies trapped inside the frozen throne of Icecrown. Destroy it for me, and I will grant you your heart's desire.
It shall be done, Great One. It shall be done.
Illidan did his very best to destroy the Lich King, but his brother Malfurion stopped him, since his spell didn't just destroy Ner'zhul, it was about to destroy Northrend as well. At that point in the story, Thrawn the Whisperwind was missing, and since Illidan still loved her, he decided to help his brother with finding her. This means that he betrayed Kil'jaeden, that he didn't fulfill his mission, so once they found Tyrande, he fled the planet. He feared the wrath of Kil'jaeden, so Illidan decided it was a good idea to hide on Outland. Outland, formerly known as Draenor.
Given my failure, I fled to this desolate place to evade Kil'jaeden's wrath. Now, if I am to remain here in exile, we will need to ensure that Kil'jaeden's agents have been cleansed from the land.
Naturally, Kil'jaeden found him and he offered him one more chance.
Foolish little mongrel. You failed to destroy the frozen throne as I commanded. And still you thought to hide from me in this forsaken backwater. I thought you to be more cunning, Illidan.
Kil'jaeden, I was merely set back. I was attempting to bolster my forces. The Lich King will be destroyed. I promise you.
Indeed. Still, these servitors you've gathered show some promise. I will give you one last chance, Illidan. Destroy the frozen throne, or face my eternal wrath.
Perhaps hiding here was not the most prudent decision.
With his final chance, the race to Icecrown was on. Both Arthas and Illidan tried to reach the top of Icecrown, but in the end it was Arthas who defeated Illidan in combat and merged with Ner'zhul. Arthas was in such a hurry that he just left Illidan in the snow to die, but Illidan didn't die. Kil'jaeden's Sunstrider and Lady Vashj took Illidan back to Outland and there they prepared their forces in the hope of standing against Kil'jaeden. They knew that one day Kil'jaeden would come to punish them for their failure, so they wanted to be ready and they spent their time preparing. In a strange twist of events during the Burning Crusade, the punishment never came. Instead, Kil'jaeden decided to leave Illidan to his fate and he recruited Kil'jaeden's Sunstrider to his cause. According to Magister Felendorn, Kil'jaeden was aware of Illidan's insanity after getting his ass kicked, so he switched paymasters accordingly. Apparently Kil'jaeden had enough of manipulating and letting others do his work. This time he decided to take matters into his own hands. Kil'jaeden's Sunstrider had spent his time in Outland collecting magic in Nether Storm, and they transported that magic to the Sunwell Plateau, not to restore the Sunwell, but to create a portal which would allow Kil'jaeden access into our world. They'd also captured Envina, and her story deserves a video on its own. The short version is that when Arthas used the Sunwell to resurrect Kel'Thuzad, he didn't corrupt it entirely. A part of its power was found by the red dragon Coriostras, and he transformed its power into a living being, Envina, and he did this to hide her away from the Scourge. Unfortunately, they found out who she really was, what she really was, and she was captured by Kil'jaeden. They dragged her to the Sunwell Plateau, and they planned to use her power to power the portal and bring Kil'jaeden into our world. Thankfully, we found out about all of this, and we made our way to the Sunwell Plateau to stop Kil'jaeden from ever setting foot on land.
All my plans have led to this. The expendable have perished. So be it. Now I shall succeed where Sargeras could not. I will bleed this wretched world and secure my place as the true master of the Burning Legion. The end has come. Let the unraveling of this world commence. The powers of the Sunwell turn against me. What have you done? What have you done?
This defeat is not the end of Kil'jaeden. We didn't kill him that day, we just pushed him back down his portal to wherever he currently is. It's interesting to note that Kil'jaeden says,
Now I shall succeed where Sargeras could not. I will bleed this wretched world and secure my place as the true master of the Burning Legion.
This implies that there's a bit of a power struggle within the Burning Legion, and perhaps that Kil'jaeden isn't satisfied with just sitting at Sargeras' side. He apparently wants to rule it all. Even Chris Madsen said that this defeat only pissed him off, and now taking Azeroth is no longer just another mission, now it's personal. You can be certain that one day we will have to face off against Kil'jaeden in his full glory. A couple of you already asked me if we will see Kil'jaeden in Warlords of Draenor. At BlizzCon they said that Gul'dan is indeed on the phone with Kil'jaeden, and that Garrosh is going to change one of the key moments in the Orcish history. He is going to prevent the Orcs from drinking Manoroth's blood, preventing them from ever becoming slaves to the Burning Legion. We don't know what other events are changed, we don't know what is going to happen like it happened in our timeline, but it is possible that we might have to fight Kil'jaeden. However, in my opinion, there is a small problem with that scenario. Even if we defeat Kil'jaeden on Ironhoard Draenor, we'd still have to deal with Kil'jaeden on our planet. So what kind of challenge or how much fun would it be to face him twice? Just imagine that we already defeated him in one expansion. What kind of a threat could he still be after we return home? This is just my take on it. For all we know, they are going to use the Burning Legion. We are going to see a full-powered Kil'jaeden. We'll just have to wait to find out.
Mortal heroes, your victory here today was foretold long ago. My brother's anguished cry of defeat will echo across the universe, bringing renewed hope to all those who still stand against the burning crusade. As the Legion's final defeat draws ever nearer, stand proud in the knowledge that you have saved worlds without number from the flame.
Hello everyone. As I was sitting here, thinking of ways and angles to get people up to speed on what they might have missed with the story of the Shadowlands. Ultimately, the best course of action, it seems to be doing the story of the Jailer. The most beloved character that they've ever introduced in World of Warcraft. We're going to talk about his history, his motives as far as we know it, his plans, and how that echoed throughout the story of Warcraft. Now, it's anyone's guess if or when the events from the Shadowlands will actually make an impact on the overall story again. But it is still part of the lore, it is still part of the story. So let's get into it.
Beyond the veil lies darkness, where every soul has its place.
The Jailer, as well as the other Eternal Ones. The ones that we know being the Primus, the Winter Queen, the Archon, and the Sire. They were all created within Zereth Mortis. This is the domain created by the first ones to act as their workshop, to create these eternal beings, to create more afterlives for the Shadowlands, potentially create the Warcraft universe as a whole. The first ones themselves, they're still quite a mystery, and a lot of information, it's either biased or speculative. They are seemingly responsible for the creation of the universe, if not the ordering of it. With their design, there also comes a pattern. a purpose, if you will, a predestined plan. Now, it might seem insane to have a force out there that's able to predict and potentially manipulate our stories, our heroes and villains, to set them on a certain path. But we have seen really clear moments in-game in which those designs of the first ones actually came to be.
The sacred words tell the Waystones would respond only to certain living mortals, the ones destined to save the realms of death. The Moors. Let the prophecy be fulfilled. If it is the will of the first ones, this Waystone will open to you, mortal. The sacred words spoke of your coming. Blessed be the first ones.
They were able to predict that at some point in time, the Maw-walkers, they were going to show up in the Shadowlands to stop Zoval's plans, as they placed stones at precise locations, which they prophesied that the Maw-walkers could use to escape and move the troops around. You might argue that these stones were just randomly dropped there in multiple places like a failsafe. But then one has to wonder, why do so in a place like the Maw, a place where no soul is supposed to escape? Or why drop it in a place like Zereth Mortis, where no one is supposed to go? The fates have been read. People knew that we were going to come. Better yet, perhaps we should also ask ourselves that if the first ones were able to predict that we were going to need these Waystones to stand up against Zoval, then why exactly did they let Zoval happen to begin with? It's a good question. Speaking of, what exactly happened with Zoval, since this video is on his story after all? Well, he didn't start out as the jailer imprisoned within the Maw. His original design was to perform the role of the Arbiter. He judged the souls that arrive in the Shadowlands. In an instant, he would know the entirety of their existence. And time after time, do you know what he saw? He saw fragile beings left to the fickle whims of fate. Their world, their kin, whether they were wise or simple, hale or sickly, these things were forced upon them. From the moment they drew their first breath until they exhaled their last, the choice was never theirs.
From our first breath to our last, every decision is made for us. Then, the afterlife decides what eternity we must endure. We can't even choose who we...
And when their lives ended, it was his duty to decide their soul's fate for all of eternity, sending them off to whatever domain that they belonged.
You have betrayed your duty as Arbiter, and shall be bound forevermore. Your madness has threatened the cycle of life and death entire.
You could have sought another way, brother. Imagine what we could have accomplished together.
Why, Zoval? What drove you to this end? You preserve that which is doomed. A cosmos divided will not survive. What is to come?
And along the way, he saw something that shook him to his core, that made him believe that the designs of his makers, the designs of the first ones, were flawed. They were just preserving that which was ultimately doomed, and the cosmos divided would not survive what he saw. What is to come? Now you might ask, what exactly did the jailer see? What is coming, and why did he not just openly discuss this with the other Eternal Ones? Or has he perhaps done so, and did they just never tell us? Who knows? Again, those are some really good questions. Regardless, Zoval decides to take action, and strikes out at his fellow Eternal Ones to take their sigils, open up a path to Zereth Mortis to get to the sepulchre of the First Ones. In there, he would find the power to rewrite the rules of the universe. And the others, they didn't take kindly to that. Under the leadership of the Primus, they managed to overpower Zoval, strip him of his Arbiter powers, which they used to make a new, more robotic Arbiter, while Zoval was locked away within the Maw. Upon his body, they placed domination magic, a creation of the Primus to contain their brother. Over time, Zoval managed to turn these chains into a weapon, and he became not just a prisoner, but also the Lord of the Maw. Hell-bent on breaking free and fulfilling his quest, he got to work, And from there on out, he pretty much caused the story of Warcraft to happen, manipulating events so that it would all come together in his liberation and reaching that sepulchre. That might seem like an impossible task. After all, who could predict years and years and years of events? Well, it seems like they've given him similar powers of prediction as they did with the first ones. A good example that comes from the Sylvanas novel. As he's working together on his team, he makes some predictions. He predicts some events that are to come. A fiery darkness will return, which is the Burning Legion attacking Azeroth, but a prediction vague enough to apply to multiple things. Then he says, "You must step out of the shadows and lead," which were the words that Vol'jin spoke to Sylvanas. Impressive that he was able to foresee Vol'jin's death, but then again, assassinations, they're not hard to plan, and the words, they were whispered to Vol'jin by Muzala. But then he goes on to say, "A blade will pierce the heart of the world, and you shall hold the blood from that wound and sense its power." He is talking about the ending of Legion, in which the Dark Titan Sargeras stabbed Azeroth, wounded the world greatly, eventually have the world race for all that delicious, powerful Azerite. He's very specific in his prediction as well. Sargeras did not slice the world in half, did not destroy it, even though he tried. He really wanted to destroy it, but he only managed to stab it and was pulled back just in time. A prediction like that, all the little events that had to happen, the timing to precisely have that sword stuck in the planet, that, in my opinion, is way too specific to just be a random stab in the dark, or like to comparable to the Whispers of Il'gynoth, something that you could apply to many different situations. So, how does one defeat an enemy that's able to predict the future like that? Again, a really good question.
This place is of no consequence. The sepulchre will soon be within reach. Mossworn, come.
Either way, seemingly with the power to predict events that have not yet come to pass, our boy Zovaal, he goes to work, recruiting allies to move his pieces across the board. Most prominently, there was Sire Denethrius and his creation, the Dreadlords, as we know them. They will play a critical role with infiltrating different cosmic domains and cause a whole bunch of trouble. For example, they caused havoc in the domain of order by stoking the Mad Titan's fear of the Void. The fear that pushed Sargeras into forming his demonic Burning Legion and scour the universe of its dark corruption. Meaning that any story which originally had the Burning Legion at its source has now added the Jailer to its tail end. Then, as Sargeras was raging at how long it took for his fallen demons to wake in the twisting nether, it was again the Dreadlords that told him that they could forge a resurrection engine that would make his armies rise again in an instant. All they required was the necessary fuel, the soul of a world infused with the power of death. So it was that Sargeras enslaved the world soul Argus, and the Dreadlords went to work.
A world soul twisted by death. A maul with which to crush the Arbiter. And now, it shall take this vessel. Argus will be eternal.
Normally, the Shadowlands are reserved for mortal souls, and beings like the Titans, they're supposed to go elsewhere. However, pumping it full of death magics, it made it so that millennia later, when we showed up and defeated Argus, its soul actually shot off into the Shadowlands. That big influx of a titanic soul, it was way too much for the Arbiter to handle. It broke down, and then all the souls instantly flowed down into the maw, which fueled the Jailer's plans. Denethrius was not his only ally either, far from it. We've seen Helya, Muzala, Devils, the Valkyr, and of course Sylvanas Windrunner. By the time that she threw herself on the top of Icecrown after claiming vengeance upon Arthas, she ended up in the maw, in the Jailer's domain, and suffered eternal torment. It was by his command that she was given a moment to rest, a moment in which they talked with each other. He wanted her to join his side, but not as a slave or a servant. He wanted her as a partner, or at least that's the story he told her. The motivation used to join his side, it's a little bit mixed, and it seems like he just threw whatever he could at her to make her join his side. For example, part of it was the choice of either working with him or simply suffering more torment. Part of it was agreeing to the idea that the designs of the first ones, that the bullshit, and part of it, a big part of it, was that the sorting of the afterlife, it was done indiscriminately and without taking into account the bonds we forged in life. Meaning that someone like Windrunner, even if she wasn't sorted into the Maw, she could still be sorted into an afterlife away from the rest of her departed family. She could be away from her sisters, from her brother Lirav, and a lot of people wondered where someone like Durotan, Draka's mate and Thrall's father was hanging out. This seems to be playing into that idea, the separation of the Shadowlands being a reason to tear it all down.
We're breaking a system that has always been flawed and remaking it into one that is just.
All in all, the Sylvanas novel, it does its best to sell the idea of Sylvanas working together with the jailer, with the one responsible for the Lich King. It would have been great if they actually explained that motivation also in the game. Now even the jailer's motivations, going against his creator's design, the idea of no choice in life, they're not without merit. One could wonder if the jailer was actually right, but ultimately, as Enduin puts it best, his motives, they might have been right, but his methods certainly weren't.
Look around you! At what and who you've joined. What makes you believe you're not just a weapon to achieve his ends?
Which is perhaps why it's so odd that after all is said and done, after all of the jailer's plans came together and, of course, ultimately failed, after we closed the book on his story and supposedly like 20 years of storytelling of Warcraft, that ultimately nothing in the Shadowlands or the grand design has really changed. We see Pelagos replacing the Broken Arbiter, with a mindset of souls that need a chance at redemption, rather than be sent off straight into the Maw, which is definitely nice, but it doesn't touch on the whole pattern of the first ones, nor the unfairness of life, or the separation of loved ones, or being put to work in the afterlife. As a final note, here's some information from Firim. It's a broker that has done extensive research into Zereth Mortis and the first ones. Though the jailer's been defeated, and the Shadowlands made whole again, I find myself unable to celebrate these victories, for I have studied the inner workings of the Sepulchre, seen the powers with which the jailer sought to remake reality, and these observations fill me with a fear that shakes the very core of my being. It is clear to me now that there must be a Zereth for each force of the cosmos, and within them an inner sanctum akin to the Sepulchre. And if that is true, then these sanctums must be connected on some fundamental level. A connection that the jailer sought to exploit. What he began in the Sepulchre was meant to cascade outwards from one Zereth to the next, until all were dominated by his power. The heart of the Shadowlands, acting as a doorway to the heart of each cosmic force in turn, one after another, bound to his will. But if his scheme was thwarted, then why is my mind so ill at ease? Because I've seen how fragile the pattern is. How delicate the scales that keep the six forces in balance. And if the jailer, in his act of malevolence, left behind but the most imperceptible of cracks in the pattern, then I fear what is tiny now will only grow, until the balance itself is prone to be shattered by another force, applying relentless pressure. I pray that the first ones anticipated such an eventuality, that they would leave measures in place to preserve their grand design. Unless their design was never meant to endure. And that is the possibility that haunts me.
Do you see the patterns? The fractals? I'm so close to understanding. Oh, hello.
Everything, it just kinda goes back the way that we found it. We closed the door behind us, and now we're gonna focus on dragons again, which at the end of the day, it might just be for the best. Hello everyone! When talking about the Valkyr, we can distinguish 3 different generations. The ones that we first encountered with the Lich King, the ones connected to Odin, revealed later but created earlier on, and now the latest announcement, the Valkyr of the Shadowlands. The Shadowlands, an ancient and mysterious realm that predates the Titans themselves. At this point in time, all we really know is what they told us during BlizzCon and a minor preview of one of the zones. That means not a whole lot to work with, but the expansion, it is set to dive deeper into the origin of the noble Valkyrs, as well as the spirit healers that guide us back to the land of the living. It's the Bastion area, in which the forebears of the Valkyr and the spirit healers, they seem to be hanging out. Led by the Covenant, known as the Kyrian, order and purpose, that's what they're all about. The souls that reached this destination, they had a natural calling to service in one way or another. But souls, they do not come purified here, they carry burdens with them. They're not quite ready yet to take on the next role. to ascend in the afterlife as a Valkyrie themselves, or a spirit healer, or even other paths. That is why they spent their time here shedding those past burdens, glimpsing and reflecting on the events of their lives, both the good and the bad, and accepting themselves for who they were, who they became, how it all ended, so they can move forward in the afterlife. Meditation, reflection, understanding yourself through combat and other means. That's the most recent origin story on the Valkyrie, which I'm sure is going to be much further expanded upon as we go play through the expansion, as time and story goes on. Now these spirit healers, they're the ones who make the determination if your soul is going to pass on between the veil of life and death. A winged better, a Valkyrie, will then come to carry your soul into the Shadowlands, where it's brought before the Arbiter. Within a moment, they're the ones who decide in which one of the near infinite realms of the Shadowlands you belong. And off you go, bringing with you anima which sustains this realm. Now the events in the Shadowlands, it's going to deal with this anima being out of balance, the realm suffering quite a bit. We get to join the covenants of our choice, including this Kyrian one, to prove ourselves, to earn rewards and power. Now, I did notice that there was a really cool dark-looking Valkyrie in the trailer as well. The part where they show you the Tower of Torghast, and even Sylvanas' Valkyrie, they look a little bit different than they do in the mortal realm. So that's apparently the very first generation, and a lot more information still needs to be revealed. The second generation, that calls back to the story of Odin and Helya. Once upon a time, Odin was pissed off that his other keepers, they decided to empower proto-dragons to make them dragon aspects. After all, their parents, the Titans, they told them that he was the one left in charge. He was to be the prime designate, but, whatever. He would instead make his own army to help with the defense of Azeroth. So with the aid of Helya, they took a wing of Ulduar and lifted it into the skies. From high above, he proclaimed to the Vrykul down below that any who died a worthy death, they would find themselves brought back to his halls to become mighty Valajar. Only problem was that he didn't exactly have the power to bring these souls back from the Shadowlands. So it was that they performed a ritual in which the keeper was surrounded in shadow. A spirit spoke to him, asked him what he would give to peer beyond the veil of this world, and in response, Odin sacrificed one of his eyes. The wraith, it swallowed it, and great Odin saw. He saw the Shadowlands, and this story, this bit, it's also going to be expanded upon in the next expansion. Now from gazing into the realm beyond, the Keeper found his answer. For in life there exists death, and in death there can be life. But there are only beings of life and beings of death. My messengers must span both realms. And from peering into the Shadowlands, Odin came up with the idea of making his own Valkyrie. An idea that did not sit well with Helya. It wasn't exactly a fun job to have, to live as a cursed phantom being. None of his Vrykul stepped up as volunteers, so Odin, he was ready to enforce a job on some poor soul, which did not sit well with Helya. She threatened the Keeper that if he didn't change his mind, if he didn't find some other way, she would return the Halls of Valor to Ulduar, which in turn had Odin find his first victim. In his eyes, Helya, who he had become to see as his own adopted daughter, she'd now become a threat not only to his plans, but to the entire world of Azeroth. The Keeper, he shares his own version of what happened next. He describes it as them entering a heated battle, in which Helya reached into the Shadowlands to grasp the domain's power for herself. And in return, she was sucked into that dread realm, lost forever if Odin had not put his own life at risk and pulled her to safety. That's the version that the Keeper would have you believe, while the Chronicles, that clearly says that it was Odin that struck out, shattered her physical form, and remade her into the first of the Valkyrie. Helya screamed a tormented cry, which could be heard all the way into the Shadowlands. But this violent transformation, it was only the beginning. She was now bound to his will, and forced to push others into the cursed way of living. Dutiful and obedient, they ferried the souls of worthy Vrykul back to the Halls of Valor, where Odin then turned them into Valajar. This went on for quite a while, until Helya was given an opportunity to break free from Odin's control, lock him and his army away within the Halls of Valor, and seek out her own destiny. She decided to make her own domain far below the Halls of Valor, Helheim, bound to Azeroth's great seas, which would be the destination for Vrykul spirits after death. But her pain and suffering, it put quite a bit of darkness in Helya's heart. Her realm, it twisted and turned into a place of nightmare and shadow. And then up here as the dead Vrykul, it was not something you wish for your worst enemy. As those that ended up in the Halls of Valor, they might be rewarded and become Valajar. Here it was, where they were turned into the cursed Kavaldir. And as for the other Valkyrie, they were turned by Helya. Some of them, they followed her, while others, they disappeared into the Shadowlands, while a few of them that still had a glimmer of nobility within their souls, they dedicated themselves to watching over the physical world. From within the Shadowlands, these Valkyr would at times guide the dead back to the land of the living. This is the origin that they build up within the Chronicles, so before the Shadowlands announcement. Interested to see how these Vrykul, how they were forced to become a Valkyr, whereas those in the Bastion, they're actively working towards becoming one. Of course, already being dead and having lived a full life, it helps with that choice, rather than a job being forced upon you. Yet that origin story of enforcing it doesn't seem to be seeped into the Vrykul culture. For them, being lifted into the halls of valor and become a Valajar, it's seen as a great honor. There are those working very hard to prove themselves worthy of becoming a Valkyr. Poems are written and passed down. One of these, they describe the history of Ashildir, ancient queen of the Valkyra. The Valkyra, they're members of the Tidescorn clan that want to become Valkyr. They're watched over in battle by Aegir, a Titan Watcher that seemingly took over from Helya, and goddess to the Shield Maidens, who has the power to turn them into Valkyr. But only after they've gone through several trials and rituals to receive this blessing, as they call it. You might also notice that there's a difference in color for the Valkyr. Gold, or a more necromantic blue. The golden, or the sunborn Valkyr. They're only considered sunborn when they're honored in the presence of Odin. You also have unborn Valkyr. Both of them, they're battle pets. The unborn ones, they've not vanquished a creature of high nobility. The more you know from the pet journal.
Through great deeds of courage and valor, Persia has earned this most sacred of rights. She shall ascend as one of my chosen Valkyr, and her name shall echo in these gilded halls for all eternity.
Are you nervous, Persia? It is understandable if...
I am not nervous, only excited. All my life has led to this one glorious moment.
Spoken like a true Valkyr.
And then, the so-called third generation, and our first explanation to the existence of Valkyr. That comes from the Lich King. Far before the Chronicles, and naturally the Shadowlands announcements. We were told that these Valkyr, they were either creations of the Lich King himself, or they were originally Valkyr that he submitted to his will, bound to him without a choice. And now we know that it's a little bit of both. The truth lies somewhere in the middle. Inspired by Odin's Valkyr, the Lich King, he set out to create his own. It proved to be quite a difficult task, even for such a powerful being, but after a couple of missteps, he finally succeeded. The Valkyr greatly enhanced his ability to control the dark powers of undeath. This is one of the first things that unlucky new Death Knights they encounter in their starting zone, as the Valkyrs are watching over them. They're making sure that the Lich King's brand new creations, that they don't immediately perish in their starting area. They're also utilized by the Lich King as a very mighty force. You might remember fighting against two extremely powerful ones during the trial of the Crusader. Fiola Lightbane and Aedis Darkbane, they're known as the Twin Valkyr, sent over to the tournament grounds to mess things up. Terrorize and disturb the poor people on the ground. Archer-Confessor Piltris, she manages to entrap them for the good of all, to which they're then pitched against us in the trial of the Crusader, to prove ourselves worthy to assault Icecrown itself. It seems like we just can't seem to shake this whole prove yourself thing when talking about the Valkyr. There were also great threats during the Lich King encounter, where the Valkyr, they would just pick you up and slowly carry you off to a certain demise, praying that your raid team could focus long enough to damage them, otherwise it was simply game over. But not just the Valkyr were copied from Odin, or to be completely fair, they copied pieces of the Lich King story and then applied them to Odin. Either way, the whole reward system, it was also offered to the Vrykul and Northrend, now allied to a death god. Those that were found worthy, they did not become Valajar. Instead, the Valkyr turned them into Jimmajar, elite warriors amongst the Lich King's ranks. The unworthy, or unlucky ones, they did not become Kvaldir. Instead, the Valkyr cursed them into Varkul. And once more, their culture accepted this as a great honor, something to live and to die for. At Jotunheim, they even hold a tournament to prove yourself worthy. And whereas in Stormheim, we had the Valkyra pursuing their life goal of becoming a Valkyr for Odin, in Northrend, it's the Valkyrion that want to prove themselves and become Valkyr for the Lich King. Seeing this trend, you'd almost predict another repeat for Bastion, but let's hope that they got something more original in mind, considering that this zone is going to dive into the Forebearers, the very origin of the Valkyr. Can't wait to see what they got planned.
My liege, I have done as you asked, and now beseech you for your blessing.
Your sacrifice is a testament to your obedience. Indeed, you are worthy of this charge. Arise, and forever be known as Svala Sorrowgrave.
The sensation is beyond my imagining. I am yours to command, my king.
But not all of the Lich King's Valkyr were so happy about it as Svala was. When Arthas was defeated and Bolvar picked up the crown, Sylvanas then made her way to the top of Icecrown to check things out for herself. After so many years, she finally claimed her vengeance of what Arthas had done to her and her people. The Banshee Queen, she was ready for that sweet embrace of the afterlife that she'd felt once before. A sea of comforts, physical sensations replaced by the purity of emotion. She could grasp bliss, see joy, hear peace. That was the afterlife. That was her destiny, the eternal sea in which she found herself after she fell defending Silvermoon.
Finish it. I deserve a clean death.
After all you've put me through, woman, the last thing I'll give you is the peace of death.
No, you wouldn't dare.
That was moments before Arthas ripped her spirit away. The pain so intense that it left her soul forever torn. But she was done now. She saw no reason to continue on this cursed life, despite the 9 Valkyr that were floating around her, floating around the platform, showing her visions of her life. She just wanted to be done with it, so she decided to jump from the top of Icecrown onto the Serenite spikes down below. This time, however, her afterlife, it wasn't as peaceful as she remembered it. The realm that she ended up in this time was a realm of eternal torment. Even Arthas was there. His essence rushed to her, desperate, then shrank away in horrified recognition. The boy who would be Lich King, just a scared little blonde child, reaping the aftermath of a lifetime of mistakes. If any part of Sylvanas' soul were not at that moment torn and tormented, she might have even felt, for the first time, the slightest glimmer of pity for him. In the grand landscape of all the world's suffering and all the evils of the infinite, the Lich King was insignificant. Sylvanas ended up in pretty much what we would call hell, or after the details given with the Shadowlands presentation, she most likely ended up at the Maw. This is where the Arbiter sends the most tainted, most irredeemable souls for punishment, or for the protection of the Shadowlands from what they bring with them. I personally always wondered why Sylvanas ended up in this place. Back then, there was a lot of speculation that perhaps Yogg-Saron, self-proclaimed god of death, that he might have something to do with it. Don't forget that she killed herself by landing on the Serenite spikes down below. Serenite being the blood of the old god. This realm, it might not have even been real to begin with, but now it seems like it's definitely a thing. So perhaps it was her actions in trying to claim vengeance that tainted her soul in such a way that a peaceful life, it was no longer for her. Or perhaps all souls tainted, like Death Knights or Banshees or, name it, they're just doomed to go to the Maw because they're no longer pure. This might put a nice spin on Sylvanas threatening Saurfang with saying hello to his son again.
Or perhaps you will have a chance to say hello to your son.
Or perhaps the ruler of this place, going by the name of the jailer. Perhaps they had something to do with drawing her soul in. Those are reasons still left to be explained. But what we do know is that the Valkyr that were hovering around her on the platform, they showed up and offered her a deal. Anahal the Caller and her sister Battle Maidens. They apparently did not choose to serve the Lich King. And now, with Bolvar sitting on the throne, not completely in full control of his powers, they want to be released from his control. Bind their souls to Sylvanas instead, to give her freedom, life, and power over death. They would take her place here in the Maw, as Anahal did right now, in case she ever end up here again. The Valkyr at her side, they're her bonus lives, and also offer the power to increase their bulwark against the infinite, raise more Forsaken to join their ranks. The undead, they can't reproduce after all. Powers that even War Chief Garrosh, he had his doubts about.
Have you given any thought to what this means, Sylvanas? What difference is there between you and the Lich King now?
Isn't it obvious, War Chief? I serve the Horde.
You are all nothing!
Watch your clever mouth, bitch.
Funny enough, For some reason, the Worgen curse, it makes it impossible for the Valkyr to bring the fallen back to life. We see this play out in Silver Pine Forest, where Sylvanas is hitting the humans' hearts, and the only choice is to either drink Crowley's blood and become a Worgen like him, immune to the depravity of the Forsaken, or to be raised as a servant of the Forsaken. Honestly, they'd rather die than be turned into a Worgen, but seeing as how even death provides no relief when dealing with the Lich Queen, I mean, Sylvanas, of course, they embrace the Worgen curse. They drink the blood, choose vengeance, and Agatha has no choice but to retreat. I wonder, since seeing how the Worgen curse has its roots with the wild god Goldrin, but also with Elune, and considering how Elune apparently has a part to play in the future, I wonder if they'll explain more as to why becoming a Worgen, it apparently makes you immune to being raised by a Valkyr. Not so much being raised by other means, mind you, but apparently enough immunity to put a Valkyr on the run. Really curious. Hopefully the next expansion is going to reveal more. But back to the 9, those that entered a deal with Sylvanas, with Anahel taking her place. From the original 9, there were 8 left, 8 of those that came back with her. The resurrected Godfrey then shot Sylvanas point blank, to which we saw Agatha, Dashla and Arfura. They sacrificed themselves to bring her back again, leaving her with 5. In Anderhal, she lost Aratni to the Alliance forces during the battle for Anderhal, leaving her with 4. During the Darkshore campaign, which Tyrande, she embraced the dark side of the moon, she lost Brynja, which means that 3 Valkyr at this point in time, they remain of the Pact. Kira, who most recently joined Lillian in resurrecting Zelling. Signe, who was there in Darkshore when Brynja died, and an unnamed 3rd Valkyr. Now that doesn't mean that she only has these Valkyr at her side. These just seem to be the most powerful ones. A good example would be on the Broken Shore. The moment in which the Alliance and Hordes seemingly worked together in stopping the Legion's invasion. In it, we saw the Hordes quickly overwhelmed, and they had to call the retreat. Sylvanas summons her Valkyr for a quick pickup. 5 of them are seen flying in the sky, and by that point, she has 4 of the bargain remaining. The same can then be applied to the final shot of the Shadowlands announcement cinematic. By that time, she has 3 of the bargain left, while 4 are shown on screen. That's not to say though that she hasn't tried to add more Valkyr to her ranks, but it's not certain that any new Valkyr will hold the same power, could enter the same bargain as these 9 did. Regardless, more Valkyr, it does mean more power for Sylvanas. More power to resurrect more troops. Once she even had a Valkyr join him in a ritual to empower Nephanos' body. More Valkyr is definitely a good thing to have for the Banshee Queen, and to accomplish this, she entered a bargain with none other than Helya.
Remember our bargain, Banshee. Do not dare cross me.
The details of this bargain, they have not been fully explained. Something that might still very well play a part in the next expansion. All we really do know is that she got a lantern from Helya, a soul cage, which gave her the power to do this.
Treacherous Banshee! You know not what you are meddling with.
Submit. The Valkyr are mine.
She tried to make Aegir submit and claim the power of the Valkyr as her own. But Gen Greymane, he showed up just in time to stop the ritual, and he prevented these plans. That does leave the question as to what Helya wanted out of this deal, and how that relates to what we know about Sylvanas now. In the past, her Legion story description, it had her fate edged closer to the abyss. Sylvanas must decide how far she'll go to protect her people, and whether they're more precious to her than her soul. Now it's been revealed that she's been in league with the jailer ever since she killed herself. With the Valkyr at her side, she's been sending souls to the Maw, which in turn empowered her enough to eventually abandon the Horde altogether. Enough power to take on Bolvar in a one-on-one and rip the Helm of Domination apart. A massive rift between Azeroth and the Shadowlands, it's now been opened, and that's just about as much detail as we have on the story right now. Meaning that there's a whole lot of questions left to be answered. We know that a big part of her motivation, ever since that fateful day at the top of Icecrown, that's all been about staying out of hell, avoiding that realm of eternal damnation, building up a bulwark against the infinite. So what is her relation to the jailer? They've said that she's not enslaved or anything, so if you're looking to avoid being tortured for the rest of your afterlife, a way would be to never die again, to just stay alive. Or another way, that would become the ruler of the Maw yourself. Or maybe even the Shadowlands entirely. Master Death, the jailer jailed, under the control of the Banshee Queen. Maybe, but then I do wonder if these Valkyr, if they're aware of this ultimate plan, seeing how they took her place in the Maw. Were they always aware that the day would come in which Sylvanas could set them free? Who knows? Interesting stuff to be certain, and I can't wait for the next expansion to see what goes down. See more details about the afterlife, a mysterious realm predating the Titans with infinite cameo possibilities, infinite zones to explore. Will we see a repeat of the Prove Yourself storyline, or will something new be created? Perhaps explain the origin of the Shadowlands and the Valkyr. Who knows? Let's just be thankful that there are spirits out there noble enough to act as spirit healers and guides to the afterlife. Who knows how many of our adventures we missed out on without them.
Hello everyone! Last week we talked about the ordering of Azeroth, how the Titans found the planet of Azeroth and what they did in order to try and mature the Titan soul inside. With their Titan forged and Titan keepers left behind, the Titans made their way back into the Great Dark in search of more of their kin. The planet was left to do its thing, and the events that followed, that is what we're going to talk about today. Now this information is taken from the Warcraft Chronicles, and even though I won't go into the information given with Legion, the Chronicles already builds up some of the stuff that we are going to see in the expansion. I'm not exactly sure if that falls under Legion spoilers, but I just wanted to let you know that that information is coming, and you can decide if you want to hear it or not. With that out of the way, let's begin, shall we? Bringing order to the planets and waging war with the old gods, it had taken quite a bit out of the Keepers, and they became indifferent to the world, focused on maintaining their vaults and machines. The world didn't stand still though, and a massive threat in the form of a mutated proto-drake called Galagrond appeared. Titan Keeper Tyr did not follow his siblings' example, and he actively worked on saving the world from this threat, eventually recruiting the aid of 5 of the greatest and most intelligent proto-dragons in existence. Together with these 5, Tyr battled with Galagrond, losing one of his hands in the process, but they were eventually able to bring Galagrond down. Seeing how his fellow keepers were acting, and how these 5 had worked together to save the world, Tyr convinced his fellow Titan keepers to imbue the proto-dragons with some of their power, and have them help with safeguarding Azeroth. The other keepers, they were ashamed of their actions, and they agreed with Tyr, all of them except for Odin, who thought that this was a bad idea. He saw Alexstrasza and the other proto-dragons as primitive life forms, and only the mighty Titanforge could be trusted with protecting the world. He claimed that as Prime Designate, he should be the one to decide how to proceed, but the other keepers didn't listen. Even High Keeper Ra had traveled from the distant south to take part in the great ceremony, and they all agreed with Tyr. The keepers bestowed the blessing of the Titans upon these 5 proto-dragons, turning them into the dragon aspects. Freya called upon her creator Eonar to empower Alexstrasza, turning her into the Lifebinder and giving her stewardship of the living world. She had proven her courage and compassion in the battle against Galagrond, so she was crowned the Dragon Queen and given command over her kind. Freya also asked Eonar to bless Ysera, Alexstrasza's younger sister. With nature's influence, she was charged with keeping watch over the flowering wilds of Azeroth from within the Emerald Dream. Bound to this realm, she descended into an endless trance, and she became known as the Dreamer. High Keeper Ra called upon Aman'Thul to bless Nosdormu with the mastery over time. From this moment forth, he would be known as the Timeless One, and then Keeper Loken, he called upon Norgannon to bless Malygos with incredible arcane powers. He would be known as the Spellweaver, with the limitless realms of magic and hidden arcana to be shared, explored, and protected. Finally, Keeper Arcadis called upon Kaskarov to bless Neltharion with some of his vast powers. Now known as the Earth Warder, Neltharion was given charge over the mountains and deep caverns of the earth. He embodied the strength of the world. With these 5 turned into the first of the dragons, the keepers then magically changed hundreds of the proto-dragon eggs, making sure that there would be plenty of their kind to grow and reproduce. Each flight, each color would serve a different dragon aspect, but all of them were bound to the same goal, which was to protect Azeroth. To strengthen this bond, the keepers forged Wormrest Temple, a big tower which would serve as the heart of the dragon's culture, a sanctuary where they could gather and discuss their activities, a symbol of their unity. Satisfied with their work and with these new guardians created, the keepers disappeared back into the lairs, leaving the aspects to watch over the living creatures of Azeroth. Odin was not happy though. He was pissed that the other keepers had refused to listen to him, and he believed that the dragon aspects would fail in their duty of safeguarding the world. No, he could not trust the fate of the planet to such a primitive life form. He would create an elite army of his own design to protect the world should the need ever arise. He was not against the keepers. He welcomed them to join him, but the keepers, they saw it as a foolish plan, and they demanded Odin to stop. His mind was made up though, and if the other keepers would not join him, then Odin would pursue his quest without them. With the aid of the Titan Forge sorceress Helia, which Odin, over the ages he began to see her as his adopted daughter, they lifted part of Ulduar into the sky and they called it the Halls of Valor. From his new domain, Odin proclaimed to the Vrykul down below that any who would prove themselves worthy, those who would die a glorious death in battle, would live again in the Halls of Valor. Their spirits would be taken to the fortress and given mighty Stormforged bodies to become Valarjar, Azeroth's foremost guardians. The only thing Odin had to do was find some way to transport these spirits from death, and for this knowledge, he studied the energies of the Shadowlands. This realm in the Chronicles is described as being similar to the Emerald Dream, a link to the world of Azeroth. Yet whereas the Emerald Dream represents life, the Shadowlands represent death. They are the nightmarish realms of decay, teeming with the souls of the dead who were passed on from the world of the living. The origins of the Shadowlands remain uncertain, but they have existed ever since mortal life first arose in the physical universe. Many believe that mortal souls are drawn into this dark place at the point of death, where they then remain forever after. Still others, they hope that their souls will go on to a brighter place rather than languish for eternity within the cold confines of the Shadowlands. By studying this realm, Odin somehow found his way of transporting spirits back to his Halls of Valor. But to do this, someone would have to volunteer and become a Valkyr, cursed to live as a phantom being, guiding the souls between the Shadowlands and the physical world. None of the Vrykul stepped up to take this job, so Odin decided that he was going to enforce the job on some poor soul, which Helia did not agree with. They ended up in a heated argument, with Helia trying to convince Odin to turn away from this mad plan of turning the Titan Forge into slaves. It grew so heated that the two of them nearly came to blows, but in the end, Helia warned Odin that she would return the Halls of Valor to Ulduar if Odin did not change his mind. With that, Odin had found his victim. He saw Helia as a threat, not only to his plans, but to the very safety of Azeroth, so he struck out. He shattered her physical form, and he twisted her spirit into the first of the Valkyr. Helia screamed, a tormented cry which could be heard all the way into Shadowlands, but this violent transformation was just the start. She loathed Odin for what he had done to her, but she also found herself unable to disobey his orders. As he commanded, Helia went out to transform more unwilling Vrykul into the cursed Valkyr, and for ages she and those unfortunate enough to join her, they were the ones who brought the souls of heroic Vrykul to the Halls of Valor, where Odin, he then trained and empowered each of them. He had no remorse for breaking from the Keepers or for transforming Helia into the first Valkyr. In his mind, everything that he had done was for the safety of Azeroth and in honor of the great Pantheon. However, Odin would soon regret the choices he had made. As all of this was going on, the Keepers went about their duties, but in the Great Dark, Sargeras was meditating on the fate of the universe. Doubt and despair twisted his every thought, and he became more and more certain that creation itself was flawed. The only way to spare the universe of the Void Lords was to purge it in fire, and so his grand burning crusade began. The fallen Titan traveled to his prison world of Mardoom, and he released the demons that he had imprisoned. The explosion of shattering the plane of banishment, it engulfed him with fell magic, transforming this once noble form and searing his very soul. His mind was still hell-bent on that one mission, prevent the Void Lords from possessing creation, and by shattering the prison, Sargeras had ruptured the boundaries between the Great Dark and the twisting Nether. A monstrous celestial maw, a storm of emerald fire. It had ripped through the fabric of reality. It would remain a scarred creation, smoldering proof of Sargeras' madness for all eternity. Now Sargeras, he had managed to learn more about the nature of demons, including how to permanently kill them. So he offered those demons out of the prison, he offered them a choice. They could either join him in his burning legion, or they could be destroyed. This made the choice very easy. The demons gladly teamed up with their new leader, and Sargeras empowered them further. The Burning Legion went about their mission of destroying creation until Agramar arrived, and he witnessed his former friend and mentor leading the demons. He demanded an explanation of Sargeras. What was he thinking? Yet Sargeras offered none. The two greatest warriors the universe had ever known, they went at each other, but Agramar was at a disadvantage. Like all titans, he was susceptible to foul magic, and Sargeras was able to send him reeling in agony. Gathering all of his remaining might, Agramar struck out once more. Their blaze met, igniting a furious explosion of fell and arcane power. Both weapons had been shattered in that moment, and Agramar was heavily wounded by the blast. He was forced to retreat, only to gather the rest of the Pantheon, and together they tried to make Sargeras see reason. They informed him about this planet they had found, Azeroth, a titan spirit inside, so strong that surely with that spirit they could fight and stand up against the Void Lords together. Sargeras listened closely to the words, but he was unmoved. Nothing they could say could ever change his mind, and with a howl of rage and sorrow, Sargeras struck Agramar down, his ruined fell blade nearly cleaving the Titan in two. Outraged by this murder, the Pantheon unleashed their phenomenal cosmic powers. They battled with Sargeras and the Legion. Stars withered and died as the battle raged across the cosmos, scarring vast stretches of reality. In the end, it was Sargeras with his fel-fueled might that had the upper hand. But before he could strike the Pantheon down, Norgannon used his powers to bend the energies of the universe to his will. He was able to protect their spirits and launch them into the Great Dark, but Sargeras thought that he had won the battle and destroyed his former brothers and sister. He had also gained valuable information about a little planet called Azeroth with a Titan spirit inside. He didn't know where the planet was, but he was sure that in time he would find it and destroy it before we become corrupted by the Void Lords, just as he would with the rest of the universe. The spirits of the Titans flew across the Great Dark, making their way to Azeroth and find a safe haven within the bodies of their Titan keepers. As they entered them, the keepers felt a surge of power and experienced memories of events that they had never witnessed. The Chronicles doesn't describe for all of them which spirits enter which keeper, but it's possible that those empowered by a specific keeper, they gained a piece of their spirit. Nonetheless, confused by these events, the keepers called out to their creators, but the only response was silence. This troubled them, and they sank into a long period of confusion and unease. The old god Yogg-Saron, still imprisoned within Ulduar, he sensed the emotions going through the keepers, and he tried to take full use of this opportunity. Keeper Loken was his target, as the whispers of the old god tried to corrupt his mind. Despite being in turmoil by these events, Loken was still able to resist the corruption, yet an opportunity for Yogg-Saron would soon present itself. As Loken fell further into despair, he often sought comfort with a Vrykul named Sif, the mate of his brother, Keeper Thorim. Out of their meetings, a secret and forbidden love grew, a love that Yogg-Saron played upon, twisted it into a dangerous obsession. Loken became more and more compulsive, pushing Sif to openly professing their love for each other, but Sif was not having any of it. She knew that if Thorim discovered their affair, the unity of the keepers would be shattered. She broke all ties with Loken, demanding that he left her in peace. But the thought of losing his beloved Sif, it drove Loken to madness. In anger and jealousy, he lashed out at his beloved, and in that moment, he killed her. Guilt took hold of the Titan Keeper, and yet he couldn't tell Thorim what he had done. He scrambled for a way to cover up Sif's death, and in that moment her spirit appeared before him. To his surprise, she actually forgave him for his actions and told him that Thorim could never learn the truth of what he had done. The Titan Forge would descend into a civil war, and every pledge he had ever made to the Pantheon would be broken. Instead, Sif instructed him to take her body into the Storm Peaks and blame her death upon Arngrim, king of the Ice Giants. Loken noticed how devious Sif's spirit was. He felt the darkness in her spirit, but his fear clouded his judgment and he pushed it out his way as he informed Thorim of what the king of the Ice Giants had done. In his grief, Thorim unleashed his fury and struck down Arngrim and many of his followers. This ignited a war between the Storm and the Ice Giants, a war Loken scolded Thorim for. Sif herself would look upon Thorim in shame. If only she could have seen what he had done. A deep depression came over Loken's brother, and Thorim left Ulduar behind to languish in solitude. Loken himself kept listening to the image of Sif, who convinced him to build an army of his own using the Forge of Wills. What Loken perhaps sensed, but didn't want to acknowledge, was that the image of Sif that was talking to him, that was instructing him, it was actually Yogg-Saron manipulating the events. He wanted Loken to use the Forge of Wills, which the old god had tainted with the Curse of Flesh. A curse which over time would literally give this newly shaped Titan Forge flesh and make them more vulnerable to the old god's corruption. Not only would this curse be placed upon the new, created generation, they in turn would spread it to the already formed Titan Forge. Too late did Loken fully recognize what this spirit of Sif actually was. He observed how his army of warriors were infected with darkness, but it was too late to back down now. Fear still gripped his heart. Fear that the Pantheon or Elgalon would come down and realize what he had done. Fear had made him Yogg-Saron's pawn, and this discovery shattered the last remaining bits of Loken's once noble heart, and he became obsessed with keeping his wrongdoings a secret, and he embraced the powers of the old god. With such a might at his command, he knew that he could defeat the remaining keepers and destroy all evidence of his wrongdoing. He sent out the army he had created to first overwhelm any of the remaining giants, and he ended the conflict between the Storm Giants and the Ice Giants. All those that still resisted, they were placed into stasis chambers. After this, Odin and his mighty army of Valajar, they became the prime target. Helia was the key to obtaining victory in that war, as Loken made her a deal. He would set her free from Odin's control, and in return, she would lock Odin and all those that followed him away within the halls of Valor. Still enraged by what Odin had done to her, Helia gladly accepted the deal, as she used her magic in a similar way she had done when she had helped create the elemental plane. Odin and his mighty Valajar struggled desperately to escape the floating citadel, but not even their might was enough to break the barrier, and for years they would be imprisoned within the halls of Valor. Helia herself was now free from her life of servitude, and she decided to forge a new home for herself and the other Valkyr. Far below the halls of Valor, she created a domain called Helheim, bound to Azeroth's Great Seas, which would act as a final destination for many of the Vrykul spirits after death. Yet the darkness that had made their home in Helia's heart transformed her created realm into a place of nightmare and shadow. The souls of the dead Vrykul who arrived in Helheim, they found themselves turned into vengeful beings called Kvaldir. They became one with the ocean mist, raiding and plundering the shores of Kalimdor for all eternity. Now, not all of the Valkyr stayed with Helia after Odin's defeat. Some of them disappeared into the Shadowlands, while a few of them, who still had a glimmer of nobility in their souls, they dedicated themselves to watching over the physical world. From within the Shadowlands, these Valkyr would at times guide the dead back to the land of the living. With Odin taken care of, Loken believed that he bought himself enough time to work on his plans to bring the other keepers down, but Keeper Mimiron, he'd already noticed that there was something wrong with the new Titan Forge, and he thought that the blame could be found within the Forge of Wills. Loken acted quickly. He sabotaged the Keeper's workshop in an attempt to kill him, while making it look like an accident. But Mimiron, he survived this little accident, and his faithful mechanomes, they discovered their master spirits. They built him a giant mechanized body to hold the Keeper's soul, and although Mimiron had survived this murder attempt, his mind would never be the same. He secluded himself, forever working on his clockwork inventions.
Gaze upon its magnificence! Bask in its glorious... glory!
Mimiron's fate would surely raise suspicion amongst the other keepers, so Loken knew he had to move fast. Freya was up first, and his army confronted her at the Temple of Life. Freya and Loken, they battled with each other. Their followers did the same, yet she was no match for Loken and the shadowy powers backing him up. Yogg-Saron himself enthralled Freya's spirit, compelling her to withdraw into the halls of Ulduar and spend her days tending to her garden. As Loken battled with Freya, Thorim was confronted by two fire giants named Ignis and Volkan at the Temple of Winter. Their blistering inferno sapped Hodyr's wintry strength and decimated his icy followers. Loken later arrived to subdue Hodyr directly, and Yogg-Saron also took control of his mind, forcing this keeper to retreat into a frigid chamber within Ulduar. This meant that there were two keepers unaccounted for in the north, Tyr and Arcadis, and these two had managed to not fall for Loken's schemes. Tyr had long suspected that there was a darkness growing within the Fallen Keeper, a suspicion that was now confirmed when he witnessed Loken's attack on Hodyr. Knowing that Loken had fallen to the dark side was one thing, but Tyr was in no position to directly take action. There were many of Loken's troops around Storm Peaks and the halls of Ulduar. Now knowing that he stood little chance against this army, Tyr took Arcadis and their close friends Iron Ea, a Titan Force giantess, to the outskirts of the Storm Peaks. There they watched and made plans as Loken dispatched his forces to hunt for Tyr and his companions, yet his forces came up empty-handed. Loken believed that Tyr and his allies, they must have fled the region, so instead he turned his attention back to Ulduar, where he claimed his dominion. He altered the machines within the fortress, used them to appoint himself as the new prime designate of Azeroth. He also disabled the tainted Forge of Wills, and he banished many of his servants into the Storm Peaks. Ulduar was sealed off from the world as Loken languished in regret within Ulduar's silent halls. Despite everything he had done, everything that he had accomplished, he still feared that the Pantheon or Elgalon would discover his crimes and punish him. In truth though, the greatest fear that Loken should have had was the threat directly beneath his feet. No longer under the watchful eyes of Ulduar's jailers, Yogg-Saron began to stir, working to free itself from its impregnable prison. And that is where we'll end the story for today. Next week, we'll continue on and talk about the plans of Tyr, Arcadis, Iron Aya, but also Keeper Ra, who, as most of you that paid attention during Mr. Pandaria, he had his own problems to deal with. All of that is going to be for next week. The Chronicles has brought so much lore to talk about, it's amazing, and for those that haven't picked it up yet, I can highly recommend it. Now from this information, as a final note, we can see that a major difference in the lore is made when it comes to the blessing of the aspects. In the past, we've had these beautiful speeches given by the Pantheon themselves, and it seems like they've changed it, and now it's actually the Titan Keepers that are responsible for the aspects and their power. I'd still like to believe that the Pantheon helped out with this blessing, their keepers calling out to their creators and giving their little speech. Especially because after this moment you read about how Sargeras struck down the Pantheon, and when the keepers tried to reach out to their creators, all they got was silence. I would like to believe that the speeches are still canon, but I'm not 100% certain. Next to this, we can also see that Loken's story is pretty tragic. A forbidden love pushed to obsession by Yogg-Saron. He walked deeper and deeper into darkness, he tried to cover up for his mistakes, and by doing so, he set things in motion which allowed Yogg-Saron to become a massive threat again. Now I could go on for hours with this information, but I think it's better to cut it down into little pieces, so it's just a little bit easier to absorb and not too overwhelming. As always, thank you very much for watching, everyone. Subscribe if you like my videos, and until next time, guys. See ya!
System online. Lifeform pattern recognized. Welcome, Brandbronson. Query?
Query? What do you think I'm here for? Tea and biscuits? Spill the beans already.
Tell me how the dwarves came to be.
And start at the beginning.
Accessing prehistoric data. Retrieved. In the beginning, earthen were created.
Right, I know the earthen were made from stone to shape the deep regions of the world. But what about the anomalies? Matrix non-stabilizing and whatnot.
Accessing. In the early stages of its development cycle, Azeroth suffered infection by parasitic, necrophotic symbiotes.
Necro one, speak bloody common, will ya?
Designation: Old Gods. Old Gods rendered all systems, including earthen, defenseless in order to facilitate assimilation. This matrix destabilization has been termed the curse of flesh. Effects of destabilization increased over time.
Old gods, huh? So they zap the earthen with this curse of flesh, and then what?
Accessing. Creators arrived to extirpate symbiotic infection. Assessment revealed that Old God infestation had grown malignant. Excising parasites would result in loss of host.
If they killed the old gods, Azeroth would have been destroyed.
Correct. Creators neutralized parasitic threat and contained it within the host. Forge of Wills and other systems were instituted to create new earthen. Safeguards were implemented, and protectors were appointed.
What protectors?
Designations, Aesir and Vanir, or, in common nomenclature, Storm and Earth Giants. Sentinel Loken, designated Supreme. Dragon aspects appointed to monitor evolution of Azeroth.
Aesir and Vanir. Okay, so the Forge of Will started making new earthen. But what happened to the old ones?
Additional background is relevant to your query. Following global combat between Aesir and Vanir.
Hold everything. The Aesir and the Vanir went to war? Why?
Unknown. Data suggests that impetus for global combat originated with Prime Designate Loken, who neutralized all remaining Aesir and Vanir, effecting termination of conflict. Prime Designate Loken then initiated stasis of several seed races, including Earthen, Giants, and Vrykul, at designated holding facilities.
This Loken sounds like a nasty character. Glad we don't have to worry about the likes of him anymore. So if I'm understanding you right, the original Earthen eventually woke up from this stasis, and by that time, the whatever had turned them into proper dwarves. Or at least, dwarf ancestors.
Essentially, that is correct.
Well, now, that's a lot to digest. I'm gonna need some time to take this in. Thank you.
Acknowledged, Brand Bronzen. Session terminated.
As Loken dealt with the other Titan Keepers, he always expected Keeper Ra to show up and investigate what was going on in Ulduar, but the Keeper himself never showed up. Curious, Loken sent out some of his forces to travel to Uldum and investigate what Ra was up to, but not even Ra's followers could inform them about their master's actions. It seemed like Ra had simply disappeared, but sending out his corrupted forces would have major consequences. They spread the curse of flesh amongst Ra followers in the south, beginning the transformation and weakening their defenses against the old god's corruption. What none of them knew was when Ra felt the spirit of Aman'Thul enter his body, he didn't just shrug it off and forget about it. He realized that something terrible had happened. The Pantheon had fallen, yet he didn't want to believe it. Using his magic, he extracted the remaining part of Aman'Thul's lingering power, and he placed it within a mountain vault near what would be known as the Veil of Eternal Blossoms. He hoped to preserve this small piece of what was left of his creator, while Ra himself spent his time in the catacombs beneath the land, meditating on what he had learned. With their High Keeper gone, Ra's forces developed their own cultures and habits. The Tol'vir remained in Uldum, the Anubisaf continued watching over the prison of K'Fun, while the Mogu remained in the east, guarding the Titanforge vaults and machines. Now back in the north, ages passed and the Titanforge that were exiled out of Ulduar by Loken, they spread out across northern Kalimdor. The Giants, they went into the mountains and seas, they disappeared from sight. The Earthen, they went underground, while the Vrykul, they stayed above ground and they made their small clans. A peace existed between the groups of Titanforge, but a peace that wouldn't last. Vulcan and Ignis, they saw the Storm Peaks as a land ready for conquest, and they recruited a Vrykul clan called the Winterscorn to fight with them. With enchanted armor and powerful forged weapons, they prepared to lay war upon the land. Yet the curse of flesh didn't sit still, and the Vrykul started to show the first symptoms in the form of their metallic skin becoming brittle and weak. Despite this setback, Vulcan and Ignis had no intention of giving up on their campaign, so they used their power to forge powerful iron constructs and molten golems. With these forces, they went to war. They stormed the underground lairs of the Irvan, who had not seen this attack coming, and they were massacred. A small group managed to flee and seek aid from Tyr, Arcadis and Iron Aya, who had been able to avoid Loken's wrath and his troops. Outraged, these three gladly joined the Irvan, with Tyr fighting back on the front lines, while Arcadis and Iron Aya, they worked on building their defenses. Their retaliation worked for a while, until Vulcan and Ignis decided to make enchanted snares and enslaved the local proto-dragons to fight with them. The Winterscorn's brutal attack forced the Irvan to scatter, and even Tyr and his companions were forced to flee. They knew that they needed aid, so Tyr called upon the 5 dragon aspects to join them in this war, and upon seeing so many destroyed Titanforged and the enslavement of the proto-dragons, the 5 aspects banded together and unleashed their might against the Winterscorn. Their blessings, their powers were able to hold the army off, while Nosdormu and Ysera, they worked together on a spell that enveloped the enemy forces in a mist, which placed them in a deep sleep. This allowed them to lock them away within the tomb cities across northern Kalimdor, where they would remain slumbering while the curse of flesh ate away at them. When the Winterscorn Vrykul finally woke up again, many years later, they discovered that they had completely degenerated into mortal creatures of flesh and blood. With the Winterscorn defeated, Tyr realized that the time of hiding was over, and they had to take action against Loken. Otherwise, more conflicts like this would arise, and the Titanforge would remain divided. Taking down Loken would take planning and intel, so they decided that the first step in their plan was to get their hands on the discs of Norgannon. These discs had been able to record the history of Azeroth, including Loken's schemes, and with this knowledge, they'd be able to devise a plan and take action. At the gates of Ulduar, Tyr called out to Loken to hand over control of Ulduar, or there would be dire consequences. Loken assured Tyr that such drastic measures would not be needed, and as the two keepers argued with each other, Arcadis and Iron Aya infiltrated Ulduar and stole the discs. With their prize claimed, they knew that they had to get out of the area, so after allowing a few of Loken's exiled forces to join them, mainly Irvan, Vrykul and Mechanomes, their party quickly traveled south as Loken discovered what they had done. Fear once again took hold of the corrupted keeper. With these discs, the truth of his actions, Tyr and his allies, they will be able to turn the Pantheon or Elgalon against him. They had to be stopped, and the only force that Loken could think of to do this were the Kefraxi imprisoned with Yogg-Saron. Zakash and Kefix were the most ruthless and cunning Kefraxi generals during the days of the Black Empire, and Loken set them free. They sensed the touch of Yogg-Saron upon his mind, so they obeyed his orders, and they quickly went after the discs of Norgannon. Far to the south, the Kefraxi overtook Tyr and his followers, and the Titan Keeper knew that there was only one option. He told Arcadis and Iron Aya to take their forces and just keep going, while he would hold their ground and hold these dark creatures off. Only the bearish shadow of Agrimar's old power lingered within Tyr, yet he did hold his ground. For 6 days and 6 nights, arcane and shadow energy ripped through the once peaceful glade that they were fighting in, and Tyr realized that there was only one way to save the lives of his friends, by sacrificing his own. He unleashed all of his remaining powers upon the Kefraxi, a blinding explosion of arcane energy that shook the very bones of the world. Arcadis and Iron Aya, they witnessed the explosion from far away. They returned to see their comrade fallen, yet with him was also the corpse of Zakash. Kefix had been able to barely escape the scene and was nowhere to be found. Now, in honor of Tyr's noble sacrifice, Iron Aya named the area Tyr's Fall, which in the Vrykul tongue translated into Tirisfal. She and their followers buried Tyr and his foe where they lay, while placing Tyr's silver hand, the hand that he had created to replace the one that he lost during the battle with Galagrond, upon his final resting place. The Vrykul with them were so moved by the Keeper's actions that they decided to stay in the area and stand vigil over Tyr's grave until the end of their days. The rest of the party, they continued their mission and they traveled further on to a Titanforge vault called Ulduman. They vowed to protect Azeroth's history with their life, so after expanding the Titan Vault and placing some of the Irvan in stasis, these Irvan, they'd started to feel the effects of the Curse of Flesh, their long watch began. The Mechanomes were also feeling the effects of the curse, but they chose to stay awake. Now meanwhile, back in Ulduar, Loken was losing his mind. He became desperate when he found out that the Kafraxi had failed in their mission and he couldn't steal the disc back since they could simply seal off Ulduman, so he took some desperate measures to assure his survival. He tried to replace the discs with an history of his own design called the Tribunal of Ages. He changed history to his liking, but the archive proved flawed and the history stored inside, they were warped even beyond Loken's understanding. It didn't matter, as long as history didn't portray him as the bad guy that he was. So after creating this, he made sure that no living creature would be able to contact Elgalon the Observer. He altered the Titan communication devices and he made it so that only his death would send a signal which would call out to Elgalon. In his mind, only Iron Aya or Arcadis would bring about his final demise, and if they did, this protocol would activate, Elgalon would come down and bring Loken's revenge with him by wiping out every living creature on the face of Azeroth. Time went on, and this is what happened with the Keepers in the northern part, but we still have High Keeper Ra to talk about, and his story is set around 15 to 12,000 years before the Dark Portal. For millennia, Ra had spent his time underground, while above the world didn't stand still. His Mogu, they tried to uphold this sacred charge, but with the creator falling silent and the curse of flesh hitting them hard, time simply changed. The Mogu faced mortality, fear and uncertainty took root in their hearts, and they formed small clans while waging war with each other. Clans and warlords emerged by the score and engaged in brutal power struggles. Those who triumphed were quickly toppled by rivals. Through it all, their culture and language, even their sense of purpose and identity, it began to change. This period of time is known as the Age of 100 Kings, where Mogu fought with each other for dominance, and the only thing that would dim their petty conflicts was the cycle of the Mantid Swarm. The Mantid, an evolution upon the Akir, they would swarm their lands, being pulled in by the lingering spirit of the old god Y'Shaarj. Every 100 years, the swarm would attack, their weak would die out, while their strong would return, turning their civilization into a very powerful army. Only this threat would unite the Mogu in a single purpose, but for one of them, namely Lei Shen, the world didn't seem right. He believed that there was more to his people, so instead of retaliating when his father was murdered by his close advisor, Lei Shen decided to abandon any claim to his father's power and set off in search of the Mogu's long-absent master, High Keeper Ra. After years of searching, Lei Shen found the Titan Keeper within a hidden vault beneath the land, all but forgotten by the Mogu. The High Keeper said nothing, not even when Lei Shen started to question him about the Mogu's true purpose. Days flowed into weeks, and still Ra remained silent, and Lei Shen grew frustrated. Finally, the Mogu realized that Ra was not contemplating some subtle plan, was not busy with the work of the Titans. He realized that the High Keeper had simply given up. All the suffering the Mogu had endured, the silence, was all because of an absent master and nothing more. Lei Shen unleashed his anger upon Ra, accusing him of abandoning the Titans and their purpose. His anger finally pushed Ra into action as he led Lei Shen to the nearby Thundering Mountain, where unending storms roared and split the heavens. The Mogu believed that the mountain had been forbidden, but inside, Ra then summoned the lingering power of Aman'Thul, and he showed Lei Shen the answers that he wanted. The Titans of the Pantheon were dead, murdered by one of their own, and their final hope was the world of Azeroth itself, a world already infested with creatures of the void. Ra expected that this information would shatter Lei Shen's soul and spirit, just like it had done with him, but Lei Shen saw it differently. He decided that if their master Ra had no intention of going on with the Titan's purpose, then he would do it himself in his own way. Without warning, Lei Shen struck out and stunned Raden. He bound the mighty being in enchanted iron bands, and he stole not only Raden's incredible power, he also took the contained power of Aman'Thul. This Mogu, Lei Shen, would forever be remembered as the Thunder King. Raden was imprisoned, while Lei Shen united his people into a mighty empire with the use of fear, power, or inspiration. For millennia, Raden would spend his time in darkness, while the world kept on spinning, life itself evolved and transformed, and the stage was set for many, many tales and adventures. And that's where the stories of the Titan Keepers within the Chronicles ends. But we have seen in-game what happened to a few of the Keepers, the Curse of Flesh and Yogg-Saron's schemes. Now the events of Lich King and Raden, they are set around 15 to 12,000 years before the Dark Portal, and the Dark Portal is set as year 0 on the timeline. So as you can imagine, a whole bunch of events took place in between. From the rise and fall of Lich King, to the War of the Ancients, to the Troll Empire and the formation of Quel'Thalas. A whole bunch of stories, but in this video I want to focus on what happened to the Keepers. First up, we have Uldaman with Arcadis and Iron Aya. The Explorers League for the Alliance and the Reliquary for the Horde, they're busy excavating Uldaman and discovering its secrets. We went in for loot and glory, as well as to find knowledge and the discs of Norgannon. Now for those that have done the dungeon, you might already know that we are the ones who murder Arcadis and Iron Aya, which, if Tyr was still alive, he probably wouldn't be too happy about. Over the ages, Arcadis and Iron Aya, they grew distant from their servants. They became obsessed with trying to cure the Curse of Flesh. They often retreated into the lowest chambers of Uldaman, spending years in quiet contemplation. The two colossal Titan forests would eventually completely disappear from sight and settle into centuries of hibernation. This left some of the Earthen and Mechanomes to take care of Uldaman, but eventually some of the Mechanomes, they fell to the Curse of Flesh and they were turned into gnomes. With the curse, they lost all sense of purpose and abandoned the halls of Uldaman to the Mechanomes still able to fight against the curse, and some of the Earthen. When we come in, we're not alone, since some of the Dark Iron Dwarves have also begun searching for the treasures of Uldaman, and there are a whole bunch of Trogs just walking through the Titan facility. At the end of the dungeon, with Iron Aya and Arcadis defeated, we gain access to the discs of Norgannon, and we discover some bits about the history of the dwarves. Here it is, where we also learn that the Trogs are distant cousins of the dwarves, and the Chronicles give a little bit more information. When the Keepers used the Forge of Wills to create new Titan Forge to help them reshape the world, their first designs proved too complex and over-ambitious. They'd accidentally created stone-skinned savages known as the Trogs. Now the Keepers, they quickly refined and perfected their design, but they couldn't bear to destroy the Trogs. Instead, Iron Aya built a small subterranean vault, known as Uldaman, that would act as a stasis chamber for the Trogs. Some of them managed to escape imprisonment, they wandered the newly ordered world, while others even managed to find a way into the domain of Earth in the elemental plane of Deepholm. Now in our current time periods, within Uldaman, we can see that the Trogs are out of stasis, we take care of everything inside, and we claim our prize, our loot, and the information.
Who dares awaken Arcadis? Who dares the wrath of the Makers?
Next, there's Ulduar, with the events of Wrath of the Lich King. The Keepers are still locked away within Ulduar, while Thorim is still depressed. A very long quest chain has us motivate Thorim to take action against his brother. We mend fences with the frost giants that he had a war with, we forge him some new armor, a weapon, we even get his mount back, but all of this was just a scheme set up by Loken. He wanted to lure his brother away from the Temple of Storms and closer to the vicinity of his master. With the dark powers of Yogg-Saron backing him up, Loken is able to overpower his brother, drag him back into Ulduar, where the image of Sif takes control of his mind. Jochum, king of the ice giants, he wants to see Loken dead for all of his treacherous actions, so he sends adventurers into the Halls of Lightning to take care of him and bring back Loken's tongue.
My master has shown me the future, and you have no place in it. Azeroth will be reborn in darkness. Yogg-Saron shall be released. The Pantheon shall fall.
Bringing the Corrupted Keeper down isn't easy, but we're able to complete the mission, yet even without his tongue, Loken's schemes continue.
My death heralds the end of this world.
Just as he had planned, upon his death, a signal is sent out calling for Elgalon the Observer to come down and be tricked into doing Loken's dirty work, not to mention that Yogg-Saron, he's been gathering his power with no Titan Keepers to guard him.
How could we have missed this until now? Ah, King Varian, Thank you for coming on such short notice.
What's this all about, Ronan?
I've called you here to ask for your help. While our efforts against the Lich King press on, Bran here has brought us frightening news of the horrors beneath Ulduar and of its dark prisoner.
Prisoner? Huh. With its binding shattered, its influence unchecked, it's gonna come after us, and we're gonna be the prisoners.
It's again the Explorers League that leads the way as we fight our way through Ulduar and we smack some senses back into the Keepers. Hodir, Freya, Mimiron and even Thorim, they see reason once we do enough damage to them, and with their aid, we're able to push Yogg-Saron back into his prison. Hopefully, this time the Keepers will be able to maintain control, and even Elglon was able to see that Azeroth produced something special. Despite its corruption, or because of its corruption and the Curse of Flesh, Azeroth has produced beings not even the Titans could have foreseen, and they've been able to stand up against threats and the darkness, even Sargeras and the Legion. By trying to weaken the Titan Force, Yogg-Saron actually created his greatest enemies.
Citizens of Dalaran, raise your eyes to the skies and observe. Algalon was sent here to judge the fate of our world. He found a planet whose races had deviated from the Titans' blueprints. A planet where not everything had gone according to plan. Cold logic deemed our world not worth saving. Cold logic, however, does not account for the power of free will. It's up to each of us to prove this is a world worth saving. That our lives are worth living.
Which leaves us with the final Keeper to talk about, Khepera during Mist of Pandaria. In ages past, Lei Shen had been defeated by the Tol'vir in Uldum with the use of the Forge of Origination. The Tol'vir were furious when they found out that Lei Shen had betrayed Raden, so they turned the Forge against his army, ending the reign of the Thunder King and eventually giving way to the Pandaran Empire to rise. The Zandalari, ancient allies of the Thunder King, they knew the secrets of bringing him back to life, and when the mist around Pandaria disappeared, they made the way to restore one of their greatest allies, and hopefully their once great empire. Heroes of the Alliance and Horde battled their way through the Isle of Thunder, eventually taking down the Thunder King himself. Beneath their feet, an ancient passageway opened up, and they found the imprisoned Titan Keeper.
For millennia I have waited in darkness, in silence, pierced only by the shrieks of the tormented, my dreams a waking nightmare. This twisted world is beyond redemption, beyond the reach of deluded heroes. The only answer to corruption is destruction, and that begins now. Wait! I am not your enemy. You are powerful, more powerful than he was even. Perhaps you are right. Perhaps there is still hope. But there is a yawning chasm of darkness beneath you mortals, vast, endless, and all-consuming. I do not believe that you can correct this doomed course, but you have earned the right to try.
At first, Raden believes that this world is doomed, but again, we smack some sense into him. It's amazing how much you can accomplish by just hitting things, and afterwards he tells us that he's not our enemy. He doesn't believe that we can succeed, but we have earned the right to try. The rest of the story has us fighting against Garrosh, who has taken the heart of Y'Shaarj, but we claimed a heart of our own, namely the heart of Lei Shen, which we bring back to Rephion.
A chill just went up my spine.
Something tells me our friend has returned triumphant. The heart of a king. The powers of a god.
What are you doing? You're not seriously going to eat that.
It is filled with Titan magic. The very language of creation. Oh, I see them. A million worlds, glittering in their perfection. But one above all others. Oh,
Oh, we have fallen. We must rebuild the final Titan. Do not forget.
What are you trying to pull?
It is gone. I don't remember any of it. Oh, none of them remember. The irony.
What are you talking about? I don't trust you.
You are wise not to.
After eating the hearts of the Thunder King, and remember that Lei Shen didn't only take some of Raden's power, but also the remaining powers of Aman'Thul. After eating the heart of such a being, Rephion goes into a trance and he relays a message. We have fallen. We must rebuild the final Titan. Do not forget. We now know that the Pantheon has fallen, but we still don't know who this final Titan is. Do they mean the Titan spirit resting inside Azeroth, or do they mean Sargeras? The leader of the Burning Legion has been described as so powerful that he can cleave planets in two. Are we going to bring this fallen champion of the Pantheon to our side? Or are we going to bring the soul to life, described to be even more powerful than Sargeras himself? Only time will tell, and I honestly can't wait to find out. This is, however, where the stories of the Titan Keepers end, at least for the moment, since Legion, like I mentioned at the start, it will build upon Odin's story, and we might even see more details added to the overall storyline. Hello everyone! For this week, we're going to do a story that's been requested a lot, almost as much as the Lich King story. It's the story of the Ashbringer. This was the weapon that was a scourge to the scourge. It converted into darkness, only to be reignited by the light and strike down Frostmourne itself. It has a beautiful story and we're going to do it probably in 2 parts, but I get ahead of myself. First, let's talk about its origin and its creation. So sit back, relax, and I hope you'll enjoy. The origin of the Ashbringer goes back to the time of the first Orcish Horde invasion. The Alliance of Lordaeron has been able to push back Doomhammer and his forces all the way back to the Blackrock Mountain, and there the Horde is ready to make its final stand. The Alliance of Lordaeron is ready to meet them head on, and they're not alone in this fight. The Paladins of the Order of the Silver Hand are with them, and amongst them is a Paladin called Alexandros Mograine. Mograine in the distance, he spots an Orcish Warlock dealing massive damage to the troops, and he orders soldiers to shoot the Warlock down. As they do, the Warlock drops a mysterious artifact full of darkness, the artifact he used to empower his spells. Mograine reached down to pick it up, and as he did, the darkness from the artifact, it took away the flesh around his hand, and his light was unable to heal the wounds. Despite its obvious sinister nature, Mograine decides to keep the artifacts, and the war against the Horde would be won by the Alliance. A few years later, Mograine received a visit at his home from High Inquisitor Fairbanks. With him live his 2 sons, Renaud and Darian Mograine, with Darian being the youngest of the 2. Darian, when he was born, he nearly didn't make it, but his father, he took him outside of their house and he placed him in cold water. To his joy and relief, his newborn son started to cry, but when he went back inside the house to show him to his mother, he found out that his wife had not survived giving birth to their son. From that moment on, Darian would always be his father's favorite, since he had his mother's eyes, and losing Darian would mean losing his beloved wife all over again, so Darian was a favorite of his father. Renaud was often told to keep an eye on his youngest brother, but the boys didn't always listen. Once they nearly touched the foul artifact Alexandros had brought with him from the war, but thankfully nothing bad happened, because their father caught them in the act. Now here we had Fairbanks at their home, informing Mograine that a plague was spreading across the land. Arthas, Jaina and Uther, they were already sent out by the king to investigate the plague, but so far they had no success. Mograine had already been wanting to discuss something with some of the other members of the Silver Hand, so they met up in South Shore to discuss this mysterious artifact. You see, Mograine, he always believed that without light there can't be darkness. Light and shadow, they're 2 parts of the same coin, and he believed that they could forge this artifact into a weapon of righteousness. His fellow men did not believe his conviction. They tried to destroy the orb with the holy light, but instead of destroying it, the artifact actually absorbed the light. More and more light they cast upon the orb until no trace of shadow remained, and the artifact was turned from darkness into light. Mograine then picked it up, and as a miracle, not only his scorn hand was healed, but his entire soul was cleansed. Mograine had been right about the artifact, and and the situation with the plague had become worse. Lord Commander Davrohan, he showed up to inform them that Prince Arthas had made the terrible decision to purge Drefholm. He removed the paladins of the Silver Hand from service, and he had set sail to the lands of Northrend.
Lord Uther, by my right of succession and the sovereignty of my crown, I hereby relieve you of your command and suspend your paladins from service.
Arthas, you can't just...
It's done! Those of you who have the will to save this land, follow me. The rest of you, get out of my sight.
Officially, they were not allowed to do anything anymore at this point, but still, Davrohan, he told Mograine to take the artifact and go to Ironforge. There, the finest crafters in the world, the dwarves, would be able to take the artifact, forge it to a weapon, and they could use it against the Scourge. Alexandros and Fairbanks, they met up with King Magni Bronzebeard once they arrived at Ironforge, and Magni was in a foul mood. He had been informed that his brother Muradin Bronzebeard, he'd been killed by the treacherous prince. He was grieving and hurting, but he accepted the job of crafting the weapon. There are those that believe that master dwarven blacksmiths, they possess the ability to impart emotions into the blades they shape. As Magni stood before the orb, thinking of the brother he would never see again, he harnessed all of his rage, his fury, his desire for vengeance. He called upon it, he willed it into being, and with a massive war cry that echoed in the vastness of the Great Forge, he brought the hammer down. Again and again and again, until finally he had crafted the finest weapon ever created by his hands. He passed on the weapon to Mograine, hoping that it was not too late, because in the meantime Arthas, he had made his way home and he had murdered his own father. With great haste, Mograine and Fairbanks, they rode back home, since Mograine feared that something might have happened to his sons, but thankfully they were smart enough to move to Hearthglen. As Mograine, relieved of course, he stepped out of his home and a small band of Scourge emerged from the woods. In an instant they met with this new mighty blade, infused by Magni's emotions and the light itself, and in an instant the battle was over. The blade felt as much part of Mograine as the blood that ran through his veins, a beautiful lethal creation that left nothing but charred bone in its wake. From that moment on, the weapon would be known as the Ashbringer, and together with his wielder, it did just that. It turned thousands upon thousands of Scourge into nothing but ash. That's how the Ashbringer came to be, and for a time Alexandros and the Blade, they were the Scourge against the Scourge. The Burning Legion would eventually be defeated at Mount Hyjal, but the threat of the undead, it was not so easily vanquished, and even the mightiest heroes can fall. One day, Alexandros, Davrohan and several others, they made their way to Drefholm to cleanse it of the undead, but the undead, they were waiting for them. In the struggle, Davrohan, he was separated from his comrades, and he fell right into the hands of the Dreadlords named Belnazar. Belnazar did not just kill Davrohan, oh no, he infiltrated his body and soul, and he masked himself to infiltrate the order and manipulate it from within. He set to work upon corrupting Renaud Mograine, the eldest son. He turned him against his father and his brother. There was always a rift, since his father had favored Darien for so many years, and Belnazar, he preyed upon the darkness within Renaud's soul. He convinced him to betray his father in exchange for great power and prestige. Renaud was told to convince his father that Darien had been kidnapped by the undead and taken to Drefholm. With all haste, Alexandros and Fairbanks, they rode to Drefholm together right into a trap. Countless of undeads, they were waiting for them there, and while Fairbanks, he simply fell under their numbers, Mograine kept slicing them down until countless numbers turned into only a few, and even those few fell before the Ashbringer. The battle had been endless though. Mograine, he was tired and he had dropped his weapon. This was the opportunity his son had been waiting for. As Renaud appeared, he picked up his father's blade and he stabbed his own father in the back. Alexandros was betrayed by his own son, and even worse, this plan, it was created by Belnazar and Kel'Thuzad, since Kel'Thuzad, he knew that Alexandros was a great enemy to the Scourge, but he could become an even greater ally. He took the body back to Naxxramas. He started to torture him until nothing remained of the once righteous paladin. All that remained now was the Death Knight Mograine, one of the 4 horsemen, and he wielded the corrupted Ashbringer.
In the meantime, the Order, it was not doing so well. They had found out about Alexandros' death. Fairbanks had actually survived the trap at Strathholm, but as he tried to expose Renaud as the betrayer that he was placed in chains. Balnazar, disguised as that leader, it was still covering for Renaud, he was corrupting them from within, and while some wanted to recruit help from different races against the Scourge, others believed that their organization should remain pure. In light of this, the Order, it split up, whereas the Scarlet Crusade, it received Renaud Mograine as their first commander, while others formed the organization known as the Argent Dawn, which Darien Mograine joins. Darien, up to this point, only knew that his father had died, and he didn't believe Fairbanks' words about his brother were true. One day, he met with a troll called Zabra Hex, and this troll had earlier taken up residence within the Scarlet Monastery, and from its books, he had found his faith in the light. He had actually met Alexandros Mograine before, they had made a connection with each other, Alexandros had spared the troll's life, and Zabra could still feel their connection. He knew that Darien's father was still alive, he had dreamed of a floating fortress above a burning city. It seemed like madness, but if his father was still alive, then Darien had to go and try and save him. From within the Argent Dawn, he recruited volunteers to join him into Naxxramas on what could surely be a suicide mission, but despite all odds and a few casualties along the way, Darien manages to reach the Four Horsemen and take out his own father. This act stopped his father's physical form as one of the horsemen, but his spirit, it was still bound to the corrupted blade, and it would know no rest. From the weapon, his father whispered to Darien to get out of Naxxramas as fast as he could and take the sword to the Scarlet Monastery. Darien's brother Renaud still led the Scarlet Crusade, and his father had a lust for vengeance. When Renaud struck out against Darien when he saw his brother, called him a traitor, was prepared to sever the final ties to his former life, from the blade rose the spirit of Alexandros Mograine. Renaud couldn't believe his eyes. He begged his father to forgive him, and with a quick slice his father ended his life and told him that he was forgiven. The youngest of the Mograine family couldn't believe what had happened to his father, but the Scourge, it was still gathering more and more forces, and they were getting ready to assault Light's Hope Chapel. In a dream, Darien talked with Fairbanks. Since Fairbanks, he already lost his life within a monastery, of course, and they were talking about finding some way to redeem his father's soul. Darien was not ready to give up on his father quite yet, and Fairbanks told him to seek out the exiled Tyrion Fordring. I'll dedicate a video to Tyrion in the future. The short version of his story is that in the past, Tyrion was a member of the Knights of the Silver Hand. He was a paladin himself, but his honor compelled him to protect an orc named Eitric. This act caused him to lose his titles, his lands, and they even tried to take away his lights, but Tyrion found out that no one can take away your conviction in the lights. He has spent years in exile, watching from a distance as his son Talon grew up, and now Darien is told to talk to this exiled paladin. At first, Tyrion, he has no desire to listen to Darien, but he changed his mind when Darien tells him that his father's soul is at stake. The entire tale about his father seems disturbing and unbelievable, but Tyrion can sense that a soul is trapped within the blades, and he tells Darien that if there's anything that might undo the corruption, then it would be an act of love greater than the act of evil that corrupted the sword. Such an act is often the ultimate test of faith, and with this knowledge in mind, Darien, he makes his way back to the Argent Dawn, but before he leaves, he asks Tyrion to come back. Tyrion was once a vessel of the light with faith, wisdom, valor, honor. Tyrion was once a paladin and an inspiration. He could be a hero once more, but the decision is for Tyrion to make. Once Darien arrives at Light's Hope, he finds out that the massive Scourge army is making its way to the chapel. Beneath the chapel, the Order has made sure that 1,000 of the bravest souls, warriors, priests, paladins, champions of battles long past, they will all move beneath the chapel to keep them away from the Scourge. To make sure that they would not be turned into the undead and not turned into their enemy. Kel'Thuzad and the Scourge, they know this. They know that's exactly why they want to take the chapel. And the Argent Dawn gets ready to lay down their lives to defend this holy place. In the distance, they see them coming. 100,000 uncountable abominations of the Scourge marching upon their little army. The light, their faith, it is with them. But against these numbers, it's simply not enough. Those that fall are turned into the undead themselves. Not even the arrival of Tyrion Fordring himself can stem the tide of battle. And Darien realizes what he must do.
A strong act of love, the ultimate test of faith, a greater act of love than the evil that corrupted the blade. Darien takes the corrupted Ashbringer and he stabs himself with the weapon. His soul in exchange for that of his father, and in response the heavens themselves open up. A reckoning of 1,000 vengeful souls, the light itself, it crashes down upon the Scourge army and it decimates them within seconds. As Darien falls down on his knees, he can feel darkness close in. His actions have saved the day, but in the end, Kel'Thuzad, he has not lost everything just yet. He claims the youngest Mograine as his new Death Knight and the new wielder of the corrupted Ashbringer.
Father, I wish to join you in the war against the undead. I want to fight. I can sit idle no longer.
Darien Mograine, you are barely of age to hold a sword, let alone battle the undead hordes of Lordaeron. I could not bear losing you. Even the thought...
If I die, Father, I would rather it be on my feet, standing in defiance against the undead legions. If I die, let me die with you!
My son, there will come a day when you will command the Ashbringer, and with it, mete out justice across this land. I have no doubt that when that day finally comes, you will bring pride to our people, and that Lordaeron will be a better place because of you. But, my son, that day is not today. Do not forget.
Darien has set his father free, and in exchange he himself has become an agent of the Lich King, an agent of the Scourge. This brings us to the end of part 1 for the story of the Ashbringer, and next week we'll continue since the blade still has a big part to play within the story. Not only was the corrupted Ashbringer in the game once upon a time with its own special event, those that have created the Death Knight in the past already know that light and darkness, it's not set in stone. But first I want to talk about how all of this happened within the game, because once upon a time it was actually possible to obtain the corrupted Ashbringer for ourselves. Let's begin, shall we? Way back when, during classic World of Warcraft, a rumor was quickly spreading across the land. Those that battled within Alterac Valley, they were able to pick up a book called Ned Pagel's Guide to Extreme Angling, and in the book it was missing every single page but the last one, which read the following. And that's where you'll find the legendary sword of the Scarlet High Lord, Ashbringer. Ain't it amazing what you run into an ordinary day of fishing? Naturally, this sparked a desire for fishing across the land, and many people within the game, they started to speculate and come up with crazy theories as to how you could obtain the blade with fishing. Surely this book was a hint given by Blizzard. Surely only those that would spend days upon days casting out their line, trying out their luck, surely they would be worthy of the weapon. But sadly, that was not the case. This was just Blizzard trolling their players, because the blade would eventually become obtainable when the first version of Naxxramas opened up within the game. Now in the comics, as I told you last week, it was Darien and his crew that assaulted Naxxramas, but in game we were the ones, or at least a very few of us, who were actually able to do the raid, and those that did, those that were able to take down the 4 horsemen with Alexandros Mograine as one of the bosses, they got a chance at getting the corrupted Ashbringer. The blade was epic, it was amazing, it would even whisper to you from time to time. And if you took the blade to the Scarlet Monastery, similar to how Darien did it within the comics, then you'd be able to see all the Crusaders kneel down, Mograine he popped up out of the blade, and he quickly passed judgment upon his eldest son. Even Fairbanks got his own event. Normally you could just kill him as an extra boss hidden behind a secret door, but with the Ashbringer in hand, he would tell you the tale behind Renault's betrayal and the corruption of the Ashbringer. He also states that Mograine had another son, Darien of course, who resides within Outland, and he has the ability to forge a new Ashbringer. With the release of the Burning Crusade, the Dark Portal opened up and we were able to go into Outlands ourselves. We were searching for the other son, but it seems like Blizzard had a change of heart when it comes to this storyline. Many speculated that David Wayne, which you can find within Tadokar Forest, that he was the other son of Mograine, since he had the red hair, he can forge weapons, and he felt destined to be part of something larger, but he never forged a new Ashbringer. With Wrath of the Lich King, we found out that Blizzard did indeed change their minds, and that Darien was now part of the Scourge.
A hero. That's what you once were.
you stood boldly against the shadow and purchased another dawn for the world with your life. But the evil you fought is not so easily banished. The victory you claimed, not so easily held. For now, the specter of death looms above the world yet again, and it has found new champions to bring about its final reign. Knights of darkness, wielding runes of death and destruction, bound by the will of the Lich King. This is the hour of their ascension. This is the hour of your dark rebirth.
Fallen heroes of the past were taken by the Lich King and his forces, and they were turned into Death Knights. That adventure begins within the Ebon Hold, and there we got our first look at High Lord Darien Mograine holding the corrupted Ashbringer and listening to its whispers. The Lich King has sent them on the task of eliminating some of the Scarlet Crusade forces, and they have taken up residence within an area still remarkably untouched by the plague. During the DK starting area, we find out that the Crusade is getting ready to travel to Northrend, and it would now call themselves the Scarlet Onslaught. Naturally, they don't stand a chance against the force of the Lich King. Some clever planning, some devastating power and weapons, and this last bit of uncorrupted area, it was quickly turned into Plague Lands as well. With that area conquered, it was time to set our eyes upon the true goal of the Lich King, assaulting Light's Hope Chapel.
Soldiers of the Scourge! Death Knights of Acheron! Minions of the Darkness! Hear the call of the High Lord! Rise! The skies turn red with the blood of the fallen! The Lich King watches over us, minions! Leave all the ashes and misery in your destructive wake!
Stand fast, brothers and sisters! The light will prevail!
Where once Darien was prepared to lay down his life to defend the chapel, now he was actually assaulting the place himself, but the Ashbringer did not want to cooperate.
Obey me, Blade!
I was trying to figure out why the Blade was unwilling to cooperate with Darien, since in the past it had no problem with killing innocents or killing those wielding the light. In its corrupted state, it was more than ready to fight for Alexandros Mograine during his time as one of the horsemen. So I did a bit of research, and some speculate that it was because they were fighting upon holy grounds. Remember that they had moved 1,000 of the most righteous and noble heroes of the past to prevent them from being turned into the undead. It's possible that this area had an effect upon the blade, similar to how they were able to turn it from darkness into light by shooting light at it. Another possibility, and this is purely my speculation, is that the spirit of Alexandros Mograine was still within the blade, and Darien sacrificing himself has cleansed his father of the darkness. This did not release his spirit from the blade though, since after the fight at the chapel, we actually see his spirit show up, he talks to his son, the Lich King showed up, he absorbed Alexandros' soul within Frostmourne, but I personally think that his father, he was trying to prevent Darien from committing this act. Once again, that's just my interpretation though. Either way, the assault upon Light's Hope Chapel, it draws out one of the greatest paladins in history, Tirion Fordring, just as the Lich King had planned. Last we heard about Tirion was that he was living in exile. Darien showed up at his home to find a way to redeem his father, and he asked Tirion to come back to the Argent Dawn. Tirion actually showed up in an attempt to save Light's Hope Chapel. Darien, he stabbed himself with the blade, and after that Tirion returned to his hermit life, but he stayed in touch with the Argent Dawn. During classic World of Warcraft, adventurers could actually find Tirion living out his life as an exile, and Tirion recruited heroes to save his son from the Scarlet Crusade. With the death of Renaud Mograine, the Crusade required a new High Lord, and the Dreadlord Balnazar, he chose Talon Fordring to be this new puppet. With our help, Talon realized that the Scarlet Crusade was corrupted. He tried to step away from it, but he was killed by Grand Inquisitor Issilian before he could make his escape. In the final confrontation, we fight with Issilian, and Tirion Fordring, he shows up to avenge his only son. Issilian is taken down, and upon doing so, Tirion says, "Too long have I sat idle, gripped in this haze, this malice, laminating what could have been, what should have been. Your death will not have been in vain, Talon. A new order is born on this day, an order which will dedicate itself to extinguishing the evil that plagues this world. An evil that cannot hide behind politics and pleasantries. This I promise, This I vow. Tyrion plans to reform the original Order of the Silver Hand as a force of good in the world, and he shows up during the assault on Light's Hope Chapel, and he battles with Darion and the forces of the Scourge. They don't stand a chance upon this holy ground. The light is with the Argent Dawn, and with the blade fighting against him, Darion realizes that all is lost.
Stand down, Death Knights! We have lost. The light. This place. No hope!
Have you learned nothing, boy? You have become all that your father fought against. Like that coward Arthas, you allowed yourself to be consumed by the darkness, the hate, feeding upon the misery of those you tortured and killed. Your master knows what lies beneath the chapel. It is why he dares not show his face. He sent you and your Death Knights to meet their doom, Darion. What you are feeling right now is the anguish of 1,000 lost souls. Souls that you and your master brought here. The light will tear you apart, Darion.
Save your breath, old man. It might be the last you ever draw.
My son!
Father!
My dear, beautiful boy.
What?
Father, you have returned.
My son, there will come a day when you will command the Ashbringer, and with it mete out justice across this land. I have no doubt that when that day finally comes, you will bring pride to our people, and that Lordaeron will be a better place because of you. But, my son, that day is not today. Do not forget.
Touching. He's mine now.
You betrayed me. You betrayed us all, monster! Face the might of Mograine!
Pathetic.
You're a damned monster, Arthas.
You were right, Fordring. I did send them in to die. Their lives are meaningless. But yours. How simple it was to draw the great Tyrion Fordring out of hiding. You've left yourself exposed, Paladin. Nothing will save you.
Apocalypse! That day is not today. Tyrion!
Arthas!
What is this?
Your end.
Impossible. Your will. This is not over. When next we meet, it won't be on holy ground, Paladin.
It was never the Lich King's intention to actually win this battle. All he wanted to do was draw out the mighty Tyrion Fordring and remove him from the game. Unfortunately for the Lich King, Darion had other plans in mind. He tosses the Ashbringer to Tyrion, and upon grabbing it, Tyrion's light and conviction, it manages to cleanse the blade and turn it into the weapon it once was. One mighty blow pushes the Lich King back and forces him to retreat, and upon doing so, Tyrion makes another promise.
We have all been witness to a terrible tragedy. The blood of good men has been shed upon this soil. Honorable knights, slain defending their lives. Our lives. And while such things can never be forgotten, we must remain vigilant in our cause. The Lich King must answer for what he has done, and must not be allowed to cause further destruction in our world. I make a promise to you now, brothers and sisters. The Lich King will be defeated. On this day, I call for a union. The Argent Dawn and the Order of the Silver Hand will come together as one. We will succeed where so many before us have failed. We will take the fight to Arthas, and we will tear down the walls of Icecrown. The Argent Crusade comes for you, Arthas!
So too do the Knights of the Ebon Blade. Although our kind has no place in your world, we will fight to bring an end to the Lich King. This I vow.
And so, the Argent Crusade and the Knights of the Ebon Blade, they combine their might in the war against the Lich King. Tyrion writes out letters for new Death Knights to take with them as they meet the respective leaders, so that they wouldn't simply be cast out as undead. Now getting to Northrend, it was simple enough, but bringing the Ashbringer and Tyrion himself, that required a plan, since the Lich King knew that these two were a great threat to his plans. Within the Howling Fjord, we find a cleric of the Crusade, and as you do the quest, you're sent in to the Utgard Catacombs. In the depths below, Ares, the Oathbound, he gasps for air as he tries to speak. He's an envoy of the Argent Crusade, charged with a sacred duty, but the artifact that he was trying to deliver has been hurled far below into the Den of the Fallen. Ares places a blessing of the light upon us, which is so strong and so bright that none of the undead are able to even get close. We collect the sacred artifact, we bring it back to Ares, but it's too late to do anything for him. His time has come, the light will surely embrace him, and his final wish is for us to fulfill his oath and bring the artifact back to Lord Irulan Trueblade. Upon returning the artifact, we find out that it was actually the Ashbringer that was nearly lost to us, and High Lord Tyrion Fordring removes his disguise. To get him and the blade safely to Northrend, they came up with a plan to travel separately, with the hope of going undetected and not drawing any unwanted attention from the Lich King. Many have already given their lives to the redemption of the blade, and now even more have died to bring it to Northrend. Tyrion, he's done with playing hide and seek, he's done with letting others sacrifice themselves for the greater good. It was his burden to bear, and now that he's reunited with the blade, it's time to assault Northrend and take the battle to Arthas. Several storylines and several campaigns took place across Northrend, but this video it's focused upon the Ashbringer, so I'll try to focus on that. We help out Tyrion and the Crusade with building up a forward base within Icecrown, and we help the Knights of the Ebon Blade with taking the Shadow Vaults away from the Lich King. During our questing, we're sent below Icecrown Citadel to blow up a bomb and expose a weakness within the structure. They're unsure why it's there, but captured diagrams, it shows an orifice leading several hundred feet into the ground. It seems to be very important to the Scourge, and it could be a great opening within the defense of the Citadel, but not all goes to plan. The fuse is way too short. We fall down way below the Citadel into Nazanuk, the Forgotten Depths. Thankfully for us, a pool of water prevents us from dying a horrible death, and within the pool rests a strange pulsing object covered in a thick layer of ice. As we touch the object, a horrible pain courses through our body. It feels as if the hand has been cut, yet there's no visible wounds. As we try to collect our thoughts, a strange boy waiting nearby tells us that we really shouldn't have done that. The boy turns out to be Matthias Lehner, which is an anagram for Arthas Menethil. This image, this ghost of a boy, it's apparently the last remaining good side of Arthas, which he stabbed with Frostmourne in the novel Rise of the Lich King. Stabbing things in your mind, even with a mighty blade such as Frostmourne, apparently doesn't really kill anything, since the boy is here and he says that he saw him get rid of it. He threw it all the way down here and said that he wouldn't need it anymore. He said that it made him weak. As you follow the questline through Icecrown, you'll find out that the item that we touched, it was actually Arthas' own heart, which he cut out after his battle with Illidan. He had discovered that his heart was still holding him back. He realized that the last part of his humanity, his emotions, his feelings, being able to bleed, all of it was a weakness, and he decided that he wouldn't be weak.
He cut out his own heart, he tossed it in the Forgotten Kingdom, and we were the first person to touch it since. Now Arthas knows that we found the artifact, and he will not leave it unguarded again. We bring this information back to Tyrion Fordring, and Tyrion, he was already informed by his scouts that members of the Cult of the Damned, they were leaving from Icecrown Citadel to the Cathedral of Darkness. With them, they brought an artifact, and now he realizes that this artifact is actually Arthas' heart, and Tyrion believes that as long as such an artifact exists, there might be a chance that Arthas Menethil can become a man again. We're asked to join him at the Cathedral of Darkness, where we disguise ourselves as one of the cultists, and as expected, the artifact is brought in the cathedral, but the Lich King himself has made sure to show up and keep it safe. Our disguise might have fooled the cultist, but Arthas is not so easily fooled. He immediately realizes that they have some unwanted guests, and Tyrion Fordring has seen enough. He wanted to go there in an attempt to try and redeem Arthas, but seeing the artifact for himself, he realizes that there's no redemption possible. Arthas might have an advantage, seeing how we're upon his unholy ground now, but Tyrion, he doesn't need any advantage to run the Ashbringer through Arthas' cold, dark heart. Only shadows from the past remain, there's nothing to redeem, so Tyrion, he jumps up and with a powerful strike, he destroys the heart, dealing massive damage to the Lich King, but also knocking himself out in the process. The disguised crusaders that came with us, they quickly surround Tyrion's unconscious body to keep him safe, but thankfully we're not alone. The Knights of the Ebonblade, Darian Mograine and several others, they show up, they take out the cultists that were surrounding us, and even though some wanted to stay behind to finish off the Lich King, Darian decides that they have to go. Patience is key, and for once Tyrion Fordring is actually in their depth, so they quickly retreat and they avoid the Lich King's terrible fury. Tyrion did not see any of this as a failure. This mission allowed him to see the truth of it all, to confirm that there was nothing left of Arthas, and that all that remained was the Lich King. After this moment, they held a little tournament to kill some time, to find out who was ready and worthy to join them in their assault upon Icecrown Citadel itself. The time of planning, of trying to find weaknesses, of trying to assault from the back door, all of that was over and done with. The hour of justice had come as we knocked down the front door and we got ready to end Arthas' reign as the Lich King.
Rise up, Argent Crusaders! The hour of justice has come!
Can you feel it, my son? Closing in all around you. The light's justice has been awakened. The sins of the past have finally caught up to you. You will be called to account for all the atrocities you've committed. The unspeakable horrors you've let loose upon this world. And the dark, ancient powers you've enslaved. My soul was one of the first to be devoured by your evil. There are thousands more bound within this blade, and they cry out for release. Look now to your defenses, my son, for the champions of justice gather at your gates.
Countless abominations of the Scourge, they fell as heroes from both the Alliance and the Horde. They made their way through Icecrown Citadel, while Tyrion, he saved his strength for the final confrontation.
So, the light's vaunted justice has finally arrived. Shall I lay down Frostmourne and throw myself at your mercy, Fordring?
We'll grant you a swift death, Arthas. More than can be said for the thousands you've tortured and slain.
You'll learn of that firsthand. When my work is complete, you will beg for mercy, and I will deny you. Your anguished cries will be testament to my unbridled power.
So be it. Champions, attack!
I'll keep you alive to witness the end, Fordring. I would not want the Light's greatest champion to miss seeing this wretched world remade in my image.
The Lich King had been testing us, molding us to create the greatest fighting force the world had ever seen. All his plans, his schemes, taunting us along the way, it all led to this final confrontation. We did our very best, but the power of Frostmourne and the Lich King, it was simply too much. One single blow took out entire raid teams, and Arthas' plans, they were successful. They lay dead at his feet, all he had to do was resurrect them, and nothing in this world would be able to stand up against him. Unfortunately for the Lich King, Tyrion had the light at his side.
Light, grant me one final blessing. Give me the strength to shatter these bonds.
One strike, the combined might of Tyrion and the Ashbringer. In the hour of need, the light came through and Frostmourne is shattered. The vengeful spirits of uncountable souls claimed by the blade through the years, they're set free. They hold Arthas in the air, while the spirit of his father resurrects the heroes, and together we finish the job.
Now I stand, the lion before the lambs, and they do not fear. They cannot fear.
The helm of domination, it falls on the ground and Arthas has been defeated. But there must always be a Lich King. Tyrion believes that he's the one to place the helmet on his head, become the jailer of the damned. But Bolvar Fordragon, he steps up to the plate and he takes Tyrion's place. This means that Tyrion and the Ashbringer, they get to go home, fulfill their own destiny. But so far, they haven't done much. With the Cataclysm revamp, you can find Tyrion in his old home of Hearthglen, where they're fighting against the last remaining forces of the Scarlet Crusade, while also trying to cleanse the Plague Lands. Time will tell if Tyrion and the Ashbringer will ever get to play a part in the story again, but for now, that's the story of the Ashbringer. There is, however, one last bit of speculation to do. What exactly is the Ashbringer made of? We know that the artifact, it was found from an Orcish warlock, and when Alexandros found it, it was pure darkness. Later, they infused it with the holy light, it turned to the light side again, only to turn to darkness once Renaud betrayed his father. It's uncertain what exactly the artifact was, but it seems like it came with the orcs from the planet of Draenor. A similar cycle of light and darkness can be found within the game, since the Naru, they show a very similar thing. Naru are beings of pure light, but we've seen several that turn to darkness because they either fell ill, or in the case of Mauru, because the Blood Elves drained his light. But over time, Naru are able to regain their light. A most recent example is the Naru Ka'ara on Draenor, which Ner'zhul tried to call upon. They called it the Dark Star. Velen stepped in, sacrificed his own being, his own light, and he turned Ka'ara back into her holy state. With Mauru and the Blood Elves, we've seen what happened when you push a Naru even further. Since Mauru, he was so drained that he turned to a void god called Entropius. If you want more details about the Naru, then please check out my video about the Naru, but the whole cycle of light and darkness, it seems very similar to what happened with the Ashbringer. Unfortunately, we don't know for certain, maybe Blizzard will ever give a clear answer about this, but for now, I personally think that the Naru theory is a solid one. Which Naru is hard to say, some say it's the Naru Ka'ara, but it could be anything to be honest, it could be any Naru, it doesn't necessarily have to be a Naru at all. Some speculate that it's one of the Atamal crystals that they used. Velen brought 7 crystals with him, all had different powers. We simply don't know, but what we can be certain about is that the Ashbringer is one hell of a weapon. It truly was a scourge against the scourge. Even though they tried to get it to the dark side, the light prevailed and ultimately meant the destruction of Frostmourne and the downfall of Arthas himself. I truly hope that we'll get more story with all of this, perhaps something involving Sylvanas, Bolvar, Tyrion, Knights of the Ebonblade, Lady Liadrin, all that good stuff. I really hope that we'll get more. I also wonder if we'll ever see the vision that Velen has seen. If you've read Velen's short story, you know that he saw a vision for Anduin Wrynn. A vision of a possible future perhaps, where Anduin, he was fighting in armor and weapons infused with the light itself. And when I was reading this storyline, it felt to me like Anduin was wielding the Ashbringer. I think that could be really cool, but only time will tell what Blizzard is going to do with the story. But for now, that's the end of my video. Thank you very much for watching everyone. I truly had a lot of fun talking about the Ashbringer and I hope you enjoyed it as well. Subscribe if you like my videos and until next time guys. See ya!
Put your faith in the light and all is possible.
Put your faith in the light.